YouTube, Periscope. Everybody who likes baseball. My name is Garrett, aka the janitor. They call me that because I always back cleanup. And we have a lot of roster moves that have filtered in while I was out enjoying some Seattle sunshine. So let's hop to it. We got a lot of roster moves that came in on the website, so I'm going to start with that until we have other people joining us in the Twitch chat. Or, if you're a broadcaster and got the flair, hop into the booth. The first was a proposed roster for the Dodgers. And I don't think the Dodgers need a ton of help because they're already in first place, but oh dear. Oh, that's AAA. And as you might expect from a janitor, we got 0 people watching right now. And so it is Mookie at batting leadoff, Chris Taylor batting second, the Bell, Cody Bellinger batting third. And it looks like the move is we want in fourth place not AJ Pollock. He's being benched in the DH lineup, which seems weird to me, but what the heck? Let's do it. And I think the move was Kike Hernandez. I remember seeing his name popping around chat yesterday. Well, no, he's already in, so that couldn't be. Well, Kike moves to 5. Oh, Big Fund helping out. Betts, Taylor, Bellinger. It is Max Muncy at 4th. AJ Pollock batting 5th. Kike Hernandez 6th. Gavin Lux 7. Will Smith 8. And swap Smith and Seager. Okay, this doesn't look so bad. AJ rides the bench in this situation. And we're going to adjust positions here in just a second. Here. Luxury tax, Gavin Lux, batting 6. Corey Seager 7, Will Smith 8. And it will be Chris Taylor right in left field. Core Logic at shortstop. Kike Hernandez at 3rd. Lux stays at 2nd. And Betts, Chris Taylor left field. Cody Bellinger center. Max at first base. AJ Pollock, aka Mr. Glass, at DH. Kike Hernandez at 3rd. Luxury Tax at 2nd. Core Logic right in shortstop. And Will Smith doing the catching. So that takes care of one of the many, many great roster changes suggested. We also see Tim Moore suggested some changes for the Yankees. Let's just see what the Yankees recommendation looks like. Big thanks to Tim Moore for dropping that on the website, which makes it so easy for me. We will be updating that soon where you can adjust it per position. EB says we're going to hit Toronto next. And if you're wondering where this side chat's happening, press the exclamation point Discord in your Twitch chat and you will be invited to join our fantastic Discord server where all the magic happens. So it looks like the Yankees is DJ LeMahieu first, followed by Glaber, Judge, Giancarlo. Luke Voigt is moving up to the 5th spot. Brett Gardner at 6. Miguel Andujar at 7. Oh, apologies. That was Gio Urshela batting. That does not look like Gio Urshela to me. Gio Urshela finally batting 7. In 8th place, Mike Tauchman. Chris Ina doing the catching. And because we don't have that position filter on the website, we're going to just check and make sure this makes sense. Luke Voigt at first. Brett Gardner seems like a perfectly cromulent center fielder. Gio Urshela is a natural third baseman. This looks good to me. For the no DH lineup, it looks like it's pretty much the same thing. Although we lose Mike Tauchman. So, and Andujar being benched seems to be the big move in the right-handed lineup. Gio Urshela riding 7. Brett Gardner riding 6. In the lefty lineup, DJ LeMahieu first. Glaber, I don't even know her at 2nd. Aaron Judge at 3rd. Stanton on principle, 4. We're going to see Luke Voigt slotting in the 5 hole. And I thought I saw, Andujar stays in at 7. Yeah, Mike Tauchman is the one who rides bench. Gio Urshela. And Andujar. Brett Gardner is the 6th spot. It's Gio 7, and Andujar 8, and Chris Ina at 9. And let's see who's going to be the worst defensive option. Looking like it could be Luke Voigt in the DH. Oh man, and Andujar in the DH spot looks like the pick. I think this looks like a reasonable lineup. Everyone's in their natural positions. And rolling out the final lineup. DJ LeMahieu batting first, Glaber 2nd, Judge 3rd. It's going to be Luke Voigt batting 5th. Mike Tauchman. Oh man, Gallen Andujar is going to be on the bench in favor of Gio Urshela at number 6. At number 7 is Brett Gardner. Number 8, Chris Arrieta. And these positions look to be fairly natural to me. And so the Yankees' dominance will continue. And Discord is exploding, so I'll pop back to Discord for half a second. Interesting, we want Stanton at the DH, Tauchman in left. And we would like to see about Hicks, so I'll just pop over to the injured list. Where is Hicks? He is not on the IL. That's not where I want to be. That's where I want to be. Hicks is riding in AAA with a .364 batting average and 11 at-bats. Is there any reason he should be at AAA? Because he seems like he should be in the lineup. Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate all of you who have joined us here on the Twitch chat. We will pop in the pitching in just a second. We've got to get Hicks back in the lineup first, though. That's like a national emergency. call out the National Guard. So first things first, who are we dropping? I could see Clint Frazier. Mike Ford. Who do you think gets sent down to make room for Hicks? Twitch chat. Frazier or Ford? A tie means the janitor gets to choose. No one wants that. Always a Chevy guy. That's what I like to hear. Goodbye, Mike Ford. Going once. Going twice. And we'll just hope no one cleans him up from waivers. And so Hicks. Too late. Too late. All of you have helped the Yankees. You know not what you have done. And now Tuckman's going to be riding to the bench with wait, there's Hicks, yeah. Or possibly Gardner to the bench. He's the better defender. 74. 80. Although I kind of feel like we've got better choices for who should be the DH. Luke Voigt would seem the obvious DH to me. Well, then we have no one at first. Judge on DH? He's great at fielding, though. Gardner at 80. Yeah, Stanton seems like a good DH choice to me. And the best center fielder is going to be Brett Gardner. I'm going to guess Gardner takes the bench in the no DH lineup. The cold hitting Andujar versus lefties, and I'll go shuffle the orders in just a second. And Gardner will go ahead and sit bench. Let's move Hicks up just a bit. I feel like he's a slot back in at the 5 spot. So that will be DJ LeMahieu at second base, followed by Gleyber Torres at shortstop, Aaron Judge in right field, Giancarlo Stanton at DH, batting cleanup, Aaron Hicks at 5, Luke Voigt at first base, Brett Gardner in center, batting 7th, and Gio Urshela at third base. Sure. Gardner will play left field, Hicks at center, and right field will be Aaron Judge. quickly flip. I believe I got Hicks full-time center fielder. Yep. Alright, we've spent all this time shoring up the evil empire. Oh, and Duhar at first and Voigt to DH is the, what Roman Trier is suggesting. Alright. Roman, I like it, but we're gonna have to put this to another roster move show. We've already spent way too much time on the Yankees. There's about 500 teams we gotta get to. Do love the thoughts, though. And I believe next on the docket was Toronto. Following that, we will go back and look at the Buccos, and the Orioles, and Oakland. And someone's got to remember that because I'm trying to juggle 500 things here. I'm a janitor, not juggler. Just quickly hovering over so you can see what the relief situation looks like. But I don't see anything that needs to be changed here. Toronto! There has been a lot of questions about Toronto, I believe. Let me find this in the Discord. And we got to do Texas, too. I believe it was our very own Mark Colley, scheduling czar, who has suggested some lineup changes for Toronto to get Telez's bat in there. Is Telez not in there? Telez is not in some situations. In the no DH lineup, I guess. Telez will be batting 5th. And Travis Shaw hops to the bench. Easy enough. Hopefully that's just a lightning round and we are done. Got Teoscar at 6. Okay, fine. Teoscar 6 seems to be across the board, so. And Grichuk batting 8th with Brandon Drury. Oh no, Travis Shaw 7 here. Interesting. So, we got Bo, Biggio, Gurriel, Guerrero, Telez, Teoscar, Shaw. Grichuk is the Mark Colley approved lineup, and he has suggested Reese McGuire gets the reps here. No DH. Bo, Kevin, Lourdes, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at 4, Telez, Teoscar, Grichuk at 7, Reese McGuire handling catching duties, and get lucky with Ryan Borucki at the pitcher spot. Bo Bichette, Kevin, Lourdes, Vladimir, Telez, Grichuk in the 8th spot, Shaw at 7, and Reese McGuire will take catching against lefties with Bo, Kevin, Lourdes, Vladimir, Rowdy, Grichuk in the 7th spot, Teoscar Hernandez at 6, and Danny Jansen. Wait, was it? It was Danny Jansen here as well. See how much more fun it is when you put it on the site? Just like that. Bam. That concludes the people who did the proper way, so now we will do it the fighting way. Oh, EB from Toronto is helping out. Let me just check the Discord. But definitely we got to get Ryu at first in the rotation spot. Tanner Roark at 2nd, and let me just make sure this doesn't screw up rotations too bad. We are at Kentucky Ryan Borucki time, so it just depends on when Hyunjin Ryu's last start in the minors was, if any, which would be none, I guess, now that I think about it, because he was injured. So that shouldn't screw up anything too bad. Big guy's never been proper, but you do drop a proper dose of trivia to the masses. And just make sure Thornton's the one in the pen. Yep. And Tellez plays first when there's no DH. Let me just check on Tellez and then no DH. Tellez is first, no DH. Everything looks great. Next up, your Pittsburgh Pirate. How much did the Pirate pay for corn? A Buccaneer. Given how much Stephen Brault helped ML Ball get off the ground, we are going to make sure that the Pirates lineup is proper. So, especially the big guy, let's save the Buccos. Our current lineup is the cold-hitting Adam Frazier, followed by Colin Moran at second, as the DH lineup. That doesn't make any sense. Brian Reynolds at third, Ring the Bell at fourth, Gregory Polanco fifth, Kevin Kramer at sixth, Eric Gonzales at shortstop, Jacob Stallings handling catching duty. Big prospects, Hayes and O'Neill. Let's do it. Let's get some prospects up here. Till we make it home. Get a bag, get paid, get low. Ben Frank, don't stop, press go. Pick it up, lot of money on the flow. Keep shaking, 100 days, 100 poles. Hang odds, trap, put you all over my Snapchat. Brian Hayes. He's been lighting it up relative to the Pirates with a 237 average. Jose Ozuna on the platoon, I like that. There's Mr. O'Neill. I assume you mean O'Neill Cruz? 2A prospect with a 220 batting average. That is going to lift the Buccaneers batting average, I believe. But we're going to have to drop some people if we're going to make room for them. So who is going to get sent down to AAA is the question. I mean, you want nice things, I noticed that. But if you want nice things, we're going to have to figure out who to drop. So who's riding on the bus? 205 batting Guillermo Heredia, but he's a left fielder, that is. We can drop Jose Ozuna. He's not doing much. Let's see what position eligibility do O'Neill. O'Neill can do shortstop and third. Brian Hayes is just third base, so you're talking about, yeah, Eric Gonzales is going to have to go down. Or Colin Moran. Eric Gonzales, one of the better playing Buccaneers. Big fun. If we drop Ozuna, that drops us. He's only first base backup eligibility. Moran is not bad, 263, 6 home runs. He's got first base eligibility. I'm seeing Ozuna. Okay, so Ozuna down. Ozuna down gets us one call-up. Twitch chat, who's that one call-up going to be? Brian Hayes or O'Neill Cruz? Seeing the first vote come on Discord for Brian Hayes. Send down Heredia. That's a good question. How did Chad Kuhl do for Pittsburgh in his first start? His overall is pretty good, although high whip. See if I can't go back to the past games and see. Cruz's last start, Cool's last start looked like. I don't even know when he was slated. Where are we in the Pirates rotation? We are at Keller. I've been 2 games back. Cool got his first major league starting win, to my knowledge. Going 6 2/3 innings, just 2 walks, 8 strikeouts, 4 earned runs, but good enough for the win against the St. Louis Cardinals. And has given Twitch enough time. Luke Melee getting sent down with no backup catcher, or bringing up a backup catcher. I don't know about that. I'd say definitely a Hayes call-up in exchange for Jose Ozuna, who's not doing anything except riding the bench and hitting for a 4 average. So I'm just going to go ahead and make that move, barring any complaints. And the other move would be Arrieta in exchange for, what's his face? Cruz. So that's the move I need people to vote on. Do we drop Arrieta and bring up O'Neal Cruz? You have about 1 minute to vote. Discord's voting no. While we do this, I'm going to find a way to get Brian Hayes into the lineup. And he would have to be third base. Ryan, the sports guy, says, yes, bring up Cruz. So we have some hot big fund on Ryan, the sports guy action, and we need a tiebreaker vote. Yeah, I don't know where we put Brian Hayes unless Moran's going to ride the bench. Is there a way we can squeeze some shortstop action here? Kevin Kramer can slide to short, then we don't have a second baseman. Adam Frazier could move in from left field. So Moran to left, Frazier to second. Kramer to short, and Brian Hayes to third. Does this look like the lineup that is going to bring us to glory? Sure, that works. That is some juggling and a half, but I like. Adam Frazier slots into second. Kevin Kramer to short. Brian Hayes in. Colin Moran to left. Wait, that was fine the way it was. What's going on? Adam Frazier is at second. Kevin Kramer is at... Wait. I already did this lineup. No wonder it's right. And maybe people can jog my memory. I remember that there was somebody who was... maybe it was James Paxton who might be getting called up around this time. There was someone who was on the injured list until around June 1st for a pretty star pitcher. I don't remember who it was offhand. Okay, so Colin Moran is going to get... This is tougher.
This is precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no
Kevin
email.
Kramer
Got a Louis looking
King.
like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100,
I
this
see
a
some
miscount.
people joining me here. Cole,
Good morning.
If a chick with me, she like big house.
how are you?
If a chick with me, she
I'm
like
doing all right. How about yourself?
If a chick with me, she like
I'm doing quite well.
If a chick with me, she like
I'm excited to see the changes that the Buccaneers have to their lineup here.
Yeah, I feel like changes obviously need to be made. So I'm glad that we're doing what we can to see if they can turn around in any capacity.
I'm struggling to figure out how to get Brian Hayes into the lineup here with the DH spot. I guess it's going to require Kevin Newman playing a position. And who's getting sent to the bench? Forget, they don't have a lineup like that anytime soon, so I'll just play with that sometime after. I don't even think the Pirates are on the schedule today. We have a bunch of other teams to hit. Who is next up? We had the queue somewhere in Discord and that got disappeared. Baltimore Orioles. Always in need of help. We might need a special roster moves day to fix them.
Yeah.
I'll take a quick look at their pitching rotation. John Means, their ace, is awfully cold. Although he's still got 3.73 ERA, so that's not too bad. Alex Cobb, 4.39. Yeah, actually pretty decent except for Keegan Akin. Dean Kramer is doing pretty good long relief, so I could see an argument to swap in Dean Kramer for Keegan Akin.
I could see that as well.
Not sure who the O's fans here in Twitch or the Discord are. While people vote on that, let's look at their lineups. Oh, Akin's starting today. Okay, let's not screw that up. Okay, so they got the fire at the top of the lineup. I guess we could move... Yeah, Pittsburgh doesn't need a DH lineup till September 8th. We got plenty of time to figure out if Brian Hayes is going to cut it.
For sure.
Let's see. Do we want to pop Rio Ruiz to the third spot in the lineup just because he's got the hot bat? Are there potential call-ups for Orioles I don't know about? Renato Nunez, Dwight Smith Jr., DJ Stewart, Austin Hayes, Hanser Alberto, Adley Rutschman. You all said you wanted Orioles, and now you're silent. Slide Ruiz up to the 5 spot. Sure. There we go. Fourth and no DH. I like it. Fifth no DH. There we go. Is he terrible against lefties? Yeah, he's actually bad against righties, supposedly, so go ahead and make the same move for the lefty lineup. Until people yell at me otherwise. And someone wants to look at Stevie Wilkerson. Who is not on the 40-man roster. Is he an Oriole? I don't even know. There he is. He is batting .256. Okay, so we're going to do some Sunday prayers for the Orioles, it sounds like. But barring any other suggestions, I don't see solid moves to make here. Until someone chimes in, let's pop over to Oakland. because we are down to just 25 minutes till the start of games. Cole, is there any team you want to take a look at?
I was here for the Brewers, actually. I know Adrian Hauser has been really struggling as of late. I was hoping to send him down to AAA, and hoping guys like Eric Lauer or Alec Bellinger have been performing well down there to warrant the placement.
I like it.
And maybe
We'll
just check on their infield as well, just to see if anyone's doing well to warrant a call up there, because I know Eric Sogard and Urias are both not doing so hot, rotating in that shortstop spot.
Well, we'll take a look. After this is Texas, and then we'll have enough time to pop over there.
Sounds good.
So looking over the Athletics lineups the bullpens look pretty good. Lineups, I guess I could see some adjustments since some of their bats have gone a little cold. Someone did not like the call down of Seth Brown a couple roster shows ago. He did not get enough time. Be that as it may, who would we drop to bring Seth Brown back up? I guess Chad Pinder's been struggling pretty mightily. I could maybe see some changes to the lineup, although Semien leading off has been fantastic.
Yeah, the only move I would see was possibly switching Chris Davis to that 3 or 4 spot, but I don't know who we would bring up to that set to replace him at the 2 spot.
I could see an argument for, Laureano, since he's starting, he at least got the cold tag removed. I don't know how he's been lately. I know he was like in the 100s for batting average, so 208's an improvement.
Right.
So I could see an argument for moving Rayman Fire the Nightman up. And if we want to do Seth Brown back in the bigs, I am open to it, but I would need to know who we're dropping. So those are the 2 suggestions. Nowhere for Brown to play regularly. I think that's why we dropped him. But what do people feel about sliding Ramon Laureano up to the 2nd spot? Since no one's complaining, I say let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, Big Fundies is with us. I mean, he used to be their leadoff hitter, so it makes sense to have him find his way up the lineup. And Chris Davis batting 2nd just does not feel right. Okay, we can feel like we got our we did our work here. For Toronto, do we put Shaw back at first against lefties when there's a DH? We had Drury. We made whatever changes were on the website. We'll hover over those in a second. But whatever scheduling Zarbar Kali suggested, given all the heat he took yesterday, we gave him exactly what he wanted. Oh, this is interesting. Matt Duffy and Hunter Cole are swinging the hot bats. And most of the Rangers lineup has gone ice cold. We lose Cole and get him back. Optioning Tejada for a reliever. Tejada is not really doing a lot, so I can see that. Who is the potential reliever we could bring up? Shane Carl, not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
The ERA is, not great, but the whip tells a better story. Rafael Montero. Don't really like that whip or strikeout ratio. Luke Farrell. Great strikeouts, terrible walks. You could declare martial law. Although it's only 2 2/3 innings of work, it's pretty good. So I see a vote for Farrell. My vote will go to Shane Carl, although he's not on the 40-man. But we will give Twitch a second to see before we pop over to the Brewers.
Yeah, I'd rather not be the key vote in this because both options seem good.
Yeah. I mean, I know nothing. I'm in charge of cleaning the toilets.
You do a dang good job at it.
Some days. So Big Fundies votes Montero. EP2 votes Montero. I'd say that's 2 votes. That counts. Yeah, former Met Big Fundies. We may need to look at the Mets since they always need a little help because we kind of actively give them a bit more help to get them out of the basement. But I really want to look at the Brewers. I want the Brewers to be more competitive. I just saw him there. AAA. Okay, nothing else to do on the Mets right now, so it's fine. Mets have been climbing a bit lately. I feel like we're starting to win games at least half the time. All right, so Adrian Hauser, ouch! Oh, that's awful to look at. Good strikeouts.
Yep, that's really it.
So what were you thinking? Zach Brown in the rotation?
There's actually 2 starting. There was 2 pitchers that were in the lineup before. I just want to see how they're doing in AAA. Eric Lauer and Alec Banger.
Alec Bettinger in AAA, pretty good. 4-1 record, 45 innings of work.
Yeah, I don't think I need to even look at Lauer. He was pretty bad at the majors before anyway, so I think Banger's done his work to get his way back into that rotation.
Yeah, the Lauer's pitching pretty well too. He's not generally a strikeout guy that recall, but he's getting it done. A lot less work though, so I'd say Bettinger be ready for the call-up.
I agree.
And then are we dropping Hauser?
I believe so. We already had a shot at the bullpen, and it's just been more of the same.
See how much more efficient it is when you hop in the booth here?
Exactly.
You'll have to vote on everything. So Bettinger back in the... There are always comments in Discord about Brewers bullpen, and perhaps look at that. I'm assuming you've been active, keeping track of what the Brewers fans want.
Yeah, I mean, I think the real issue has been with just Council just putting in the wrong guys at the wrong times. But I feel like, at least recently, if since they haven't been playing for like a week, that at least through the box scores I've seen, that's been fixed. So I know the Brewers have 3 games slated for today, so I don't know if it's just a live performance thing or what. But I think after looking at those 3 games, we should tell if there needs to be changes with that at all.
How about the lineup? Is that generally okay? Kane, Yelich, Shira.
I think the lineup itself is fine, but I just want to look at how some infield options are doing in AAA.
Yeah, absolutely. If we did these roster shows more regularly, I feel like we'd have a whole AAA segment. They slapped the cold tag on Orlando Arcia, but he's actually looks like pretty fine. Logan Morrison. Yeah, we can end on Detroit. There's time. Games don't start for another 15 minutes. Man, Ronnie Rodriguez saved me last year in fantasy when he was off to an incredibly hot start in May, back when he was on the Tigers. Now he's in AAA. I drafted Corey Seager last year, who was off to an abysmal start along with my entire team.
Yeah.
So
go back to the top. I want to look at more at CJ Hazonia, I think. Yeah, that guy.
CJ Hinojosa. I guess. I have no idea.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. 311 average, 7 homers, 132 at-bats.
Yeah, I'm tempted just to bring him in, but he's not on the 40-man, and the Brewers did not have a lot of games last week. So I don't know if there's been enough time for the guys like Sogard and Urias to really get into the swing of things. So kind of on the fence here. It would be helpful if Don was around. He's my other Brewers guy, but I don't think he's around at the moment.
Well, why don't we save it? I'm happy to give Brewers a little extra attention after games end for the day or something.
Yeah, I think we'll go with that. I think I can give the shortstop guys an hour a week to see if they can improve.
The other thing I'd like to just highlight real quickly before we pop into Detroit is I'm looking at the news right now, and James Paxton is totally healthy, according to the news.
Oh, that's good for the Yankees.
So I'm not sure why we wouldn't call back Paxton.
I mean, as long as the real world sources say he's healthy, then I think that should warrant him back.
I would say so. Is there anyone on Twitch chat or in Discord that would object to bringing up James Paxton? I would like to see the former Mariner pitching. Alright, that sounds like he's up, but then we have to drop somebody. I think there's one other pitcher I saw like that was slated for. Oh, Miles Michaelis, I think, is also scheduled to return until June 1st. Check on that real quick, follow. Who do we drop to get Paxton in the rotation? My guess is we're going to get another log reliever. One of these guys is going to slot the bullpen. I would guess Loaisiga is the person who's going to move to the bullpen. Oh, he's starting today. Yeah. All right, we can bring back Paxton up tomorrow after tonight's start, as long as you remember, which we did not do for Michaelis. Just quickly look at Michaelis because the Cardinals really need some help. And today is Dakota Hudson. But I don't think he's supposed to be playing today, is he? We're not airing the Cardinals today.
Yeah, I don't believe so. Yeah, no.
So that would mess anyone up if we dropped him, or I think we talked about this a while back. Who gets the drop? I forget who it was though. We might just make a executive choice. Ben Heller, 54 rating. I missed that, but yeah, it sounds like it. I feel like Dakota Hudson's the person who'd hop on the bus.
I think I have to agree with you there.
Unless someone strongly objects, so I'm going to go ahead and make that move. And he should just be slotted right in, I think. I'm assuming he's ready to start. Yeah, Miles will be starting today for STL. I'll just figure out what his energy looks like if I can figure that out. When he last started. We might otherwise shuffle it. Yeah, we'll keep him there so it doesn't mess up the rotations. He's scheduled to start, and his last AAA game would be didn't start that day. Friday. We did not start Friday. Welcome.
Hey, thank you so much.
Morning.
Assuming you're getting ready for the next game.
Yeah, just finishing up some lineup cards for the two teams.
Absolutely. We were just talking about Yankees. So I don't know if you saw that we made a couple of tweaks to the Yankees lineup this morning.
Yeah, which is good. I'm right in the mid now, so Aaron Hicks is back in center, which is good.
We're also talking. We think that it would be about time to call up James Paxton.
You send down lasagna for him?
We would send down Loaisiga, or we'd actually move Loaisiga to the bullpen most likely, and then call up Paxton. But we didn't want to make the move because we know Loaisiga was starting today.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking about.
So we're going to quickly pop over to Detroit to take a look at theirs. I didn't see Michaelis starting, so I think he's got enough rest. If not, it's one game. Look at the early hook.
This is pretty cool what you guys got going on.
Hey, thank you, man.
I'm excited to call the game. Nice opportunity.
The reps for sure.
Yeah.
The Yankees are always fun to watch because they're just such a great hitting lineup and that unreal bullpen.
Never thought I'd be seeing Chris Arrieta in the lineup, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So Chapman is out.
Yeah, Chapman got injured. That's a big blow.
Yeah. Because Ottavino's out here in this game.
Yeah, I remember it was a couple of years back that was back when they had Betances that Chapman was for whatever reason struggling, and they kind of dropped him into like a middle relief setup role, and he was fine.
Yeah,
So I feel like
by committee.
Yeah, so I feel like the Yankees are uniquely equipped to recover from a Chapman injury.
Sanchez is injured too, correct?
Who was? Sorry?
Ari Sanchez?
Yeah. So, just like real life, the Yankees kind of get hit by the injury bug.
Yeah.
I think the Detroit request was to move Xiao-Ching Chiang into the lineup, noted Taiwanese relief pitcher. Oh, and some call-ups, too. Calling up Duel Lugo or Travis Demeritte for Grayson Greiner or anyone.
Crazy how Jordan Zimmermann fell off so much.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Well, how old is he? 33? Nah.
Saw him start at Yankee Stadium last year, and he was just awful. Nothing like he was a shell of his former self.
So, I guess the move would be to slot Zimmermann into long relief and start Chiang.
That makes sense. I think the organization would do that in reality too.
Oh, it's starting today. Let's see.
It's good that the Yankee lineup got fixed because they had Tauchman at DH and Frazier playing left. And then they had Gio at first and Duhar at third.
And Duhar is the one who was taking reps at first.
Yeah, so it was a little funky.
Pull over it real quick before we start, just to make sure it looks perfect. Zimmermann is starting today. I'm going to say we slot up Nova and start Chiang tomorrow. So Nova might be a little low on rest. Oh, Zimmerman's game against Arizona. All right, last chance for Jordan Zimmermann. And let's take a look at these call-ups.
Jay Cron looks a little low, doesn't he? Lineup.
I think he was cold back when they put him there. Yeah, he's batting just 211 so far. A few days ago, it was like everyone was snow.
That's the Tigers. Bromide's batting third. That's crazy.
Well, he's the only one batting above 250. I guess Harold Castro's been pretty good, but... so the call-up was Dewell Lugo or Travis Demerit for Grayson Griner. Now, that's their backup catcher.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know enough to know if Dewell Lugo's a catcher.
Well, Lugo, I think, plays second base.
Yeah, he's a infielder.
And he's injured. And Travis Demerit, I don't even see him. He's batting 222. So I'm up for making some Tigers moves, but let's chat about it on Discord. And if anyone wants to make any roster moves to Detroit before the game today, I'll go ahead and make it before the game starts. But for now, I'm not going to touch it.
That's fair.
In the meantime, shall we preview the Yankees here?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'm
So
still
Loaisiga,
finishing up.
please. So it could be Loaisiga's last game before Paxton gets the call-up.
Yeah, big start for him.
I guess in our sim, Paxton taking a couple of turns in AAA after recovering just to make sure he's solid.
Definitely seems like he's at full strength, and he should be ready for his next turn in the rotation. We might see and Loaisiga move to that bullpen in a long relief role like we saw him all of last season.
Lineup here, I think it's a variety lineup. At last I looked, everything looked good.
Yeah, all right, Andujar on the bench. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, he was batting 219.
Yeah, I think he should definitely be on the bench with what the lineup currently looks like right now.
Awesome. If there's no changes, I'm going to hop off and let you guys hop to it.
Awesome. Good.
Well, thank you all. I really appreciate the calls.
Hey, thank you.
All right, guys, have fun.
Thank you. So I'll
You could
just,
take it away. Yeah, take it away whenever. I'm ready.
okay, if you want to, I'm just finishing the lineup card out. I got two more guys yet, so if you want to start, I know yesterday was a really exciting game between these two. So if you want to start, does it start right when it clicks on, or is this my first?
Just the lineup. We can review the lineups if you want.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. So if you want to start, and I'll jump off you, and then we'll get in.
So for your New York Yankees, DJ LeMahieu, per normal, leading off. He's hitting .341 in the season. That's top in the American League. Then we got Gleyber Torres in the 2. Aaron Judge batting third will play right. Stanton in the left in the 4 hole. Aaron Hicks is back in center field. He's batting 5th. Voit will the 6th spot. Brett Gardner at number 7. Porcello will play 3rd, batting 8th. And Chris Hernandez, the catcher, batting 9th.
That's right, Jeremy Goldstein. I'm Chris Sachi. Thanks everyone for joining us. We got a big MLB blackball day, and we are excited to bring you the first game. We have Felix Hernandez coming back to Seattle later on, but today Felix Pena gets the ball on the bump for the LA Angels of Anaheim, trying to sweep the Yankees here today. Yesterday's game, a 14-10 victory for the Angels in 10 innings. Grand slam in that 10th. To end things off in dramatic fashion. So here's DJ LeMahieu, who will lead things off, getting a league-leading 341, as my partner Jeremy Goldstein says. Here's the first pitch, and that's hit right up the middle. Diving attempt by Simmons, but it gets through for a base hit. First pitch swinging is DJ LeMahieu, and he gets aboard to start this game off with the leadoff runner.
I hate to say LeMahieu's considered old reliable at this point. I mean, he was known last year for hitting so well with runners in scoring position, but he's just great to lead off a game as well, setting the table for guys like Torres and Judge.
Yeah, ever since coming to the Yankees, last year and this year has been fantastic. Here's Gleyber Torres at an even 300. Takes the first pitch outside, 1-0.
I want to Felix Pena more of a reliever, bullpen piece last season, but now he's sort of finding, and we're getting his feet wet as a starter. Wants to get the ERA down a little bit, though, for sure.
Torres had a stolen base and a run scored in yesterday's game, 1 for 5. 1-0 pitch is in there. A ball on a
Torres moving to the 2-hole last season after that was occupied by Judge for a very long time.
right-hander on right-hander. Here's the 1-1. Slider bends too far inside and amongst the hands. 2-1.
It's like Pena's sort of yanking his breaking pitches. That fastball is definitely the pitch he's most comfortable throwing. Let's see if he gets it to Torres on a 2-1.
Yankees in first place at 35-24 in the American League East, but trying to avoid a sweep as the pitch misses just slow. Torres hasn't taken the bat off his shoulder. It's 3-1. LeMahieu off first base after a leadoff single the first pitch of the game. He saw for a seeing eye single. Top of the first no score. And a day ball game here in Anaheim. Pena's set. Here's his 3-1. In there, outside corner, and the count is run full.
No, it was 3-1, but I like that take by Torres. Make him throw a strike and then put the pressure on him, throw another one on 3-2.
LeMahieu holds, and in there, strike 3 called up and away. Labor Torres pretty quiet with the bat in that one, Jeremy, but goes down for the first down.
Yeah, Chris, I mean, I gave him props for taking a 3-1 pitch, but on 3-2, you gotta swing at anything close. I think that's been rule in baseball. You learn that when you're very young. Torres kind of reluctant to swing the bat there, especially after LeMahieu did it first pitch in the previous.
Absolutely. Here's Aaron Judge hitting over .330 against right-hand pitchers this year, and the first pitch is just above the letters outside, 1-0.
Let's see if Judge can maybe put a bat on ball here and give LeMahieu help.
1-0 hit into the 4.5 hole between shortstop and third, 5.5 hole, excuse me. So first and second now after base hits from Judge and LeMahieu, sandwiched between the strikeout from Torres. And Pena's got a couple of runners support here with one.
Very good response. Obviously, Stanton now coming to the plate. He's better, much better against the left side. The splits are very different. Although he does have more home runs against the righty, so his power and contact splits kind of out of whack. So let's see if he tries to take one deep off Pena here.
Yeah, Carlos Stanton got the day off yesterday in the 14-10 loss for the Yankees. As he swings and misses the first pitch, 0-1. Pena's set. That one in there as well, and quickly Stanton down. The ball is 2 strikes.
Yeah, Pena working the corners on all sides to start this one.
Stanton taking again below the knee is a ball and 2 strikes to Giancarlo. Angels coming off a 10-inning victory in yesterday's game, 14-10, a walk-off grand slam in the 10th. Here's the 1-2. Hit hard, base hit into left field. They're going to send LeMahieu. Here's the throw from left, and he is out by a pretty good margin.
Very poor decision.
Yeah.
By third base coach Phil Nevin there. I mean, LeMahieu does not have speed around the bases, and that ball is hit hard. The exit velo is high, especially with Aaron Hicks coming up. I'm so shocked they didn't trust Hicks's bat with 1 out to get him home, but now they're stuck 0-0.
Yeah, Hicks' first at-bat of the year, returning from a shin injury and a brief rehab stint. First pitch he sees, takes a look at it, 0-1.
Hicks has been rounded with injuries for the past few years in his Yankees tenure. He needs to stay healthy the remainder of the season. The Yankees definitely need him for that outfield production.
Swings over the top of a changeup, it looked like, 0-2. Aaron Hicks signing a 6-year contract a year or two ago, but you're right, his missed time with injury last season coming on into the playoffs after a regular season marred by missed time. Fouls that one away, still 0-2. 2 outs.
He's very anxious here. Bat swing, not taking a lot here. Surprising since it's his first step out of the season, as you mentioned before.
This one hit hard, a base hit into right. Oh, and it's Bosch out there. So that'll allow the run to score. Brian Goodwin in right field could have had another play at home like we saw for the second out. Instead, the Yankees score their first run, and Aaron Hicks drives it in. Not a bad way to start his season.
Yeah, big boost for the Yankees too. It was kind of demoralizing having a runner being thrown out at first in the first inning at home in the first inning of the game. Excuse me. boost from Hicks there. It's great to see him providing for this offense right away.
So here's Luke Voigt hitting over 300 fouls the first pitch away.
A lot of Yankees hitting over 300 this year. Much different from last season where it was all power numbers for sure.
Pena set. 0-1 pitch misses. Yankees up 1-0. Misplay by Goodwin could be big in this game. 1-0 lead in the first is always advantageous. It's now 1-2.
That was Pena's best breaking ball. He got it over the plate in a spot where Voigt couldn't make good contact on it.
1-2 pitch. Inside. Count even at 2. So deuce is wild. 2 on, 2 out, 2-2 count. Another RBI spot for the Yankees. 3 hits against Pena in this first. Still 2-2 as it's chopped behind home plate. Luke Voigt did not play in yesterday's ballgame. 2-2. Foul. Third base side out of play. So Voigt working at bat. Felix Pena trying to keep this at a 1-run game.
Already a high pitch count for Pena, somebody who doesn't have major stamina for a starting pitcher.
2-2 again. Hit hard down the third base line. Base hit. 1 run will score. Runners hold at first and second. Fourth hit of the first inning for New York. And a quick 2-0 lead here against Felix Pena and the Angels.
I think the Yankees, except for Torres' at bat, we got to talk about how patient they're being at the plate. Not a lot of first pitch swings, letting the count develop, and then they're able to punch it into left or right, allowing the runner from second to score twice in a row there.
All ground ball singles. Here's Brett Gardner, the left fielder for the Yankees after Aaron Hicks returned to play center. Takes the first pitch at the belt, 0-1.
Something unique about Brett Gardner is he's hit all over the lineup his whole career. I think he had 8 of the 9 spots in the lineup. The only spot he has not hit in is the cleanup hole. But he's hit in 1, 2, 3, and then 5, and then 5 through 9. Excuse me.
2 doubles for Gardner in yesterday's game. As this one's hard but gloved over at first base to retire to the side. The Yankees, though, will score 2 runs on 4 hits. Angels coming to bat in a hole at home. Jonathan Loaisiga will get the ball for the Yanks in this one. His 2020 season with the impending return of James Paxton, this is a big start for him. In all likelihood, he will return in his long relief role, which he enjoyed with the Yankees for the past couple of seasons. But you see the ERA close to 5 for Loaisiga, but he has spotted 2 runs here, the home first.
Obviously a big start for Loaisiga here. I mean, it is his last start. However, if he can prove that in big start against another low-level starter like himself, if he can produce run total down for Los Angeles, and get a big rollback in the bullpen in long relief, which is a big need for the Yankees as they've seen their fair share of injuries to starting pitchers.
And speaking of injuries, Loaisiga was signed by the Giants as an international free agent, but missed all of 14 and 15 due to injury. The Yankees picked him up in 16. He made 1 start in the minors for the Yankees in 2016 before needing to get Tommy John. So Loaisiga, a late bloomer, missing almost 3 full seasons due to injury. It's 1-1 to La Stella, now 2-1 as it's taken up and away. Fastball at 97 from Loaisiga.
But the fastball, again, just like Felix Pena, definitely Loaisiga's best pitch. He's going to throw that the majority compared to the rest of his pitches.
Off-speed pitch, changeup, making a chase is Gardner that will land in amongst the fans. So count tied at 2. Home first, Angels trail by 2. Here's Loaisiga's pitch. Chop foul once again, still holds at 2-2.
Gotta get that changeup down, especially on a 2-2 count. He's going to be protecting the plate. Maybe get that in the dirt and trust Arrieta to make a block.
La Stella reached base 5 times in yesterday's game. A nice take there by La Stella makes it a full count. David Fletcher hitting over 300 stands on deck. Yesterday's game 14-10. This game could be a similar high-scoring affair if the Angels can match the Yankees here in the first. And not a bad start, a leadoff base runner. Fastball way up by the eyes.
Yeah, and again, just like DJ LeMahieu was Stella serving as a table setter, that great heart of the order the Angels do have. Chris, I like what you said. We might even see another high-scoring affair, even higher than last time. So I'm definitely prepared for it if need be.
Angels looking for the sweep of the Yankees here. Los Angeles sitting in 5th in the AL wildcard race as this one's hit out to left field. Brett Gardner's under it and makes the play. First pitch swinging is Fletcher. He's retired. P7 if you're scoring at home.
Big retirement for Loaisiga there. I mean, it was a 7-pitch first bat. The Angels there, and he needed to keep that pitch count down, so great resurgence, and he needs to retire Mike Trout to get back on track, which is obviously a tough task.
Yeah, that is a tall order. And Mike Trout, in yesterday's game, 0 for 5, but scored a run and walked. Did have a hat trick, 3 strikeouts, as he takes the first pitch in on the hands.
Stella, just like a lot of the Yankees order, not a threat to steal. Very common theme for these two teams. Not a lot of stolen bases.
Another pitch misses inside. Loaisiga not giving Trout anything to hit, but now he finds himself down 2-0, and you have to think he might have to come into the zone here.
Oh yeah, I think if he's got to pitch around Trout, he's got to pitch around Trout. I mean, walking him is always not the worst thing in the world compared to what he can do with the bat. And he's hitting 360. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that in terms of modern day Major League Baseball.
Great take by Trout just off the low outside corner. It's 3-0. And with Anthony Rendon on deck, that free agent signing's been big, giving Trout a surefire MVP candidate behind him. And you see his numbers have jumped even more so this year than they have in the past. 360, 15 homers. Here's the 3-1 after that pitch finds the zone. Big hack by Trout. Loaisiga's battled back to make it 3-2.
Big bounce back by Loaisiga. I mean, hacking him twice in a row, that's very rare to see a pitcher go at Mike Trout like that. I'm sure Trout didn't even expect it, and now he's got to be on his toes for this 3-2.
A good changeup there on 3-1 by Loaisiga. Runner holds upstairs, just above the letters. So the second walk of the inning issued by Jonathan Loaisiga. That will bring up the cleanup man, Anthony Rendon, with 2 on and 1 out.
When you have Trout and Rendon, it's called pick your poison. You can't walk them both, or it's going to provide damage to ERA and the game itself. So he's got to attack Rendon here. No pitching around him. See how deep the Angels' order is. So I would like to see Loaisiga go straight at Rendon, throw his fastball, any location in the zone, see what happens.
In yesterday's 14-10 win, Rendon had a home run, a double, and 4 runs batted in. 2 runs scored and a walk. First pitch is a breaking ball. Loaisiga pitching backwards gets the looking strike. 0-1.
Rendon, yeah, you saw that graphic. He's run to 11 double plays this year, so that hopefully a potential outcome.
Won't be surprised if Loaisiga pounds the lower part of the zone to try to induce the strikeout. His changeup's got good downward movement. Pitch misses there. 2-1.
Had to do that there, yeah. He said go down lower in the zone, maybe initiate a ground ball, but he yanked it to the outside part of the plate.
So Rendon ahead 2. Here's the pitch. Hit high in the air towards left. Short left field. Brett Gardner looks like he has a beat on it. And makes the play, so they get a big out there for Anthony Rendon, but you still have the ever-dangerous Albert Pujols, today's designated hitter, coming up for the Angels. Pujols only had 6 home runs this year, 213. Did have a home run in last night's ball.
If you can get ahead of the count on Pujols, you can get a lot of swing and misses. This guy is part of the top 10 in the American League in strikeouts. It's definitely important to get ahead as we see Loaisiga do that to make the count 0-1.
Yeah, Pujols, like a lot of players as they get older, they become more mistake hitters instead of crush every ball kind of hitters. Count even at 1 to Pujols. 2 on, 2 out. Loaisiga trying to keep this game at 2-0 Yankees home first. 1-2 to Albert.
1-2. I don't think Loaisiga should be afraid to go back to a waste pitch here. Bulls will definitely chase it if it's close enough.
That one, a slider running inside, try to induce the chase. 2-2. Both runners on base have reached via the walk. Hit hard, but gloved by Luke Voigt, ranging to his left. Nice play to snare that one. Could have saved a run. So Jonathan Loaisiga gets around 2 walks to 2 good base runners. And keeps the score 2-0 Yankees as we head to the second in Pena. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Chris Sachi, my broadcast partner, Jeremy Goldstein. Thanks for spending a beautiful Sunday with us, wherever you might be. First game of a huge slate for MLB Bot Ball today. We got the return of Felix Hernandez later. But we got to start off with a good series finale with the Yankees and Angels. Gio Urshela comes to the plate, hits a chopper swinging bunt, just foul. As you see the graphic there, Urshela signed out of Colombia. He's on his third team in 4 seasons after spending time with the Indians and Blue Jays. And quickly he falls behind 0-2 to Felix Pena.
Urshela, notable, one of Cashman's notable finds in that GM office of his, and more of a defensive replacement career. Spends a lot of his time in the minor leagues. All of a sudden, he's a major threat with the bat. Hit almost 30 home runs last season for the Yankees, and now he's an everyday player.
Yeah, 2 doubles and a stolen base last night, 3 for 6, but goes down swinging today. Pena gets his first strikeout to begin the top of the second strikeout.
The thing to take note of here is both starters, both Pena and Loaisiga, with high pitch counts around 23, start their first inning. So we might have to see bullpens get active again. Maybe we'll see some appearances from more long relievers, maybe even starters if it gets down to it. How tired the bullpens are from last game.
I'm sorry, Jeremy. Here's veteran Chris Arrieta. He takes 0-1, and you're right. The Yankees last night using 6 different pitchers. The Angels last night also using 6 different pitchers. A 14-10 game in 10 innings. As this one's high into center field, but it looks like Mike Trout is under it. Makes the play. 2 up, 2 down for Pena here. Not a bad start to the second.
Pena a lot more confident in his pitches. Blitz, and it's resulting in a lot of in-play outs, something he was not able to rely on in the first, giving up 5 hits.
Here's DJ LeMahieu. First pitch single to start the game, an inning to go. Pena from the full windup.
LeMahieu with a different approach there. Swung at the first pitch, grunted up the middle for a single in the first inning, and taking all the way there. So obviously trying to confuse Pena with his approaches and not trying to stay too consistent.
And Jeremy, LeMahieu was fantastic in Colorado, but no one really knew about it. Coors Field, the fact, whatever it may be, but ever since he's come to the Yankees, he's continued to hit over 300, a career batting average over 300. Whether it be Yankee Stadium or Coors Field, you can rely on LeMahieu to get hit. This one is hit up the middle. Andrelton Simmons makes the play and just gets LeMahieu by a step or 2. So a 1-2-3 inning for Pena. They got Upton, Simmons, and Goodwin coming up for the Angels as they try to dig out of a 2-0 hole as we approach the home second inning. So here's Justin Upton. Batting 6th in today's lineup. Albert Pujols still instilled as a number 5 hitter, at least for today. Upton at 258, 7 homers, 24 driven in. On base of 347. Chris Sachi and Jeremy Goldstein with you. First pitch from Loaisiga. Off-speed pitch in there, 0-1.
If you remember, Justin Upton was a big money signing when he first came to LA. I mean, he's known for his great years with the Diamondbacks, the Padres, and the Braves. However, injuries, especially to that foot, a lot of foot troubles in his first couple of years in LA, so his tenure off to a rough start, but season he's looking full and hopefully have a better year numbers-wise as he enters the veteran stages of his career.
Yeah, it was a top prospect coming up through the Diamondback system. And you're right. Angels, his latest stop. A brief stint with the Padres back in 2015 as well. Part of AJ Preller's big offseason in that 2015 year to try to get the Padres into contention. Meanwhile, it's 1-2 to Upton from Jonathan Loaisiga. Here's the next pitch.
And he's also the younger brother of former Tampa Bay Rays star B.J. Upton, or now known as Melvin Upton, who went to the Padres with his brother. They played together.
That's right, Atlanta as well. So Loaisiga, good off-speed pitch. He started off the at-bat, getting an 0-1 looking strike on that slider. And here's another one right there. Freezes Upton both times for strike 1 and strike 3. Good start for Loaisiga.
And here comes Simmons. 10-game hitting streak for him, so Loaisiga's got to be careful.
First pitch is in there, another off-speed offering. So Loaisiga finding success pitching backward. Not afraid to show his breaking stuff the first time through the order.
We're playing 11, 1-1.
1-1. Now 2-1 is that one. Shoulder high fastball. 98 miles an hour from Loaisiga. Next pitch, hit hard into right. Judge is there. A couple of steps to his right. 2 up, 2 down in the home second for Los Angeles.
Looks like both pitchers have made adjustments. They, again, as I said earlier, had high pitch counts in the first inning, and now both retired the first 2 batters. Second, let's see if they can have back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings.
Here's Brian Goodwin, who has had a strong season offensively for the LA Angels of Anaheim, hitting over 300, 1 for 5 with the stolen base in yesterday's 14-10 win in 10 innings for the Angels.
Brian Goodwin was sneaky good off the bench for the Angels last season. Batting average and his stats won't show it, but he had a lot of clutch hits, including 1 walk-off single later stages of the season. So let's see Goodwin in a more prominent role for LA this season. Without a doubt.
Yeah, first-round pick back in 2011. The Angels have had some trouble developing their position players, which is why you see free agents like Simmons and Upton roam their position player depth, as it's now 3-1. But Goodwin, a good player who's blossomed here in his 2020 season.
Chris, I loved how you mentioned player development, because another player that I want to make noteworthy is Justin Bour. They got him from Miami. Season known for a great power hitter, and now he's in Japan. They were unable to make him productive in the order.
Here's a flare out to left field. This one's going to get deep. Not a flare. This is a gapper. Goodwin's got solid speed. He goes to second base. A 2-out double for Brian Goodwin. As if on cue, we talk about his fine season. He has his 9th 2-bagger of the season.
Definitely, Goodwin using the opposite side of the field, known as a spray hitter for sure. And again, you don't talk about his Washington days too often. And I think his game's translated a lot better from when he was in the nation's capital.
Here's the backstop, Max Stassi, hitting close to 300, but takes the first pitch in there, 0-1.
I see a former Houston Astro.
A single could cut the deficit to just 1. Loaisiga looks at second, now the pitch. Chops, over to third. Urshela makes the play. And that will retire the side. The Angels get a runner on second. Goodwin's double is all for naught. Still 2-0 Yankees, and they come to bat. So we approach the third from Anaheim, California. So we will get for the Yankees 2-3-4, which become honestly the new school heart of the order for those baseball fans out there who understand that these days the number 2 hitter has become the new number 3 hitter. And Torres has been that this year. Came into this game at even 300.
And that you could say the 2-hitter is so important now because of how much power plays a role in. We're seeing home run records by team per season being broken. That's because nobody really goes for the common back-to-back singles anymore. They want somebody who sets the table and then runs to follow. So it's a new standard for major league teams nowadays.
And Jeremy, I'll tell you what, watching old games during this whole quarantine, there's bunting, there's more base hits, as Torres is ahead now 3-0 to start the third. That second hitter used to be a back control guy. You bunt over the leadoff man, you hit run, bunt and run. Now the second hitter is almost like a cleanup.
And something also unique I'm seeing, and Chris, that's a great mention by you. Quick games by starting pitchers We're very common. You rarely see them nowadays because injuries are a lot more. People want to prevent them a lot more than they did. They're occurring a lot more now, obviously, because people are throwing harder. But it used to be known, especially in the early 1900s, as a weak if they didn't go the complete game. And now it's important to have multiple good arms in that bullpen, so it just shows how much the game's changed.
Absolutely. And Pena, after a 4-pitch walk to start the third for Torres, he faces the dangerous Aaron Judge. First pitch to Judge. Misses 1-0. Pena was an international signing of the Chicago Cubs, played for them in 16 and 17, although did not participate in the postseason. Traded to the Angels in 2018, has been somewhat of a fixture since. Judge hits it to deep center. Mike Trout at the warning track in the deepest part of the ballpark makes the play. Judge is, 5, maybe less feet from extending this lead.
Going back to Judge, I wanted to make a point. If you told me before the season started that he'd be hitting .310 but still be second in the league in strikeouts, I think you're crazy because, that just doesn't translate.
That's baseball these days. A lot of strikeouts are not as big of a factor. And here's Giancarlo, another player who strikes out a lot, but hitting an even 300.
No.
It's good to see Stan hitting 300 again, not relying on that home run ball as much as he did in his Miami days.
Stanton had a single in his first at-bat.
Ball. 2 balls, 1 strike.
The thing I always forget about Gleyber Torres is he's not very fast in base paths. I used to think when he came up, especially his minor league days, that he did steal bases, however, not a threat to steal.
That's right. Now 2-2 to Giancarlo with Gleyber at first base. He led off with a 4-pitch walk, then Judge was retired. Here's Stanton and Hicks to follow. 2-2 pitch. In the dirt. Good block there by Stassi to keep Torres at first. Count's now full. A look at Torres. Pitch. Chop foul. Still 3-2.
Where we need to see Stanton work on a lot of swing and misses, strike counts, but there we see him working the count, fouling off pitches inside. Huge for this pitch count for Felix Pena.
Ball 4. Take your base.
Next one, check swing, no close pitch. Giancarlo Stanton will be the second man to walk in the inning. Here comes Mickey Callaway, Angels pitching coach in his first year with Anaheim. Talking to Pena, you're right, he's already at 48 pitches. He's only out into the third. Gave up 2 runs in the first inning. So Callaway will trot back, trying to get his young pitcher in a bit more control here.
Batting 1,000, Aaron Hicks. All the confidence in the world coming from him right now, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, switch hitter batting left, his first game back this season. First pitch swing, hard shot, base hit into right field. This time they do not send the runner from third in a hard hit ball situation. We remember LeMahieu thrown out, trying to score back in the first. So bases are loaded with 1 away. A hard hit single by Hicks. He is 2 for 2 in his return to the end. Here's a dangerous hitter in Luke Voigt. He had a single and an RBI earlier. And another spot here with ducks on the pond.
The first pitch take by Voigt. The longer you extend the at-bat, especially if the hitter is ahead, more Pena will be backed up against the wall and feel a lot of pressure. So good start by Voigt.
Takes that one. The 2-seamer running inside, but hits that inside point. Count 1-1. Chris Sachi and my partner Jeremy Goldstein here. Feel free to comment below. Critiques, thoughts on the game, thoughts on the managerial choices. Also, feel free to donate to Meals on Wheels, especially during this time we have with this pandemic.
Meals on Wheels headlines the donation cause. It's doing a lot of wonders for multiple families who need on the table right now in these struggling times. Definitely a great charity to donate to if you're looking to donate money somewhere.
So now, meanwhile, Pena has a 3-1 count. He's got nowhere to go with Voigt at the plate. Of course, a walk forces in the third run. Look for Voigt to be aggressive here. He's got a strike to play with. Here's the pitch. Well, there he was aggressive. Lunging for that slider out of the zone. That one had good bite by Pena. And what a pitch to battle back. Voigt was probably thinking that was a fastball.
He probably gave himself 100% green light on that pitch. See with how far out of the zone it was, that's into center.
Oh, this one could be trouble, but Trout makes the play. It will score a run. Tagging and scoring is Gleyber Torres. That's the second out of the inning. But Voigt gets the job done, gets one run in. The Yankees have a 3-0 lead here. And we'll see what the Angels do with their pitching. This could be an important sweep for them of the Yankees. Last night winning 14-10. This time, as of yet, they have not been able to match the Yankees' offensive production.
Talking about Pena here, let's take into account his 2 outs this inning are on hard hit balls. That one by Voigt and a ball from Judge, it was almost hit dead center over the fence. So obviously Pena's outs not coming easy to him right now. The Yankees hitters definitely have the advantage.
The Yankees also getting on with 2 walks in the inning. You're right. It's been a bit of a struggle here for the young Pena. This ball is chopped foul. Gardner's 0 for 1 today. Pitch. Misses. Outside. Big swing and a miss by Gardner. 2-2.
If Gardner can punch run the other way.
Gardner stays alive. Sorry, go on, Jim.
Another fun fact about Felix Pena, he closed Tyler Skaggs' no-hit game last season.
That's right. He also he pitched a combined no. As the Yankees, by the way, now lead 3-0, a sacrifice fly from Voigt. But Felix Pena, he was on the 12th of July 2019. Hello, Heidi Wani. Pena pitched 7 no-hit innings, and the Angels threw a combined no-hit against Seattle Mariners.
One of the most memorable days in Angels history. It was a very impactful game, without a doubt.
Yeah, it was. You're right. Coming off of what happened last season with Tyler Skaggs. Meanwhile, for the Angels, as they begin the home third, trailing 3-0, but they do get the top of the order up here, starting with Tommy La Stella, who walked his first time.
Stella. Apologies. So Stella was on the bench with the Cubs for the majority of his career. It's great to see him on a leadoff spot role in Anaheim nowadays.
Another swing and a miss, 0-2. We talked about Brian Goodwin earlier, who blossomed after trying to find his footing in Washington, and La Stella is a similar case. But good morning, good afternoon, good night. La Stella swings and misses at 3 different offerings. The last one, it looked like a changeup. So Loaisiga's got a solid start to the third here. He's settled in a bit of a rocky first inning, but since then he's been solid for the Yankees.
For Loaisiga, he said he's very reliant on his fastball. However, if he's able to implement those breaking pitches and that changeup, he put away any hitter. And that was shown right there.
Good job by Luke Voigt there. Making a play after the first pitch swing from Flesh. So 4 pitches and 2 outs in the home third for Jonathan Loaisiga. He will face Mike Trout in a favorable situation with the bases empty and 2 down. Loaisiga walked Trout his first time.
Do you think it's safe to attack Trout now with no one on base, or do you still want to be as cautious as ever?
I think with the signing of Rendon, it's made it harder to pitch around Trout so much as they used to. And it looks like he will attack Trout. but Gardner makes the play. 1-2-3 for Loaisiga. Quick home third inning. As we go to the fourth, the Angels still trail 3-0. Welcome back to Anaheim, California. I'm Chris Sachi, my partner Jeremy Goldstein with me as well. Thanks for joining us, everyone. ML Ball, it's a big day. This is the first game of a huge slate, including later on you have King Felix's return to Seattle. Meanwhile, we have a Felix of our own in this game. Felix Pena started for Anaheim.
Leading off for the Yankees, the third baseman.
There is already action up for the Angels
Porcello.
in potential support of Pena. Dylan Bundy, one of those. Here's the first pitch to Gio Urshela, who begins the fourth inning. Takes outside Bundy and Jamie Brea, a couple of right-handers.
Dylan Bundy is a long reliever, so he is somebody who can give the Angels innings, and that's probably something they're going to need after all that bullpen took last night. They were used a lot of work for that staff, so we might see a lot of Dylan Bundy in this one, especially if Pena can't get it together.
Yeah, last night, 14-10 victory for the Angels. A grand slam in the 10th to win it, but each team used 6 pitchers in a highly offensive affair. Urshela ahead 3-0. He struck out his first time up, but Pena unable to find his footing here against Urshela here in the fourth. 4-pitch walk.
Now batting, catcher, Chris.
Another rough patch for Felix Pena. That seemed to retire the leadoff hitter, and that's what's giving the Yankees momentum, allowing them to score 3 runs in the early stages of this game.
Of course, here's Chris Arrieta filling in for Gary Sanchez, who's been out. And with Sanchez in the lineup, the Yankees are so dangerous. It lengthens out the lineup, but with Arrieta, it's a bit more of a soft landing spot in that 9-hole as it backs. Popped up, short right field. Making the play, going back on the ball is Fletcher. Nice job over the shoulder
Now
cap.
batting, the second baseman.
Calls off. It's a good one right there.
LaMahieu.
And Chris Arrieta, he's got 141 career home runs. He realized the long ball in his swing, however, he's just no Gary Sanchez, and he's a lot less valuable to this Yankees lineup than he is.
So here's LeMahieu. He's 1 for 2.
1 ball, no strike.
Singled and was thrown out trying to score back in the first.
Ah!
Get off
Take
speed.
note that Felix Pena is coming up on a 70th pitch right now.
Ball.
2-1 to LeMahieu, and you're right. Over 70 pitches now. And he has to contend with the top of the Yankees. Torres and Judge are waiting. This one is a gapper, hit hard into right center. This will get down as it rolls to the wall. Throw comes in. Cut off. The throw goes home, but fourth run of the game for the Yankees. Gio Urshela goes all the way from first base. RBI double for LeMahieu. That's his second hit of the game. His first run batted in. The Yankees now lead 4-0.
I thought he was going to be able to get that ball in. However, a surprise surge of speed from Urshela. The Yankees, their 4th run of the game.
So Joe Madden electing to give Pena another inning, even with the bullpen firing up. The Yankees decide to tack on another 4 runs. We're not through 4 innings for New York.
I'd say that bullpen's ready to go, so I wonder what Madden's waiting for, or if he wants to bring the bullpen in on a certain hitter, like Pena's matchup.
Hard hit ball from Torres. It's a 3 unassisted over there, but moves the runner over to third base, up 90 feet with 2 away.
Judge.
I'll bring up Judge.
Judge's spot, team average on the year, or his scoring position. That's why he's playing where he is. Easy opportunity for him here if he puts one in play.
First pitch swinging, punched foul. Another hard hit ball into the seats, right field side. Angels looking for a sweep of the Yankees, but are behind the 8 ball here, 4-0. This one could be trouble. Looks like Justin Upton has room out and left and makes the play for the 3rd out. The Yankees add another. DJ LeMahieu, an RBI double, scores Urshela all the way from first. Angels come to bat in the 4th, trailing 4-0.
And leading off for the Angels.
As we pick it up in the home 4th, thanks everyone for joining us. I'm Chris Sachi, my partner Jeremy Goldstein on hand as well. Happy to give you the first game of today's coverage. Loaisiga out for a 4th inning of work.
Outside.
As he pitches to Anthony Rendon.
See, after the high pitch count first innings, I keep saying this, I'm a broken record, but it's necessary to say, Loaisiga is able to bounce back. It's a lot more than it was. Felix Pena has not gotten it together. He might even be replaced during the 5th.
Playing 11.
1-1 to Rendon as he swings through it. Rendon, the first year, his multi-year contract with the Angels, signed away from the recently crowned champion Washington Nationals.
2 balls, 1 strike. Ball. 3-1.
Strange to see Rendon leading off an inning. He's usually known to be the guy who has in the runs on base. That's why he hits cleanup. It's the name. So see if Rendon can do the table setting for once.
Rendon just behind the fastball at 96. Fouls it back, so he'll force a payoff.
That's the ball. Take your base.
And he'll trot to first. The pitch misses down and away. Leadoff runner here for the Yankees.
Albert Pujols.
Pujols, Upton, Simmons to follow to try to erase some of this deficit. Felix Pena got the start for the Angels. 4 runs and 4 innings of work. Remains to be seen if he comes out for the 5th. Here's Pujols.
Ball.
Pujols with just 6 round trippers this year. Had one in last night's 14-10 victory for the Angels.
That we haven't seen any long balls yet, and how much these teams both rely on the long ball to win games.
This one in the dirt, stopped by the 14-year vet Arrieta, but it goes into right field on a snap throw to first.
He's in there.
That's where they miss Gary Sanchez, Chris. I mean, Arrieta not known for his defensive abilities behind the plate, and while Sanchez isn't either, he's known for his arm accuracy and arm velocity, and it showed that they're missing Sanchez's talents right there.
Arrieta does redeem himself by getting Pujols on a swinging bump. Does allow the runner to stay at second base as well. So 1 out, and Upton will come to the plate. Upton struck out looking his last time.
Want to see Loaisiga go back with a high fastball here. Again, I think he's had more success challenging hitters than he has with an extended at-bat. See him go up and in or up and out here to start Upton.
Ball.
The 1-0.
2 balls.
Up and in. Another fastball there. 95 plus again from Loaisiga.
Maybe what I wanted, but it wasn't in the zone.
Hey, does a good job establishing the inside, but now trails 3-0 in the count. First base is open. You do have a better matchup with Simmons on deck, who although enters with a 10-game hitting streak, is less highly regarded in the Angels lineup than Upton.
He's been known as a high defensive shortstop for a very long time, not known for his bat.
The
However,
batter.
he is showing that he has made improvements behind the plate this year
And goes
as a,
back.
as a right-handed hitter.
Zimmermann.
No, he is still batting .237, like you mentioned.
So Upton walks on 4 pitches, 2 on and 1 out for. First pitch is in there. Another fastball, 97 miles an hour. Weiss's got the live arm. That's not the issue. His secondary stuff will determine where he ends up as a pitcher.
No ball.
We've seen it this inning. His fastball's been out of control, and that's why he's walked hitters here. So, to get that back on par and then use the secondary pitches, that changeup especially,
Ball.
push the lower half and get some chases. Hitters like Simmons who aren't known for averages and power bats.
Yeah, 1-2 to Simmons. All 3 pitches have been fastballs. Most recently missed low and away.
Get too one-dimensional here if you're Loaisiga.
There's another heater.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
That one misses up and in. 2-2. Loaisiga might be losing a bit of trust in his secondary pitches here in a big spot. But there's one. Hit hard but foul. And that's the advantage of throwing 97. That changeup was middle, but it was 17 miles an hour slower than his fastball. At an even 80, Simmons was way out in front.
There he goes. He keeps hanging it over the plate. You get a strikeout there, but that's probably why he's losing confidence in those secondary pitches. He can't get him for the zone. He keeps hanging him over the middle, place where Simmons can hit the ball, but he got lucky there and gets out.
Yeah, that changeup was low enough to where Simmons was both out in front, couldn't get his bat in the ball. So 2 away here for Goodwin, who had a 2-out double his last time.
Surprised that he started with a fastball there. Will it get ahead in the count again?
Loaisiga has been able to make his pitches here, keep this game in a 4-0 lead for the Yanks. That one misses outside. Good take there by Goodwin. Hitting .347 with runners in scoring position. Goes fishing. 1-2.
That's what we need from Loaisiga's changeup. That's what Yankees need. I mean, again, we see his changeup hung over the middle of the plate. I keep saying it, but that's why he's losing confidence, and he's able to get it in the dirt and get a chase, and now Wynn's got to look at expanded version of the strike zone here.
Ball.
Another, this time a curveball. We haven't seen that in a bit from Loaisiga. Evens the count of 2, but a different look from Loaisiga, who's been featuring primarily fastball change. So once again, deuces wild, 2 on, 2 out, and 2-2 count. Angels can certainly use a hit here to put a bite into this deficit. Fouled back, fastball at 93, a 2-seamer this time, running away.
He's bold. He'll go slider here. I doubt it.
Does have a strike to play with. This will be interesting. Here's the 2-2. Change up, but slaps the other way, base hit. 1 run will score. Goodwin's got his 2nd hit of the ball game. First a double, and now a single in the RBI. Angels finally strike. It's 4-1.
The catcher, number 33.
Goodwin able to calibrate the fastball because he saw it so many times. That's the issue with being too reliant on one pitch. Angels are able to scratch one across.
Good piece of hitting there. Going right with it, like you said. Luis Sessa now up for the Yankees.
Ball, no.
So known for being able to go again 2 to 3 innings of relief at the very least. So well, he's probably up just in case the Loaisiga can't get out of the 4th, but wouldn't guarantee that he enters the game.
Now here's Max Stassi, grounded out to shortstop his first time. Enters with a modest 6-game hit streak. Does the Angels back?
You know, it's funny because we see that the Angels are on hit streaks. We got Simmons and Stassi and a couple. They're still not in that playoff spot that many of us expected them to be in before the season commenced. So I wonder what they need to do to give themselves a surge in the standings, as they're only 5th in the wild card race currently.
Yep, the Angels are game below 500, as this one's chopped foul, first base side. Still 2-2. That's good enough for third in the American League West. They trail the A's and the Rangers.
Well, Loaisiga's pitch count, I gave him props as able to escape there. 76 pitches now, so see how much longer he lasts.
Angels do strike for 1 run. Brian Goodwin, an RBI single into left field. Yankees come to bat, leading 4-1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
The-
the Angels. Number 37, Gallen.
Yeah, so here is Bundy, formerly a high-priced prospect of the Baltimore Orioles. Served as a long relief pitcher here, has found somewhat of a home
The designated hitter.
in Los Angeles for the Angels. He will have to face Stanton, Hicks, and Voit. 4, 5, and 6 for the Yankees in the 5th.
Chris, you mentioned Bundy finding a home in LA. He needs to make sure he does find a home here. As I'll let you get this one.
Yeah, Stanton golfs that one out of here. He knew it right off the bat. 441 feet, Stanton's 18th of the season. The first pitch Bundy throws, Stanton was right on it. And after scoring a run in the 4th, the Angels give one right back. 5-1 New York.
That's Bundy's problem. Last season, he led the league. Home runs surrendered by starting pitchers. He struggles with the long ball, and that's a fact for as long as he's been in major leagues. In order for him to be able to stay in the major leagues, he needs to get that number down. The home run per 9 continues to be an issue. Veteran right-hander.
That one was crushed. Just shy of straightaway center. On the first pitch from Bundy. This time he bounces a curveball in the dirt. 1-0 to Aaron Hicks, who in his return to the Yankees this season after missing until now with the shin injury is 2 for 2. See if he can still bat 1,000 here, Jeremy.
And props to Aaron Hicks, for 2 so far. And we see an approach that hitters take before them homers, as they want to be aggressive and swing at the first pitch. Knows Bundy's probably a bit rattled, so way to take that first pitch and get settled in here.
Fouled away, 1-2. Mentioned earlier, Hicks' injury problems. Signed a 6-year, $60 million contract with the Yankees a couple of seasons ago.
Playing 2-2.
He's played well when he's been in the lineup, with exceptional defense and center. That's been the issues getting on the field.
Count is
And he did have an exceptional 2018 season, which led to him getting that 6-year extension, finally getting his big contract that he's worked for so long since his Minnesota days. Now it's all about staying healthy. We know he can produce. It's a big part of this Yankees lineup when healthy.
Hicks stays alive, still full. Aaron Hicks also skilled at working the at-bat. He's a good matchup to have. Switch hitter, good defense. Brian Cashman liked him enough to sign him to that deal. Bundy finally gets his man. Hicks is down on strikes, retired for the first time this season. Here's Luke Voigt.
Aaron Hicks facing a bunch of pitches in the inside part of the zone there, able to make contact with them there.
This one hit into left center. It gets down. Voigt lumbers into second, and he'll be in there standing. 1-out double for Luke Voigt, the Yankees' second extra base hit of this inning against Dylan Bundy. Giancarlo Stanton led off this 5th, first pitch home. After a long at bat to Hicks and a strikeout, first pitch swinging is Voigt for a double.
If Gardner could join the party, unable on base quite yet.
First pitch to the longest tenured Yankee is in there 0-1. Brett Gardner coming up in the 2008 season. Back then, simply a base run.
Just recently signed to a 1-year extension with a team option, so in his age 37 season, he continues to put up astounding numbers and productive numbers. Yankees can say, all right, we'll have you for another year.
Yeah,
Age
Gardner,
30.
he did hint that this could be it for Gardner. As he's hit by the pitch, he did not go. That slider had a lot of bite inside,
the third base.
but it started so far inside. that it hit him right.
Porcello.
Looked like on the kneecap. So the open base at first becomes occupied. Bundy just trying to get through this 5th inning. Yankees lead 5-1, and Giancarlo Stanton home run to begin his top of the 5th. Here's
That was
Gio.
the perfect guy to tack more on here.
Yankees trying to avoid the sweep of the series with the Angels. 0-1 to Gio, who has a walk and a strikeout today.
No.
Count even out of your shallow. 2 on, 1 out.
Playing flowers. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Felix Pena started this outing for the Angels. He had 4 runs in 4 innings. Bundy came in for intended long relief, but he's already given up run here in this 5th and has just 1 out.
Maybe we'll see an appearance from Jaime Barria on the road. It's only the 5th inning, so the Angels still have a long way to go and a lot of runs to score to come back in this one, so wouldn't give them the advantage this far.
Bundy drops the curveball in there for
Now batting.
a looking strike 3. Nice pitch on 2-2. The curveball looks like the only pitch he's been able to spot in this outing. That's the 2nd out for INF.
Especially because Bundy does not have a high velo fastball and doesn't have a changeup where he'd put it in the exact location he wants to put it every at bat. Again, that curveball seems to be the most reliable pitch, and I guess he needs to throw it a little more often if he wants to get out of this inning, giving up that 1 run.
Back to the pitcher, he goes to 3rd base, but gets the out nonetheless. The Yankees strike for another, despite leaving 2 on. Giancarlo Stanton cracks his 18th of the season. Yankees 5, Angels 1. Bottom of the 5th upcoming. Thanks for joining us here. I'm Chris Sachi alongside my broadcast partner Jeremy Goldstein as we continue to run through a simulated 2020 season. We hope we are giving you your baseball fix. Never hurts seeing some live action. Feel free to comment below. What do you think of this game so far? What do you think of manager Joe Madden and his decision making? Or anything else you want to give us?
I think the Yankees have done a great job responding from that devastating blow.
Number 85.
Extras last night. They came out firing in the 1st inning, scoring a couple runs. You were able to trust Loaisiga. Loaisiga was a big part of that, as he is getting replaced this inning. Joe Madden is confusing me a little bit with the way he's taking out his pitching staff. I think they left out Pena a little too long. I think once Bundy gave up a couple extra base hits to start that 4th inning, the 5th inning, I think he should have sort of reconsidered, especially because of the deficit they're already facing, unless we're looking forward to the next series, being that they already won the series and they're at the bottom of the pitching staff. So, again, Madden's confused me a little bit, however. I think this is more about the Yankees resurging from this nice loss.
So Loaisiga went 4 innings, gave up a run.
Ball.
He gives away to Luis Cessa. A 3.65 ERA for Cessa this season, and primarily long middle relief. Has made 1 start in the year.
If the Yankees are able to score more runs, Cessa is able to be productive, especially here in the 5th. It'll put less pressure on Aaron Boone, who's his big pieces in the bullpen, as he probably wants to save them after using the majority of them last night.
Yeah, both teams using 6 pitchers last night in a 10-inning game. The Yankees are also without Aroldis Chapman. This one slashed the other way. Gardner coming in on the ball and makes a fine play. Brett Gardner has always been a fantastic defensive outfielder.
Second baseman.
You saw it right there, making a shoestring catch, running way in on the ball, and to his right.
When that ball is hit, I thought the pesky shift was going to strike once again. Especially that left side of the outfield being wide open, where Brett Gardner is able to track that ball, take a great route to it, and make a fantastic play for out number 1.
So Cessa gets his first man. Here's David Fletcher, still looking for his first hit. Mike Trout to follow.
already being at 72 hits is very impressive, especially because not even in June yet.
Pops out here. LeMahieu ranging to the outfield. He got pretty deep out there. Called off the outfielders, though. Makes a confident catch.
That he's exhibiting that confidence for an infielder. It's a nice catch, and this is 1 out away from a short inning. Needed for ruining the Yankees.
Yeah, so the only thing standing between Sessa and that 1-2-3 is Mr. Mike Trout, 0 for 1 with a walk today. First pitch swinging, fouled third base side.
Talked about Chris how harder to pitch around Trout with Anthony Rendon following him in the lineup now. Another threat with the bat. Let's see how confident Sessa is in his pitching abilities currently. That bat will show it.
I don't think we've seen a fastball yet. 2-1 to Trout. Here's the pitch. 2-2.
Go fastball again here. He's not expecting it.
There it is. Keeps Trout honest there as he lunges out of the way. That runs the count now full 3-2. With the aforementioned Rendon standing on deck.
Priority here is to make sure you don't hang anything over the plate. Allow Trout to hit one out. If you walk him, you walk him.
And there it is, right at the letters of fastball from Luis Sessa. I believe that says 97. At the end of 5, Yankees 5, Angels 1.
Confidence there by Sessa. I mean, stray away from his plan. Wasn't intimidated by Trout. Gets the strikeout.
Yeah, Sessa coming in relief of Loaisiga, who went 5 with 1-run ball. Loaisiga went 4 with 1-run ball. Sessa has a perfect 1-2-3 fifth against the top of the lineup for the Angels. Now here's top for the Yankees with LeMahieu.
LeMahieu 1 for 7 versus Bundy, which a hitter against a subpar pitcher currently. You don't see too often in the league. Great now.
Nice play there. Third base from Anthony Rendon. See the Angels here third in the American League team ERA. The Yankees not far after them in 6th. But the Yankees' bats have been so good, they've been able to overcome that. The Yankees stand in first place in the American League East. Meanwhile, the Angels are in 3rd, just behind the Rangers and 4 back of the Athletics.
I think that 14-10 game we saw last night is just symbolic of those statistics right there. They rely on their offense to win.
Torres ahead 2-0. And yeah, walk-off grand slam for the Angels to send the fans home happy in 10 innings last. Looking to get the sweep here, but trailing in the 6th. Also looking to get a second inning out of Bundy, who gave up a home run to Stanton last inning in the 5th to lead things off.
I said how I was confused by Joe Madden's antics for the top of the 6th. I think he needs to be on the doorstep right now. One extra base hit or even one hit, he could be gone.
Gets Torres and a 4-3 for scoring at home. So 2 up, 2 down in the 6th.
Number 99.
Joe Madden, first-year manager for the Angels after a productive stint with the Rays and the Cubs. Of course, snapping longest World Series drought, with Chicago in 2016. So here's Judge, trying to avoid a 1-2-3 for the Yankees. 3 home runs against Bundy in his career, 18 at-bats.
Those home runs is an absolute shot. One of the longest of his career at Yankee Stadium back in 2017. Horrible one, without a doubt.
Get off-speed pitch there, gets Judge way out in front. The slider at 81. And Judge, back-to-back sliders for Bundy. 1-2-3-6 for the right-hand pitcher. As the Angels will come to bat, still trailing 5-1.
Do you think it's safe to say that we assumed negatively of Bundy once he gave up that home run, or just as inconsistent as he is?
Oh, yeah. The long ball, like you said, has been his problem. He led the league in home runs as a starter last season, and fittingly came in the 5th inning. First pitch to Giancarlo Stanton was deposited 400-plus feet. Luis Cessa gets his 2nd inning of work. He will face Rendon, Pujols, and Upton, 3 right-hand batters.
And Heller, who's only up in the Yankees bullpen, a 29-year-old who's had big elbow problems throughout his career, hasn't had a major big league stint due to be stuck in the minors a long time, so finally getting a major opportunity here with the Yankees. Warming up alongside Jonathan Holder.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Broken bat. Luke Voigt makes the play. He will take it himself. 3 unassisted for Rendon to begin the home set. Angels scoring just 1 run, of course, in this game. A Brian Goodwin double back in inning number 4. That was an RBI single in the 4th. To score Justin Upton. Here's Pujols with 1 away. Bases empty. First pitch swinging. Short right field. Luke Voigt getting some action here in the 6th. Makes both outs himself. So
The left fielder,
2 up, 2 down. So here is Upton. He reached base back in the 4th inning and came around to score the only run for the Angels. Luis Cessa looking for his 2nd 1-2-3 inning in just as many innings pitched today.
Then hitting brings 1,000th career run this season. Saw the graphic. He's at 1,008 currently.
This one just foul, 3rd base side on the ground.
Unless he's saving it for his put-away pitch, I'm surprised Cess is not using that fastball so effective against Trout.
There it is. 4-seamer at 96. Upton goes down on strike for this 2nd time today. Cessa, a 1-2-3 5th, now a 1-2-3 6th. The Yankees come to bat, still up 5-1 in the 7th. Here is Giancarlo, who homered to begin the 5th. We'll see if he's just as aggressive here in the 7th. The leadoff home run against Bundy in the 5th. Joe Madden will stay with Bundy here in the 7th. Might just be a matter of getting innings out of a pitcher. Bundy also had a 1-2-3 6th. His first pitch is high. Barnes and Anderson in the pen for the Angels, both players used in last night's game. A 14-10 victory in 10 innings for the Angels last night.
It'll be interesting to see if the Angels decide, especially if the Yankees score more runs, do they pull the plug to save arms for a future series and future games? The Angels kind of did what they wanted to do this series. They were able to get the best of New York, thing that was unexpected coming in. Maybe the Angels can take this loss and not feel too bad about it. I know that's strange to say. They need to preserve their arms for the rest of the season, especially as they're trying to come back in the wild card race.
Chop foul, still 2-2 to Stanton. Bundy looking for his 3rd full inning of work. Felix Pena went 4, gave up 4 to start this game for Los Angeles. Hit high, not very far into right center. Brian Goodwin camps on and makes the play. So Stanton retired this time against Bundy.
Now batting, the center fielder.
1 down here in the 7th. Chris Sachi, Jeremy Goldstein, thanks so much for joining us, everyone. We got a full slate of games today, and if you're feeling like it, we got comments below. Feel free to critique us. Joe Madden's managerial choices, Aaron Boone's managerial choice, whatever you'd like, we'll listen. Also, a donation to Meals on Wheels is available as well. Aaron Hicks gives this one a ride. It's gone. Opposite field home run for Aaron Hicks. He is 3 for 4 today in his first game back from injury. Tucks it over the left center field wall. Just over 400 feet. Aaron Hicks, what a return to the party for the Yankees.
very reminiscent of 2018 Aaron Hicks' first game back from injury in Kansas City, yard ones, and on an inside the park homer. Well, I don't know what it is with Aaron Hicks and comeback games, but he's having another one of them here. He's got 3 hits, now a homer. He's lead 6-1. Impressive.
Hicks, of course, also last season came back in the playoffs for the Yankees after missing the last 2-3 months of the season. He was activated in the second round against Houston. That will enter Jacob Barnes. His first game of the season was last night in that win for Pena. Here's Luke Voigt, 2 for 2. First pitch against the new pitcher is just above the lead.
Now the Yankees being up 6-1 is more leeway for Luis Cessa to be trusted to go further in this game, especially now that he's thrown shutout innings. Everything's going right for Luis and the Yankees right now.
Meanwhile, Voigt is 3 for 3 today. He continues his red-hot season in 2020, hitting over 300 by a good stretch. Voigt last season missed a lot of the year with the pectoral injury, abdominal injury. Lost in the shuffle a bit for the Yankees. He was not on the postseason roster against the Astros. Aaron Hicks replaced him, but showing that he is certainly a part of the Yankees' strong offense with 3 hits today, including a double.
That just goes to show, I mean, Voigt was on the roster against the Twins in the ALDS, or he didn't at bat or make an appearance in the field, so he's had to light a fire under him. Now he's showing Yankees, look, I should have been there. And if he keeps hitting the way he is right now, he'll definitely be there come October.
Gardner ahead now 3-0. Barnes comes in immediately, allows the single to Voigt. Yankees with a comfortable 6-1 lead here, top of the 7th. New York trying to avoid a sweep of the series against the Angels. Meanwhile, the Angels are trying to get to 500 with the win. That one in the zone, despite a check from Gardner.
I don't know if Gardner necessarily had the red light right there. I mean, thought about swinging. Pitch was right down the middle, so I wonder what was going through his mind right there.
Down, ball 4, first base.
And that one misses. So Barnes allows a single to Voigt. And now a walk to Gardner in relief of Dylan Bundy, who gave up 2 runs. Both of them homered. So the Angels pitching staff today having a tough time getting through the Yankees order. Felix Pena started, gave up 4 runs in 4 innings. Bundy gave up 2 runs in 2 1/3. And now Barnes yet to get it out. Here's your shell.
Maybe that is what's holding back the Angels from one of the top contenders in the American League. Their bullpen can't get out. It's as simple as that. And especially when you have a night like Felix Pena, going expected to start at least 5 innings for you, coming up short of that, be a problem. Just for your defense, but your offense too. Is it going to put a lot of pressure on those guys to score runs? It doesn't matter if you have Trout or Rendon in there. You can't increase the pressure on these guys to provide every night. You got to have a balanced offense and pitching on a baseball team.
Yeah, the Angels pitching has been a problem for a number of years. Last postseason appearance was a sweep of the Royals back in 2015. Meanwhile, 4-6-3. A double play to end the inning, but Aaron Hicks gives the Yankees another. An opposite field home run. He's 3 for 4 in his first game of the season, a return from a shin injury.
Your attention, please. Now
The Yankees will go with another pitcher on the night, Ben Heller. As you mentioned, a talented pitcher who's had arm problems. With the injury to Aroldis Chapman has opened the door for him in the majors with the Yankees, yet to give up a run in 2 outs.
Our 3rd appearance on the season. Finding a race, he has struggled a bit. The 5-run cushion, the Yankees are giving him the opportunity, and I'm sure they'll have a guy like Holder to come in if he gets himself into a jam. But a great chance for the Yankees to see Ben Heller can provide good innings for them right now.
Yeah, a good 5-run lead. Not a bad opportunity to give a young arm some leeway here, especially with a getaway game. A new series starting up for both of these teams. I talked about the Angels' postseason woes. Their last playoff win was against the Yankees in the 2009 season. It's a championship series against New York. Of course, the Yankees went on to win the World Series in 2009 against Philadelphia. That was a good back-and-forth Yankees-Angels series in 2009.
We saw that Angels team highlighted by guys like Sean Figgins, C.J. Wilson, a lot of players that are unheard of nowadays, and that's just Kendrick was on that team as well, known for his World Series heroics in the Nationals last season. Decades apart, Kendrick still contributing, but going back to the Angels, obviously they're where they are offensively, and again, we keep repeating ourselves. Pitching, they're not going to get anywhere with this pitching now, especially with how important it is to have a multi-dimensional set of pitchers, starter and a bullpen, neither of which the Angels have level up.
Goodwin will come up today. He's got a double and a single, including the only run batted in for his Angels today. Fouled a couple of pitches off, 0-2. With the hiring of Joe Madden, the Angels were looking for a bit of a change. Mickey Callaway hired as pitching coach after being fired by the Mets as head manager last season. But both factors have not been enough to jumpstart the Angels' pitching staff. Callaway, before managing the Mets, was the pitching coach for the Cleveland Indians in 2016. Well, until 2016, managed the Mets for 3 seasons before being hired in favor of Carlos Beltran, and then, of course, in favor of Luis Rojas after that.
With Callaway, that I think was evident, obvious when he did become the manager of the Mets, was very one-sided. He's one of those managers who needs to stick to being a pitching coach, because I just don't think able to manage both the hitting and pitching is his style. I think he was a good pitching coach on Cleveland, but then struggled to manage the Mets. It's good to see him back in a pitching coach role for a team that needs inspiration behind their pitchers.
Meanwhile, Stassi extends his hitting streak to 7. The 8 and 9 hitters get aboard here against the young hurler Heller. Now we'll get back to the top of the order. So the Angels, they still have a couple of innings to work with here. Down by just 5. And the Yankees do have some action. Adam Ottavino is out there working.
Yeah, and remember, we said Heller not impressed in his first 2 games, so probably pitching on a tight string right now. So it makes sense that we have Britton, or we're seeing Britton and Ottavino then loosen the pen, because one more bad pitch, one more bad at-bat outcome from Heller, I don't see him on the mound for the rest of this one.
Tommy LaStella has a walk, and he's 0 for 2 today. Flies this one out to left. Gardner makes the play. So 2 outs for Heller. You have to assume that if the Angels score here, the Yankees will make a move.
Chris, you're right, because that makes it sure to a safe situation. A 5-run lead, it seems a lot bigger than it actually is, because David Fletcher, who leads the Angels in hits this season, not Mike Trout, David Fletcher, if he gets one in the gap, it's a 3-run game, and that's a safe situation. So obviously, one swing of the bat here can lead to a lot more pressure on that Yankees bullpen. A swing in momentum.
The old baseball adage, you'd rather be up by 5, because a grand slam theoretically cannot be. The difference between 5 and 4, the ball players say it is significant. Ben Heller will try to keep it at 5. 2 on, 2 out for Fletcher. Angels second baseman is yet to reach.
He's due, and I think this is the most important bat of the game for LA, so Fletcher's not going to take this one lightly. especially with a pitcher like Heller on the mound who's struggled for as much as he pitched all season.
3-1.
I would even go as far to say this could be his last batter for Mr. Heller.
If Heller walks him with Trout coming up with the bases loaded, they're going to go to Adam Ottavino. That's my guess. Especially with the righty-righty matchup. What happened?
Well, this one is hit deep to left. Gardner is going back on the ball, and he just gets there against the wall. A couple of feet short of a closer game, you're right. He just got under it. But the Yankees will hold on. Ben Heller holds on, as does New 6-1 Yankees. David Fletcher just missing a big.
Now pitching for the Angels, number 38, Justin.
Now, that will definitely be the end for Heller, I'd have to assume.
Yeah, especially as this ball game gets later. Meanwhile, Justin Anderson will come on, trying to hold this one at 5 runs in a deficit for the Angels. Angels winning 14-10 in last night's game, looking to sweep the Yankees, but find themselves in a hole here in the 8th. Meanwhile, for New York, it'll be 9, and then back to the top of the order.
No.
You have to think Anderson's got to attack Arrieta here. You have LeMahieu on deck.
You're right, because Arrieta is someone who he's going to be power swinging at the plate. Sure, you don't give him anything down the pipe, down the middle of the plate, and can potentially be an easy first out. Obviously, no promises, but with LeMahieu coming up, best hitter on the team, you need to ensure that you get out number 1 here.
Arrieta, the former Angel, takes that one in there. A slider on 3-0. Good job by Anderson to snake it into the plate. 3-1.
I wouldn't go so far to give Arrieta another red light here, especially because you want to maybe it'd be good for the Yankees to get on base, but he does foul that one off. He can get full, so he will be receiving a payoff pitch.
Ball 4, take your base.
Misses ball 4. Another slider. He doesn't go with the heater on 3-2. Tries to get a slider chasing. So Arrieta will get on. A good job by the 9-hole to reach.
I think that's going to be a mistake for Anderson. I think that's going to come back to bite him because we talked about earlier, Arrieta is definitely the least of their concerns when it comes to the approaching Yankees hitters. Now they're going to have to deal with a runner on base with LeMahieu at the plate, which is never a good mix.
He was aggressive. Your first pitch swinging. And just gets in there ahead of the throw from second. So a fielder's choice retires Arrieta on the base paths. But LeMahieu now on first base with 1 away.
I'm surprised they weren't able to retire LeMahieu there. That wasn't hit that was hit pretty hard. With LeMahieu's lack of speed, I'm surprised they weren't able to turn 2, but at least they got 1 out. It could have been a lot worse, for sure.
More action in the Angels' pen. They're a much maligned pitching staff this season.
Brian Buchter getting loose there. He is known as a pitcher who's going to be affected by new rule where a reliever has to, or any pitcher has to throw to 3 hitters before exiting the game. Buchter was known for specials who would come in for a batter or 2 to get a lefty, but now he forced to pitch 3 hitters once he enters the game. Come back to negative aspect to his career.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that rule change is drastic. It affects, like you said, lefty specialists. And with bullpen struggling so much in 2019, this move could only seem to extend troubles, especially because somebody like Dylan Bundy, you can't just yank him after a leadoff home run. He's got to face 2 more batters.
With the Yankees, the Yankees throughout the season in 2019, as there's a hit up the middle, not use a pitcher for less than 3 outs once all season. It's not going to affect a team like the Yankees, who has a set rotation in that bullpen, but for a team like the Angels, still working out kinks over there, it affects them a lot.
So here's Judge Anderson in a tough spot here with 1 away. That pitch is thigh high, a fastball at 96. Judge probably kicking himself just a bit for taking that one. 0-1. Nice job to double up. First the fastball, then the slider. 0-2. And another slider. Judge goes down on 3 pitches. It's a nice job by Anderson to get a big out there. So we look at both of the starters today. Certainly coming into the matchup, didn't think length would be there for both these pitchers, and ended up being the case. The difference for the Yankees is their bullpen has been able to support that pitcher.
The offense has been distant. Well, for the Angels, they keep threatening. They'll get runners on first and second once every couple of innings. They can never get that final hit. That hitting with runners in scoring position has been a major issue for LA, and that's why they're below 500. It's been all season. Can't support side of the ball.
Stanton pops it up with 2 away. That will retire the side. So the Yankees threaten, do not score another. Angels come to bat in the home 8th, trailing by 5.
So if the Angels are going to get something done and come back in this game, it's going to happen now. Adam Ottavino, he has a great slider, but his home run per 9 is high. And with Trout, Rendon, and Pujols menacing hitters approaching batter's box right now, this is their chance to stick it to the Yankees, especially because this might be their last at-bats of the game. It's at the heart of the order. So I think it's got to happen now or else put in a major hole. And he's officially have 100% of the momentum. That happened now, Chris.
That's right. You got the heart of the order, 3-4-5. Trout to lead it off against Adam Ottavino in ERA over 5 this season after struggling in the playoffs last.
Interesting to see Jonathan up now, because if Angels do score some runs, maybe you got to see Zach Britton enter the pen, warm up earlier today.
Slider misses. Trout ahead 2-0. Ottavino was shut down for most of the regular season for New York, but faded come September in the playoffs. And so far has been unable to capitalize this. Another slider misses. He's being very careful with Mike Trout. You have Rendon to follow and Pujols in the hole.
Comes down to picking your poison again. You can't pitch around both Trout and Rendon here. If he doesn't attack here, that means he plans on attacking Rendon. He does walk Trout.
There's a 2-seamer. Trout on 4 pitches gets the free pass. The second walk of the day. First time he's led off today. So that will bring up Anthony Rendon.
Again, it seems like he had no interest in pitching to Trout, which is different from the approach other Yankees pitchers have taken today. So it's going to be interesting to see this Rendon at-bat looks like.
Aaron Boone will leave Ottavino out there. Fastball at 95 hits at spot 0-1. Like I mentioned,
leave Ottavino out there for at least 2 more hitters before making the decision. Chad Green up in the bullpen.
And that's the difference with this rule, is that someone like Ottavino, you can't give him the early hook after a 4-pitch walk. You have to stay with these pitches. Here's one.
A big hustle there by Rendon, because if he didn't reach first, that would have been major trouble. Would have taken away any momentum that Trout walk had given him. So, big out for both the Yankees and a big base runner now for the Angels as Pujols steps up here.
And Jeremy, I'm curious as to what you think of Pujols ahead of Upton, because you'd have to think that Pujols is a more favorable matchup. He's struggled to begin 2020.
I think it comes down to the Angels wanting production at the bottom side of the order. Excuse me. I think if you put Pujols down there, then you do have Simmons and Stassi on hitting streaks right now. That's not like them. They're still hitting in the low 200s. I think you need a guy like Upton to help support that side of the order and to make sure that every inning you have a chance to score runs.
Pujols is Ottavino's 3rd hitter. He walked Trout, who was retired on the base pass, and a fielder's choice from Rendon. Rendon off for first. Pujols a prime double play candidate. See if Ottavino attacks low part of the zone here as it's fouled off.
Especially because Pujols relies on home runs now for his career. He doesn't hit, run at all. So I think if you're Ottavino, you've got to keep everything low, near the dirt, and Pujols chases a lot, so you might want to get him to do that as well.
Pujols' his 19th season as he hits it up the elevator shaft. Porcello is there. 2 away.
Lucky. I mean, that was an off-speed pitch that hung on the upper level of the zone, and Pujols got way under it. Again, that just shows that Pujols was expecting something low, didn't get it. So Ottavino catches a break, second out for New York.
So despite facing 3 hitters, Boone will stick with Ottavino to get the matchup against Justin Upton. Upton has reached base once with a walk. So far today, he's 0 for 2. There's a fastball at 95. Ottavino likes to play that slider off of his fastball, but of course needs to command the fastball for anything to be effective. A 2-seamer hit over to short. Torres goes to second base the short way. And Ottavino gets out of a leadoff walk to Mike Trout. It's getting late early here for Los Angeles at home. Yankees leading 6-1, trying to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Angels.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Angels, number 99. Keenan.
Another pitcher on hand for the Angels to try to keep this one at 6-1. Kenyon Middleton. Another part of this bullpen is just trying to figure it out. Joe Madden giving him some work here in the ninth.
Middleton was one of the closers by committee. The Angels used that operating system back in 2018, but again, he's one of the multiple pitchers that struggled.
Aaron Hicks is retired for just the second time today. Hicks, in his return from a shin injury, had a home run, an RBI single, and another single to boot. He will walk back to the dugout, still feeling pretty good about himself today. He was retired on the first pitch ground out to second into this shift. Here's Luke Voigt, who has yet to be retired, including an extra base hit. The Yankees are hacking here in the ninth. This one hit hard the opposite way, and it will fall out of the reach of Goodwin. Voigt's going to chug into second here, and he's in there slotting, but in there on time. The second double of the day for Luke Voigt, his 11th of the season, a 4-for-4 ball game. For the Yankees' first baseman, who is hitting above 320 now in the season after today's 4-hit ball game.
If Voigt and Hicks can hit that consistently, be a great follow-ups duo. Speak from Judge and Stanton, Mayhew, etc. I mean, this lineup will be the deadliest in the league, and it's not even close. Especially with the momentum they have now, they're still first in the American League East, but they can get that team ERA down, keep offense, the high octane offense where it is. I think go places, especially in their current state.
See, it'll be interesting to see, Jeremy, if the Yankees decide to make a move for a pitcher at the deadline, because, like you said, especially even without Gary Sanchez, their offense is right at 6th in the American League in team ERA. That's 6th worst. Simmons dive, knocks it down, but Gardner's too quick going down the first base line.
That's not like Simmons. Simmons, known for his glove, unable to corral the ball on that dive there. So, Middleton's got himself in a jam. And I think one hit by Urshela, dagger, officially.
A good job by Simmons, though, just to knock that ball down, prevent it from possibly scoring that 7th run and getting into second. So here's Gio, 0 for 3 with a walk today.
Ball. Playing 11.
A getaway day for the Yankees. They will head out of here at the end of today's ball game, looking to avoid the sweep of the Angels. Yankees, like you said, Jeremy, first place in the American League East. The Angels, a game under 500 in 3rd place in the AL West. Meanwhile, that's punched through in there for a base hit between shortstop and third base. The Yankees add another, and their offense has been display all game. Almost every hitter has joined the hit parade now for New York. Urshela's first hit of the game and his first run batted in. 7-1 Yankees.
And after this one, the Yankees will stay in the AL West. They will travel to Seattle for game set. It's the Mariners that struggling as well.
I'm interested here. I mean, it doesn't really matter, Jeremy, but because you have Arrieta and Higashioka instead of Sanchez, those are players you could pinch hit for. Now, of course, in this game, 7-1, it doesn't matter. But theoretically, if this was a 2-1 game and the Yankees needed insurance, you could pinch hit for Arrieta for someone like Frazier or Andujar off the bench or a lefty in Talkman, and then have Higashioka catch the knife.
And remember, Andujar, a lot of people argue that he deserved Rookie of the Year back in 2018. Led the American League or in rookie doubles. 5 in the entire American League in doubles. Overall, just had a great season, hitting 30 home runs and hitting almost 300, around 280. This guy can break. And I know he was kind of forgotten about last season because of his injury, torn labrum, but this guy can hit. And he's kind of stuck on the bench right now. Maybe he'll even be a trade piece for a pitcher, like you mentioned, Chris.
Yeah, and Duhar and Frazier for a couple of years now for the Yankees have been in rumors of being traded for pitching. But this season in particular, with Chapman injured, with Ottavino and ERA still above 5, it could finally be time for Brian Cashman and the Yankees to sell off some of their offensive pieces, because even in the minor leagues, they are loaded with talent in their position player pool.
I couldn't say it better myself. I mean, enough talk when it comes to rumors here. It's obvious that the Yankees, they haven't been able to get over that ALCS hump. They haven't been able to limit the offense of a lot of these teams, like Houston, Boston, etc. So they need another arm to ensure that they can make a World Series run.
Throw home, and in there, Gardner sliding feet first. 8-1 New York as the Yankees tack on a couple of insurance runs in the top of the ninth. The Yankees entered this game trying to avoid a 3-game sweep and have done their best to stuck it to the Angels pitching staff, who continue to struggle this season. They'll bring in Hansel Robles, who won last night's ball game, a 14-10 victory for the Angels. And Joe Madden will bring him in here, it looks like, to stop the bleeding. Interesting move to use what is probably your best reliever this part of the season. Robles came up in that third season with Anaheim.
I'm shocked they're using Robles right now. Robles is one of the pitchers they use in high leverage situations, but right now, I have a throwaway game for the Angels. So, have they just run out of pitchers to use, or is it just, what does it come down to? I'm just very confused by the decision by Joe Madden. Madden's confused me for a large part of this game too, so I guess I can't say I'm surprised.
2-1 on Torres. Going back to that Yankees point about maybe trading Andujar or Frazier or other bats for pitching, they've been criticized. Like you said, they couldn't get over the ALCS hump against teams like Boston or Houston. And Houston picked up both Verlander and Greinke at 2 different deadlines. The Yankees have yet to make a move like that. And some Yankee fans point to that. There's a reason why the Yankees haven't been to the World Series since 2009.
Again, the Astros unloaded prospects. Anything they could have had left. Their farm system was already not one of the tops in the league. They literally unloaded whatever they had left. Get Zach Greinke and ensure that they had another opportunity to win a championship. As much as the Yankees feel that their farm system is valuable, and they want it to be valuable for years to come, they might need to break it down a little bit in order to those players that'll help you win a World Series. It's just the kind of league we're playing in right now.
Exactly. As Jonathan Holder comes in to try to finish out this game for the Yankees. And my argument last season was that, well, Frazier and Andujar were not part of the mix last season for the Yankees. You could have used them to get an arm to try to win a World Series for 2019. But as Brian Cashman has continued to show in the recent years, after the George Steinbrenner years, he's been more hesitant to make big moves like that. I mean, the Yankees with George Steinbrenner all throughout his run since the 70s have gone for big players and have pillaged their farm system. Cashman has been a bit more of a patient approach with the Yankees. It's resulted in a lot of regular season wins for New York. They've yet to get over that hump since 2009, which in Yankee world is a lot of time.
Chris, you're absolutely right. And going back to Frazier and Andujar, it was them not being part of the mix in 2019. And for different reasons, obviously, you had the torn labrum that Andujar tried to come back from, but wasn't productive, and they shut him down. And Frazier, it felt like the Yankees gave up on the guy. I mean, he was hitting home runs, he was doing well offensively for them, but obviously he had his major defensive struggles, them to the minors, and we thought it would be a short stint, but he really didn't come back till August, September. So I wonder if the Yankees truly believe that Frazier will be a valuable part of this team for years to come, especially with Hicks, Gardner, Judge, and Stanton all playing the outfield for them.
Yeah, here's Goodwin, who's 3 for 3. The Yankees have 4 players in the outfield who have been fixtures. You have Stanton and Judge. You have Gardner and you have Hicks. Hicks is locked up.
That's Hoffman.
Yeah, and Mike Talk. So Frazier, he's in the major leagues right now. As Goodwin sausage it to Gio Urshela in the 2 up, 2 down for Holder to try to close this game out. Yankees looking good. They're an out away from avoiding a 3-game sweep at the hands of the Angels. Like Jeremy said earlier, after this, the Yankees travel to Seattle, who finds themselves below the Angels out there in the AL West.
No ball, 1 strike.
We want to thank everyone at MLB Ball. This has been a blast, Jeremy. It's become a bit of a talk show towards the end, but I appreciate the time, man. It's been a good time as the Yankees win 8-1. And it really was a no-doubter from the start, tacking on runs in just about every inning did the Yankees. The Angels pitching staff struggled today.
Absolutely. And thank you. And for our next ball game, we'll have Eddie McCarthy taking the mic. And forget to Meals on Wheels if you have the opportunity to. It's a great foundation who is providing food, families who are unable to put food on the table every day. Yeah, Chris, blast calling this game with you. A lot of fun for sure.
Absolutely. As there is Eddie McCarthy. As this game wraps up, Eddie, you got a good one coming. We also have later on Felix Hernandez returning to Seattle. It'll be very nice to see the Kings Court go back for him. And Eddie, I guess I hand it off to you.
Our final line score this afternoon.
Yeah, guys, thanks very much. As looks like you guys had a bit of a blowout there as the Yankees take this one 8-1. If you guys want to stick around, you can give the viewers some highlights because I think we're gonna cycle through since we're still running a little bit ahead of schedule. If you guys want to take over that real fast.
Yeah, sure. Luke Voigt had a big day. He went 4 for 4. And as you see there, he had 2 doubles. But Aaron Hicks, his return from injury, first game this season after missing all 2020 up to this point with his shin injury. Hicks went 3 for 5 with an RBI single and a home run. Carlos Stanton hit his 18th home run of the season. DJ LeMahieu had 2 singles. This is a Yankee team that was looking to avoid a sweep. And look here, this was, we thought, a big part of the game early on. LeMahieu was sent around third base early on. This is the first inning. Very aggressive by Phil Nevin, the third base coach. And we thought the Yankees cost themselves there.
We thought the Yankees could have a much bigger inning than they did, especially because they could have had no outs in the inning for a longer period of time. They had 5 hits in that first, so damage could have been done.
But this one, a similar play into right field. It would have been another 50-50 call around third to center. But Brian Goodwin negates any decision there and makes it easier on Phil Nevin by misplaying that ball. That gave the Yankees a lead, and then Luke Voigt adding up.
Voigt, again, 4 for 4 on the day. Scoring position produced every time. One of the major pieces of the Yankees offense in their victory today.
The Yankees offense keeps it going. DJ LeMahieu. Double to right, scored Gio Urshela all the way from first base. John Goodwin had a good game. He went 3 for 4 with a double and the only RBI for Los Angeles. And this one was a shot, Jeremy. First pitch from Dylan Bundy, basically straight away. 441 for Giancarlo, his 18th.
I mean, we talked about Dylan Bundy's 1/9 struggle, and he proved us right out of the gate in his appearance today. Aaron Hicks transitions us to the next highlight.
Yeah, Hicksy 3 for 5 in his return to the Yankees lineup. Switch hitting outfielder does a great job of lengthening things out for the Yankees offensively. And then Urshela in the 9th inning joins the hit and RBI parade. And once again, DJ adding another.
LeMahieu, most consistent hitter on the Bronx Bombers. Table setter, you can call him a machine. Anything you want to call him, shoots him right, as long as it's about his hitting skills. LeMahieu, again, just a big part of the offensive production for New York today.
Well, after the game last night was 14-10 in 10 innings, with the Angels winning on a walk-off grand slam. This one, a bit less climactic, but we still loved it all the way. I'm Chris Sachi. It's been a pleasure. Thanks everyone for joining us. Once again, if you have the chance, if you have the funds, donate to Meals on Wheels below. Feel free to leave comments as well. We got a huge slate of game. This is just game number 1. As we try to finish out this month of May strong on MLB. Yankees will travel to Seattle before getting an off day and a big series against Tampa Bay back home.
All right, Chris. All right, Jeremy. Sounds like you guys had a certainly nicely phrased, as you put it, a bit of an anticlimactic game after such an exciting game last night with that walk-off grand slam. As soon as we get all the logistics squared away, we are going to get you out to Flushing for the Mets and the Dodgers. As it looks like we're getting everything squared away right now, as you see the beautiful backdrop of Citi Field. And so hello everybody, and a very pleasant good afternoon to you here on Major League Botball on Twitch.tv, as it's the struggling and last place New York Mets sitting at 22-36, 14 games below 500, who are hosting the streaking Los Angeles Dodgers, who are sitting at 37-20 and atop the National League West. This is the second of 7 games today on our Major League Botball slate. All games on Twitch TV, and a reminder to please donate to Meals on Wheels as we take a look at Citi Field for the first time. Well, it's the Dodgers who are up 2-0 in this series and trying for the sweep right here as the Mets look to salvage 1 game. On Friday, the Dodgers took it 2-0 on the back of a Clayton Kershaw victory. He went 8 strong, and then yesterday it was a hit parade for the Dodgers as they hit 6 home runs. Mookie Betts, most of all, a 5 for 5 day, as we see Rick Porcello, who's going to get the start here for the Mets on this Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Bit of an awkward start time. Most games usually starting at 1 or 7. But we got a 2 o'clock start today on a beautiful day in Flushing. Citi Field, the scene, as it's going to be Mookie Betts who will step in. Betts always a danger of the first pitch of the game. Yesterday, doubled down the line to get things started as he looks in for Porcello, who goes into that long overhead windup as the first pitch of the game is up and in for a ball. Lineup changes to tell you about for the Mets. Jeff McNeil, he goes from third base to second today as Robinson Cano is out. J.D. Davis is in. He'll play third base. For the Dodgers, no Chris Taylor and A.J. Pollock. They played yesterday. Instead, it will be Corey Seager moving from third to short. Jock Peterson will get the start in left today, and Kike Hernandez will be at third. As it's a 2-0 count here to Mookie Betts. And what a day he had yesterday, going 5 for 5. 4 runs scored, 2 home runs, a double, a single, just a hit shy of the cycle, and he was a huge part of the reason why his club just ran away with that one yesterday. as it's 2-1 to Betts here after he fouled that last pitch away. Just gets a piece of that, fouls it behind, and it's now 2-2. Rick Porcello struggling on the year. This is his 12th start. Right side Betts, and that one's going to get through. Under the glove of Pete Alonso, cut off by Conforto. They'll keep Betts at first base. The scorer's decision, an error on the first baseman Alonso. And the Mets, who made 2 errors yesterday, not off to a good start here fielding, as that one has to be picked up by Alonso. So with nobody out and a man on, it'll bring up Max Muncy to the plate. Muncy was 2 for 5 yesterday with 2 RBIs, 2 runs scored, and a home run. A moonshot into the second deck. Second deck right field was where Muncy planted that one. And for Rick Porcello, he has been struggling. 12 start, this is his 12th start on the year. Record 1-8, 6.59 ERA. He's given up 73 hits, 43 runs, 42 of them earned. He looks to try and right the ship today. As it's ground ball right side, Alonso, redemption to second, back to first. It's a 3-6-3 grounded into by Muncy, and Pete Alonso starts things off. He redeems himself for his error just a moment ago, and just like that, Porcello's got himself 2 outs. And so that'll bring up Cody Bellinger. Bellinger, last year's MVP, as he'll face off against Porcello here. Takes that first pitch up and away for a ball. Reminder, it's Eddie McCarthy bringing you the coverage on Twitch. Supposed to have D. Wilkes with me, but unfortunately a conflict came up. He could not make it, and so I'll be taking you through it solo today. Dodgers took the first 2 as the Mets try and salvage one, as we get a look there at our umpire crew, and it's Darryl Parker who will have behind the plate duties tonight. The 1-1 count to Bellinger from Rick Porcello. Up and in, Bellinger checked his swing in time. 2-1 is the count. Grounded foul down the right side, and so the 2-2 now on its way to Porcello, as he has a chance to get through the first with an easy inning here, which will be a big confidence booster for Rick. He's been struggling. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Bellinger's gone. He chases the cutter low and away, and Rick Porcello 3 up and 3 down. Middle of the first, no score here in Flushing. All right, back here in Flushing now as we take a look at Julio Urias, who will be on the bump here, as they say, for the Dodgers. Urias, he'll be making his 12th start today, 4-2 record on the season, ERA at 4.53. Not great. Urias, not a fireballer. He's got 4 pitches. He's got the 4-seamer, and then the 3 off speeds, the slider, change, and curveball. He'll get that fastball around 94-95, not too much higher, as it'll be Ahmed Rosario who leads things off for the Mets. Rosario, McNeil, and Alonso, the 1-2-3 combo for New York. And if they're able to keep the inning going, Michael Conforto hitting 5th, and Yoenis Cespedes, who would follow that in the 5 spot. Lined left field. Caught. Hit hard by Rosario, but running it down is the man who's in left field today, Jock Peterson. And it's 1 out here in the inning for the Mets, as it'll be Jeff McNeil now who steps up to the plate. McNeil lifts this one into left. It'll be a busy couple of pitches for Peterson, as back-to-back pitches are put in play by New York. They both go to Jock Peterson. He retires them both, and it's 2 out. So with 2 outs, that'll bring up Pete Alonso. Alonso, 2019 Home Run Derby champion. Yesterday was 0 for 1 with 3 walks and a strikeout, as that one catches the bottom of the zone from Urias there, and the count is 0-1. Dodgers wearing their gray uniforms with Los Angeles across the front, and the numbers in red. The Mets in their alternate blue uniforms, pinstripe bottoms with Mets across the front, and the number in the bottom right corner also in orange. As Urias gets Alonso to swing and miss there, and it's 0-2. So Urias looking for an easy inning, just as his counterpart Porcello had in the first. Just tipped away there by Alonso, and he will live to see another pitch. Alonso appearing in his 58th game for the Mets this year. The 0-2 from Urias is high. Alonso lays off, and the count is 1-2. Alonso, last year's National League Rookie of the Year. The 1-2 from Urias. Little check swing right side. This will be a tough play for Seager, but he makes it. Some help from Muncy, who dug it out. Check that was Gavin Lux. So it's Lux who was shifted. It's a 4-3 on your scorecard, and at the end of the first, no score in New York. We'll go to the second with Peterson, Seager, and Smith coming up. As we return to Flushing, Eddie McCarthy bringing you coverage today of the Dodgers in town, Dodgers in New York, to face the Mets here on Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. As Rick Porcello gets set to commence his second inning of work, and he deals a strike in the upper half of the zone to Jock Peterson. Peterson began yesterday on the bench, had a pinch-hitting appearance, and on his first swing of the game, he launched a home run out into right center field. And so Dave Roberts giving him a well-earned start today as he lines this one right back up the middle, and the Dodgers have their first base runner of the night as Peterson is aboard with nobody out, excuse me. Good hitting here by Peterson. He gets that foot down, throws the hands, goes right back up the middle with it. Bit of a hanger there that came from Porcello. And so let's see what the Dodgers can do now, as it'll be Corey Seager who comes to the plate. Seager played third yesterday. Yesterday it was Seager at third and Chris Taylor at shortstop. Today, Seager back over to his more natural position at short. Kike Hernandez, the Dodger utility man, he'll get the start at third, and he'll be batting eighth today. So Seager up with a 1-0 count to him, and Jock Peterson on first base as the curveball from Porcello misses down in the zone for ball 2. Corey Seager, the 2016 National League Rookie of the Year, as that one's up for ball 3. Will Smith, the Dodger catcher, waits on deck. Seager's brother Kyle is a third baseman for the Mariners, as he takes a strike there on the inner half of the zone. His other brother Justin was a 12th round pick from the Yankees back in 2013, currently in the Yankee system, and Seager lines this one. It's a fair ball down the left field line. Cespedes over to cut it off. They will hold Peterson at third, and the first two men are aboard here on the double from Seager. It's Peterson at third and Seager at second, with Will Smith, the catcher, coming up for the Dodgers. Great hitting here by Seager. He gets a pitch on the outer half. He goes the other way with it, and he's put his team in a great position here to do some damage. Porcello locates for a strike on the first offering to Smith, who was 1 for 5 yesterday. Smith played his college ball at the University of Louisville. First round pick back in 2016 by the Dodgers. Grounded, knocked down by Davis. It's not going to be enough. They throw to first. No play all around. It was knocked down, so Davis most likely saved at least one run. But it's a hit. It's a hit and an RBI single for Smith, and the Dodgers have taken a 1-0 lead here on the Mets. So for the third game in a row here in this series, the Mets fall behind, as they fell behind Friday when it was Clayton Kershaw on the hill, yesterday when they were facing Walker Buehler, and now today as they face Julio Urias. But still nobody out, but that might change here, as this one is skied into center. Easy for Conforto. No tag by the runner Seager at second, and Porcello's got a much-needed first out of the inning here.
the third baseman, Kike.
So with Gavin Lux gone, it's going to bring up Kike Hernandez. Hernandez, the batter, with Seager leading off of second, and Smith, the man with the RBI hit in the inning, he leads away from first. As Porcello locates the four-seamer for a strike on the outside part of the plate. Hernandez's father, Enrique Sr., he's a scout for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Hernandez spent 2014 split between the Astros and the Marlins. He was signed by the Dodgers in 2015, and there he has remained ever since, as he's had a very nice career so far. Good utility man for the Dodger organization. As he fouls that one down the right field side. Count 1-2 here to Hernandez. Swing and a miss, and Hernandez is gone. And after allowing the first three men to reach base, Rick Porcello settling down a little bit as he's a pitcher, Julio Urias, who will bat next. He's Urias away from getting out of this inning with only one run scored. So now Julio Urias will be the batter. Urias 2 for 18 on the year. Not a big threat with the bat. Although he's ahead on Porcello here, 1-0. Inside again, and Porcello's run the count 2-0 here on Urias. Seager at second, Peterson at first. With 2 outs, they will be running on contact, as Urias takes a big hack at that one and fouls it down the left field line.
Yep, that ball went out.
That one's outside for ball 3, and Porcello is in danger of losing Urias here. 3-1 the count. As Urias launches this one out to right field, going back the right fielder Conforto, and that's going to get down for a fair ball. It's going to bring around 2 as the throw home is not in time, and Julio Urias, who did not have a double in his career before this game, has knocked in 2 on that swat out to right field. Conforto playing in for the pitcher, had to go way back on that one, was not able to get it, and who would have thought that it would be Urias who would have 2 RBIs, and the Dodgers have scored 3 so far here in this second inning, as the top of the order and Mookie Betts will now come to the plate. Just Urias' 3rd hit of the season. Like I mentioned, his first career double, and it's only his 10th hit of his career, as Betts chops one to the left side, and Davis will fire to Alonso to end the inning. But Julio Urias with a double that plated 2, and the Dodgers lead it here in New York 3-0 in the middle of the second.
Leading up for the Mets, the right fielder.
Back here in Flushing, as Julio Urias takes the hill here for his second inning of work. He'll face 4, 5, 6 for the Mets, which is Conforto, Cespedes, and Davis. Urias ahead 0-1 on Conforto. Second offering is outside and low for a ball. Michael Conforto played his college ball at Oregon State. He was a Beaver. In 2014, he was the 10th overall pick of the Mets, and here he has remained ever since, as he fouls that one back, 1-2. The 1-2 from Urias. just a little bit outside. And so now it will be 2-2 on Conforto. Curveball misses down and in, and Conforto has worked this one now into a full count. Yoenis Cespedes waits on deck. As the full count on the way to Conforto. Foul down the left field line, and will do it again. Julio Urias returning to the park in which he made his major league debut back on May the 27th, 2016, as he gets Conforto here on the strikeout on the fastball up and away at 96. And that's one gone. So with one man out, that'll bring Yoenis Cespedes to the plate, who's been struggling mightily as of late, although he did hit a home run yesterday, which was his first hit in his last 15 plate appearances. But it's been a struggle for Cespedes, keeping that average even above 100, forget about above 200, hitting 119 on the year since returning from injury. But he flies this one into right field, but moving over his bets, and he will make the catch and then brace himself as he runs into the wall, so 2 out. So with the first 2 men retired here in the inning, that will bring up J.D. Davis, who gets the start today after pinch hitting yesterday. Davis getting the start due to the left-hander Urias. As Urias misses outside there with the slider, and it's 2-0. Again, he misses upstairs with a fastball, and now it's a 3-ball, no-strike count to Davis as Wilson Ramos waits on deck as the Mets try and scrounge together their first base runner of the ballgame. Davis swings and flies this one into left. Back is Peterson, and he'll make the catch. Thought Davis might have had a little bit more on that one, but Peterson tracks it down. The Mets go in order at the end of 2. It's LA 3 and New York nothing.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the first baseman.
Welcome back to Major League Ball on Twitch.tv, as it's the Dodgers who are visiting the Mets here in Flushing. And the Dodgers are leading 3-0 as they are facing Rick Porcello, who deals a strike there to Max Muncy. Muncy hit into a 3-6-3 double play his first time up. That first inning was easy for Rick Porcello, but since then it has been a struggle. Gave up 3 runs in the last inning on 3 hits. Check that, 4 hits. The last of which was a 2 RBI double by his counterpart, the opposing pitcher Julio Urias. The 0-2 to Muncy is high, and it'll be 1-2. The 1-2 is inside as well, and so Muncy's even the count now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Porcello, a Cy Young winner back in 2016, as he gets Muncy to strike out here. He was also the comeback player of the year for the American League in 2016 as well. Then he proceeded to win a World Series with the Red Sox in 2018, but since then, he has struggled mightily, as he struggled last year, and his struggles continuing as he is only 1-8 on the year, ERA just a tad under 7, and he finds himself behind 3-0 against one of the better offenses in ball here, as he'll face Cody Bellinger, who's up for the second time. Grounded foul down the right field line by Bellinger, and the count is 0-2. Bellinger is a guy who has been cold as of late, and he flies this one out to left field, and his struggles will continue as Cespedes is there. He sits under it. 2 out.
Now batting, the left fielder.
So with Bellinger gone, that's going to bring up Jock Peterson to the plate. Peterson comes from a very athletic family. His father, Stu, pitched 12 games, played 12 games for the Dodgers back in 1985. His brother, Tyler, is the hitting coach for the Palm Beach Cardinals in Class A ball. And then his sister, Jacy, is an elite amateur soccer player who's played for both the United States women under-19 and under-17 team. As that's a terrific stop there by Alonso, sliding to his knees, and he recovers, tosses to Porcello, and Rick Porcello has himself a 1-2-3 inning. Middle of the third here in Flushing, LA up by 3. As we return to play here in the bottom of the third inning, as it will be Wilson Ramos who digs in for the Mets. Ramos followed by Nimmo, and then Porcello will be the order. And if they can keep it going, Ahmed Rosario, the leadoff man, would continue. First pitch to Ramos is a ball that is up in the zone. Wilson Ramos, bit of a journeyman across his major league career, spent 2010 with the Twins, which is where he came up as he fouls that one down the right field line. 7 years with the Nationals, then 3 with the Rays, then 2 years with the Rays in 2017 and 2018, and he's since landed himself with the Mets, as he was in New York last year and still wearing the blue and orange this year, although he did spend 2018 with the Phillies. He's got the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes here. The offering from Urias just a little bit outside, as that one missed the corner by the slightest of margins, and it's 3-2. The payoff to Ramos is flied out to center. Going back on this one, Bellinger. He's at the track looking up, and that one's gonna go! Wilson Ramos, on a ball that just kept carrying, has cut the Dodger lead to 2. Boy, I wasn't really sure if that had a chance of getting out when it was first hit. But it just kept carrying and carrying and carrying, and Bellinger ran out of room and watched it go into the seats. So Wilson Ramos, with his 8th home run of the year, continues his hot streak. He was 2 for 4 yesterday, with 2 of the Mets' 4 runs batted in, as he got a fastball on the outer half of the plate and jumped on it. So a Porcello who gave up 3 runs in the second inning. Ramos, his catcher, has now helped him out. Now the Mets only trail by 2, as Nimmo grounds this one up the middle, flagged down by Seager. He'll throw to first, 1 gone.
Batting ninth, the pitcher, Porcello.
So with Nimmo retired, that's going to bring up the pitcher, Rick Porcello. Porcello 1 for 14 this season, which translates out to a .71 batting average. And he fouls this one, first pitch offering down the right field line. Rick Porcello makes his home in Chatham, New Jersey, and he trains at the Annex Sports Facility, which is also in Chatham, with his longtime fitness coach, Mick Bruckner. Porcello lifts into right field. Over is Betts. Easy for him. 2 out.
Now batting, shortstop, Ahmed Rosario.
So that's now going to bring up Ahmed Rosario with 2 outs, who lined out to Jock Peterson in left field his first time up. Rosario, a member of the Major League All-Star team in the 2018 Major League Baseball versus Japan All-Star Series, which took place, I believe, out in Tokyo. And Rosario's ahead 1-0 on the count here. Appearing in his 59th game this year. Yesterday was 0 for 4 with a walk and 2 strikeouts to his name. As Urias misses high with the fastball here. 2-0 the count to Rosario. Lined, caught right at Muncie, and Urias gives up a home run to Wilson Ramos, but is able to limit the damage to 1 run. We're through 3 here in Flushing. Los Angeles on top, 3-1. As we welcome you back to Major League Botball on Twitch, as Heidi Watney reminds us to please donate to Meals on Wheels. All the broadcasters here on Major League Botball are doing this for free because it's for such a good cause, and we encourage you to donate to Meals on Wheels. The link should be in the Twitch description below. So for the Dodgers, it'll be Seager, Smith, and Lux.
The shortstop.
As Seager was part of that big third inning that the Dodgers had, the big second inning the Dodgers had, as he would double and then later score on the Julio Urias RBI double. Ahead in the count here, 2-0, as Porcello is at 47 pitches, about to throw his 48th. Aside from a rocky second inning, he's been pretty sturdy so far. But the Dodgers stole 3 from the Mets, and that's why they find themselves up 3-1 in this ballgame. As this one is lined into the gap in center, but it's going to be caught by Brandon Nimmo, who comes running over to make a nice catch.
Now batting.
And 1 out here as Seager is retired. As we take a look at what the Mets AAA and AA affiliates have been doing, the Syracuse Mets defeated the Rail Riders yesterday 6-0 to improve to 28-20. Mets decided to move their AAA team from Las Vegas to Syracuse just 2 years ago, and now that's 2 pitches in a row where Brandon Nimmo has been busy. 2 very similar running catches as he runs down that fly ball from the catcher Will Smith. And so with 2 out now, Gavin Lux will come to the plate. Lux was the only Dodger to walk yesterday. Also hit a 2-run home run as he fouls that one away. Lux from Wisconsin. When he was in high school, he was named the 2016 Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Wisconsin, as he did go around right there. Not happy about it, he'll bark a little bit, and the count here is 0-2. So Porcello trying for an easy inning. The 0-2 to Lutz is inside, and Lux skips back on that one. Gavin made his Major League debut last year on September the 29th of 2019. Hit a single right back up the middle on the first pitch he ever saw in the big leagues. This one's grounded right side, knocked down by Alonso. He'll recover, go to first. Not in time, as Lux hustled down the line to beat that one out, as that's a couple that have been bobbled down there by Pete Alonso. Although, granted, that one was a very difficult play to make, and the official scorer agrees it's a base hit here for Lux. And he represents the Dodgers' 2-out base runner, as now Kike Hernandez will come to the plate. Hernandez a strikeout his first time up, as he watches that one catch the bottom part of the zone, 0-1. Hernandez came into the day hitting .222. He's been on a cold streak as of late, and that's why Dave Roberts has limited his playing time this year. Only appeared in 32 games this year for the Dodgers. And with the rest of the lineup hitting the way they are, Hernandez has to find a way to break out of his slump if he wants to be put back into the regular starting lineup every day. The 2-1 to Hernandez misses outside, so it's 3 balls and 1 strike. And so Porcello, who looked like he was well on the way to an easy inning, he had Lux in a 1-ball, 2-strike count. allows a base hit to Lux, and now finds himself behind 3-1 to Kike Hernandez, with Urias, who already stole an RBI double off of him, waiting on deck. But he gets Hernandez to swing through the slider right there. Big pitch here for Rick Porcello. The payoff to Hernandez. On the way. And Hernandez fouls it away, and we will do it again. Lux at first. He will be running on the pitch with 2 out. The 3-2 to Hernandez. Fouled away once again as Hernandez reacted late on that one, but was still able to slash it down the right field line. Making Porcello work for this one. Rick Porcello's 62nd pitch of the game. The payoff to Hernandez one more time. Back at Porcello, it goes off of him. It goes to Davis. Throws to first in time for the out. Concern for Rick Porcello, though, as that ball looked like it got him off the thigh. Middle of the 4th here in Flushing. LA on top by 2. As we welcome you back here to Citi Field in Flushing, New York, as Jeff McNeil will get things started off for the Mets. It'll be McNeil, Alonso, and Conforto this inning. McNeil flew out to left field his first time up. And he takes a strike there from Urias. So Julio Urias with the pitch count low, not even at 40 pitches yet, as he gets to work on Jeff McNeil, and he's ahead in the count on him, 0-2. 0-2 to McNeil, just missed on that outside part of the plate. Urias doesn't like the call. He thought that kissed the corner, and he'll take a minute to collect himself as he stalks around the back of the mound a little bit. But one of the most impressive things about the Dodgers is their road record. 21-7 away from Chavez Ravine this season, as McNeil fouls another one away. That is the best road record in the National League, second to only the Chicago Cubs, who are 23-7 and absolutely just running away with the National League right now. 42-17 on the year. They're putting up historic numbers. They're the team to beat right now in the National League, although the Dodgers may have something to say about that. As McNeil lines this one into the gap, that's going to get down for extra bases. Giving chase is Mookie Betts. He'll play it off the wall. McNeil will pull into second, and the Mets have the leadoff man on here in the 4th, as it's Jeff McNeil's 19th double of the season. So that's going to bring up Pete Alonso, who's always a threat for the long ball. Alonso, back in his college days for the Florida Gators, hit the longest home run in College World Series history. It went 429 feet. This was back in 2015. Mets could use some of that magic here, but it's a grounder to short. It's an unproductive out from Alonso. As unable to advance is Jeff McNeil. And so Alonso's retired on the 6-3, and so that will bring up Michael Conforto. Conforto 0 for 1 so far today, as McNeil bounces eagerly on second, waiting for a teammate to try and drive him in. Michael Conforto, only the 3rd player in Major League history to play in all 3 of the Little League World Series, College World Series, and the Major League Baseball World Series, which he did so back in 2015, where the Mets were defeated 4-1 by Kansas City.
Whoa, that's down.
As the 0-2 to Conforto misses down. So you can see in the background this Mets crowd here getting a little bit antsy, as they've struck a couple of times on Urias, but they've yet to have that big hit. Can Conforto deliver it? Doesn't look like it. Another ground ball to Seager, another throw to Muncy, and another out. So back-to-back outs here for the Mets, and it's going to be up to Yoenis Cespedes to try and bring in Jeff McNeil. So a good job by Urias battling back after allowing that leadoff double, and if he can get Cespedes here, he will work another scoreless inning. First pitch to Cespedes is down and in for ball 1. Cespedes, only player besides Ken Griffey Jr. to ever win 2 consecutive home run derbies. And he lines this one into left field. Running over is Bellinger, diving, and he made the catch! Oh, Cody Bellinger, what a terrific play as he got a great jump on that. He laid out full extension and robbed Cespedes of extra bases, and he keeps this one a 3-1 game. The end of 4, the Dodgers 3, the Mets 1.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the pitcher.
Well, put an asterisk next to that one if you're scoring this game at home, as that was a terrific play by Cody Bellinger. Definitely a web gem. It was a run-scoring save. It was a run-saving catch. Yikes. And so Julio Urias, definitely grateful to his center fielder, will bat here as the leadoff man in the top of the 5th here for the Dodgers. One and one, the count to Urias. Swings through that one. Changeup at 79, and the count's 1-2. It'll be Urias, Betts, and Muncy here in this 5th inning for the Dodgers as Urias fouls that one away. Julio Urias was signed at 16 years of age back in 2012 by the Dodgers, as he's fanned there by Porcello. One away. Good pitch by Porcello, up above the hands of Urias. This time, he gets the Dodgers pitcher. Much different outcome than last time, where Urias hit a 2 RBI double, which is the difference right now in this ballgame, as Mookie Betts now will bat for the 3rd time today. Mookie Betts, the first player in Major League history to win the MVP, Silver Slugger, batting title, Gold Glove, and the World Series all in one season, as he's got himself another extra base hit here as he lines that one down the line. Just past the glove of Pete Alonso, and Mookie Betts has got himself his 18th double of the season, and the Dodgers have a 1-out base runner in scoring position. Great hitting here by Betts. He goes inside out. You can see that ball's got some tail on it. It tails away from Alonso. Not much he can do there. As already we start to see some action in the Mets bullpen as Paul Sewald will get up. So with Betts at second, that's going to bring Max Muncy now, who's 0 for 2 so far today with a strikeout and a groundout. Muncy the batter with Betts at second, and the 1-0 to Muncy is lined into right field. That's a base hit, and that's going to score a run. The throw by Conforto will be cut off by Alonso. Max Muncy delivers as the top of the order strikes for the Dodgers, and it is 4-1 here at Citi Field. Good hitting here by Muncy. He gets that pitch on the inner half, turns on it, and lines that one down the line. Good job by Conforto cutting it off so it wasn't extra bases. But it'll be Muncy at first now after the RBI single, and Cody Bellinger, the man who made that great catch in the bottom of the 4th, who will be on deck. Correction, Bellinger is at the plate, and he's down in the count right now, 0-1, with Max Muncy at first, and he grounds this one right side. It'll be fielded by McNeil, whose only play is to go to first, which he does. And so Bellinger is retired, 2 out. Muncy moves up to second. And so it'll be a runner in scoring position and an RBI opportunity now for Jock Peterson, who's 1 for 2 on the day so far. He singled back in the 2nd inning. Peterson skies the no ball, no strike count offering into center. Brandon Nimmo ranges over. He'll make the catch. But the Dodgers strike for one more off of Rick Porcello. It's an RBI double by Mookie Betts. And it's 4-1 Dodgers heading into the bottom of the 5th. Back here in Flushing, as Heidi Watney reminds us to donate to Meals on Wheels if you're watching this ball telecast, as it will be Cespedes, followed by Davis and Ramos, the man who hit the home run back in the third for the Mets, as they try to strike against Julio Urias, who has been brilliant thus far, with the exception of one bad pitch to Wilson Ramos. And he's a big reason why, both with the bat and with the arm, that the Dodgers have a 4-1 lead and are in line to sweep this series if this result holds. First pitch to Davis is a strike. It's not Cespedes made the last out last inning. It's going to be Davis, Ramos, and Nimmo. I apologize for my mistake. As Davis grounds this one foul down the right field side. One and two the count to Davis as Urias goes into the wind. Line down the left field line. It's going to be cut off there, and oh my good, what a play. Kike Hernandez, I thought that was a double for sure, but Hernandez cuts it off, makes the acrobatic jump throw, and that's an emphatic out. As Urias is really being helped out by his defense here, as it was last inning Bellinger with the diving catch, and then a terrific play right there from Kike Hernandez. And so Wilson Ramos will come to the plate with nobody on instead of a runner on second, thanks to Kike Hernandez. Ramos flies this one into shallow center. It'll be handled by Bellinger. Quickly 2 out here. Boy, this is the type of bad luck the Mets have just hit into all series. They had some chances in the opener on Friday night. They couldn't solve Clayton Kershaw. Yesterday, they shot themselves in the foot defensively, and they got a very weakened Walker Buehler, who did not have his best stuff. Buehler was able to limp through 5, however, pitching the minimum to get the win. And today, they have hit into some very good defense, and they've hit the ball hard, but always in the right spot. As Nimmo looks to change that narrative as he faces an 0-1 from Urias, which is outside for ball 1. So the count even at 1 ball, 1 strike. It's Nimmo to bat, and if he can continue, Porcello would be next. As the 2-1 here on its way to Nimmo, outside for ball 3. Brandon Nimmo from Wyoming made his Major League debut back in 2017. As he's going to drop the bat here on a 5-pitch walk, the first of the day issued by Urias. And so the Mets will have a 2-out base runner, and we'll see if Luis Rojas decides to stick with Rick Porcello. He will not. Instead, it will be Robinson Cano who will come up to pinch hit. Bit of a interesting move there by Rojas, as he does have 3 right-handers on the bench. His backup catcher, Tomas Nido, career-long pinch hitter Eduardo Nunez, and Jake Marisnik, but instead he opts to go with the veteran Cano, who will try and inch along Nimmo, who leads off of first. Urias ahead on the count, 0-1 here, as he gets a high strike call that Cano does not like, and the count 0-2. So Cano, the batter, behind in the count. No balls and 2 strikes with Nimmo on base. Cano taps this one left side. Tough play here for Smith. Fires to first, and he got him. A nice job by Will Smith to spring up, grab that one, and fire to first. And at the end of the 5th, it's the Dodgers 4 and the Mets 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
We welcome you back to Major League Ball on Twitch, as it will be Justin Wilson who's going to take charge of the pitching duties. So Porcello goes only 5 innings, allows 4 runs, all of them earned.
The shortstop, Corey.
And he is right now in line for the loss. The best he could do is a no decision, and that would be if his club could somehow tie this game. So So it's Justin Wilson, the hard-throwing left-hander. He can get that fastball to up around 96, 97. As he will face Corey Seager, Will Smith, and Gavin Lux. Seager and Lux both left-handed. Although he's behind in the count 2-0 here on Seager. That time he deals a strike. Justin Wilson, member of the 2008 College World Series winning Fresno State team. Spent his first 3 years in the big leagues with the Pirates. Then it was a stint with the Yankees in 2016, the Cubs for 2 years in 2017 and 18, and since with the Mets from last year, 2019, to the present, as he gets Corey Seager for the first out of his day.
Will Smith.
And so with one out, it'll be Will Smith, who will bat. Gavin Lux is on deck. In the bullpen for the Mets, the two right-handers, Brad Brock and Paul Sewald. As the first pitch to Will Smith is outside, Justin Wilson, the only left-hander that the Mets have out in the bullpen today. Of course, the Mets only have two left-handed arms on their entire pitching staff. Wilson is one, he's a reliever, and then of course you have Steven Matz. Matz, the starter, who worked on Friday. Smith ahead in the count 2-0 here on Wilson. As Wilson tries to keep the score where it is and see if the Mets can try and storm back and tie this game, as the Mets look to salvage at least one in this 3-game series against the Dodgers, because it gets a little easier for them, but they get a day off tomorrow, and then they go and play the Houston Astros. They get 2 with the Astros at home, as it's a 4-pitch walk right there issued by Wilson. So the Astros will come in for 2 starting on Tuesday. And while the Astros are struggling as a ball club right now, there's so much talent in that lineup in particular that they're never the team you want to face, particularly with a struggling pitching staff like the staff of the Mets right now. Lux receives a ball once again from Wilson, so that's 5 straight balls now that Wilson has offered these Dodger hitters. Finally deals a strike there as he evens the count on Lux at 1-1. It'll be Lux followed by Hernandez should Lux keep this inning going.
Count is 2-1.
2-1 the count to him right now. And he drives this one. This is going to send Conforto back. He's at the track, and at the edge of the warning track, Conforto will make the catch. As Lux gave that one a ride, and he made Wilson's heart jump out of his chest. But Michael Conforto runs back and tracks it down, as that one just hung up in the air long enough. And so the Mets and Wilson breathe a sigh of relief, as Kike Hernandez will now come to the dish with 2 outs. Hernandez 0 for 2 on the day so far, a strikeout and a ground out to the third baseman McNeil. Although he did make a terrific defensive play with his glove last inning. First pitch is a ball once again from Wilson, so Wilson constantly working behind in the count this inning. Though he gets a strikeout right there. And then he gets Hernandez to swing through the cutter. So 1-2 now the count to Kike Hernandez. It's Smith on first. He will be running on contact with 2 out. As here's the 1-2 to Hernandez. Grounded at Rosario. He'll go to second for the force. It's 6-4 on your scorecard, and that will end the inning. We are in the middle of the 6th. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch TV. Back here at Citi Field, as it's Eddie McCarthy who's bringing you coverage of the Dodgers and the Mets. Supposed to be with D. Wilkes today, but unfortunately conflict came up for him last minute and he could not make it. I'm sure we'll see him again though this week, as this is only the second of 7 games today that are on tap for Bot Ball. I will actually be sticking around in the booth, as I'll be on the call next with the J-Man for the matchup between the Orioles and the Blue Jays, as Julio Urias commences his 6th inning of work. Pitch count only at 63. Terrific so far by Urias. He looks to continue that this inning as Ahmed Rosario gets sent to the plate for the 3rd time. So it'll be Rosario, McNeil, and Alonso this inning for the Mets, as this one is grounded foul down the right field line. Rosario was the Mets' most prized prospect for so long, finally made his big league debut back in 2017, and he's got a leadoff base hit here, so perhaps some life for this Mets ball club, as the leadoff man Ahmed Rosario is on, as he grounds that one through the 5-6 hole. And so Rosario will lead away from first, and it'll be Jeff McNeil, who doubled back in the 4th inning, who will step up to the plate. As you see, Mr. Met trying to rile up these fans here at Citi Field who have had very little to cheer about this season. And this series. I was going to correct myself and just say this series, and then I remembered. The Mets are sitting right now at 22-36, not much to cheer about. And this one is going to be grounded into, I believe, did they get the out at second? No, they did not. I thought Lux may have been able to tag Rosario. He could not. Bit of an awkward play as they almost ran into each other. Anyway, it's a 4-3 on your scorecard as McNeil grounds out. He does move up the runner, but certainly not the at-bat that Jeff McNeil was looking for, as it's now going to bring up Pete Alonso, who will bat with 1 man on at second and 1 out. Alonso will take a strike in the upper portion of the zone. Some action finally in the Dodgers bullpen as Dylan Floro and the hard-throwing right-hander Joe Kelly will both get loose. We'll see just how long Dave Roberts wants to ride Julio Urias, as pitch count really is not the issue. It's more of a quality over quantity concern now. Not like Urias' pitch count is in the high 90s or the low 100s. So it's going to be until Dave Roberts thinks that the Mets have seen too much from him. And look out, that one is lined down the line. Is it going to stay fair? No! We didn't get a great camera shot at that one, but you could see Alonso pleading with that one to stay fair. It just hooked foul. And after all that drama, it's an 0-2 count, and the 0-2 is fouled away by Alonso. So we mentioned the Mets hitting into some bad luck here, and that's it once again. As the crowd got to its feet, as Reyes drives Alonso back as he missed way inside with the slider. The Flushing crowd got to its feet that time, but Alonso just hooked that one foul, and now he's still behind to the count 1-2. Grounded right side, it'll be fielded by Muncy. He'll step on the bag. McNeil will go station to station. He'll advance to third. And so it'll be Michael Conforto who has a chance to bring in Jeff McNeil, who once again finds himself, not Jeff McNeil, it'll be Ahmed Rosario. And Rosario once again finds himself on base in this series, one of the few Mets who's enjoyed much success with the bat and dependent on his teammates to bring him in. And we'll see if Conforto can deliver. As he swings at the first pitch and fouls it, that one took a chunk out of Will Smith. He appears a little bit shaken up. So the 0-1 to Conforto. Perhaps the last inning for Urias, but if he can get Conforto here, I see no reason why Dave Roberts wouldn't want to ride him again. Pitch count low, only at 75, and for the most part, he's been terrific today against these Met hitters. One bad pitch left up to Wilson Ramos back in the third, but other than that, it's been masterful from Urias. And he finds himself ahead on Conforto 1-2 with Rosario at third. The 1-2 to Conforto. Ooh, that one just missed inside. I thought Urias might get one there. Conforto's got to be careful now. He only gets one of those. Caught a break from the umpire. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. The pitch. High once again. And they're going to run the count full as waiting on deck is Yoenis Cespedes. The full count to Conforto with Rosario at third. He will be running on contact. The pitch is swung and fouled down the right field line. Checked out the left field line. And we will do it once again. Michael Conforto against Julio Urias. The pitch, and Conforto's going to pop this one up. Should be easy for Smith. He makes the play. And the Mets once again leave a runner in scoring position. Rosario is stranded at third as we're at the end of the 6th and the Dodgers 4 and the Mets 1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the...
We welcome you back now to Citi Field as it's going to be Paul Sewald now, who's going to come on in the ball game for work in the 7th inning. It was Justin Wilson last inning. He did his job, got 3 outs. Unfortunately, along the way, he gave up a run as he surrendered. Or no, excuse me. That's correction. Wilson did not give up a run. I don't know what I was thinking there. As the first pitch, anyway, is fouled down the left field line. First offering from Sewald, Paul Sewald. Coming on in relief for the Mets now. He was born in Nevada. Made his big league debut back in 2017. I should have mentioned this already, but a little bit behind the 8 ball here. This is a pinch hitter, AJ Pollock, batting for Urias. So Urias goes 6 strong, and Pollock is going to flare this one into left field. He'll hold up at first base, but a nice, good sign for AJ Pollock, who had been struggling as of late.
Now batting.
Ball is not hit hard in the slightest, bit of an awkward swing, but AJ Pollock is aboard, and the Dodgers continue to hit here in this series. So we can close the book on Urias. He goes 6 innings, gives up only 1 run. It was an earned run, that home run to Wilson Ramos back in the 3rd. But other than that, it was a very good, solid effort from Urias, and he's in line for the win. And he'll now look to the top of the order as Mookie Betts. We'll see if he can provide his starters some insurance.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Betts swings through the fastball from Sewald, and it's 0-2. Paul Sewald, graduate of the University of San Diego, where he received a bachelor's in accounting. Accounting seems to run in the family, as both of his parents are accountants, as this one skips away from Ramos, and so Pollock, who's at first base, will now move up to second. And a costly mistake there by Sewald, as you never want to put a runner in scoring position when you have a guy like Mookie Betts. Excuse me, Betts just struck out when you have a guy like Max Muncy who's up. Pickoff played a second, and that one goes into center field. And it's going to be fielded by Nimmo. They won't bother trying to get the runner at third. And so some blunders here by Sewald. A wild pitch allowing Pollock to move to second. And then the very next play, he throws it into third. He throws it into center, which allows Pollock to move to third. And so it'll be Max Muncy now, who has a chance to do even more damage in this series, as he bats with AJ Pollock at third base. Muncy foul down the left field line. Count is now 1-1. Sewald misses on the slider down in the zone. 2-1 the count now. Paul Sewald's younger brother Johnny was a 14th round pick in 2015 by the Astros. He's still in their organization. As Muncy fouls another one back, and it's 2-2. 2-2 count to Muncie with A.J. Pollock, the pinch hitter, the runner at third base, and he misses outside. And so the count is 3-2. You wonder here if you want to try and pitch around Muncie to bring up Cody Bellinger, potential to try and set up the double play. But no, they go after him, and that pitch nearly split the plate in half, and Muncie just missed that one, fouled it down the line, and will do the payoff again. Seawold working out of the stretch, deals the 3-2 to Muncie. Grounded foul just down that line, as it looked like A.J. Pollock had to jump over the ball right there. The 3-2 to Muncie is grounded right side. This is going to be a tough play. Barehanded by McNeil. It's a terrific play. They throw to first to get the out, but Max Muncie does his job. It's an RBI ground out because A.J. Pollock comes across to score. And it's now a 5-1 lead for the Dodgers. So with the bases empty, Cody Bellinger will come up and see if he can do some damage with 2 outs. Advantageous matchup as he faces the right-hander Paul Seawold. Bellinger lines a screamer into the first base dugout seats, sending some people diving for cover. 1-1 the count to him now. Grounded right at the shift, fielded by McNeil. He'll fire to first, and Bellinger is retired, but the Dodgers tack on one more. An RBI ground out by Max Muncie. They take advantage of some miscues by the Met. Middle of the 7th, time to stretch. LA up 5-1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Los Angeles, number 51.
As we now journey into the bottom of the 7th inning, and it'll be Dylan Floro, the 28-year-old right-hander out of California, who will come on. Floro played his college ball at Cal State Fullerton. Was actually drafted twice by the Rays. The first time he was drafted out of high school, elected to honor his national letter of intent to Cal Fullerton instead, and was once again drafted after college by the Rays, this time in the 13th round in 2012. He would sign with Tampa, and then he wouldn't make his major league debut for another 5 years. Not until 2017 would he get a chance on a major league mound. Since then, in addition to Tampa, he spent some time with the Cubs, and then in 2018 with the Reds, and ever since the trade deadline of 2018, he's been with the Dodgers, where he's enjoyed some success. Been a reliable man for Dave Roberts coming out of the bullpen, although he finds himself running a 3-ball count on Cespedes here. It'll be Cespedes, Davis, and Ramos for the Mets this inning, as they try and chip away at this Dodgers lead, and they have 9 outs to work with to do it.
3 balls, 1 strike.
Floro finally finds the zone right there for a strike, and the count is 3-1. Curveball or sinker, that's going to catch the lower part of the zone, and Cespedes is not happy about that. He's going to take a few paces outside the box. I thought that was low as well. Some questionable calls by our friend the umpire behind the plate today, but it's a full count now to Cespedes, and this one bounces in there, and Cespedes has worked himself a no-out walk.
The third baseman, J.D. Davis.
So the Mets have the leadoff man aboard for the 4th time today, as both Joe Kelly and Blake Trinan are now getting loose in the Dodger bullpen. And so J.D. Davis will come to the plate now. Mets have to be cautious with their base running. Cespedes has to know over there that he doesn't really matter at first. Cespedes not a huge threat to steal anyway. Only 1 attempt on the year. It was successful, but I can't imagine Cespedes going anywhere. The 1-0 to Davis is in there for a strike, as Floro has had some command issues here to start his night so far. Gets Davis to chase after that one, and the count is 1-2 now to J.D. Davis. It'll be Davis and then Wilson Ramos, the catcher, who waits on deck. 1-2 here to... Swung on and missed. Strike 3 called. I don't know why I said strike 3 called. It was a swinging strike. No reason to call him out. Nevertheless, though, it's Floro's first strikeout of the ball game, as he fans Davis, and now Wilson Ramos will be the batter. Floro trying to get a ground ball here, as Ramos, one of the slowest men in bop ball, is a tailor-made double play candidate. You can double him up with just about anything hit on the ground, doesn't matter how hard. The 1-0 here to Ramos is up and away for ball 2. And so this is something we've seen from Floro, struggling to get that first pitch strike over and having to pitch from behind. Cespedes leads away from first with 1 out. Ramos at the dish, and Ramos flies this one into shallow center. Coming on is Bellinger. He'll make the catch. And so after issuing the leadoff walk, Floro has retired back-to-back hitters, and if he can get Nimmo here, he's had himself a fairly easy inning. Brandon Nimmo, the batter. Should he be able to keep this inning going, the Mets would have to use another pinch hitter, as it would be the pitcher spot on deck. I doubt that Rojas would let Paul Sewell bat. He's already used Cano, so if he wanted to go to the left-hander, he's got Guillorme still on the bench as Nimmo swings through that one. Or if he wanted to go the right-handed route, he has Nunez, the career pinch hitter, Jake Marisnik, and the backup catcher, Tomas Nido. Nimmo grounds to third. They will go to second to get the easy force, and it's in time. It's a 5-4 on your scorecard. And the Mets, although they get a leadoff walk, are retired uneventfully here in the 7th. We've played 7 here in Flushing. The Dodgers lead by 4. As we welcome you back here to the top of the 8th, excuse me, it looks like Wilson Ramos is going to make a double switch, the details of which we'll tell you as soon as we figure them out. For now, Seth Lugo is going to come on and pitch for the Mets. As you can see, Lugo's stats right there. I see the catcher Ramos is still in the game, meaning Rojas decided not to switch out the catcher. As soon as we get some more information, we'll let you know. Of course, it's a little bit hard to see here because we're only working with the pitcher's view. So Seth Lugo, who comes on, he'll work the 8th, deals a first pitch ball to Jock Peterson. Lugo has the ability to give the Mets some length, so wouldn't be surprised if he was asked by Rojas to get 6 outs here, as he deals a strike right there to Jock Peterson. Seth Lugo was a representative of Puerto Rico in the 2017 World Baseball Classic. The Puerto Ricans would take silver. They would be beaten in the championship game by the U.S., who would win their first ever WBC title. 2-1 the count here to Jock Peterson. Catches the upper portion of the zone for a strike, 2-2. Lugo made his big league debut in July of 2016, as Peterson lines this one into left for his second hit of the game. So Jock Peterson putting together a nice series. Didn't get the start yesterday, got a pinch hitting appearance and hit a home run. And today he is 2 for 4. 2 for 4 with 2 singles and a run scored is Peterson, as Corey Seager will now be the batter. There goes Peterson. The throw down to second is a good one, and Peterson is erased just as quickly as he was aboard, as it's an excellent peg right there from Wilson Ramos. Good tag by Rosario. It's a quality play all the way around, as Peterson is caught stealing for the second time this year.
At the ball. Down 1-1.
That one misses up. As we take a look at the Mets bullpen, both Brad Brock and J. Reese Familia, two right-handers getting loose. We mentioned it when Justin Wilson was working his inning. Wilson, the only left-hander the Mets have in their bullpen, so now it'll be only right-handers the rest of the way, as this one is fouled into the seats on the third base side. And so the count 1-2 to Corey Seager. Seager was 1 for 5 yesterday with a run batted in. Today he has doubled and scored, and is looking for his second hit of the day in this at-bat. 1-2 from Lugo as he goes into that long windup. Is skied into center. Brandon Nimmo will settle under it, and he will make the catch for the second out of the inning.
Now batting, the catcher, Will Smith.
So with two men gone, that's going to bring up the catcher, Will Smith, who will bat for the fourth time in this ballgame. Singled and scored a run back in the second. Chops that one foul on the first pitch he sees. Again, it's Eddie McCarthy bringing you coverage of the Dodgers and the Mets from Flushing, New York, here on Major League Ball. This is the second of 7 games that we have slated for today. I will be sticking around and on the call with the J-Man, as we will be doing the Blue Jays and Orioles game, the final game of that series. As Will Smith swings through the fastball here from Lugo, and Lugo's got himself a chance at a 1-2-3 inning here. Seth Lugo just trying to do his job and keep the Dodgers off the board, give the Mets a chance. As that one is fouled down the line, sending the third baseman Dino Abel ducking for cover. The 0-2 from Lugo is low. Missed on the slider, down and away. Lugo still ahead in the count. The 1-2 on the way. Fouled back once again by Will Smith. Will Smith took over last year as the primary catcher. Before it was Austin Barnes. It was a platoon between Austin Barnes and Yasmani Grandal. Of course, Grandal dealt to the Brewers last year. As Smith watches this one go up and in. Smith played his college ball at the University of Louisville. First round pick back in 2016 by the Dodgers. He had 26 RBIs and 9 home runs in his first 23 games with LA, which is the fastest in Dodgers history to that particular mark. And it'll be a full count here. Lugo and Smith duel again. Swing and a miss. Lugo blew him away with the four-seamer. 96 right down the middle. And Smith swung through it. In the middle of the 8th, the Dodgers are up by 4. They lead the Mets 5-1 here in Flushing.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Los Angeles.
All right, as we transition to the bottom of the 8th now, it's going to be Joe Kelly who's going to come on for the Dodgers.
Leading up for the Mets.
Kelly has struggled since coming to LA. He was an outfielder in high school, decided to convert to a pitcher in college where he attended the University of California at Riverside. Had some nice years with the Red Sox. He won a World Series with them back in 2018. Struggled last year, though, for the Dodgers as he came to LA and struggled to really find himself. As this one is grounded up the middle, and this one's going to sneak through. So it's a base hit here by the pinch hitter Marisnik. And the Mets have the leadoff man aboard to start the 8th. So with Marisnik on, Ahmed Rosario will come to bat, and he lines this one into right field, and that's going to be a base hit. So the Mets are starting to threaten a little bit here, as it's back-to-back hits on back-to-back pitches nonetheless. First Marisnik, then Rosario. So we mentioned the struggles that Joe Kelly has been having. Having a little bit better of a year this year, though. Only appeared in 6 games, but the ERA at 193. And yet, he's allowed the first 2 runners to reach base, and it's the most dangerous part of this Mets order, which is now coming up to the plate, as it's going to be Jeff McNeil, who doubled back in the 4th.
Ball 1, no strike.
That one bounces in from Kelly as we see some action in the Dodger bullpen. Kenley Jansen, Blake Trinan, both getting loose. This could very quickly turn into a save situation if McNeil can convert here. And Kelly misses outside once again, so Joe Kelly really having some trouble trying to find his command. And so far, when he has found it and dealt strikes, they've been knocked for hits. Misses again, this time on the knuckle curve. And it's a 3-0 count now to McNeil with Pete Alonso on deck. So for those of you who looked at the score and saw it was 5-1, don't go anywhere, as Kelly in danger of loading the bases here to McNeil, although he puts the 3-0 over for a strike. Count still very much in McNeil's favor, though. He's going to see at least one more fastball from Joe Kelly. 3-1 to McNeil. Marisnik at second, good speed, along with Rosario at first, also good speed at first. And McNeil got a good pitch to hit, but he fouled it deep into the left field seats. The seats down the left field line, excuse me. And it'll be a full count now to McNeil. Big spot here for the Mets as they look to Jeff McNeil deliver. Can he do it? Popped up right side, over for a look is Muncy. He will make the catch as he leans over into the camera well. A nice snag by Muncy. Disappointing at bat for McNeil, as he was at least hoping to move those runners over. And it's a big sigh of relief for Joe Kelly. But it doesn't get any easier for him as he now has to deal with Pete Alonso, the Mets slugger. Alonso yet to reach base so far today, and he grounds into a tailor-made double play here, 4-6-3, and Joe Kelly pitches into some good luck again, and the bad luck continues for the Mets. Alonso into the 4-6-3, the threat is erased, and the Mets, although it looked promising, are retired uneventfully in the bottom of the 8th. Boy, that's a crushing blow right now for the Mets, and it's going to bring on Urias Familia, who will work the 9th for New York. He'll see Gavin Lux, Kike Hernandez in the pitcher spot. So tough for the Mets. Alonso swinging at the first pitch, and it's hit hard on the ground, but it's right at the second baseman for the Dodgers today, who's Lux. He turned it to Seager, and it was easy work there for the Dodgers, and they get out of that inning. So the Dodgers, barring a comeback in the 9th from the Mets, they are going to move to 38-20 and increase their lead on the NL West. They're still chasing the Cubs, however, for the top seed in the National League. And the Mets, their struggles continue. They're going to fall, unless something changes, to 22-37. And that ugly 15.5 game back number is not going to get any smaller, as with the teams in front of them still playing some good baseball, until the Mets can find themselves as a club, they are only going to fall deeper and deeper into a hole. Familia, a 3-ball, 2-strike count on Gavin Lux, who he gets to strike out here, and so Familia's got his first man retired. And that's going to bring up Kike Hernandez. Hernandez 0 for 3 thus far. He has struck out, grounded to third, and hit into a fielder's choice. And that's been the struggle for Hernandez this year. He's a solid utility man. He can play most of the positions on the diamond. He can play all the positions, actually. I've never seen him at first, but I've seen him play. He's played short, third, second, and all 3 of the outfield spots. But the offense has always been the issue for Hernandez, and especially this year. Came into the day hitting .222, and those numbers have only gone down as he's not had a productive offensive day. You get a look at the Mets bullpen there. Brad Brock, who's been up for some time now, and Edwin Diaz are both getting loose. And I think I saw Jimmy Nelson for the Dodgers. He may have the responsibility for working the 9th, as Familia wants a new ball here as he's behind in the count 2-1. So for the Dodgers, after this one, they will fly back to LA where they will begin a 7-game homestand. They'll have 3 with the Braves, and then a weekend 4-game series with Colorado, their division rival, next week. While the Mets will get the day off tomorrow, and then they will play Houston for a 2-game series of interleague play on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then they'll have a 4-game road set with Washington from Thursday to Sunday of this week. Hernandez line but caught by McNeil. Kike Hernandez hit it hard, but his struggles continue as he is cold as ice right now for the Dodgers, and we'll see a pinch hitter here as the pitcher spot has come up. So Joe Kelly will not be continuing into the 9th inning. It'll be Chris Taylor, who was 2 for 5 yesterday and handled shortstop duties. He will now be the batter. With Taylor up to bat right now, the Dodgers have now gone through the order 4 times, and if Taylor can keep it going, Mookie Betts will get his 5th at-bat of the ball game. Chris Taylor, native of Virginia, was a big wrestler back in middle school. He won a city wrestling championship for Virginia Beach, and he launches this one into left, and that one's gonna get out of here. So Taylor using some of that wrestling strength. We mentioned he won a wrestling tournament back when he was in middle school in Virginia, and he's knocked this one out of the park here. The 2nd day in a row where a Dodger pinch hitter has gone deep. And yesterday it was Jock Peterson. Today it's Chris Taylor, as Taylor jumped all over that. It's an insurance run for the Dodgers as they are all over the Mets today, 6-1. It started with Rick Porcello, who did not deliver the quality outing the Mets were looking for, as the Mets dig themselves a deeper and deeper hole. They are struggling mightily so far this season. And now it'll bring Mookie Betts up to the plate for the 5th time.
No, that's down.
Betts has reached on an error, singled, walked, and grounded out so far today. He's 1 for 4. Excuse me, he hasn't walked. He flew out to center. Apologize for that. And he finds himself ahead on the count here, 2-0, facing Urias Familia.
You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
Again, this was not the tightly contested game that many of you were hoping for, but perhaps the next one will be, as I will be on the call providing color commentary for the J-Man, as we'll be doing the Jays and the Orioles. You can see that next right after this one. Although Mookie Betts seems insistent on prolonging the Dodgers in this game. However, that's a nice play by Alonso. Sprinting over to cover first is Familia. Nice play by Alonso, good cover by Familia, but the Dodgers add yet another run. It's a home run, a solo shot by the pinch hitter Chris Taylor. We go to the 9th. The Dodgers comfortably in front, 6-1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Dodgers.
Here in the 9th now, we are going to get Blake Trinan, who will come on, number 49 for the Dodgers.
Leading up for the Mets.
Trinan will be in charge of getting the last 3 outs of this game. Not a save situation. He'll be making his 28th appearance today. First pitch grounded right side by Conforto. Brilliant play, and the throw to the first is even better. It's been that type of series for the Mets as they've hit into good defense by the Dodgers. That time it was Gavin Lux. One pitch, one out. And so now it's going to be Yoenis Cespedes as the Mets have 2 outs to go now before they have been swept. Cespedes, a high pop-up in the infield. Taking charge will be the first baseman, Muncy, who makes the catch on the back of the mound. 2 pitches and 2 outs, as the Mets are now down to their last out, and this will very unceremoniously slam the door on what has been a nightmare of a series for the Mets. They're going to drop all 3 to the Dodgers. And it doesn't get any easier for them as they get the Astros next week. Like we mentioned a little bit earlier, not playing the best right now, but with a talented lineup as the Astros have, never a team you want to run into. And then they'll have 4 with the Nats, who are leading in the NL East right now, and the Mets are going to fall to 16 games back, barring some kind of miracle. As J.D. Davis will see if he can keep things going. Again, stick with us here on Major League Baseball. It'll be the J-Man and I who will have the call for Baltimore and Toronto, which is coming next, the last game of that series. 2-1 the count now to Davis as he faces Blake Trinan, who tries to close out a sweep for the Dodgers.
The count is 3-1.
He misses down in the zone as night begins to fall on Citi Field. Should Davis be able to keep things going, Wilson Ramos would be next. Davis, a little flare out into the shallow outfield. It'll be taken charge of by Seager, and he will make the catch and put it away as we see a shot of Julio Urias, the winning pitcher of record, as the Dodgers are going to take this one. They handily defeat the Mets 6-1. We've been able to say it all 3 games this season. There's no doubt after the conclusion of each one who the better team was on the diamond. As the Dodgers come into New York, they take all 3, and they will enjoy a happy plane ride back to Chavez Ravine as they look forward to a 7-game homestand, which they will begin tomorrow. The Dodgers defeat the Mets 6-1. 10 hits for the Dodgers, 5 for the Mets. No errors for the Dodgers, but 2 for New York. Winning pitcher is Julio Urias, who is also the player of the game, as Urias went 6 strong, only allowed 3 hits, gave up 1 run, only walked 1 batter, and chipped in 2 RBIs of his own. A 2 RBI double off of Rick Porcello, who's the losing pitcher of record. 2 RBI double off of Rick Porcello back in the 2nd inning. Would be runs 2 and 3 of the 3-run inning that the Dodgers would enjoy, and that would really propel the Dodgers to victory as Ramos would tie the game. And you're gonna see all this in the highlights. Don't worry, but Ramos would cut the Dodger lead to 2 with a home run, but then it would be timely hitting by Mookie Betts and the other components of the top of this Dodgers lineup that would be so instrumental, and they would sweep the Mets. As we'll take a look at some highlights now, as this was the first run to the game. An infield single from Will Smith, which scored Mookie Betts, who reached on an error to begin the game. This occurred in the top of the 2nd, but the Dodgers would not be done yet in the top of the 2nd, as it would be Julio Urias who would get on the fun. Urias, his first career double, as it was Michael Conforto who was playing way in because of the pitcher, and Urias knocked that one up against the base of the wall. The Mets would get one back here, though, in the bottom of the 3rd inning. A Wilson Ramos home run that just kept carrying, would eventually carry out of the ballpark. A solo shot for Ramos would make it 3-1, but that would be as close as the Mets would ever get. In the 4th inning, with in a big spot. Yoenis Cespedes, he would fly out to the right, to the center fielder, Bellinger, who made a terrific catch. Had that one dropped, Pete Alonso would have scored, and Cespedes would have had extra bases. And then immediately the next inning, Max Muncy would drive in a run with an RBI single for himself. That would make the score 4-1. Excuse me, we'll make it 5-1. And then in the top of the 7th, Max Muncy ground out once again. So Muncy had 2 RBIs on the day. Muncy would ground out. McNeil would go to Alonso, but another run would come across for the Dodgers. And then in the top of the 9th, it would be Chris Taylor, who would take this one deep. Second day in a row that a Dodger pinch hitter has hit a home run. That would make the game 6-1, and we will show you the final out of the game. It was a J.D. Davis pop out to the shortstop Corey Seager, and that would slam the door on the Mets today. Again, the player of the game, Julio Urias, Rick Porcello, the loser, Urias, the winner, as you can take a look at the box score. The Dodgers take this one 6-1. They win the series. They take all 3 games. Next up for the Dodgers, a 7-game homestand, 3 with the Braves, and then 4 with the Rockies. For the Mets, a day off tomorrow, and then they're right back at it on Tuesday from Citi Field. They'll have 2 with the Astros, and then they'll journey down to our nation's capital for a 4-game series beginning this Thursday with the Washington Nationals. For Eddie McCarthy, it's been a blast calling this game with you. We hope you enjoyed it. Stick around and you can catch me. It'll be me again, as I will take the reins with the J-Man. We'll have the call for the Rays, for the Blue Jays, and the Orioles, which is coming up next. So we'll see you in just a moment.
Well, how's it going this afternoon, everyone? My name is J-Man, Justin D'Ambrosio. I'm joined in the booth here with Eddie McCarthy. We've got a battle of the AL East. We've got the Baltimore Orioles and the Toronto Blue Jays. Blue Jays won the first 2 games of this series. Going to see a matchup of 2 left-handers with ERAs in the 5. We've got Ryan Borucki versus Keegan Akin. That's what's coming up to you today on Blackball. Eddie, how's it going?
It's going good, Jay. Just had a tough one for my Mets as I called their 6-1 defeat to the Dodgers. Mets lost all 3 in that series. They are struggling right now as a ball club.
It seemed they were making a little bit of a turnaround, but I guess playing the Dodgers, a lot of teams will struggle doing that.
Yeah, you certainly got that right, and I was fortunate enough to be able to do 2 out of the 3 games. Yesterday I was on color with Big Fund, and the Mets they've been hitting into some bad luck, and the Dodgers take advantage of every mistake that they made, and they're in a tough spot right now. The Mets are, but the Dodgers doing very well this season. I believe they're second in the National League, only to the Cubs, who are having a career year.
Wow, yeah, I didn't expect the Cubs to be that good this year. I thought, every team in the NL Central, save for the Pirates, really had a chance at competing this year, but it's been the Cubs running away there in the NL Central. Yeah, maybe that's an NLCS matchup there, Dodgers, Cubs.
Yeah, it's certainly a little bit early to be predicting NLCS, and of course, I'm sure the Nationals will have something to say about that. And then the Reds aren't bad either. They're doing pretty well right now. But yeah, it's pretty clear to me, at least right now where we stand here on May 31st, that it's the Cubs and the Dodgers who are the class of the National League right now, with the Nats kind of hot on their heels.
Looks like we've got a little bit of lineup changes here for the Orioles. Different lineup they run out here against the left-hander, and Rio Ruiz jumping all the way up to 5th in the lineup. He'd been batting 9th. So that's
well, why not try and get some lineup changes going? They really haven't. They're in the similar boat as the Mets are. Try and reorganize some things, switch up some combinations, and see what works. Again, it's not really a team who's expected to do a whole lot this year, so they're kind of monkeying around with some stuff right now, trying to find their way.
Yeah, both of these teams today have struggled to score runs. This has been a low-scoring series. Just yesterday, Matt Shoemaker threw a complete game shutout, allowed 9 hits but no runs. Toronto won that one 3-0, and in the opener, Toronto won that game 6-4, but that game went 12 innings. It took a long time. It seemed like nobody wanted to score a long time in that, so not surprised to see a little bit of a shuffling of the lineup. What can you tell us about Keegan Akin, today's starting pitcher? Do you know much about him?
I can tell you a little bit about Keegan Akin. Yeah, he's a left-hander. Does not get as we're you get to take a look at him right now. Not a big man, 6 foot 225, 25 years of age. He's got 4 pitches. He uses the 4-seam and the 2-seam the most, and then he's got the off-speed with the slider and the changeup. Again, not a guy who's going to blow up the radar gun. He's going to have to be crafty, and he's going to have to go in, out, up, down. Location is the key for Keegan Akin today. If he doesn't have it, then the Orioles could be in trouble.
Yeah, command, you touched on it right there, is key for Keegan. He walked 61 batters last year in AAA in only 112 innings pitched. It was a disappointing year for Keegan Akin and the Orioles. He had actually been named Baltimore's 2018 Minor League Pitcher of the Year at AA Bowie, where he led the league in wins, strikeouts, and he ranked 3rd in ERA. And he's a big strikeout pitcher. He actually shattered Western Michigan's single-season strikeout record when he was there. And he struck out 131 batters last year in Norfolk in 112 innings. So he's a good strikeout pitcher, but you touched on it right there. Command is going to be the big thing for him.
Yeah, that is the issue, because with these guys, these major league hitters are just everybody's throwing around 90 miles an hour in the major leagues. If you're just throwing 90 miles an hour, you're really not doing anything that's special, and you're going to have to rely on your off-speed pitches. And it's those guys who can get into trouble, because if they don't have it, if their off-speed pitches aren't working, if they can't find their curveball or they can't find their slider, then that's when you have to start relying a little too much on your fastball, and that's when you can really get hurt.
Yeah, you don't want major league hitters to be sitting on a fastball.
You don't want anybody sitting on a fastball. Anybody can hit a fastball, no matter how hard it is. That's why
I don't think I could.
The key to... We're talking about major league hitters. No, but the key to pitching, it is what it has always been, and that is changing speeds. Every single guy in the big leagues at some point has faced at least 100 miles an hour. It's not so much that you're going to blow them away. You have to know how to get them out, and that's what I think is going to be the key for for Akin today, as I've said a couple of times, is it looks like I think we're running a little bit ahead of schedule today, so we're just killing some time, but it looks like we're getting underway now.
Absolutely, see, Toronto's got a team ERA of 4, so pitching hasn't been the worst for them. It has been offense. Let's look at these uniforms. What uniforms are we thinking for today? Looks like we're just going with the standard ones. That's fine. Yep, so Baltimore comes into this game in last place in the AL East, 20-39. Toronto, surprisingly, not in 4th. That is the Boston Red Sox, but the Red Sox are only half game behind Toronto. Taking a look at some defensive numbers here. Bo Bichette, Kevin Biggio, and Vladimir Guerrero, number of assists. Yeah.
Should be a good one today. It's two teams who aren't exactly tearing things up in the standings, but they've both got some young up and coming prospects, and I'm always excited to see what the future of baseball looks like, and I think that's what we're gonna get a look at today. As the Blue Jays are certainly having fun.
Yeah, Gurriel Jr. dancing there with Grichuk. Yeah, you get a look at the future, but you're also getting a look at the past when you look at the Blue Jays. A lot of juniors on the team. As we get a look at Keegan Akin's numbers on the year: 1-5, 5.43 earned run average, 56 innings, 73 hits. A lot of hits, a high whip there, 1.79. So he's really got to limit the hits, limit the walks.
Leading off the afternoon for Toronto.
And speaking of familiar names, looking at the past, looking at the future, it's Bo Bichette, son of Dante Bichette, leading things off here for Toronto. Takes the first pitch low for a ball.
Limit the hits, limit the walks. You would be a great pitching coach.
Yeah, and maybe don't let anyone score.
Exactly.
106.
You know,
limit the hits, limit the walks. Don't let anybody on base, and make sure that when the game's over, you have more runs than the other team.
Yeah, Toronto was actually undefeated last year when they scored more runs than the other team. So look for them to do that today.
Yes, we're doing our best Booger McFarland impersonation right there.
Well, Bichette is ahead in the count here, 2-0. Swings and lines that one up the middle. Iglesias, so sure-handed, bobbles the ball, though. Bichette's going to be on with a lead off-base hit.
Yeah, tough play for Iglesias right there. I think we're going to get a look at it again. It's hit very hard, it looks like, by Bichette. At least I was hoping we were going to get another look at it, but nope. Instead, all we got was an American flag and the Maryland state flag. So, but anyway, I stand by my theory. Hit very hard by Bichette. Tough play for Iglesias. He does well to knock it down, but very difficult.
Going to bring up Kevin Biggio. Biggio got the day off yesterday after having a very rough couple of days. 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. And he's down 0-2 here already.
Yeah, we had Biggio, what was it, back on Wednesday or Thursday, I think, when we did the Rays and the Jays, and he logged the golden sombrero. There he goes again.
Yeah, the struggles continue for Kevin Biggio, down swinging here in the first.
Batting third, the left field player.
Yep, Kev, I have not seen the Blue Jays live since we did that game on Thursday, but Biggio picking up right where he left off from back then. Three pitches, 3 swings and misses. Actually, 3 pitches, 3 strikes. I don't think he swung and missed at all of them, but not a good start for Biggio.
Well, they'll bring up Lourdes Gurriel Jr., the left fielder here for Toronto. Finds himself in a hole 0-1. Swings at that pitch, and it's 0-2. So, yeah, again, Keegan Akin gets a lot of strikeouts. Struck out Biggio already here in the first, and he's got 2 strikes on Gurriel.
Yeah, and he's really up in the count here. It's a tough count for Gurriel to hit in. So much at his disposal, and he gets in there.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Keegan Akin, and he did it on 3 pitches to Gurriel.
You know, it's so tough when you're down 0-2 as a hitter, because you really don't know what the pitcher is thinking, because you're so flustered that you're down the count. You've gotten 2 strikes on you, and now you have to defend. And Akin, at least his arsenal seems to be working so far, so good job there.
Comes inside with the fastball, and it's 0-1 to Guerrero. Yeah, Orioles' staff has been raving about how he is fearless coming inside to right-handed hitters like that, and we saw it on the strikeout to Gurriel, and we saw it right there in the first pitch to Guerrero.
Well, it's important, it's especially important because he doesn't throw that hard, and it's crucial for those guys to be able to pitch inside, because a lot of times the players will get a little bit closer to the plate with the guys who aren't throwing as hard, and it's important to be able to knock them back. So, credit to Akin for doing that.
Well, he's ahead here 1-2, and he doesn't get Guerrero to chase on that changeup, and the count goes even at 2-2. Guerrero chops that one on the ground. It's going to be a tough play. Akin fields, fires onto first, not in time. Guerrero beats that one out for an infield single.
The designated hitter, number 44.
Yep, it's a rough break there for Keegan Akin because he did his job. He put that pitch in a tough spot, and you can't really say credit to Guerrero because, well, he did swing at it and get a piece of it, but not really hit with great alacrity, but hit in the right spot.
Yeah,
And
Nunez was playing very far back there with the high exit velocities of Guerrero. So that really only one player could have made that play was Keegan Akin.
Yep, too far for the third baseman, too far for the catcher. Third baseman Nunez playing back because he figures there's no way Guerrero's going to lay down a bunt with 2 outs and he's right. And it's unfortunate, but they get out of it.
Oh, called third strike there. Rowdy Tellez doesn't like it. I'm not so sure about that one either. Keegan Akin strikes out the side here in the first. Around 2 singles from Bichette and Guerrero. Going to the bottom of the first, it's 0-0 here in Baltimore. Well, get a look here at Ryan Borucki on the numbers on the season. 1-5, 5.35 earned run average, 67 innings pitched, only 55 strikeouts, 23 walks. Pretty high amount of walks allowed there. Last year was sort of a lost year for Borucki. Had a lot of elbow problems, only made 2 starts. So really looking for a bounce back year this year here in 2020. Got off to a very promising start in 2018 as a rookie. Through 100 innings of 3.87 ball. Going to face Jose Iglesias here.
It's a battle of the Southpaws that we have here today on this Sunday afternoon in Camden Yards. Looks like a beautiful day.
It's a beautiful ballpark there in Baltimore. One of my favorite ballparks.
Right along there with you. If anyone ever has a chance to visit Camden Yards, take it. It is an experience, and it's a good one.
I mean, you can just walk all the way around the bottom rung there. It's just so nicely built. That one's hit on the ground to Guerrero, who fields cleanly, fires onto first for the out.
Nice play there by Guerrero, who shows some range for the big man over at third. Guerrero looks like he's a pretty stocky guy. And you wouldn't really think he would move that well, but as we saw in the first inning with him beating out that little infield single and right there, he can move pretty fast. He can move pretty quick for a big man, not as slow as you might think.
Alberto swings at the first one and grounds it to Biggio, who fires on to Shaw for the second out.
Yeah, good start here for Borucki. Pitching to contact here, and he's retired the first 2 batters he's faced on 4 pitches, so can't really critique that.
Yeah, the thing with Borucki, his problems this year has been the blow-up inning, where things will be going very well for him. He'll be going 3 up, 3 down, and then just 1 inning. Well, 4 runs will come around, and just everything sort of unravels for him.
Ball 1.
Yeah, and that's a problem that plagues a lot of pitchers, because especially when you're going good and all of a sudden you run into trouble, it's tough to try and break out of it. And for Borucki, it's especially difficult for the young pitchers. And Borucki, he's a younger pitcher, and he's going to have to find a way to work through that.
I think maybe he loses a little bit of his tempo when runners get on. He likes to mimic Mark Burley. He's wearing Mark Burley's old number, and Burley famously liked to work quickly. Borucki working quickly here. 2-2 count, chopped right back to him on the mound, firing onto first for the third out here in the first inning. So only 9 pitches for Ryan Borucki here in the first inning. No runs, no hits, nobody left on. It's 0-0 going to the second. So Teoscar Hernandez is going to lead off things here in the top of the second inning. Teoscar Hernandez moving up here in the lineup, facing the left-handed pitcher. Didn't play yesterday. A 3-0 Toronto win. 0 for 5 with 2 strikeouts in the first game of this series. That was a long one. That one went 12 innings.
Yeah, sometimes what you find with those 12-inning games, it feels like that at some point both teams just say, all right, you know what, let's decide to be here for a while, because it seems that they never end, and sometimes it seems that no one's actually trying to win the game, which is maddening as a baseball fan. And I felt especially bad for our man Duggo the other night, as he had to deal with that 19-inning game in All After Dark.
Yeah, and that was a late start game too. 19 innings. Unbelievable. What is the longest game you've ever been at?
The longest game I've ever been at? That's a good question. Maybe 13 or 14 innings. It's been a while since I've been to a ball game. I did, however, I'll let you take this one.
Teoscar's called out on that third strike on that outside corner. Doesn't like that, but it's the 4th strikeout here of the afternoon for Keegan Akin.
I did, however, force myself to stay up for that crazy Game 3 of the 2018 World Series that went into 18 extra innings. Although I ended up sleeping through I think it was like the 13th to the 16th, but I woke up for the end. So
that was that game where Evaldi went all those innings for the Dodgers. Yes. That one's laced into the outfield. That's going to fall down for a base hit. Travis Shaw is going to round first, and he's going to be in there with a 1-out double.
Well, if we can get a chance to get another look at this, it's excellent hitting by Shaw as it's out on the outer half of the plate. He does a great job going with the pitch. But I wonder if we could see an outfield angle. Yeah, we get a tail end of it here. It's not a good route to the ball by the left fielder Santander, as he kind of ran in first, not really anticipating that the ball was hit as hard as it was. I don't know if he'd had a chance to catch it, but it would have been a lot closer.
Grichuk hits it through the hole on the right side, but Travis Shaw's got a hold at third. He runs way too slow to score on that one. That ball was scorched there right through the right side.
Yeah, it's good hitting right there. Fastball on the outer half of the plate, go with the pitch, and drive it through that 3-4 hole.
Well, here's Reese McGuire getting a start against the left-handed starting pitcher. Unusual move there today from Charlie Montoya. But I think he's just wanting to give one of his catchers the everyday at-bats, you know? Just trying to give a little bit of confidence in one of those guys.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that's been an issue around the big leagues. It's the offensively producing catchers are at a premium these days. There are only a handful of them around the league. Of course, you got JT Realmuto with the Phillies. I don't know which one, if there's one that comes to you. Buster Posey with the Giants, but they're not having a great year this year. But yeah,
well,
offense
when healthy. Healthy Gary Sanchez, but
yes, Gary
he's got
Sanchez.
a lot of strikeout in his game, and then of course, maybe the best hitting one right now in the majors is Mitch Garver in Minnesota.
Right. Yes, they're having another. We talked about the Cubs in the National League a little bit earlier, but how about the Twins out in the AL Central?
It's unbelievable what the Twins have done. Like, all of their young players have just sort of come up at the big leagues at the same time together and just hit all at the same time.
Yeah, and that's That's quite a mindset you have to get yourself in if you're gonna play up there in Minnesota at Target Field, because you get some cold days up there.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be a dome stadium up there, but they went away from that one. As another strikeout for Keegan Akin. That is his fifth strikeout already.
Yep. We mentioned it in the open. You mentioned it actually. This is a guy who loves to get his outs via the strikeout. And if my math is correct, is that all 5 outs are
all 5 outs by strikeout? Yeah.
All 5 outs are by the strikeout so far. Now he transitions. Bichette's gonna bat for the second time, so the order's gonna repeat itself again. Let's see how he does through the second time in the order.
Well, Bichette singled his last time up. Him and Vlad were the only ones to reach in that first inning, and that's sort of continuing a trend. Yesterday's game, all of the offense was Vlad and Bo, both of them homering and doubling and driving in all 3 runs. So Bo swings at this one and drives it into center. That's going to score Shaw. 1 run in. Toronto is up 1-0 here in the second inning.
The batter, number 8, second baseman.
It's great hitting here by Bo Bichette. He gets I think it's a fastball. It may have been a slider. I didn't get a good look at the radar gun. But anyway, it's on the inner half. It's the second time Bichette has been able to see. Akin. He did get a hit off of him the first time. So that's Bichette's second hit of the day. But that's the trouble right there with Akin. If you're gonna be a junk baller, you gotta try and make sure you're working out and in, up and down. You can't come over the middle like that. And that right there, that's what happens when you do.
Well, it brings up the struggling Kevin Biggio, probably the exact man Baltimore wants to see at the plate right now. It's going to need a 2-out hit here from Toronto to score the runner from second, which is Randall Grichuk. Oh, he almost went at that one, able to hold up there. It's 3-1. And look at that, 10 balls, 12 strikeouts, 12 strikes, 22 pitches this inning for Keegan Akin.
Yep, definitely in some pitch count trouble.
Now Biggio helps him out there, flies that one to Santander, who makes the catch for the final out of the second inning. Well, the Jays score 1 run on 3 hits, but they leave 2 on. Going to the bottom of the second inning, it's 1-0 Toronto.
Leading off for the Orioles, the third baseman.
Renato Nunez is going to lead things off here for Baltimore in the bottom of the second inning. Nunez went 1 for 4 yesterday with a strikeout. Hitting .201 on the year, .245 on base percentage. Very low on base. Orioles claimed him off waivers from Oakland. That one's hit on the ground to Bichette, who dives, able to get a glove on it, throws from the ground, not in time.
What a play by Bo Bichette. And are we really going to get this camera angle again? That's twice now. We've had a great play by the shortstop to knock it down, and instead we've got a great shot of the American flag and the Maryland state flag.
Yeah,
so
we're not seeing a replay of that. That is funny. Every time it's hit to the shortstop, I guess they just don't have a camera angle there.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to have a word with our with whoever's in charge of running the replays.
Our guys in the production truck.
Yes.
Brings up Rio Ruiz, moved up to the 5th spot today in the lineup, usually hitting 9th. 4th round pick in the 2012 draft. He was once a prize prospect, and he was part of that deal that sent Evan Gattis from Atlanta to Houston. Chops that one foul, and it's 0-2.
We can't be too hard on our production truck, though. They do a great job. They're putting on 7 games today. This is only the 3rd, so there's plenty of more bot ball action for you. Bot ball all day from 12 to 10:45.
Well, if I can have one quip against them, that's they haven't figured out Heidi Watney's mic this whole season.
Yes, Heidi Watney is... she could be lip-syncing, for all we know.
And they fly her around at every single game, too. So, I mean, she's here in Baltimore. She's got another game right after this.
It's impressive. She must have taken some kind of train, because I just saw her at Citi Field about 10 minutes ago.
Wow, what a nice play there by Shaw, throwing on to second, getting the double play. What a nifty little double play that was.
Yes,
I mean,
excellent,
take another look at this.
Excellent turn here by Shaw, who we mentioned in the first inning does not move well, but you wouldn't know it from right there. An excellent job right there by the Blue Jay pitcher. You're going to have to help me out with this pronunciation.
Ryan Borucki.
Ryan Borucki.
We
Good
saw
job.
Ran
Good
right
job
to
getting
first
over
as
there.
soon as it was hit, yeah.
Exactly. Anytime your first baseman starts to move towards second as a pitcher, you have to run over and at least cheat a couple of steps to first, because maybe the first baseman will make it back, in which case you don't need to be there. But if he doesn't, you have to be there to cover the bag. Great job by Borucki right there.
Well, now there's nobody on and 2 out for Austin Hayes, center fielder here for the Orioles. Hayes did not play in yesterday's game. One of the Orioles' top outfield prospects here, getting a chance to play more every day here in 2020. 1-1 pitch misses low and inside with that changeup, and it's 2-1. Yeah, Baltimore's got a lot of options they can run out there in their outfield. Right now they're going with Hayes, Santander, and Dwight Smith Jr.'s playing today in right. They've also got DJ Stewart, and then top prospects Ryan McKenna and Ryan Mountcastle. So a lot of options Baltimore can run through. Hayes lines that one to Biggio there for the second out, or the final out of the second inning. So one reach, but a nice little double play turn by Shaw and Borucki. Orioles go down in order here in the bottom of the second.
Leading off to Toronto, the left fielder.
So Lourdes Gurriel is going to lead off things here in the third inning. Struck out in the first at-bat. Well, Keegan Akin has struck out most of the guys he's faced. Only one batter has not struck out for his out, and believe it or not, that was Kevin Biggio.
It's shocking. I mean, I know Biggio's had a couple of games since we last saw him, but to me, I was seeing him as this is a guy who struck out the last 5 times I've seen him, and so to see him lift one to left was a great sign for him.
Yeah, a lot of strikeouts. He's already got 71 strikeouts on the year. That one's
out
foul. Yeah, thank goodness there's those protective nettings. Every Major League ballpark has those nettings now along the lines. And I think that was a really great thing they did.
The netting's a great idea, but I was more worried about the third base coach. He's got to skip back again. Look out over there.
Yeah, I think maybe the third base coach, Luis Rivera, maybe owes Gurriel some money or something. Well, Gurriel goes down swinging there for the second time he struck out, and that is the 6th strikeout for Keegan Akin.
Vladimir Guerrero.
Yeah, you were spot on in the open, a strikeout machine. Gurriel swinging when that ball is almost in the catcher's glove.
Yeah, he's super late on that one.
Certainly fooled, and Akin's been doing that for a lot of Blue Jays hitters today.
Bring up Vladimir Guerrero, swings at the first pitch and lines it over the head of Austin Hayes, and who's going to just glide right over there to make the catch. Well, that one was hit hard and on a line, but Austin Hayes was sort of placed perfectly, it looks like.
So tricky for a broadcaster, because I've seen outfielders do that when they say, up, this ball's over the fence, so I'm just going to slow down to a jog. And I've also seen them do it when they have the ball well within their strides, like Austin Hayes did right there. So very flashy catch right there by Hayes, but for a second I thought Guerrero might have gotten all of that one.
Yeah, Guerrero's been heating up a lot lately. Almost had his average up to 270 now. In comes Rowdy Tellez. Nice to see he's 9th in All-Star voting.
I did not see that.
Wow, I didn't know there was All-Star voting in Ball, but we'll keep on voting for Rowdy Tellez. He's been one of the bright offensive players for Toronto. Comes in today hitting .280 with a .370 on base percentage. So yeah, one of the lone bright offensive stars for Toronto. Got a tough matchup here against this strikeout artist, Keegan Akin. He struck out against him in the first inning. First inning. Down 1-2 here. And he goes down swinging again in the third. Well, Keegan Akin just keeps on striking out everyone. No runs, no hits, nobody left on base. Going to the bottom of the third, Toronto leads 1-0. So yeah, look at these 2020 Baltimore Orioles hitting stats. Almost dead last in everything. 14th, 15th, 14th. It has been offensive, the offense, I guess you would say, for the Orioles.
Yeah,
we're going to get Dwight Smith Jr. to lead off things here in the bottom of the third inning. The former Blue Jay Dwight Smith Jr. They let Baltimore sort of take him off of waivers last year. Toronto also cycling through a lot of different options that they can have in their outfield.
I don't know about you, but what I'm really looking forward to is I'm eagerly awaiting to see what kind of cool names we can find in the minor leagues today. I know what did we talk about last time we were on the call together? Some the baby cakes, was it the New Orleans baby cakes? I think we talked about.
Yeah,
am I getting that right?
Yeah, the New Orleans Baby Cakes. They're, I think, the AAA affiliate of the Marlins. But they showed us the AA Montgomery Biscuits, and that's a pretty great logo.
Yes, the Biscuits.
Well, leadoff walk here for Dwight Smith Jr. And, like I said, the first 2 innings for Ryan Borucki. 3 up, 3 down. First batter reaches here in the third. May this be the blow-up inning for Borucki, or can he control it this time? Bounces that ball in the dirt. McGuire turns around, can't find it. Dwight Smith Jr. is going to end up at second.
That's a tough break for McGuire right there, because it spiked right in front of the plate, and it spiked so far in front that what happened, at least what looked like happened, is it goes off the mask, and as a catcher, you're taught to drop and smother the ball. But there's nothing you can do if it goes off your mask. It's not bad technique in the slightest right there, McGuire. Just an unfortunate break. Poor pitch, though, from Borucki.
Well, Ramon Urias is at the plate here for Baltimore. Now, Urias is a little interesting story to get to the majors. He was drafted by Texas, or signed for the Dominican from Texas. Spent 2 seasons in the Dominican Summer League, and then was just sold to Mexico City, where he played 5 seasons there before making it back to AA. That one's chopped foul, and it's 2-2. So a story of resiliency from Ramon Urias just to find himself here in the majors, and he hit pretty well last year in the minors. Swings and hits that one into the outfield. Randall Grichuk going to give chase, and he's underneath it there for the first out.
Good job by Borucki there to battle right there along with him. Fouled off quite a few pitches, made it tough for him, but Borucki was able to outlast. So credit to the Blue Jays starter on a job well done.
Going to bring up the catcher here, Pedro Severino.
Nope, ball 1.
Takes that first pitch low, 1-0. Now, Severino has lost a bit of playing time this year to 21-year-old Orioles phenom, Adley Rutschman. He jumped all the way up from A-ball and making his major league debut. And he's had a pretty good year for himself.
A-ball to making your major league debut. That is not something I have heard of before. Maybe if someone on the Twitch stream wants to check out if that's a move, that's how many times that move has been made. I'd be curious to find out what the answer is.
You know, John Olerud never played in the minors.
Yes, but how long ago was that? I'm not sure.
Goes down swinging there for the second out here in the third. I don't think Dave Winfield played in the minors either.
Yeah, but this was all a pretty long time ago. I'm not sure when John.
We're talking.
You're more of
talking late 80s, sort of for John Olerud.
I mean, these days, even the first overall pick in the draft spends at least I'd say roughly a year and a half in the minors, give or take. And these are for the elite players who come out of the draft.
That one's lined to Guerrero, who fires onto first for the final out here in the third inning. So another quick inning for Ryan Borucki. A walk, advancing to second on a wild pitch, but that's as far as he goes. And to 3, Toronto up 1-0. And again, the problems with the microphone for Heidi Watney continue. So we'd like to remind you at this time that we are doing this on a volunteer basis. So we ask that there is a link below. If you like what we're doing, you can donate to Meals on Wheels. And also, if you like what we're doing, you can give us broadcaster feedback or get involved yourself. There's a lot of ways you can get involved to this fun little thing we're doing here at ML Bot Ball. And we're all doing it for a good cause.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity, and I encourage anyone who may be listening who's not part of our Discord community to join. I'm sure if you want to comment in the Twitch stream, if you're unsure of how to do so, someone will be delighted to help you out. It's a really good thing we got going on here. A bunch of guys who just love baseball and are making the best with the hand we're dealt this season.
That one's lined through the hole and left. Teoscar Hernandez is going to get a leadoff single here in the top of the fourth inning.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Good hitting here by Teoscar Hernandez. He takes that slider, which is on the inner half of the plate, and down in the zone. Difficult pitch to try and get in the air, but Hernandez doesn't do that. Grounds it through that left side. Smart there from the man who's hitting 6th in the lineup today.
We'll bring up Travis Shaw. Shaw doubled and scored on the Bichette single. Scored Toronto's only run so far today. Got a runner at first here. Nobody out in the fourth inning, and he fouls that fastball away, and it's 1-1. So there's a trivia question in the Twitch chat, which was the player that has the most hits, but doesn't reach 3,000. Let me get the right wording right. Has the most hits not to reach 3,000 hits, but has over 5,000 total bases in his career.
So the most hits
to not reach 3,000, but over 5,000 total bases. The shot goes down swinging on that one. 8th strikeout here the afternoon for Keegan Akin.
That's a good one. Is that one from our man, the big guy again, or we have someone else on the trivia today?
That's from our man, the big guy.
Big guy.
Big guy with a big trivia question. That's a tough one.
Yeah, we always appreciate what he does. He gives us some great trivia. Look out here. There goes
Teoscar Hernandez takes off for a second, and he's going to get in there with a stolen base. Yes, Teoscar is surprisingly fast as Randall Grichuk gets a hold of that one. Well, you can just jog your way around the bases with that one. Grichuk says, I don't like to be fast. I'd prefer jogging. 7th home run, a 2-run shot, and Toronto's now up 3-1.
Yep, we're gonna take a look at this replay for Grichuk, but it's a really nice job. I thought this was a pitch that was down in the zone, but Grichuk, to his credit, he goes down and he goes and gets it. He gets those arms extended, that barrel out, he lets the bat do the work, and he drives it into left center field. And this is a moonshot. Exit velo, a shade under a 105, over 420 feet. And for Keegan Akin, it's unfortunate because he's been pitching a pretty good ball game so far, but now he finds himself in a 3-0 hole.
Yeah, he striking out a lot of guys like we thought, but it's the hard contact that he's given up. Finds himself in a hole, 3-0. Reese McGuire lines that one to right field. Giving it chase is Dwight Smith Jr., and that one's off the wall. Reese McGuire's going to be in there with a 1-out double, and the hits keep coming for Toronto here in the 4th inning.
The batter, number 11.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to prompt a visit to the mound, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like pitching coach Doug Brocale coming out here to talk things over with his young pitcher. What do you think he's probably saying to him right now?
You know, I think he's just trying to get him to settle down. I'm not sure if it's so much a technical visit where he's trying to get him to revise his mechanics. He's just had 2 balls that were hit very hard in consecutive at bats. So you notice he took a nice long walk out there, and he'll take a nice long walk back. Just try and give the young pitcher, as you mentioned, some time to collect himself and just sort of regather his bearings.
Bichette hits that one hard, but right to Iglesias, who fires on to first for the second out of the 4th inning.
The batter, number 8, second baseman.
Yeah, maybe it worked, as he does a nice job. He pitches to contact, gets him to ground out to Iglesias, and now if he can get Biggio, he's limited the damage.
Well, Biggio 0 for 2 today. He did not strike out his last time up, so a moral victory, but still an 0 for in the scorebook. Dean Kramer, Ty Block, warming up in the bullpen for the Orioles. I'm a bit surprised to see Ty Block warming up there. He pitched quite a bit yesterday through 4 innings. Biggio swings and misses at that one, and it is 0-2.
I don't know if you were able to pick that one up, Jay, but it looked like Ty Block threw a pretty wild one in the bullpen there.
And another strikeout for Biggio. Unbelievable. Wow, but the Blue Jays get 2 on this Randall Grichuk home run going to the bottom of the 4th. Toronto leads 3-0.
Leading off for the Orioles.
Well, Hanser Alberto will lead things off here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Only 38 pitches here through 3 innings for Borucki. He'll face the 2-3-4 here in the 4th.
Well, I always like to say that there are 2 things that you can count on in baseball. It's that Mike Trout's going to have a great year and that the Yankees are going to hit a lot of home runs. But we might be able to add 3 and then add another one to that list, and that is Cavan Biggio is going to strike out a lot.
Yeah, it seems like he's maybe needs to be lowered in the lineup or something. But it is not working for Cavan Biggio right now. Alberto lines that one right foul, right into that netting on the left side. That one's grounded right to Bichette, who fires on to Shaw for the first out here in the 4th inning. Yeah, with Biggio hitting second too and the offensive problems that Toronto has, you know, coming up with a lot of runners on and getting all these strikeouts, it's probably only a matter of time before Toronto decides to make a move there in that lineup.
Yeah, Biggio is a young player, and with young players, especially when you show when your manager shows you enough confidence to put you in the 2 slot, you want to give him some time to kind of develop in there, because you don't want to yank him too quickly. But it's been a while for Biggio. He's been cold for a while now, so yeah, it might be time to make a move.
That one's lined into the outfield, but Gurriel is there to make the catch for the second out.
So we had a guess in the chat. It was Dugo who guessed Adam Dunn, which is a good guess.
Yeah,
but according to our master of trivia, the big guy, it is incorrect. So
maybe it would be someone that played for one of these teams or both of these teams. Maybe does Vladimir Guerrero have 3,000 hits?
It could be.
Because I know Guerrero played for Baltimore. It was the last team he played for. He signed a minor league deal with Toronto, never made the majors. And of course, his son plays third base for the Jays right now.
2 balls, no strikes.
Yep. So far I've seen some guesses. Sammy Sosa, Pete Rose. Pete Rose had 4,000 hits, I think. Yeah. Special Effects is confirming for us that Pete Rose had over 4,000 hits.
Yeah, I think that guy had a lot of hits. Well, Ryan Borucki is in a hole now, 3-0 to Renato Nunez. Gets him to foul that one off, and it's 3-1. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Toronto leading by 3. 3-1 pitch.
Nope, that's ball 4.
Nunez taking for a ball 4. Well, a 2-out walk here for Ryan Borucki in the 4th inning.
The first baseman.
We'll bring up Rio Ruiz, the left-handed hitting first baseman. A pretty good take there from Nunez.
Yeah, definitely a tough pitch to lay off. Good plate discipline right there.
Rio Ruiz 0 for 1 today, hitting to that nifty little double play that Travis Shaw and Ryan Borucki turned.
You know, lots of guesses in our Twitch stream, but so far no one has struck gold. So the big guy right now reigning supreme once again.
He stumped me yesterday too. That one's hit on the ground to Bichette, who tosses to Biggio for the final out here in the 4th inning. So, no runs, no hits, 1 left on. At the end of 4, Toronto is leading 3-0.
Leading off for Toronto.
It's going to be the 3, 4, and 5 batters here for Toronto in the 5th inning. Lourdes Gurriel, Vladimir Guerrero, and Rowdy Tellez. Gurriel 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts. Takes first pitch outside for a ball, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, little bit of a rocky inning last year for not last year. A little bit of a rocky inning last inning for Keegan Akin with that long moonshot home run that he gave up to Randall Grichuk. But he's still in line for a quality start, and the pitch count isn't too bad right now, so let's see if he can keep plugging away, and maybe his team can get him some run support behind him.
2-0 pitch. Taking all the way, 2-1. Gonna throw another guess out there for the trivia question. I'm thinking maybe Mark McGuire.
It's a good guess.
Yeah, I don't think he got to 3,000 hits, but I mean, he hit a lot of home runs. 3-1 pitch here to Gurriel. And he takes a leadoff walk, so the first batter reaches here in the 5th inning for the Jays.
Yeah, I would guess that it would probably be either someone who's a former Jay or a former Oriole, since this is the game. But who knows? Maybe he's switching things up on us. But he's got people confused. So,
well, Jose Canseco played for the Jays. It could be him. Guerrero swings at that first pitch and fouls it away.
You know what the shame is about Jose Canseco? It's that the guy was a pretty good player, but the only thing people ever remember him for is the header home run. No, I mean seriously, the guy was a good player, and he had one unfortunate play where he lost the ball, and it was comical. I was impressed he was able to stay standing because it was a pretty high fly ball, and it clocked him square in the head. But yeah,
it wasn't going to be a home run unless it bounced off of that head.
Yeah, that's always if you ever need a laugh, I strongly suggest watching Jose Canseco's. It's just called the Canseco. I strongly suggest watching that one if you're having a bad day.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the thing he's most known for, though. I know him a lot for really being the whistleblower on a lot of the steroid stuff, too. Guerrero chops that one on the ground. Iglesias fires on to second. Alberto turns that double play. 6-4-3 double play turned by the Orioles here, erasing that leadoff walk.
Yeah, nicely turned by the O's there. It's a good pitch. He jams Guerrero inside on that slider that keeps running in. Nicely fielded on the backhand. It's a tough play for the shortstop there for Iglesias, because when you field it on the backhand, you have to really rotate your body almost 180 degrees. But he does a nice job, and it was hit hard enough that they were able to get Guerrero in time. And it's a good double play all around by the Orioles.
Well, Rowdy Tellez comes up here in the top of the 5th with 2 outs. He struck out twice to end the 1st and struck out to end the 3rd. Takes that pitch low, 2-0 to Tellez. So a tough afternoon for Tellez. 2 strikeouts against Keegan Akin, who's been pretty impressive so far today.
Yeah, Keegan Akin, you mentioned it. He's a strikeout pitcher. And his stuff has been working. A bad pitch to Grichuk, and he ran into some trouble in the second inning, where Travis Shaw, I believe, was able to score I think it was on a double. I could be wrong about that. I know there was at least a double in that inning, but yeah.
Weekly hit to Iglesias in the shift, who fires on to first for the final out here in the 5th inning. So a leadoff walk is erased on a double play going to the bottom of the 5th. Toronto leads by 3. Yeah, Shaw came around to score on a Bichette single. He advanced to third on a Randall Grichuk single. To left.
That's right.
Yeah, hit too slowly for him to score on that one.
Right. Are we going to see a pinch hitter, do you think, here for... Oh,
for Hayes?
No, never mind. Because I thought... I didn't recognize the guy who was sitting on deck. I wasn't sure who that was. So sorry about that. Sorry if I confused you.
American League game here, so a lot less pinch hitting.
Yep. I just came from a National League game where we had 6 pinch hitters in total. So,
ooh,
yeah,
that's tough. Tough to keep that scorebook updated.
Yeah, tough to keep this. Definitely tough to keep the scorebook updated, and also fortunate. Anytime you're using that many pinch hitters, you're sort of throwing caution to the wind, because you're hoping that the game doesn't go into extras. Because if it does, then you're going to be left with a very depleted bench.
3-1 pitch here. That one is skied into left field. Gurriel giving chase.
Did he get it? No, he didn't.
Yeah, right in front of the warning track. Wow, the fans were on their feet. They thought it might be going their way too, but it just sort of died right out there and left. Gurriel able to bring that one in.
It was off the end of the bat, and I didn't really think it was hit that hard at the beginning. And then Gurriel started backtracking, and I thought, maybe this might have a shot at carrying out. But then it seemed to just hang up there right around the warning track, gave Gurriel time to settle under it. An eventful out, but an out nonetheless here for Borucki.
First pitch swinging, Guerrero makes a nice play in front of Bichette, firing on to first for the second out.
Yeah, that's a couple of times now that Vlad Guerrero has made a couple of really nice plays over there at 30. He's moving pretty well, like we mentioned a little bit earlier, moving well for a big man. He's had to go to his left a couple of times. We know he's got that cannon of an arm over there, which makes it a whole lot easier, but Guerrero playing a very strong third base so far today.
Yeah, well, he's got a very strong throwing arm over there at third. The Jays want to keep him at third because they want him to stay more athletic, and they feel if he's forced to play third, he's going to be forced to maybe condition himself a little bit better and a little bit differently than, would he say, playing first. As Urias bounces that one in for a 2-out single.
Now batting, the catcher.
Pretty happy about that 2-out single there.
This is one of those where for Borucki you have to tip your hat and also scratch your head wondering how did he hit that, because that was perfectly placed by Borucki. It's in on the hands to a right-handed batter. It jams it inside, and it's an inside-out swing. It's off the shaft of the bat, and yet he managed to sort of poke it in that deadly triangle out there between the shortstop, the second baseman, and I believe the right fielder who was also out there.
Bermuda Triangle out there and right.
Yep.
Brings up Pedro Severino with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Yeah, just a little dunk shot right in there. It's out in a little no man's land. Well, still counts as a base hit in the box score. You can't tell how weakly it was hit there. As Severino lines that one into center field, Grichuk not able to get that one. Urias rounding second. He's there rounding third. They're going to give him the wave home. Bichette throw to the plate is not going to... He's going to hold on to that one. A 2-out RBI double for Pedro Severino, and the Orioles are on the board.
Yeah, it's great hitting here by Severino. He gets a pitch on the inner half, muscles it out into the left center gap. It's actually a smart play right there by Bichette. It's good base running by Severino as well, because what Bichette's trying to do there by faking the throw, he knows he has no chance of getting the runner going home, but he's trying to see if he can trick Severino into taking extra base. I'll let you take this one.
Iglesias laces one into the gap himself, and that's going to score a run. 3-2 Baltimore here. Iglesias with a 2-out double, so back-to-back 2-out doubles here in the 5th inning, and Baltimore's got themselves something cooking.
Yeah, once again, nicely done here by Iglesias. He goes the other way with it this time. We mentioned it at the top of the show where Borucki tends to be pitching well, and then he has one inning where he blows up, and what begins with 1 hit turns into 5, and we could be at the early onset of that here.
Alberto swinging at the first pitch, but he does Borucki a favor.
Yep.
Bichette able to field that one and fire it onto first for the final out of the 5th inning. But the Orioles get 2 runs on 3 hits, all with 2 outs. They score 2, cut the lead to 1. It's 3-2 Toronto at the end of 5.
Yeah, we're certainly in for a good one here.
Leading off for Toronto.
Yeah, another tight affair, another low-scoring affair here in Baltimore. Well, Keegan Akin going out here for the 6th inning of work. Toronto hasn't been able to do much against them. They've gotten a couple of a home run and a couple of doubles, but other than that, Keegan Akin has just been striking out every Toronto batter.
Yeah, but the downside of the strikeout is it runs up your pitch count, and I think Akin, the 5th starter for this Orioles staff, I could see him being yanked here if he gives up a base runner, but I definitely think this is going to be his last inning.
Yeah, and for a 5th starter, getting into the 6th inning, only 3 runs, you'll take that every time.
Absolutely, no, it's a job well done by Akin. I'm not trying to say anything to discredit the effort that he's put forth today, but something tells me that we're soon to be at the end of the line for him, and now he's run a 3-ball count.
Well, Teoscar's taking all the way there. Runs that fastball in on his hands, and it's 3-2. Now the full count pitch. Teoscar skies that one to center. Hayes camps underneath it. That one was just hit way, way high up in the air. Hayes had plenty of time to get to that one.
Yeah, and you know what that tells you? It says that Teoscar Hernandez did not miss that one by much. When it hangs up there for that long and it's got that type of hang time, pitchers always breathe a huge sigh of relief right there, because Teoscar Hernandez just missed that one.
Gonna bring up Travis Shaw. Shaw doubled and scored in the 1st inning. Takes that pitch outside, and it's 1-0. Well, Shaw came into today's game hitting .218, and that's actually an improvement on what he did last year. Last year, he hit .157. Brewers sent him down to the minors, so it's been he's actually hit .280 in the month of May as well, so Travis Shaw trying to have a little bit of a comeback year. Not going to do it on that kind of swing.
Yeah, as we get a look at the pitch count here for Keegan Akin, it was that 2nd inning which really hurt him. He got himself into some bad counts. The Blue Jays fouled a lot of pitches away.
Swung on and missed there for the 2nd out in this 6th inning. 10th strikeout for Keegan Akin.
Yeah, it's terrific from Keegan Akin. He's really put forth a marvelous effort. It's really all you can ask for from your 5th starter, especially for a club that's been struggling as much as Baltimore has. And if he can get Grichuk here, who burned him for a home run last time, it would be the cherry on top of what's a really, really good start for this Baltimore southpaw.
Well, Grichuk's having himself quite the day. 2 for 2, a home run, a single, and 2 runs driven in.
Yeah, certainly a matchup that favors him with the lefty-righty in his favor.
Well, he finds himself in a hole here, 0-2. Not where you want to be with a strikeout pitcher like Keegan Akin. 0-2 pitch on its way. And he lays off that outside fastball, 1-2.
Good spot. You notice Keegan Akin staying away from Grichuk here. Everything is on the outer half. He got burned the last time he He came inside. Grichuk hit one that still hasn't landed yet, so look for him to stay away.
Hit hard but foul again, and we'll do it again.
Akin's got one more pitch to waste here. Still very much in front. Let's see what he decides to do.
Well, he does waste that one there. Bounces that changeup in the dirt, trying to get Grichuk to chase. Not a bad idea with Randall Grichuk at the plate.
No, it's a good idea. And now it looks like they're going to go up.
Well, Grichuk skies that one to center field. He just misses that one too. Hayes underneath it catches it for the final out here in the 6th inning.
They came in. They almost got burned.
Well, if that is the end of the line for Keegan Akin, a very impressive day. He goes 6 innings, 3 runs, and 10 strikeouts.
Leading off.
Very solid day for Keegan Akin. Anytime your 5th starter, A, can get through 6 and B, strike out 10, he's put you in a very good position to win this ball game. Only gave up 3 runs. It's your classic quality start. He's pitched well enough to at least earn a no decision.
Absolutely. But Ryan Borucki has just been a little bit better. Struggled his last inning out, and Charlie Montoya sending him out here again for the 6th. Only 66 pitches, so you're not going to take him out here, especially only giving up 2 runs.
Yeah, for Charlie Montoya, the Blue Jays manager, it's gonna be a quality issue here rather than a quantity issue for Borucki. It's gonna be when does Montoya think that Borucki is when does he think he's done? When does he think? Oh
wow! Well, maybe he was done. One batter right there. Anthony Santander crushes that one. We've got a tie ball game. 457 feet.
And that's what I was saying about maybe Montoya. You know, the pitch count's low, but sometimes it's more than the pitch count. And last inning, the Orioles, they started to see the ball really well. A couple of extra base hits, and now a home run right there from Santander. They are starting to get really good reads on Ryan Borucki, as that pretty much split the plate in half. And Santander knew it as soon as he hit it. 456 feet. Whoa. 107.2 exit velo, a no-doubter right there, and that's certainly a rattler for Borucki. Let's see how he responds.
And that one's crushed into center field. Grichuk giving chase, and that one is gone.
Whoa.
Another home run, back-to-back home runs here
Gotta
for
get
the
him out of
Orioles,
there.
and they've taken the lead.
Stick a fork in him, Charlie Montoya. He's done. Probably should have been done last time. But now with Renato Nunez hitting that home run, this has got to be it for Borucki. I don't understand why. I'm not sure why he kept him in. It's good hitting by Nunez, but Borucki, not one of these guys who blows up the gun. Yeah, and I think that's gonna be it for him.
Yeah, I mean, with a fresh bullpen, Matt Shoemaker pitched a complete game yesterday. Ryan Borucki is unable to get a single out here in the 6th inning. Charlie Montoya just went to the well one too many times with Ryan Borucki. We're gonna get a pitching change here,
and it's hard to fault Charlie Montoya here because, you know, when your pitcher's at, let's say, 110 pitches and then he gives up back-to-back home runs, yeah, that's on the manager. He's left him in too long. But, you know, Borucki had kept the pitch count pretty low, and it's a tough call for Charlie Montoya because you don't want to use the hook too soon and put unnecessary stress on the bullpen. That's what's so tough about being a manager, because the pitchers are always going to tell you they want to stay in the game. But they went with Borucki a little bit too long because the Orioles finally figured him out.
Well, Toronto has 3 long men available in their bullpen right now, too. Sean Reed Foley. Wow, that one is crushed, too. Unbelievable. It doesn't matter who comes up this inning, who's on the mound. It's going out of here for the Orioles. Back-to-back home runs here in the 6th inning. And the Orioles have taken a 5-3 lead.
My goodness, Justin, this is a hit parade, the likes of which we are not accustomed to seeing from the Orioles, who we talked about so many times today, one of the worst offenses, not just in the AL, but in all of ball. And that one it's crushed. There's no other way to put it. It's crushed. It's on the inner half of the plate. It's not a good pitch, not a good spot. Great job turning on it, and it's above that high wall in right field. And all of a sudden, this is a 5-3 Baltimore lead. Who saw that coming?
Yes, 3-1 coming into this inning, and then just back-to-back home runs. Unbelievable. Well, we've got ourselves a brand new ball game. Toronto's going to have to rally. They're going to want to come away with a series sweep.
Yeah, this is something where there's not a whole lot you could do if you're the Blue Jays. I mean, it doesn't really make sense to go out to talk to the pitcher because he's only been in for one at-bat. Catcher really can't say anything. You just got to let your pitcher, you got to let Reed Foley work through it himself.
Yeah, just go out there and go, hey, don't do that. Well, 0-2 pitch here to Hayes. Doesn't bite at that one, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, we've seen really good discipline from the Orioles hitters today. Not really chasing a whole lot of bad pitches in the dirt, and it gives you hope if you're an O's fan. Are they there this year? No, they're not. Are they going to be there next year? Probably not either, as Reed Foley gets his man there. But they can be there, I think, in a couple of years. They got some young prospects, and as we're seeing today, there is light at the end of the tunnel as Baltimore.
Yeah, they've got a interesting farm system, and the important thing is not a lot of money tied up. I mean, they've got 2 years left with Chris Davis at $21 million, but that's really their only financial. It's the only commitment they have on the books, really. So you can do a lot with that.
And I think it's eventually going to be time for to go, out with the old, in with the new, as Chris Davis is one of the few pieces on this team that's tying this organization back to the early 2010s. I think soon they're going to have to cut their losses with Davis and decide that they're moving the ball club in a newer and younger direction.
Yeah, he's not playing much this year already. Rio Ruiz, who just hit that home run this inning, has gotten the lion's share of the at-bats at first base. So, you're paying a guy $21 million really just to take up a bench spot.
Yeah, it's not a good investment for the Orioles at this point. And is Davis still a serviceable? Is Davis still a serviceable player? Maybe. That's something you'd have to find out at the deadline. Make some calls, see if there's interest. But I think Chris Davis
lines that one into right, and this is. Oh, I thought that one was going to be over the head of another Jays outfielder, but Teoscar Hernandez makes the catch on the warning track for the second out here of the sixth.
I thought so too, and I apologize here. I'm droning on about Chris Davis. I should let you talk a little bit more about the game.
That's always interesting to talk about Chris Davis, and there was a fascinating contract that the Orioles gave to him. I mean, they were really just bidding against themselves. Peter Angelos got sort of played there by Scott Boras, his agent.
Yes, Scott Boras, the bane of so many general managers around the league.
I like the guy. He makes things interesting.
Oh, he totally does make things interesting, but my earliest memory of him is the whole Matt Harvey innings controversy. I don't remember if you... I don't know how well you remember that.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Back in 2015, Scott Boras, after...
lined up the middle for a base hit there. Urias is on with 2 outs in the 6th.
Yeah, but after Harvey pitched like 8 innings and gave up 1 run, and I think it was August, Scott Boras announced that Harvey was going to be shut down for the remainder of the season due to his innings count being reached. And that sent an uproar.
Well, yeah, it was really smart to protect that arm because he's still pitching very well for the Mets to this day, right? Well, yeah. Urias takes off for a second, and he's going to be in there with a stolen base.
Good jump there by Urias. Throw from the knees by the catcher there, by the catcher Reese. I didn't really think they had much of a chance at him anyway. But it was a good throw, but a better jump there from Urias.
Yeah, really no chance there from McGuire. Just a great jump.
But we were talking about Matt Harvey a second ago. Honestly, I feel bad for Harvey. I think
thoracic outlet surgery is sort of what ended his career.
such a rare condition that really plagued the guy, and I can't help feel sorry for him. I thought he had a fine major league career ahead of him.
2-1 pitch misses outside, 3-1. Yeah, it's always really sad when there's like a major league pitcher who comes on to the scene, has immediate success right away, and then just injuries or something else, and he fizzles out of the way. You know, I think of Rick Ankiel, who just couldn't throw a strike in that postseason series. And a walk there from Sean Reed-Foley. Reed-Foley's got a little bit of Ankiel in him here, a bit of a wild pitcher. Walked a lot of batters last inning in the minors. And he walks one here. There's 2 on now we're still not done with this 6th inning.
Yeah, and that's the other thing with pitchers, though. I mean, by the time they get to the big leagues, there is a lot of stress on that arm, even for the ones who've already had Tommy John surgery. I mean, think about all the pitching that they pitch in high school, and then college, the minors. There's a lot of stress on that arm before they even get to the big leagues.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why maybe some pitchers that have converted from infielders, they are able to have good, long, successful careers.
Yeah, I mean, it's more often than not, guys who come up as starters in the minors get turned into relievers for one reason or another.
Iglesias grounds that one to Guerrero, who fires on to Biggio to end this 6th inning. But the Orioles score 3 on back-to-back-to-back home runs. They take the lead 5-3 going to the top of the 7th inning.
Now pitching for the Orioles.
And we're going to get a new pitcher here for the Orioles. That is the end of the day for Keegan Akin, as we thought. Tanner Scott, another left-hander, is going to come in for the Orioles. He'll face 9-1-2, McGuire, Bichette, and Biggio, so 2 lefties. First pitch here from Tanner Scott is swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. So Scott throws a 4-seam fastball, a slider, and a sinker. 4.76 earned run average coming into today. Only 5.2 innings pitched, though, so take that ERA with a grain of salt.
Right, and especially for the 1 inning specialists for the ERA, it can be a little bit blown out of proportion. I mean, remember, if you're only pitching 1 inning per game, then if you have one bad day, that ERA can go skyrocketing, and you may still be having a pretty good year.
McGuire lines that one up the middle for a base hit. Another 2-strike base hit for McGuire. He's on for the 2nd time this afternoon.
The bat, number 11.
Yeah, Reese McGuire, the catcher, hitting out of the 9-hole, is having a pretty nice day for himself. Definitely something the Blue Jays have been hoping for. Steady production out of the catcher's spot, and good sign for them that McGuire is having the day that he's having today.
Now 2 more left-handers warming in that bullpen for the Orioles. They have 4 left-handed pitchers down there in that bullpen, believe it or not. Quite an unusual bullpen mix. Bo Bichette comes up today, 2 for 3. Swings and fouls that one down the right side, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, a lot of teams only have 1 left-handed arm in their bullpen. Some teams have 2. It's a rarity to have 4.
Yeah, some teams have none now with the 3-batter rule, too.
Right.
Bichette drives that one to left field. Santander on the wall, and he's going to make that catch in front of the warning track. I thought Bichette gave that one a ride, but it just died out there and left.
He did give it a ride, but I could see this one off the bat. I didn't think it was going to get out, and actually I got a little nervous there because I saw Santander starting to run back. But Bichette just got under that one a little bit. Such a high fly ball.
The way Santander was running after it made me think it was going to be over his head.
Yep. A little bit too high there for Bichette, and Tanner Scott can count himself lucky.
And he'll bring up Kevin Biggio, who's 0 for 3 today. Struggles continue for him, but he finds himself in a good hitter's count here, 2-0. 99 miles an hour there from Tanner Scott. That's got to be tough, lefty on lefty, seeing 99 miles an hour.
Yeah, let's remember the Blue Jays are used to seeing the arm of the starter, who threw around 92, 93 tops, and now he's that was Keegan Akin who threw 92, 93, and now you're seeing Tanner Scott who's pumping high 90s. Difficult adjustment.
Yeah, they couldn't catch up to Keegan Akin's 92, 93 either. 10 strikeouts in the afternoon for Akin. Now they've got to face 98.
Yeah, with Akin, it was more about them being kept off balance, and now you have a guy who's really trying to blow you away. He's saying, okay, here's my fastball. I'm throwing this 98 miles an hour right down the plate. If you hit it, great, but I don't think you're going to.
Well, the 3-1 pitch is a breaking ball. A little slider at 89. Slurvy one. Biggio able to lay off of that one. And they're 2 on here with 1 out in the 7th inning. And we're going to get a pitching change here.
Now pitching for the Orioles.
Going to see former Blue Jay Miguel Castro. Castro's already appeared in 25 games this year. 21.2 innings pitched and a 4.57 ERA. Almost as many walks as strikeouts there.
Let's see. We have Gurriel, who's up now. We have... So, who do we have? Biggio.
Vlad follows him in.
Yeah, Biggio is at first. Bichette is on second, I believe.
It's Reese McGuire's on second.
Oh, right. Reese McGuire's on second. He doesn't run well. That's a catcher. What I'm trying to figure out is if Gurriel can get a gap shot here, which doesn't look like he will do.
Yeah. It's going to pop out here to Rio Ruiz in foul territory for the second out of the 7th inning.
If Vlad Guerrero can get a gap shot here, then running on the pitch, Biggio should be able to score. And of course, gap shot with Guerrero up in the dish is not entirely out of the question.
Well, Guerrero 1 for 3 today, singled in the first. Toronto hoping for maybe a little bit more than a gap shot. Maybe they could get in the home run parade themselves. First pitch, Guerrero thinking the exact same thing, swinging at that inside pitch, way inside. It's 0-1.
Thinking right along with you right there, and why shouldn't he? I'd let him. I'd turn him loose for 1 home run cut.
That one's lined over the head of Ruiz. McGuire
all right, get on your horse,
going to
score.
Biggio there at third. He's rounding third. The throw home, and he is out at the plate. Unbelievable. Wow, Luis Rivera sending Biggio, you called it, right into the gap. Would he be able to score? Biggio unable to score. Excellent relay there. Toronto gets 1, but going to the bottom of the 7th, they trail 5-4.
It's the right move by the third base coach. You got to take a chance there. I don't mind that move at all. I'm really surprised that Biggio wasn't able to score. It's 2 outs. He's running on the pitch. Guerrero did not hit that one all that hard. It was kind of a softer flare down the line, and it kind of stuck up in that. It kind of got caught up in the corner. It's an excellent relay by the Orioles, but I'm really surprised that Biggio was not able to make his way around there and score.
Well, a base hit here to lead off the bottom of the 7th inning for the Orioles. Yeah, that's just a tough overall play for the Jays. You had a chance to tie the game here in the 7th inning. You want to take it.
Yeah, and it's a great relay, though, again, by the Orioles. And it's so tough for the first baseman especially because that ball was right over his head as you take a look at what happened the last time. I believe, who's this? Nunez? Yeah,
this
Nunez.
is Santander.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Santander. This is the first of the back-to-back-to-back home runs.
Yeah. Well, he comes up here with a runner on, so trouble already brewing for the Jays. This is the 3-4-5 that went back in the 6th to give Baltimore the lead. And Reed Foley finds himself in a hole 1-0.
Yes, returning to the Biggio play. It's so tough for the first baseman, especially because he had a good chance at that one. He made a good effort. Ended up going a little bit over his head, but he's already caught out of position. So it's a good job. he regains his bearings, gets out there, serves as the cutoff man, and then he delivers a strike from the outfield to home plate.
Yeah, just really nicely executed. And Dwight Smith Jr., the right fielder there, doesn't actually play a lot of outfield. He's the designated hitter against right-handed pitching, so could have been a completely different outcome there altogether. This one is a lot shallower into right field. Teoscar Hernandez there to make the catch for the first out of the 7th.
Now batting, third baseman.
Nice lazy fly ball, hung up there for a while, so he didn't miss it by much. I must say, I'm surprised that Sean Reed-Foley is still in this game.
And Charlie Montoya loves sticking with these long relievers. If they're in for an inning, they're usually in for 2 or 3.
Yep, I totally understand that, and I support leaving the pitchers in for as long as they can go. I'm just surprised because Reed-Foley kind of had a rough inning last time. So
yeah, he gave up a home run, a single, a stolen base, and a walk before finally getting out of that inning. It wasn't clean in any way, shape, or form.
No, so maybe Montoya thought he settled down a little bit. Look, who's to say? What do I know? This guy's a major league manager. I'm just sitting up here calling the game in the booth. But just make it.
Yeah, not only that, but Charlie Montoya has a lifetime 400 batting average.
Does he really?
Ended his career 2 for 5.
Ah, okay.
But he's very happy to tell anyone that listens that was his career batting average.
Very cheeky you are there.
Well, a guy that did get a lot of playing time in the majors, really only 5 at-bats. It's sort of special for him to be here as a major league manager. He managed a lot in the minors. It was in the Tampa system, so you know he's a smart guy if he managed in Tampa.
Yeah, it's the guys who are the guys who make the best managers are the ones usually who spend a lot of time in the minor leagues, were never great players when they were up in the big leagues, but they were always solid players because they tend to know the most about the game.
3-2 pitch is sent into the outfield. Teoscar Hernandez giving chase, and he's going to leap and not get that one. That one's over his head. Wow, they had to hold at first with Alberto. He was unsure if that ball was going to be caught. That's the only reason he's unable to score on that one. And that is a loud double for Renato Nunez.
It's good hitting by Nunez, but it's a terrible route to the ball by Teoscar Hernandez, who took his first step in and then realized he had to reverse course and sort of made a quick V-turn and tried to run back, but by that time it was too late. Should not have needed to dive for that ball, but instead, not because of the poor route efficiency, he finds himself trying to make an acrobatic catch, and he can't convert one, as we're going to see Anthony K here. It's the second time. That's the second time in this game. We saw it in the first inning with the Orioles that we've seen poor routes to the ball by these outfielders.
Well, now Baltimore has 2 on in scoring position with only 1 out, so Montoya is going to go to the pen, pulling Sean Reed-Foley for Anthony K, facing the left-hander Rio Ruiz, who takes that first pitch outside for a ball, and it's 1-0. Yeah, Teoscar Hernandez continues to struggle defensively in the outfield. Toronto has tried him at every single defensive position out there and hasn't had a lot of success at any of them.
Yeah, right field's a very difficult position to read, especially when there's a right-hander who's up, because what happens is that ball is slicing, and it doesn't look like it's going to be hit with that much power, but then it starts to slice away from you. Very difficult read when you're in right field and a right-handed batter is up. It's the same thing that's true in left field, but since they're generally more righties, gone are the days where you stick the worst outfielder in right field.
Yeah, it's very frustrating for a lot of Jays fans because Teoscar should have all of the tools to be a good defensive outfielder. He's incredibly fast out there. He's actually got the fastest sprint speed on all of the Jays lineup, so he's got the speed to play center field, and they tried him there last year, but again, he's just continues to get the good reads and struggles to get reads on balls hit to him. 3-2 pitch here to Rio Ruiz, and that one is fouled away.
Yeah, you can disguise a poor read if you have great speed, but right there, Hernandez got burned.
Big 3-2 pitch here from Anthony K on the way, And that one is lined into right field. Teoscar Hernandez is going to have to give chase to another one. And that ball is caught right at the wall. Nice play right there as he crashed into the wall, making the catch, tagging at third, and scoring on that is going to be Alberto. So a sac fly and a run scored for Ruiz, and Baltimore now leads 6-4.
Would Hernandez? Yes, he would have. Hernandez would have been better off letting that ball just drop to the ground. It would have been a foul ball.
Yeah, you're right. He caught that one in foul territory. You know, maybe you give Kay a chance to get a ground ball or get a strikeout there. He had 2 outs, but the run scores. Now Toronto is down by 2.
You can't. Here, I'll let you take this one.
Well, now they're down by 3, and a misplay there by Teoscar. It's going to maybe cost him a base. Thrown at second, and he's in there safely. Wow. The defensive miscues continue for Teoscar Hernandez. He's having a rough inning.
Nightmare inning for Teoscar Hernandez. I was going to say that on the foul ball that he caught that ended up being a sac fly, it's so hard to fault him there because it's such a difficult play to read where you are by the wall. But that one, that's just a blunder, and it cost him.
Well, the Orioles get 2 more runs this inning on a defensive miscues by Teoscar Hernandez. Lead to some runs. It's 7-4 Baltimore going to the bottom of the 8th.
Now pitching for the Orioles, number 51.
Well, new pitcher for Baltimore, another left-hander pitcher. It's going to be Paul Fry. He has yet to allow a run all season long. 7 games, 8.2 innings pitched. He's going to face 2 lefties this inning. It's going to be Rowdy Tellez, Teoscar Hernandez, and then Travis Shaw. So Toronto's got their work cut out for them, down by 3 here in the 8th.
Yeah, they certainly do, but look, the Orioles are struggling the way they are for a reason. If they had a great bullpen, they'd be doing a lot better. So certainly room for the Blue Jays to work with here. They are not out of this game by any means yet.
Well, that one's fouled away, and Tellez is in a quick hole 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Misses low, 1-2.
And if you're Toronto here, you got to break it down into baby steps. You can't think about trying to get it all back in one swing. It's got to start with the base runner, and once you have 1 base runner, you worry about 2. As that's 2 calls that have gone in Tellez's favor right there.
You know, that's what you need. You need calls to go in your favor if you want to get back into this one. You only got 6 outs to play with as Tellez goes down swinging. Another strikeout for Rowdy Tellez. He struck out 3 times today.
Right fielder, Teoscar Hernandez.
I'll bring up the right fielder, Teoscar Hernandez, and so often you see a player make a lot of misplays in the outfield or in the field, and then he finds himself right up to bat that very next inning, chance to redeem himself.
Yeah, and you have to caution Teoscar Hernandez here not to grip the bat too tight. You have the urge to try and hit a home run to redeem yourself for your errors in the previous inning. But like I said, you have to take it in baby steps.
Yeah, you can't hit a 3-run home run with nobody on base.
1 base runner, 1 hit at a time.
Teoscar swings over that breaking ball, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, he's swinging for the fences here.
Another 1-2 pitch. Misses outside, 2-2. Well, Teoscar singled and scored a run in the 4th inning. Came around on the Grichuk home run. And he's caught looking there. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the 8th inning for Paul Fry. And Toronto is down to their final 4 outs.
Well, it's a great spot by Fry, and I always say that if you're a left-hander and you want to go into a righty, you can go in, but you better not push it too far over the middle of the plate or else he'll burn you. Perfectly executed pitch there by Fry. He paints the corner beautifully. Not much Hernandez can do about it.
He'll bring up Travis Shaw. Shaw 1 for 3 today. He doubled and scored a run. Scored on the Bo Bichette single in the 2nd inning. Finds himself in a favorable hitter count here, 2-0. And he swings at that one, trying to beat the shift, I guess, but it's hit so high and lazily that it's going to be the cut for the 3rd out of the inning.
What a job by Paul Fry.
Yeah, I mean, bullpen has been an issue for Baltimore, but they've got some pretty good arms down there. Paul Fry continues to be one of the bright spots in that pen for Baltimore.
Leading off.
Well, Baltimore up by 3 here now in the 8th inning. It's going to be 8-9-1. Ramon Urias, Pedro Severino, and Jose Iglesias. Urias singled and scored in the 5th and singled and stole a base in the 6th. Facing Anthony Kay here.
And Jay, you were spot on. This is once again, Charlie Montoya asking his relievers to work multiple innings. As Kay is out here now for his 2nd inning of work. And why shouldn't he be? He pitched well last inning.
Yeah, coming into today's game, Kay had gotten into 10 games this season and already logged 17.1 innings pitched. So he goes to him often, and he goes to him for several innings. 3-0 count here to Urias, who takes all the way for a leadoff walk.
Yeah, Kay doesn't look too happy about that, and I can't blame him. I thought that might have caught the upper portion of the zone.
Yeah, looking like a good pitch to me, especially on 3-0.
I actually think it did catch the upper portion of the zone, but he can't do anything about it now. Not exactly what he was looking for to start things off. It's a 4-pitch walk. Very selective here on Pedro Severino.
And Kay misses badly with that breaking ball outside, and it's 1-0.
Yep, 5 in a row. This is where you tell Severino, pick a spot. If it's not there, you don't swing at it. Don't do him any favors. He's thrown 5 balls in a row now. Make him find the zone.
Well, let's see if he swings on this pitch. He is not, and it's another ball, 2-0.
I'll say this, though. Kay may have thrown 6 in a row, but he's getting squeezed. I thought that was another pretty good pitch.
Yeah, he's right on the edges right there, right now. Well, let's see if Severino's swinging on 2-0. He does. That one is in there, but he fouls it off, 2-1.
Well, that was a meatball right over the fat part of the plate, so you can't fault Severino swinging there. Count's still very much in his favor, though.
That one's fouled away, and it's 2-2. Well, after this game, we've got some AL Central action coming your way. Minnesota and the Chicago White Sox. 2 teams there right at the top of the division, so that is a very good game. That one's hit on the ground to Bichette, who fires on to Biggio. 6-4-3, double play. Nifty little double play there, erasing that leadoff walk.
That's exactly what you need if you're Anthony Kay. Just what the doctor ordered for the Blue Jays. He'd been struggling a little bit. But instead, and right there, it's smart pitching. Instead of trying to just strike him out, pitch to contact, he gives Severino something away on the outer half. Severino rolls over it, and it's an easy 6-4-3.
Yeah, Kay has really excelled so far in this long relief role that Charlie Montoya has put him into this early part of the year.
And who do we got for the Blue Jays who's going to try and make something happen in the last inning?
Well, the 9th is 8-9-1. We're going to see Randall Grichuk, who's already hit a home run, Reese McGuire, and Bo Bichette.
Can't really make a case for pinch hitting for any of them. Grichuk, of course, hit that home run a few innings ago. McGuire's having himself a nice day. He's got 2 hits, and then Bo Bichette also multiple hit game for him.
Lined right to Biggio for the final out of the 8th inning. So, Baltimore gets a leadoff walk. It's erased on a double play. They go 3 up, 3 down in their half of the 8th. Toronto down by 3 in the 9th inning.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Well, you could make a case for hitting for Kevin Biggio if he should reach this inning, but it'll be Michael Gibbons for Baltimore. Again, another one of those good arms down there in the Baltimore pen. 10 for 11 in save opportunities, a 1.93 earned run average. I think he's really Baltimore's best trade chip. Come the July 31st deadline, I really expect him to be in a different uniform.
Yep, now we've seen Grichuk, these Baltimore pitchers have gotten a chance to see Grichuk a couple of times now. When did he burn them, you ask? He burned them when you tried to pitch him in, but you slipped it a little bit too far over the plate. You can pitch him in, but make sure it's inside. Other than that, I pound him away.
Givens misses badly with that pitch, and it's 2-0. Oh, two-hit night here for Randall Grichuk out of the 8th spot. And that's really impressive. Toronto has a center fielder in the 8th spot with as much power. It shows that the amount of power this lineup could potentially produce. It's just the consistency that they've yet to really find.
I got 2-1 the count.
And this is a tough loss for Toronto. I'm giving up 3 home runs in 1 inning when you were leading. That's a tough pill to swallow, especially when you had the chance to sweep on the road.
There was Grichuk's pitch. Givens missed, tried to go inside. He slipped it out a little bit too far over the plate, and Grichuk just missed it.
2-2 pitch swung on and missed. A first strikeout here in the inning for Michael Givens. 1 out. Toronto's down to their final 2 outs now.
How about Michael Givens battling back? First 2 pitches, he missed pretty badly actually, and then he pounds that zone, 3 straight strikes. Excellent job there retiring Grichuk.
Now, I believe Givens is actually the only player left on this roster that appeared in that playoff game in 2016 for, I think, either team, to be honest. I don't know if anyone is left on the Jays side either. Kind of a good trivia question.
What about Chris Davis? Did he play?
Oh, yeah, Chris Davis. But, yeah, I think that's about it. It really shows like how quickly a roster can churn. It's only 4 years, and these two teams look incredibly different.
They do look much different, but it's nice to see that Camden Yards is pretty full today. We flashed the attendance up. I think it was last inning, just a hair under 40,000, which is good for some Sunday afternoon baseball. And these fans have been entertained. It's been a good game.
Well, it's a beautiful day outside, and it's a beautiful ballpark. You might as well. 1-2 pitch here to McGuire. Swung on and missed, and that's the second strikeout of the inning for Givens. He's 1 out away from closing this one down for Baltimore.
Next for the Blue Jays.
Well, it's a great pitch by Givens. Just look at this. Look at this. I think it's a slider, and the bottom just kind of drops out of it. So tough to hit for the batter, whether it's a lefty or a righty. And now it'll be Bo Bichette who's got a chance to try and extend things. But I've been really impressed with Baltimore today, especially with the resilience they showed. You know, for a team at their place in the standings, it would be so easy for them to roll over once they went down. But they kept fighting, and they had that big inning where they hit 3 home runs in a row in rapid succession. And now they're 1 out away from stealing a game in this series.
Yeah, I mean, they were down 3-0. You could have really just sort of forgiven them. But since then, it's been 7-1 Baltimore. I mean, they've really turned things around, changed the momentum of this game. 2 outs now here for Bo Bichette. He's the last hope for Toronto in this 9th inning. 1-1 pitch on its way, and that one misses outside. 2-1.
Yep, Bichette again. Can't try and do too much here. Can't get it all back in one swing. His job is he's got to keep the line going in any way he can. Doesn't have to be Herculean, just need a hit.
2-1 pitch in there for a strike, and it's 2-2. Well, nice little changeup there from Givens. And swung on and missed. Givens comes in and strikes out the side. Baltimore able to save this last game of the series, holding off the sweep. They win this one by a final score of 7-4.
Yep, great job by the Orioles today. As we talked about it just moments ago, great resiliency shown by this ball club. And look, is this team going to be a playoff team this year? No, but it's these types of wins that show these O's fans that there is hope, there is light at the end of the tunnel. They have some very nice prospects, and it's gonna be a bit of a long process, but they have to just stick with it, ride it out. These young guys are going to develop. This is going to be a good team in a couple of years.
Yeah, and it was a real team effort. 6 guys scoring 7 runs. Renato Nunez is our player of the game, though. 3 for 3 with a home run and a double. He scored just 1 run, and he got a sac fly in the 7th inning. So really a good player of the game. I mean, look at these pitching matchups. Keegan Akin, 6 innings, 3 earned runs, only 1 walk, and 10 strikeouts. A really great game from him. He was incredibly impressive to me. Ryan Borucki, again, was impressive for 4 innings. It was just the last 2 innings, the 5th inning, things came a bit undone for him, and he was unable to get a single out in that 6th inning, giving up back-to-back home runs before Sean Reed Foley came in and gave up the 3rd of the 3 back-to-back home runs. So, tough outing for Ryan Borucki. Maybe better suited in the relief role if he keeps on having these blow-up innings and unable to go very deep.
Yeah, it's certainly a question that the Blue Jays will have to answer, but we can take a look at some highlights now. Good day for Bo Bichette. A couple of these guys in the Blue Jays lineup had a nice day with a couple of hits on the afternoon, and then it was a really good job by Keegan Akin. I liked a lot of what he did today. Strikeout machine. That was really, I thought, his one bad pitch of the day when Grichuk got him for that home run, and it was a shot too. It was not a cheap home run by any means.
Yeah, it was an absolute moonshot there, and it looked like Toronto had all the momentum, but Baltimore just kept chipping away at it.
Toronto had all the momentum, and you know what? They did have all the momentum because they deserved it. They'd been hitting him well, but let's credit Keegan Akin here. He's a 5th starter, and he kept battling, and he delivered a quality start, and he waited for the run support, and it would arrive. This was another Titanic shot.
That was where it came undone for Borucki there in that bottom of the 6th. That's that leadoff home run to Santander.
Yep, and then this is where
Nunez followed quickly with another home run of his own.
Yeah, they left him in too long, I thought, to face Nunez. They should have gotten him out of there. And then this is the 3rd of the...
that one get out of the park? Did that one get onto Utah Street?
I'm not sure, but that one was crushed, and seeing it there on the highlights, a lot more than I thought. And then here's the big play of the game, right here. I think Biggio, we talked about this during the broadcast, Biggio has to score here.
Yeah, I mean, they had a chance to tie it here in the 7th inning. Biggio has good speed, you know. He only was thrown out stealing once on the season, and, you know, I think he may have even got his hand in there. That was a real close play, real nice relay, and a nice tag by Severino. That would have tied the game at 5, and Toronto would have had another runner in scoring position for Gurriel, but after that, the momentum swung. Baltimore got 2 runs the next inning, and that was the end of the game.
Yeah, those were big insurance runs for Baltimore, and good pitching. Both Paul Fry and Michael Gibbons were fantastic as they went 6 up, 6 down in the last 6 outs of the game. And Baltimore, they steal a game here at Camden Yards. Good job by them today.
Yeah, a tough loss for Toronto. They were looking to maybe go for a sweep. They had swept Baltimore in Toronto, 4-game sweep. But they will find themselves playing the St. Louis Cardinals tomorrow, and that should be a really good game. That will see Hyunjin Ryu start for the Jays, and he will face up against Jack Flaherty of the St. Louis Cardinals. So, I mean, a battle of aces. That's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm actually going to be both of us are going to be on that game.
Yes, so, looking forward to it tomorrow.
So that'll be a really great game. After this, Baltimore looks like they've got that's the Toronto schedule. So after this, got their schedule. They play the White Sox. That's who they go to next. Oh no, they just played the White Sox. It's the Cubs.
Week around the league, as that's. I saw it with the Mets today. The Mets have one of these weird 2-game series with the Astros, and you saw that Toronto's got a 2-game set with the Cardinals. So teams got to get in their interleague plays. So it looks like we're running a little bit ahead of schedule.
Tampa just did a 2-game series with Milwaukee, and unfortunately for Baltimore, they've got a 2-game series with the Cubs. As we said earlier in the broadcast, Cubs are playing incredibly well this year.
Yes, they're playing exceptional right now is we're running a little bit ahead here on Botball. That game wrapped up rather quickly.
So it looks like we're going to get a little look at both of these AL Central teams, the White Sox and the Twins, and these are some very good teams, a lot of good young players. I mean, look at this Chicago lineup. Got Tim Anderson, Yohan Moncada, Eloy Jimenez hitting 4th, Edwin Encarnacion, Yasmani Grandal, Jose Abreu hitting 7th. I mean, that lineup is that is a killer lineup. I see I'm joined in the booth now by Beardy Buddha. Beardy, what can you tell us about this Chicago White Sox lineup?
Well, actually, my partner, Frango Mint, he's the White Sox expert in this booth coming up. So you might want to ask him what he thinks about his favorite squad.
Hey, Frango's in here.
Gentlemen.
Is this one of your first games you're calling, Frango? I've seen you a lot commenting. I'm excited to hear you call this one.
This will be my 3rd game doing color commentary, and I'm very excited to finally get a game here with my good friend from the Twins, Buddha, and this should be fun. Yeah, so the White Sox, their young lineup really has been improving this year, and the last 2 days, I don't know if you've had a chance to check out the Wikipedia page for the Twins bullpen, but it's currently being shown that Eloy Jimenez owns them. We have walk-off home runs the last 2 games here at Guaranteed Rate Field, so we're looking forward to seeing him continue his improvement. He's scuffled a little bit this season, but he's definitely seeming to trim the page now. So,
yeah, well, you guys are certainly in for a good one, and we wish you the best. And J-Man, if you wanna sign off here, we can let these guys do their thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be a really exciting matchup between 2 of the premier teams in the AL Central. Guys, have a great time calling this one. I'm excited to watch it. So have a good game.
Thank you much. And great job, guys. You did a fantastic job on that last game.
Oh, thanks very much. Have a good one.
Yeah, great call, gentlemen. Have a good rest of your Sunday. But, we're excited for this 3rd game of this big AL Central matchup. As we said, Eloy Jimenez back-to-back walk-offs against this Twins squad, and this series has been about everything it's been stacked up to be so far. We thought we were going to get this kind of series in Target Field last weekend, but here on the south side, it's been extra competitive, and it's been a lot of fun.
It has been, and I'll have to say that I'm thankful personally that I was traveling last weekend, so I didn't see any of the games last week, so but yeah, this weekend series has been really what the White Sox have been looking for. We've seen some pretty good starting pitching. The bullpen has been lights out for the Sox and done a really good job of holding this very potent Twins offense team in check. So really looking forward to seeing what the 2 teams' number 5 starters can bring today, and if we can continue to see the great pitching that we've seen so far through this series.
Yeah, even Randy Dobnik was real solid for the Twins yesterday. I think he went pretty deep into that game, if my short-term memory serves me correct.
He went 8 yesterday, and if anybody had the hard luck with yesterday's game, it was him. He gave up 1 run in 8 innings, and that was even a little bit of a manufactured run at that. With 2 outs, Tim Anderson got a base hit, stole second, and then scored on a single that Yohan Moncada was thrown out at second trying to stretch into a double. So that was the only run that Dobnik gave up yesterday, and then he gave way to the bullpen, and with 1 out, that's when Eloy Jimenez put one in the seats in left field.
This AL Central race heating up as we're in our last day of May, about to turn that calendar over to June here in ML Botball. Can't believe we're already 2 months into our little fake baseball nerd community here that I endearingly call us all, and I appreciate all of you for sticking around for if you've been with us since the beginning, if you've just joined on recently, if it's your first day, we hope you're enjoying yourself, helping fill the void and helping us raise some money for Meals on Wheels. We appreciate all of you, and we invite you to check out mlbotball.com, and you can check out our daily fantasy there. It's kind of a pick'em style of fantasy. It's been a lot of fun. I started doing it about a week and a half ago. It's been a good time, and of course all of our social media links are there, and you can find our schedule and all sorts of good stuff on mlbotball.com. But thanks for joining us, and we're excited to bring you this AL Central matchup. The division-leading Twins visiting these Southsiders, these Chicago White Sox, third place. Yeah, we see they're, I believe, 4 games back now after the back-to-back walk-off victories.
Yes, the White Sox are 4 back. The Cleveland Indians are 3 back of the Twins. There's a game between second and third place right now. And we'll see what happens with today's game, but I expect it to be a very competitive matchup. And I'm thinking that there might be a little more offense today than there's been the last couple days, but we will see. So let's see how these lineups look and go on and see a fantastic and competitive game.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how this pitching matchup shakes out as well. I saw, of course, I got the lucky chance to call all 4 games of that Twins series last weekend, and in that turn, of course, got to see Mike Kopech take his turn in the rotation, and I was real impressed with Mike Kopech. The speed is obviously there on his fastball, and if he can just settle down and limit his damage a little more and figure some things out, which will come with age, surely. I think Kopech might be a good option for these White Sox for a long time.
Absolutely. Right now, he's securing the number 5 slot in the rotation, but there are lots of folks on the south side who think that he will be the number 1 pitcher by the end of this year and into next year. So we'll see how the simulation treats him, but right now he's a little bit of a work in progress. As you said, he's got that fantastic fastball, does struggle with control occasionally, and he does give up a bit of the long ball every once in a while. So that could be part of what is a challenge against this very potent Twins offense.
Yeah, and on the bump for the boys from Minnesota's Devin Smeltzer. If you don't know Devin Smeltzer's story, I highly encourage you to give him a Google, look up some YouTube videos. Devin, of course, beat some childhood cancer. I believe he got to meet a couple major leaguers back in the day when he was struggling with his illness, and now look at this. He's fulfilling his dream as a major league pitcher, and he's off to a heck of a start here in 2020 for the Minnesota Twins as a 4-1 record, 3.05 ERA in 8 starts, and his 9th start will be a big one here on the south side, trying to avoid the sweep as these 41-18 Twins taking on the 37-22 White Sox.
Yeah, looking at Smeltzer's numbers before the game, I was really impressed by his number of hits he's allowed. In 41 1/3 innings, he's only allowed 32 hits so far this year. He has walked 20, but he's also struck out 33, so looking really good. But here we see Michael Kopech taking the mound with that 8.79 ERA that obviously we're hoping to see come down. But those 20 strikeouts in 14.1 innings tells you a little bit about what his stuff is like.
Leading off the afternoon for Minnesota.
Yeah, I think he struck out about 7 or 8 Twins in only about 4 innings of work in his last time out against this Minnesota lineup, and we'll see how they do against the righty today. He starts out Max Kepler with a good one there, low 0-1.
So Max is your favorite German, is that correct?
Oh, 100%. That's the bit.
I thought I had heard you refer to him as that, so.
Yeah, he's the son of ballerinas.
Impressive. Now, speaking of impressive, you got to look at the averages for the top 3 guys in the Twins lineup and just be really amazed. We got Kepler here at 322 coming into today as he fouls that one back. You've got 322 leading off, Polanco 318, and Garver at 318 as well. So you guys really know how to hit the ball at the top of your lineup.
Yeah, it's been real impressive. It's been even better to see Max produce against lefties this year. There was some concern that Kepler had kind of stalled in his development against lefties, but my favorite German with the 2-2 count here against Kopech. We'll see where he goes, and it's a ground ball up the middle. A little bit of a shift is backhanded by Anderson.
Safe.
And oh, nice. Nice job by Max Kepler to get down the line. He pirouettes into an infield base hit, basically.
Well, definitely got down the line quickly, and I believe that was Garcia.
No, they had a shift on there.
Did they have the shift on?
Yeah,
okay.
You see Garcia's I'm looking at my replay here. Garcia's in short right, so that was Tim Anderson.
Okay.
Making a heck of a play to get to it, but couldn't come up with that throw there, and we see Jorge Polanco, as you alluded, that 318 average. Jorge off to a really, really amazing start here for the Twins, leading them with 74 hits as well.
Ooh, a high strike there for Kopech.
Yeah, that breaking pitch gets in there. 0-2 now to Jorge Polanco with Max Kepler standing at first base. And this one is lined past Anderson into left field. That's 2 base hits now for the Twins to start this one out on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here at Guaranteed Rate Field.
As you said, lined into left field. Twins are doing a good job getting the bat on the ball at this point. And we see Mitch Garver coming up. The surprising to me power leader for the Twins.
Garver had a very Mike Piazza-esque season at least at the plate last year for the Twins. Was a big revelation, and Mitch is 29 years old, so kind of a later breakout as he grounds here to Abreu, who fires on to Anderson at second. That's a double play. Turns behind Michael Kopech.
Double play isn't necessarily part of Kopech's repertoire, but we'll take it when we can get it, definitely.
Yeah, always nice to see him keeping the ball on the ground, of course, and out of the air. And a big challenge here with 2 down, of course, but the boomstick usually doesn't care if it's 2 down, nobody out. If there's 2 strikes, no strikes, and he looks at strike 1 there, a 98-mile-an-hour fastball from Michael Kopech.
Yeah, it was well painted there by Kopech. And with 2 outs and the runner on third, this is a good test for Kopech being able to get out of this mini jam.
Inside, 1-1, we see Joe McDonald behind the home plate, so you can send your terrible strike zone complaints to him. You can at him and not me. Although feel free to at me. I always say don't at me, but I don't care. That one gets in on Nelson's toes. Look out, Nelson.
Yeah, I don't think you want to get hit by someone going 98 miles an hour.
2-1 count here to the boomstick. And he lines it over Abreu's head. This one will find the corner. That's going to score the first run of the game. The Twins will lead 1-0 on an RBI single from Nelson Cruz, who gets into second base. Holy cow. I believe Nelson is rated at a 0, if not the single digits here for speed rating, but he was going 2 all the way there.
He was gunning it, so you got to appreciate the hustle there.
Safe at second base, and that could of course have complications. We talk about both of these lineups solid through at least 7, and Josh Donaldson, the Twins' big off-season toy, standing in here with 2 out and 1 on second base.
So tell me, Buddha, I have in my keys to the game here today, one of the items I wanted to talk about in this broadcast is what has happened to Marwin Gonzales?
We don't have trash cans at Target Field. We just have we have compost bins and recycling bins, so no trash cans. So he's kind of out of luck.
I understand what you're saying. He did pretty well in 2019 for the Twins, but when you guys acquired him between the 18 and 19 season, I really thought he was going to be a key component to your team. And so far, I don't know if it's the acquisition of Donaldson that has kind of pushed him out of the starting lineup or what, but I'm surprised to see him not getting the at-bats at this point.
Swing and a miss. Josh Donaldson goes down. That'll end things here, but the Twins get the lead on a Nelson Cruz RBI double.
Well done. Tied up nicely there by Kopech on that inside pitch at the knees on Donaldson, putting him away, but the damage was done. Fortunately, the Twins only scored 1, so we kept it from being one of those terrible crooked numbers. And here we see Devin Smeltzer.
Smeltz looking to pick up win number 5 this year, and Ben Solid has been the beneficiary of solid run support, as you can imagine, being a starter on this Twins club. But I wanted to get back to Marwin Gonzales. I think when the Twins originally signed him, as a Twins fan who follows the team rather closely, I was a little caught off guard, and I think a lot of Twins fans were caught off guard by that signing. But it did make sense. We were just a little surprised by it, and it turned out to be very beneficial with, of course, guys always get hurt in a 162-game season, and the Twins had a big one with Buxton going down halfway through the year, and that allowed them to slide Kepler over to center field, who played admirably. He's not the best center fielder, but held his own out there, and Marwin played mostly right field for the Twins last year. So I think with the addition of Josh Donaldson and everybody being healthy now, the Twins love those three guys in their outfield, and with Sano moving over to first base, Marwin's at-bats are somewhat limited until somebody gets hurt, as this one is kind of poked softly in the air, and then the throw almost off the mark from Jorge Polanco. Yeah, Miguel Sano gets the big body on the ground for out number one.
And Sano obviously made a nice play there, grabbing that ball, but I'm curious with his difficulties at the plate recently, if, not trying to help the Twins out too much, but I wonder if it's time for Gonzales to get some time at first base and give Sano some time off.
Yeah, we'll have to. Oh, sorry. I was going to say we'll have to take that up with I think me and like one other Twins fan in the Discord. So this one's lined up the middle. Yeah, Luis Urias with a nice little play to his right for out number two.
A little bit of leather being flashed today.
Yeah, Twins middle infield not known for their gloves by any stretch of the measure, and that was another big reason why Donaldson was actually pretty crucial signing on the defensive end. Is I'm a firm believer Miguel Sano was always pretty solid at third base, but did have his errors and whatnot. But Donaldson's going to play Gold Glove caliber defense over there at third, allow Miggy to just stand over at first for the most part, and he's going to be able to handle hot shots from Yoan Moncada from Donaldson throwing over there. So we see Smeltzer with the 90-mile-an-hour fastball. He doesn't throw hard, but he nips those corners pretty effectively.
One of the things we saw in yesterday's broadcast was that the Sox were going after the first pitch quite a bit. And hopefully what didn't work against Dubnak, because they didn't drive his count up very much, will work better today. Because if the Sox aren't patient, I'm hoping they can actually get some good contact earlier in the count.
Yeah, you'd think they'd want to keep up that aggressive approach maybe against kind of a soft tossing lefty, but Yoan Moncada kind of waiting things out, willing to be patient here, but with 2 down and 2 strikes, you got to swing that bat.
Absolutely.
And he does, and he goes down swinging.
Poorly,
so Devin
yes.
Smeltzer gets him with the 88-mile-an-hour fastball. In today's age, that's some guy's changeup.
Absolutely. So well done by Smeltzer, getting through the first 3 batters with, I think, only 11 pitches. So absolutely well done.
Leading off for Minnesota.
Yeah, that Smeltzer won't go awfully deep in his starts, but one thing he will be is pretty efficient most times, as at least the first time through the order it seems. He cruises through those first 3 innings, but we'll see how Michael Kopech does here in his second inning of work, facing Eddie Rosario to lead things off.
So there was a little bit of a man crush yesterday between Ether and myself, Eddie Rosario. I mean, having this guy batting 6th in your lineup is just really potent. So really impressed with what he's bringing to the team.
Yeah, Eddie's around a 280 career hitter, and up until about last weekend, he was hitting about 330. So Ed slowed down a little bit, regressing back to that mean, as always does happen in baseball. But no, I'm a huge fan of Eddie myself, as a good friend, voice of the Twins on the radio, Corey Provis, calls us the Ed Heads at Target Field, who chant Eddie, Eddie, Eddie. But he goes out swinging here on a 99-mile-an-hour heater from Kopech.
Yeah, so apparently his difficulties are continuing just a little bit against the White Sox right-hander, as he swung right through that fastball.
Yeah, that was his 37th strikeout on the season, and Eddie's been known to be a pretty free swinger, but was doing pretty well keeping the walks and strikeouts. The ratio was pretty close, and that's been one thing recently that's been his problem is the Ks have been mounting for Eddie Rosario. But yeah, I have a Super Rosario shirt that one of the local T-shirt companies made. It's excellent. If you know the if you know the Super Mario 3 little flying guy, it kind of looks like that a little bit. They have versions of that, but Miguel Sano sitting 1-2 now. Kopech looking for another punch out here at the bottom of this Twins order as Sano's batting 7th now. Oh,
got squeezed
pitch
just a little there on
Ooh.
that bender. And that slider looked pretty good, but good eye by Sano to take that.
2-2, he fouls that changeup off at 86. So yeah, we just joked as Smeltzer's fastballs at 88 and
2 miles
and
an hour.
yeah. Oh, he got him looking. Miggy looks at the 99-mile-an-hour heater once again. That's the 3rd strikeout of the afternoon for Kopech.
In a row.
Urias.
Looking to, yeah, he's settling into a groove a little bit, it appears, and has these Twins hitters a little off balance.
No, we have Luis Urias up. I think I'm pronouncing his name correctly. But again, in researching the Twins for this weekend series, I was really impressed by the stats he had last year. And wondering if you're thinking that he'll be able to bring it back up this year, or do you think this, what we're seeing in 2020, is more realistic for his capabilities?
So yeah, Luis Urias, and if you can roll your R's, it's Urias. Urias, yeah. Luis was one of those revelations in the Twins' starting lineup last year and supplanted Jonathan Scope, our good friend now playing for the Kitties up in Detroit. But, Scope hit over 20 home runs last year, but and was playing pretty solid. But Urias came in, filled in for some injuries, and pokes a base hit here to lead to get a 2-out base hit for the Twins. But it's kind of funny you say what my expectations were. I thought he'd probably hit more in the maybe 280s this year. But if you looked, I think Baseball Prospectus or one of the projections had him winning the American League batting title this year with a kind of a low average. I think it was like a 310 average to win the batting title. But they had Luis Urias top of the list. I think his command of the strike zone and just plate discipline is pretty legit. Don't know if it's been showed off so far here in ML Bot Ball, but I think Twins found a diamond in the rough somehow in Luis Urias.
Here we have Byron Buxton, the perennial center fielder who you guys keep on waiting for him to break out. And again, another player. Do we know who the real Byron Buxton is yet?
Yeah, offensively, probably not, and I don't know if we ever really will because the injuries just seem to come for Byron because he plays defense pretty hard, but he's also been the unfortunate tough luck guy as he goes down swinging there on the 99-mile-an-hour here. Kopech looks great, but Buxton, he's a guy who last year, he was leading the American League in doubles by the time he got hurt last season. That was pretty unfortunate for the Twins. He was having one of his best offensive seasons last year. For Buxton, kind of finally felt like the year, when he was kind of putting things together, and that unfortunate injury for Byron kind of mixed things up a little bit. But as long as he can still chase down fly balls with the best of them, he'll be in that Twins order as we see the hero on the south side the last 2 nights. Eloy Jimenez takes strike 1 from Devin Smeltzer to start out the 2nd inning.
Moving up to the cleanup spot against the left-handed pitcher today, you've got Hernandez here. He's now got an 0-2 count.
And swings through that one. Smeltzer gets another strikeout on a 90-mile-an-hour fastball there. Still really humping it in there at 90.
Absolutely. If you can spot a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, that's just as good, if not better, than a not well-spotted 100. So, yep. If you know what your talents are and you can apply them correctly, you can be great no matter what speed you throw. Here's
noted Twins killer Edwin Encarnacion, who had a big 2-run homer to tie it up on Friday night. He's loved hitting the ball against the Twins over his career, and he's loved hitting the ball against everybody this year. Edwin off to a great start for the White Sox, and all you could imagine with one of their many offseason acquisitions this year.
It's funny that you say that he was a Twins killer going back. He was also a killer of the White Sox for a long time as well. So it's great to have him now on our side. And you're right, he was one of many acquisitions that the Sox made, but this is the one that probably makes the biggest direct impact on the White Sox lineup this year. As we know that Abreu is sort of diminishing a little bit as he goes, and Encarnacion has done a great job of keeping his game solid as he ages. So we're kind of stalling against the regression of Abreu by bringing Encarnacion to sort of help out and balance that first base DH role between the two.
Taps another one foul here. It's a 1-2 count, and I'm gonna be. We see guys like Encarnacion. He's 37, still swinging the bat great. We see Nelson Cruz still anchoring that Twins order as Smeltzer gets the curveball in there for strikeout number 3.
3 in a row, all swing. So Smeltzer has got his game going.
Yeah, both pitchers doing pretty well here today outside of Kopech's little hiccup, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from these two starters on the bump. And hey, talking about offseason acquisitions, Yasmani Grandal, the all-star catcher, hitting .274 this year, takes strike 1 from Devin Smeltzer.
Yeah, Grandal, again, was a huge acquisition for the team this offseason to help not only from an offensive perspective to sort of support the lineup with a switch-hitting catcher who can get on base with a high on-base percentage and also have power, but also, and I don't know how well this is represented in bot ball, but we all know that Grandal does a great job of framing pitches behind the plate as well. So that's something that the real-life White Sox are definitely very excited with, having him behind the plate to help develop and give the White Sox young pitchers a better opportunity to throw strikes.
This one's hit well to center, but Byron Buxton tracks it down just in front of the warning track. That ends things for the White Sox here in the bottom of the second. No runs scored, and Max Kepler, Jorge Polanco, Mitch Garver going to lead things off for the Twins here, and going to lead things off for us here in the top of the third inning on the south side at Guaranteed Rate Field. We're happy to have you here on ML Bot Ball as Michael Kopech misses low for ball 1 to Max Kepler.
Kepler did have an infield single his first time up, and you see the shift that's being employed against him. And we'll see if the White Sox can keep him off base, because he was who scored ahead of Nelson Cruz's double to right field in the first inning. So in the first 9 batters, we saw Kopech with 4 strikeouts and also allowing 4 hits. He did get a double play in there that helped answer how he got to 6 outs with that combination, but definitely he did give up a high number of hits in the first turn through the lineup. So let's see if he can do a better job calming down and allowing less base runners the second time through.
And Kepler stares at the 4th pitch of the at-bat. That one's in there for a strike finally. The 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Kopech also had one in there at 101 earlier in this AB. So Kopech having no problem hitting those triple digits here this afternoon.
Yes, coming off of Tommy John surgery from an injury that he had late in the 2018 season. He missed all of 2019, and part of what's going to help the White Sox in real life out is the delayed start for this year. Means that by the time competitive baseball starts up again, he should be fully healed and ready to go.
Yeah, interesting. You kind of bring up that health situation. Twins have a couple guys like that. Rich Hill, and he's trying to come back from some injury, and Twins had signed him in the offseason. But Michael Pineda also has a chance now to come back. His not injury, of course. He's coming back from that suspension. He had to serve the remainder of after serving a bit of it at the end of last season. But Max Kepler has a full count here now against Kopech, who's up to 46 pitches. And he gets Kepler swinging there on the fastball for strikeout number 5.
Excellent job by Kopech. Yes, he did go through a number of pitches to get there, but getting Kepler out for the first out of the inning is definitely a good sign here at the top of the lineup.
Jorge Polanco had a hit his first time up. He's had a bunch of them this season. That was number 75 on the year, and Jorge off to a great start once again. It propelled him to an all-star selection last season at shortstop for the American League, and Jorge kind of came back to earth after the first 2 months of the season in terms of his numbers, but still a solid bat at shortstop for the Twins. And there's a ton of solid bats at shortstop in this American League Central, and I enjoy watching all of them take hacks.
Absolutely.
Fouled off here, 1-2. Polanco trying to hang tough against Michael Kopech.
Here on the south side, we definitely do love Tim Anderson, but you guys do have a gem up there in Polanco, so nothing to be ashamed of there by any means. As you said, the American League Central has some of the best shortstops, I think, in baseball, some of which don't get necessarily all the pub that others do, but that's okay.
Yeah, I've talked about it in past broadcasts, but like Tim Anderson and Francisco Lindor, and those are the guys that even as I'm not necessarily a huge baseball fan outside of the Twins and the AL Central, but those are guys that I'd pay to watch play baseball because they're just usually a treat. They usually do something exciting during 9 innings of a game during a 162 game season. So we're spoiled with some of the shortstops we have here in the Central, as Jorge Polanco has a full count here against Michael Kopech. And this one's hit to left. Eloy Jimenez right there for out number 2.
Yes.
Now batting.
That's going to bring up Mitch Garver, Twins catcher, hitting in this third hole now, as he was hitting 6th to start the season. The Twins bumped him up, bumped a few other guys down a slot, and Mitch has still been wonderful. 318, 17 home runs, and Mitch is always a threat to pull one deep. This one's hit high and deep to right, though, and it's going to bounce on the warning track. That'll be a 2-out double for Mitch Garver.
Very well hit against to the opposite field, so well driven by Garver there. And he did have a home run on Friday night as well. So, he's definitely, from my perspective, one of the big surprises as to just how good he's been this year for the Twins.
Yeah, he hit 31 home runs in just 93 games last season. So Mitch might not be well known outside of the friendly confines of Target Field, but we love the Garv sauce up in Minnesota. He might not have much of an arm behind the plate, but the big improvement for Mitch really last year was his defensive metrics in terms of pitch framing, as this one smoked on the screws into center field. They're going to send the runner, as Nelson Cruz is going to drive in his second run of the afternoon.
Another RBI for Nelson Cruz, and we see yet another lackluster throw from the outfield, no matter who's out there. So,
yeah, Luis Robert got it to the cutoff man, but yeah, as you said, not really much of a play, as Garver's not necessarily a speed demon, but gets in there safely enough either way, as we got a 1-0 count here to start things out for the bringer of rain, Josh Donaldson, up once again with 2 outs and Nelson Cruz on base.
Yes. Donaldson did strike out swinging his first time up to end the first, but we'll see if he can have a more productive at-bat here with a 1-0 count against Kopech.
And this one's hit up the middle for another base hit. Another 2-out base hit here for the Twins, puts 2 aboard here, and Michael Kopech up to 61 pitches. He's going to get a little chat here from the
Don
White Sox
Cooper.
pitching coach. Yeah, Don Cooper.
Believe it or not, that avatar for Don Cooper is much svelter than he is in real life, I believe. So, Coop with some words of encouragement for his protege, and we'll see against Eddie Rosario what he can do. Rosario, as we said before, has been slumping a little bit, but that does not mean that he can't drive and run like he just did. So struck into the gap in left center field. That'll score one easily as Rosario pulls up with a stand-up double RBI to left field.
Number 12 on the season for Eddie, and yeah, another one just hit back up on the screws in the middle, and nothing, no bombas hit here by this Bomba Squad Twins, but they're getting it done with a 3-0 lead, trying to avoid this sweep as Miguel Sano takes ball one.
Yeah, we were after 2 outs. It was looking like Kopech might breeze through this third inning, but it has imploded on him a little bit as the Twins put their first crooked number up of the day. With here Sano batting with 2 on in scoring position. As I update my score sheet.
Yeah, that was kind of the tale of Kopech's start against the Twins at Target Field last week. He was solid the first time through the Twins order, and then seems like the Twins just, settled down against that fastball and kind of timed up that fast heater and hit some well balls, and they were hitting some home runs off Kopech last week. But a walk here, 2-out walk, will fill the bases for Minnesota.
Batter number 2. Second base.
That's not what we were looking for from Michael Kopech. And as we look into the dugout for the White Sox, we wonder how long the leash is going to be in this situation. Last time up, Luis Urias did have a single to right field, so we will see with the bases loaded if Kopech can get out of this or if this will turn into a disastrous inning for the White Sox.
Yeah, Urias' numbers, nothing much to, holy cow, nothing much to shake a stick at so far this season, but it seems the 16 runners he has driven in this season have come at really clutch times, and pretty clutch time here, I guess. I mean, the Twins are up 3-0, but always trying to add to that run total as there's a 1-0 count here to Luis Urias. And there's a curve in there for strike one. Changeup.
A well-thrown pitch there, but a little bit too late possibly at this point.
And this one's gloved by Garcia, and that'll be out number 3. Luis Urias grounds out here, so Michael Kopech stops the bleeding, but the Twins have a 3-0 lead now on 8 hits. Chicago trying to get back into this one on the south side. We're heading to the bottom of the third.
Yep. As you said, the Twins with 8 hits and 3 runs for 3 innings, and so far it's been 6 up, 6 down for the White Sox. No base runners, no really good contact yet. So let's see if the White Sox and Jose Abreu can crack this Devin Smeltzer puzzle.
Yeah, Jose does have 9 home runs on the season and stares at that one for ball 1. The curve couldn't find the zone at all or fool Jose. Right back with ball 2 outside from Devin Smeltzer.
I don't know what Smeltzer's MO is, but with a 3-run lead, you would think that he might want to attack a little bit more than he is here at the beginning of this at-bat.
Gets a slow bouncer there to Urias for out number 1 off the bat of Jose Abreu.
Batting 8, the center fielder, Louis.
And here we see the AL Central standings. As we previously mentioned, the Twins at 41-18 with a 3-game lead on the Indians and 4 games up on the White Sox, with Detroit and Kansas City well back already here at the end of May. And here we have Luis Robert batting 8th for the White Sox today. The center fielder.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what's your excitement level about Luis Robert?
Mine is through the roof. absolutely ecstatic and exciting. Now, I happen to, in real life, live in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, which is the home of the High A franchise for the White Sox. And that was one of the 3 teams that Robert blew through last year in High A, DE, or AA, and AAA, and he really could have been an all-star in all 3 levels based on what he did, the production he had at each of those. As we see Nomar Mazara come up. I don't know that the sim is doing a good job of replicating his ability. Now, I'm telling that to somebody who has Byron Buxton on his team, right? And who knows, what he's actually going to turn into. But I have all the faith in the world in his ability and his capabilities.
Yeah, I think it might just be maybe the rookie restrictor plate that maybe MLB The Show has on here. Not sure, but either way, yeah. Whoa, Devin Smeltzer with another quick strikeout here. Nomar Mazara goes down swinging. We're through 3 here in Chicago. Twins up 3-0. Oh, I see we got a trivia question from our good friend, the big guy 73. Of pitchers with 300 wins, the highest lifetime ERA is held by 2. Who are they? 3.54 ERA.
3.54 on 300 wins. Is there a relationship with the White Sox and the?
Yep. Says one of which played for the White Sox in his career. We've had a no to Mark Burley. We've had a no to Tommy John.
Tom Seaver. He played for the White Sox at the very end of his career.
Ball 1, no strike.
Got a guess of Tom Seaver. Byron Buxton stands in here against Kopech now. And that's a strike, 1-1. That's a no to Seaver.
I don't think Wilbur Wood had 300 wins. Burley did not get to 300, so.
Yeah, they got to 200.
Plus his ERA was not that high. He was much more effective. Jerry Royce, maybe?
Buxton hits a slow one up the middle here. Nice play by Leori Garcia to get out number 1 here, top of the 4th.
Now batting, the right fielder, Matt Kepler.
The Charlotte Knights defeated the where the Tides play, I can't remember. And then the Birmingham Barons, the AA team, lost to the Generals yesterday 6-7. Luis Basabe is sporting in the last 10 games a 500 average with a home run and 4 RBIs in Charlotte. It may be time to bring him back up on the White Sox and give him some at-bats in the outfield.
Kepler looks at strike number 1 there from Kopech, who's up to 74 pitches now here, top of the 4th, and we'll see what he does against the 3rd time through this Twins lineup as Kepler stares at one upstairs. And that's a strike, 1-2.
In yesterday's game, the White Sox threw 3 relievers out there, so it'll be curious to see who comes back because Jace Fry has pitched on back-to-back days. A little line out to left field that Hernandez catches for the 2nd out, so 2 down now in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, hit well, but not in the right spot as the shift works off a little bit for the White Sox. Eloy didn't have to move very much. Jorge Polanco stands in now with 2 down, 1 for 2 on the afternoon.
Our good friend Ken the Hawk Harrelson would probably call that a hang with him.
Outside 2-0, Kopech going to throw his 80th pitch here now as Yaz sets up low and away. It's not low and away, but Jorge pops it up. That one's out to center field. Robert's going to squeeze it. That'll end things for the Twins in the top half of the 4th.
Look at this, a 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah, quick inning for Kopech. What you want to see when your pitch count is climbing up there a bit, and we'll see top of the White Sox order do back up here with Garcia, Anderson, and Moncada coming to the dish.
Bottom of the fourth. So here, switch hitting Garcia will be batting from the right-hand side of the plate. There is some discussion in the White Sox community of potentially having Garcia play more against lefties and maybe not so much against righties, because this does appear to be his better side of the plate.
That one's just fouled down the third base line, and as you see there, he has been pretty solid. You see 15 doubles and not bad, as that one's poked into left field for a leadoff base hit.
You can cancel the postgame show. Single to left field for Garcia as the Sox start their second time through the lineup, and at the first batter actually have some success. So we'll see if they can actually put some offense together here with Tim Anderson at the plate.
Yeah, we'll see if the White Sox might switch things up here on turn number 2 through this order, as that was just the second pitch there that Garcia lined into left field, and Anderson down 0-1 here. We'll see if he swings the bat.
Nope.
Instead, he stares at 1-1.
Took that ball nicely on the outside half. So, as you said, it is a 1-1 count now with last year's batting champion at the plate.
This one's
drives that left, but foul. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Now, Anderson, through a third of the season, I believe this year in the simulation is having actually a better year than he had last year when he won the batting title.
Yeah, he's had a spectacular start here to his ML Bot Ball 2020 season. You see the average at 338, those 8 home runs, 3 triples, 16 doubles, and also 8 stolen bases for Timmy Anderson. You like to see it. I alluded to it. One of those guys that you'll definitely pay for a ticket to watch swing the bat. Tim Anderson's been fun and leading this White Sox order in that 2 slot and setting the table pretty nicely, as this one's grounded to Polanco, onto Urias, onto Sano. Once again, the broadcaster jinx works out perfect.
So the lead runner is wiped out with the 6-4-3 double play turned nicely by the Twins infield. And now the bases are empty for Yoan Moncada.
Moncada, I've been a fan of Yoan's work since he was first called up. God, he had a really excellent game against the Twins in his whenever one of his first games against the Twins was. My memory's a little fuzzy on it, but I just remember being like, man, that guy is going to hold down that hot corner for a lot of years on the south side, and swinging the bat real well this season for the White Sox.
Oh, nice play by Polanco to gun him down at first. And while we had a hit, we're still seeing with Devin Smeltzer facing the minimum. So after 4, it's 3-0 Twins.
Now pitching for the White Sox.
And that's it for Michael Kopech as we see Dylan Cease come in to start pitching in the 5th. After Kopech had a nice 1-2-3 inning, we're going to see Cease come in. 16 games, a 3-3 record. He's got 53 innings and 12 very frightening home runs allowed. So up against 3, 4, 5 of the Twins lineup, we'll see how he does. In yesterday's game, he did walk a number of batters. I think it was 3 in his 3 or so innings pitched.
First pitch seen. It's a base hit given up off of Dylan Cease. So, hey, it wasn't a home run. So
it was not. You're correct.
Up next for Minnesota.
And Garver's been the one to do it for this Twins lineup. He's top 5 in the American League, I believe, coming into play. And home runs hit so far, but a base hit to lead things off here in the 5th off of Dylan Cease, and Nelson Cruz stands in. We got a light cycle watch, the double and the single with a couple RBIs here today.
It is definitely worth the price of admission to watch Nelson Cruz leg out a triple. If we can see that, he has to get player of the game with a triple.
Yeah, Twins have only hit 1 triple this season, which is kind of shocking. As Kepler's been the only one that maybe those ballerina jeans are the only ones to produce the beauty of a triple.
That could be. Again, in the compare and contrast of the two teams, I do notice that the Twins play much more station to station, it appears, and again, as Earl Weaver would promote, looking for the 3-run home run. So, the White Sox do seem to have much more team speed through the lineup than the Twins do.
I got to count 2 and 2.
Yeah, when you when you have legitimately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys who can hit over 30 home runs in a season, you tend to leave those runners on base if you can. But Cruz swings out and strikes out here. That's his 66th punch out of the season.
That curveball that Cease has is a good one, but that was a surprising swing by Nelson Cruz. And as we look into yesterday's scorecard, let's see how Cruz did against. He walked and flew out against Cease yesterday, so he had some success, but didn't really put the bat on the ball all that well.
Yeah, in my past research, it said that Cease tends to only offer that curve to lefties mostly, as righties usually get a pretty good handle on it, but tosses it to the boomstick with great results there. So
yes.
We'll see what he can find to work out here against Josh Donaldson. The fastball looks good there. 2-1 count.
Yeah, Cease has a nice fastball, and that's probably his bread and butter pitch, but that curveball, as he develops it and makes it sharper, might wind up one day being one of the best ones in Major League Baseball. He throws a fantastic curve.
Donaldson gives it a ride to center, but Robert over just a couple steps to squeeze it for out number 2.
The left fielder, number 20, Eddie.
We'll see Eddie Rosario back at the dish. He's 1 for 2 this afternoon. Had a pretty well hit ball his last time up, an RBI double.
Yes.
His first hit of the series. Wow.
Yeah, in the first game that you broadcast, the only hits the Twins had were the 2 home runs, one by Garver, one by Cruz back-to-back. So, with him not having a hit yesterday, that would be the first hit of the series.
Rosario smokes it to right. It's over the head of Mazzara. It's going to reach the wall. Runner had to hold up a little bit, but another double here for Eddie Rosario. That's number 13 on the season, and Twins threatening with 2 out once again.
We were talking about speed a second ago. I don't think the runner held up. I think he was just slow. With 2 outs, I think Garver was running. He just didn't get very far.
Oh, yeah, I forgot it was Garver out there. I think what was that, 38 rating on that speed there? That's fancy.
Well, for a catcher, that's not too bad. Here we have Miguel Sano, the owner of a walk and a strikeout so far. So a perfect Miguel Sano day so far.
I was going to say that's about par for the course. As you see yesterday, 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. Miggy going to strike out, and it's going to be a battle between him and Nelson Cruz and Josh Donaldson. And, you could probably toss in Byron Buxton on who's going to strike out more so far this season. As he's up 3-0 here, though, Miggy has always had a pretty solid eye at the plate. He just loves to swing that bat really hard, which leads to the high strikeouts.
Without looking at your notes, do you care to guess who leads the Twins coming into today in strikeouts as a batter?
Oh, it's Miguel, right?
Urias.
Pretty sure.
By 2. He's 2 ahead of Nelson Cruz. Coming in today, Sano had 66 and Cruz had 64. As Sano walks to once again put ducks on the pond for Luis Urias. He came up with bases loaded last time and grounded out to second. Let's see what he does with 2 outs this time with 2 on.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that last pitch to Sano.
Loaded,
it was a bad pitch to Sano there. Rough call for Cease, but he's behind 2-0 now here to Urias, who does have a base hit this afternoon, and Twins looking to tack on to their 3-0 lead. Urias hits it well. It's going to find the gap. It might go, nope. Robert's going to cut it off, but the Twins are going to score 2 more runs. It's a 5-0 lead here at Guaranteed Rate Field. And another sigh from my poor friend Frango Mint, our resident White Sox fan in the booth here today, as you were hoping for the sweep today, weren't you?
Well, I was not optimistic. I was hoping for something slightly more competitive than what we have right now, though, that's for sure. As Byron Buxton comes up with 2 on in scoring position, 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout and a ground out. Cease obviously is scuffling a little bit here. He's given up 3 hits and a walk against 1 strikeout in 2/3 of an inning, so does not look like it's going to be a long outing for Cease today.
And Buxton gives it a ride to center. Robert chasing it. It's going back, and he reaches up on the track and makes the catch. Luis Robert with a nice play there to end the inning.
That's one thing that you have to love about Luis Robert. It is the speed that he has in center field. Being able to get to balls and put them in his glove and keep them from landing and creating an even more disastrous inning.
Yeah, I guess in the research I've done and the games I've watched, there seems to be a little more power there for Robert, but I do see a lot of parallels to Byron Buxton in many ways, as they're just speedy guys. You never have to worry about a ball falling out there, but maybe the offense not coming yet. Is Robert does have 49 strikeouts, just 9 walks, but again, you have to throw in the caveat there. He is a rookie, so deal with it.
Yeah. Hey, I'm fine. We have room in our lineup to put him down in the 8 or 9 spot. I'm completely fine with him figuring out his way this year and getting his sea legs under him, right? Because there's clearly potential for this guy to bat anywhere between 1 and 5 in next year or the year after. So if there's some growing pains with him, that's okay.
Got a fly out here for out number 1 in the bottom of the 5th. Devin Smeltzer still cruising here, just 44 pitches tossed. And we see team ERA leaders. Wow. Twins, Indians, and White Sox all top the leaderboard, top 5 there in the AL.
Yes, with the Rays actually leading the AL in ERA, so an impressive showing down in Tampa. Here we have Edwin Encarnacion. I'm sure, I've not yet seen the Parrot come out against the Twins, so this would be a great time for it, Edwin. You can't hit a 5-run home run, so you might as well get a single-run home run.
Yeah, Encarnacion was basically up there with all the home run leaders. He has fallen off a little bit lately, but still 15 bombs on the season. This one's hit pretty solid into right field. We'll see if he tries for extra bases. He will, as Kepler was late getting over. A 1-out double for Edwin Encarnacion.
Now batting, catcher.
So I think we've only seen, I shouldn't pick on Eddie Rosario that way because he has 2 doubles, but we've seen some doubles legged out by guys who are not super speedy.
Yes, I was just going to say, we've been kind of making the joke this weekend around Bob Ball since we saw Ron Gardenhire decide to send Miguel Cabrera. He's been tossed out. Yeah, he's been tossed out like 7 times this season now, and does have 1 stolen base. Also has his 18th career triple. So maybe that's the next stage for Miguel Cabrera is his speed.
Is he going to turn into like a mini Tim Raines, you think?
Yeah,
maybe not.
Yeah, that power is fading a little bit. Miggy's going to start legging him out. Back to our game, though. Yasmani Grandal at the dish with good opportunity to get the White Sox on the board here. His friend Edwin Encarnacion out at second. A 2-0 count from Devin Smeltzer. And that one's low, 3-0.
One of the things that Grandal does bring to the team is an ability to draw walks, and he has drawn a good number, but I'd really like to see him put the bat on the ball here and get first and third at least with 1 out.
90-mile-an-hour fastball fouled away. It'll be a 3-1 count. I guess were you surprised by the Grandal signing? I guess I was a little shocked that when you have one All-Star catcher, you go out and snag the NL All-Star catcher as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a bit of a complicated story when you look at James McCann and what the Sox expected and what they got from him last year.
Yeah.
As Grandal draws the walk on ball 4, putting runners on first and second with Jose Abreu. The story with McCann last year, obviously, he did make the All-Star team. He had a fantastic first half of the year. The second half of the season, again, the complaint with the All-Star game is it only looks at one half of the year. He did cool off, and he had more of a typical James McCann second half of the season. So the question in Chicago was, who is James McCann?
Lined out there to Donaldson. Close play at second. Edwin Encarnacion almost got doubled up.
He did. Now we have Luis Robert coming up with 2 outs and 2 on. So when the White Sox went out and got Grandal, it was not a real huge surprise that they desired him. The fact that he came there was a bit of a surprise because we were 0 for 2 on big signings the previous offseason. Most notably Manny Machado, who went to San Diego. See discussions about the Padres' performance, however, as Robert bounces that back. Now, the interesting thing that happened with Manny Machado, if I can wax White Sox baseball here a little bit, before Machado signed with San Diego, the White Sox moved Yohan Moncada, who played second base in 2018. In the offseason, they announced that he was going to move to third base. Now, Machado, as we knew, wanted to play shortstop, but he had become a third baseman. So it was really a curious exercise by the White Sox to announce publicly they're moving maybe their elite talent as Robert strikes out to end the inning. And we move into the 6th. Just to wrap up the story, the White Sox didn't get Machado and now have potentially an MVP at third base with Moncada playing there now. Last year he had a fantastic season, and we're really looking forward to seeing what he does this year. As Cease starts the 6th inning against Max Kepler, pouring in a strike on the outside half.
Yeah, nice pitch there. And I was gonna say, it was really weird when they came out and did that. This one is Garcia can't glove it. Max Kepler gonna stand at first base. The recipient of another lucky play there. Close one is leadoff hit error. I'm not sure what they ruled that one.
I did not see myself, but I will call that a hit. Although it's weird when you have the shift on and your second baseman is playing short right field. Is that still an infield single? I don't think so.
I have no idea what the hell to call it, but we'll soldier on here in the booth. We'll be all right.
Yes,
We'll figure it out. Jorge Polanco looking at a 1-1 count. It was interesting. They came out and did that. It was a big thing when the Twins signed Josh Donaldson was that Miguel Sano sent a little video to him that was like, hey, man, I'm going to move over to first base for you because we're just pumped to have you here. But, the assumption was made after Donaldson was signed, not really before much. I guess you could say the Twins didn't say anything publicly before they signed him, but plenty afterwards. So, a kind of a weird situation turns out well for the White Sox as Jorge Polanco hits into a double play here.
Yes, as he bounced into, I believe, the second double play for the Twins so far today, erasing the first leadoff single and bringing up Mitch Garver with the bases empty and 2 outs. Garver does have one of those double plays that he hit into, but he also has a single and a double both to right field today.
As you see there, scored a couple of runs as well. That on-base percentage up north of 400. Both him and Kepler have on-base percentages that have hovered around 400 all year. That's been a big reason why the Twins have scored a lot of runs so far this season. They've had excellent table setters atop the order, and Mitch Garver's driven in the most runs on this Twins team as well. and he's up 2-0 here against Dylan Cease.
He is, and he does also lead the team in home runs. So, again, no question that he is the number one run producer for this Twins team as he bounces out to Tim Anderson.
That'll do it for us here. Top of the 6th, we'll have Nomar Mazara, Garcia, and Anderson. Going to try and get a spark and light a fire here for Chicago on the south side as we hope this one gets maybe a little more competitive for you, Mr. Frango, as our first 2 games have been super competitive. We got to keep the streak alive here now. We can't be slacking in game number 3.
So answering a Twitch question by J-Bot, yes, the White Sox did sign Yandra Alonso, who is, I believe, as you say, his brother-in-law, and also John Jay, who is, I think, one of his best friends in 2018, the offseason, trying to lure Manny Machado. And that did not go well on 2 fronts. Not only did they not sign Machado, but both of those players were an absolute disaster for the White Sox in that season. So it was... One of the great things about the offseason between 19 to 20 was knowing that Alonso would not be on the White Sox this year. So, you have some successes, like Rick Hahn has gotten a lot of credit for pulling off the trades with Adam Eaton, Chris Sale, and Jose Quintana. But, you don't bat 1,000, so there are some things that don't work out exactly the way you'd like. Such as trading Fernando Tatis Jr. for James Shields a couple years ago. Yikes. Nobody knew what Tatis was going to be at that point. He was in basically low rookie ball. But
I'll never figure out when these GMs will figure out that it's really risky trading for pitching in my book. I think I don't think it holds up as well when your main piece is a pitcher. I think it's just open to more opportunities for failure or injury.
Exactly. As Uri Garcia comes up, and what was the expression you said a couple days ago? That walks will haunt. We don't know that they will.
Oh yeah.
A leadoff walk for the White Sox to put on Nomar Mazara in front of Uri Garcia. Again, we'll see if we have a little bit of luck here in the 6th inning. I'm not going to hold my breath, however, because that is White Sox baseball.
Well, if you'd think these White Sox, after they've seen so many of these basically batting practice fastballs, they might be able to square one up.
And there was a discussion during yesterday's game when the Twins pitcher for the day, Dobnak, was just shutting the White Sox down. But the Sox, if you can throw 95 to 98, the Sox are going to usually have a pretty good time hitting it. But what happens here? Does that drop in?
Ground rule double. 16th double on the season for Garcia. So having some success against the left-hander today.
So the point I was making is that the White Sox, against good control, good movement, lower speed pitchers usually struggle. So somebody like Smeltzer is probably perfectly designed for the White Sox. Now that goes back a decade to the Konerko years and the players that we had with Alexei Ramirez and all those guys, right? So we'll see if this new batch of White Sox has a different DNA to them, but historically we've struggled with that.
Anderson with a 1-1 count here with a great opportunity to get his club on the board, and looks like he's going to do it. This one will find the gap. It's down. Buxton does cut it off, so only 1 run going to score here as Anderson's held to a single, but hey, your boys at least put up 1 run there.
Yes. What do you know? An RBI single to left field for Tim Anderson, scoring Nomar Mazara, and all of a sudden, we've shaded in a diamond on my sheet. So there you go.
Gonna make it extra dark. And still nobody out here. Bottom of the 6th. Smeltzer running into some trouble, and Yoan Moncada is due with, you see, the 0 for 2 line today.
Absolutely. And this will be the 71st pitch here for Smeltzer. That is a off-speed pitch that comes in at the hands.
Yeah, and this has kind of been Smeltzer's MO. He hasn't pitched much past the 5th or 6th inning, so you kind of expect things might fall apart for him a little bit here, as our friend Baked Tortilla 19 says in the chat. But 2-1 count now to Moncada. Runners on the corners. Devin Smeltzer trying to keep this 4-run lead now intact for the Twins.
It is a pretty cushy lead, so again, I hope for his sake that he can try to throw some strikes and attack the hitters. If there's anything that drives me crazy, it's walks when you have a lead, which, again, Nomar Mazara, leadoff walk, and he did come around to score.
Walks will haunt. The old Metrodome graphic played on the scoreboard rings true. This one is going to be over the head of Sano. Oh, a nice little defensive hit there is going to drive in the second run of the day for the White Sox.
Off the hands and pushed into right field by Yohan Moncada. So, again, first and second now with no outs. 2 runs scored here in the top of the 6th. And Eloy Jimenez up, dare I say, as the tying run.
Well, he's killed the Twins the last 2 nights, but he's waited until the 9th inning to do it for some reason. If you're going to do it, Eloy, save us some drama, friend. Do it now. Tie it up now. Let's go.
Well, if he's going to put the knife in, I'd like to see it happen where you can't come back from it, but that's my own personal opinion.
1 ball, 1 strike.
As he swings through that some sort of off-speed pitch. As we see the Tyler twins warming up for the Twins. 2 righties, both named Tyler.
Yeah, that's not even. Oh God, Tyler Rogers. I always.
Yeah, there's two Tylers. There's a Taylor, and there's
he's got
a Trevor.
His twin. Taylor Rogers has a twin, Tyler, who plays for San Francisco.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh, we got him looking there. Smeltzer with his 6th K of the afternoon gets Eloy Jimenez looking.
For the second time, Jimenez is struck out. So now we have Encarnacion up with 1 out with 2 on and 2 in.
Represents the tying run, and as Twins fans have seen throughout the years of Edwin Encarnacion's long career, you might be chewing your fingernails a little bit if you're a fan of the Twins. That one misses high, 2-0.
If your fingers start to bleed, that's a time to stop. Encarnacion with a 2-0 count against Smeltzer as he starts to fade a little bit here, it appears. Drops that changeup, or was it a curveball, in for a strike, so...
Settled the change in there for pitch 81 of his outing, and guessing if he gets through this 6th inning, he'll be gone, obviously, with the couple arms warming up, the Tylers warming up, and swing and a miss there, 2-2 now. Devin Smeltzer trying to hold this damage to just 2 runs.
And Encarnacion trying to rip the wound open here as he drives this into right field, and that'll load the bases as they hold Anderson 3rd. Bases loaded now for Yasmani Grandal.
Didn't want to challenge Kepler's arm, and that brings up, White Sox catcher Grandal has driven in 26 on the season, and that's all we're going to see from Devin Smeltzer as Rocco Baldelli is going to give him the hook. Solid outing here for Smeltz, but we'll see how it transpires with he's responsible for all of these guys standing on the bags.
Well, good news for him is he can win, but he cannot lose.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Oh, Fernando Romero.
Okay.
Number 77.
Romero, we didn't even see him warming up. He just said, "I'm good, coach. I'll
send me in.
I'll do my warm-up with those 9 pitches I get or whatever the heck it is these days." And
this is a
Romero,
relatively high-leverage situation for a guy who does tend to walk a fair number players in his small sample size. There must be a matchup here that Baldelli is looking for against Grandal.
Yeah, and Romero's been a recent addition to the bullpen. His Twins called him up. He's a former starter, had tried to transition last year into being a reliever. It was terrible, and things weren't looking good for him in spring training this year. That's why he spent some time in the minors. But, hey, he's got Yaz down 0-2 here. A big pitch for Romero. Yaz hits this one high and deep. Kepler's going to track it just in front of the wall just in front of the warning track, but Anderson will score the third run of the game on a sac fly from Yaz.
Indeed, a sacrifice fly by Yasmani Grandal scores the third run of the inning for the White Sox. Yeah, 2 outs. All right, now we have Jose Abreu up with runners on first and second. And again, an opportunity to drive in some runs, as he will be the 8th batter of the inning for the White Sox.
Baldelli throwing Romero into the fire a little bit here. You might question that one, but I guess I questioned a lot of Baldelli's handling of the bullpen last year in his rookie year as a manager. And hey, he ended up winning 101 games and being named AL Manager of the Year. So what the hell do I know? As Jose Abreu takes one inside for the 1-1 count. 2 down, 2 on.
A good count here for Jose Abreu. Hopefully he's had a chance to time up the pitches for Romero.
This one's hit well.
One to the gap in right field, but no, looks like it's caught. So the end of the threat for the White Sox.
Cruz, Donaldson, and Rosario coming up for the Twins. They still lead now. It's by 2 as we're heading to the 7th inning. Jimmy Cordero now in to pitch for Chicago. Jimmy
Cordero is one of the fan favorites with the White Sox because he often has his sleeves rolled up, and the guy does have huge guns.
Yeah, Jimmy, I guess, when you can throw it about 100 miles an hour and you do have the guns, you might as well show them off. Come on now.
Exactly. In 37 1/3 innings, he's only given up 28 hits and 8 walks. He's got a whip of under 1 at .96.
Yeah, he's been very fantastic for the White Sox here in ML Bob Ball as we get a look at Aaron Bummer, the lefty, warming up in the pen for Chicago.
It's now a much more competitive game at 5-3.
Nelson Cruz fouls off the 96-mile-an-hour heater there. 1-1 count. Cruz 2 for 3 today with a couple of RBI. And swings through that one there, 1-2.
It was a pretty nice pitch on the inside half, that sinker by Cordero. Got him into
a 98-mile-an-hour sinker.
Yes, Cordero's sinker is deadly.
Yeah, it's a two-seamer, basically.
And on that note, hello, boys.
Hello. Welcome.
Sharks in the water.
Oh, man, this game, I was going to say it wasn't very competitive, but that last half inning blew it wide open. Wow.
It did bring it back, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the White Sox might get some back as Nelson Cruz strikes out. Jimmy Cordero gets the punch out there on a great pitch.
It was well pitched there by Cordero as Donaldson comes up. So, Shark, is it true that you're a distant relation to Nancy Faust?
What?
She is the longtime organist here at Comiskey Park, at Guaranteed Rate Field, at USLA, or whatever you want to call it. Going back to when I was a little kid, going to games at old Comiskey, she was the organist who would play all through the game and then definitely play the 7th inning stretch. So,
I do have like 1,000 years of my genealogy, so I can go back and maybe we're like 19th cousins or something.
That would be cool.
And that's not an exaggeration either. Like, back to William the Conqueror, I have genealogy.
Oh, awesome. As it's now a 2-1 count as Donaldson watched that strike on the inside half.
Donaldson grounds this one to Moncada at third, and the throw on to first well in time, of course. There's 2 down now for the Twins. Jimmy Cordero looking good here, as trying to put up the 0 on the board and make sure to keep his White Sox in it. Eddie Rosario, couple doubles on the afternoon, facing off here against just maybe one of the better relievers in the AL Central.
He kind of came on out of almost nowhere last year, and as I said, became a real fan favorite on the south side, as he did a very effective job in solidifying sort of the 7th inning position.
Quickly 0-2 here now to the Twins' left fielder. And that one sails outside. Another one foul here. That sinker at 97 once more, and man, that's a tough pitch, even just to foul off. If he's spotting it like he normally does, it's one of the better pitches here.
He misses it with on the outside half. So now
might have
2-2 count.
Might have overthrown it just a tad there. It did hit 99, but sailed wide.
2-2 pitch with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Fouled back.
Fouled away once more. Change up in there at Devin Smeltzer fastball speeds. And outside once more, it'll fill things up.
I think if we looked at the pitch track, we'd see all 3 balls have been off the outside half of the plate. So Cordero's been playing out there.
Payoff pitch fouled away. Will reset once more. Jimmy Cordero getting that pitch count up with Eddie Rosario fouling a bunch off and looking to stand tough with 2 down here. This one's fouled off once more, so Eddie at least has somewhat of a track on that sinker.
I don't think Cordero has pitched at all in this series, so I think 1 inning for him, around 20 or so pitches, probably would not be the end of the world, as he loses them and walks him on, I think, 7 pitches.
2-out walk. Miguel Sano stands in now, as Miggy's 0 for 1 with a couple of walks.
I take it back. Cordero did pitch for 1 inning on Friday. Once again, the 7th inning. See if Cordero can do a better job of putting him away than his predecessors have. Early strikeout, but then back-to-back walks for Sano in the middle innings.
Cordero starts him out with ball 1 there. That sinker's getting away from him a little bit here.
So the fans are all on their seats right now, watching Cordero struggle a little bit with the strike zone, but we still have faith in number 50.
1-1 here to Sano. Yaz sets up inside. It just misses there. A sinker at 97.
That call may have been impacted by the fact that he couldn't find the zone the last couple of pitches, so that could have been a strike.
Now up high, Sano sings through that four-seamer. It's a 2-2 count now.
That must have looked like a beach ball up at his letters when he swung at that. 2-2 count, 2 outs, down by 2 in the top of the 7th.
Takes inside. Nice job, Sano, to work another full count here. I always think it's pretty smart to try and get as many pitchers as you can see out of those relievers and get them off kilter a little bit. Is the payoff pitch coming? Swing and a miss. Miguel Sano going down.
All 4. So after a walk, Cordero retires aside.
Let's stretch it out.
Yes.
Stretch.
Beautiful. Well done.
Excellent stretch, sir.
Thank you, and
Hey, we got a quick base hit.
Yeah,
Single
love
in
to
the
see
left.
that.
You brought some luck here for the White Sox, Shark. You've been good luck for it.
I don't know how I feel about that as a Cubs and Tigers fan, but it's Chicago, so I guess I'll take what I can get as far as magic power. So have a good call, boys.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. We appreciate you as always, and always a treat to try and recreate as much as we can the feeling of an actual baseball broadcast on your streams. We want to thank you once again, folks, for always sticking with us. And yeah, Luis Robert, a quick single to lead off the bottom of the 7th.
As Harry Carey used to say, let's score some runs. So, do you want to talk a little bit here while we can about Meals on Wheels?
Yeah, just we've decided on Meals on Wheels. Our good janitor, our architect, the founder of this all, our good friend Garrett. He tacked on that we were going to raise money for Meals on Wheels while we did this, and that was going to be basically our goal 1A was to have fun, and our goal 1B was to raise money for Meals on Wheels, and we've raised quite a bit so far. It's a great organization, getting good food to good folks. I've volunteered with Meals on Wheels for many years over the course of my life, even going around with my grandma and meeting all the other old folks back when I was a little tot, back when she'd go out on deliveries herself. But yeah, we encourage you to hit the donate button. It's a PayPal link. We would really appreciate it as this one's lifted high and deep to right. Kepler's going to watch it go over the fence.
We have a tie ball game. Gilmore Mazzara with a home run to right field. 5-5 tie game as the dagger comes from an unexpected place. Mazzara was batting ninth today, batting left-handed against a left-handed starter, but now that there's a right-handed reliever in, he was able to line up that and get his drum roll, please. How many home runs does he have on the season?
Seven.
That is the 7th home run, yes. Mazzara was acquired by the White Sox in this offseason in a trade with the Texas Rangers for one Steele Walker, who was a minor league outfielder that the White Sox had drafted 2 years prior. We now have a new baseball game.
Yeah, Rocco Baldelli decided he really hated his 5-0 lead or 5-1 lead, whatever it was, and decided to go with Fernando Romero. And this is what you get, Rocco. We got a ball game once more and a base hit. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th. The White Sox gonna try and take the lead here now.
Well, Garcia with his 3rd hit in 3 at-bats. He did ground out to start the game, but he's had a single in the 4th, a double in the 6th, and now here in the top of the bottom of the 7th, he has a single to left field. Now we see Tyler Duffy coming in for the Twins. You want to talk a little bit about Tyler?
I was just going to say, Duff, former starter, converted to reliever after some injury, and Duff ended up being one of the best relievers in the second half last year. He put up excellent numbers and has been one of the solid options for Baldelli out of the bullpen, but apparently not against your division rival.
Well, it was an interesting choice to go with Romero there instead of Duffy, I think, when he had the chance to put the relief pitcher in, but, that damage has been done. So now we see Tim Anderson up with a runner on first and no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Shark, you want to come back and play some more organ music? See if we can get some more magic going?
Hey, he turned it into a ball game for us, so that's
Yes.
good. We got some more excitement, and Tim Anderson swings at a terrible pitch outside. Tim, what are you doing?
He's saying, why couldn't I have Fernando Romero too? But Tyler Duffy fooled him completely on that pitch on the outer half, and that is the first out of the inning, as Yohan Moncada switches around to the left-hand side for the first time today.
Duff trying to hold this one to a tie game now at 5-5. We've seen a early blowout and now a tie game, tale of a couple different innings here as things fell apart for Smeltzer after a really good outing, and Fernando Romero continued that trend. Now we got, Tyler Duffy going to toss his 7th pitch of the evening, and Moncada gives it a ride. This one hit deep to right, but Kepler's going to catch it. Yeah, that'll be out number 2, so Tyler Duffy comes in, a couple outs here.
Now we have Eloy Jimenez up with 2 outs and a runner on first. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning, it's a little early for his heroics, but we'll just let this one breathe.
Yeah, if things kind of continue, maybe a good chance he'll come up back in that 9th inning and end this one again for the Sox. That'd be a heck of a way to cap off a sweep. 3 walk-offs from the same guy.
I don't think that's going to happen against this guy, though, as we saw that in his career, Hernandez is 0 for 6 against Duffy with 4 punch-outs. So Duffy does appear to have Hernandez's number early in his career, but we will see what happens here with the 0-2 count.
See where Garver wants it. He sets up a bit inside. Duffy gets him with the fastball. Yep, Duffy goes upstairs with the high heater. Eloy Jimenez swings through it, but Nomar Mazara tied it up for the White Sox on a 2-run shot.
Well done, boys. Well done. And we see Aaron Bummer come in now for the 8th inning. This will be his 20th appearance with a 3.8 ERA. His walks are a little high. His strikeouts are about 1 per inning. But, we've been pretty pleased with what Bummer has given us the last couple of years. So I definitely have faith in his ability to keep serve set here. So.
Yeah, I remember when Bummer first appeared for the White Sox, I was like, oh, what a poor guy. He's got a kind of a downer of a last name.
Yeah, really.
But, especially as a relief pitcher, that's got to be kind of tough. There's some negative connotations there, you got to think.
There are, but, I think he probably has the fortitude from that last name to maybe that's made him tough enough to be able to do the job that he has. There's just under 30,000 folks have come in to watch this game on the south side here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Sorry to talk over you on that.
Oh, no, you're good. Luis Urias stands in. He's 2 for 3 this afternoon. He's down 1-2 here to Bummer, who, he's been a real solid option out of the bullpen for the White Sox. And I think they've built a solid bullpen. They've built a solid rotation. And now the lineup, probably most importantly, is solid at least 1-7. And it's just going to be a real fun race here in the AL Central. And as we've seen this weekend, I think it's going to get more competitive as we go on, as that's a fair ball down the left field line. Luis Urias in with a lead-off double for the Twins.
Well done by Urias, getting the ball the opposite, pulling it along the line. Okay, all of a sudden I forgot which side he. So good job getting on base and getting in scoring position here in late innings for Byron Buxton. Now we'll see, can Buxton move him over? Will there be an attempt to try to play some small ball here, or is Buxton going to try to drive the ball?
There's the first one there. That's in there for strike 1. The sinker caught the bottom portion, and nice pitch from Aaron Bummer. Back again, Buxton fouls it off, quickly down 0-2, so Rocco Baldelli fine rolling those dice. The Twins don't really bunt a lot, so not much of a surprise with Urias already at second anyway.
Yeah, not too much. The White Sox, Ricky Renteria is, his bunting timing is hated by White Sox fans, I should put it that way. So we're hoping that with the White Sox being a more potent offense here going forward, that you'll see less of that in the 2020 season.
the Twins hit so many home runs last year that anytime a player did throw down a bunt, it was almost a controversy. Rocco Baldelli got a little sick of answering the questions from reporters after games about bunting. He goes, guys, if they bunt, it's probably usually just them seeing something and doing it themselves. We usually don't give them those commands, so quit coming in here like it's somebody broke a treaty. Full count now here to the Twins center fielder. He's 0 for 3 this afternoon, and Bummer gets him to foul. That one back will reset. White Sox fans getting to their feet here. As, he gets him swinging on the 88-mile-an-hour cutter. Buxton is pissed.
I'm not sure who he's mad at, but
he's mad at himself because he should have hit that ball.
yes, he should have, maybe. Now we have Max Kepler up for his 5th at-bat of the day. He has 2 singles and a strikeout along with a flyout.
Max looking to drive in Luis Urias from second base and break this tie after the Southsiders even things up in the bottom of the 7th.
Urias is 3 for 4 with 2 doubles today.
Yeah, big game for Luis. This one's fouled back. I'm not sure why we went to that little camera angle. Is it doinks into the dugout oddly? Maybe they were saying it might be caught by Renteria over there. Not sure.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Outside 2-1. That sinker couldn't find anything or get Max to chase as this one's going to come down to the wire once more, it appears, as we've had 2 exciting games so far and add this one to your tally number 3. It's been a fun one here on a Sunday afternoon. We got a 3-1 count now to Max Kepler.
Yeah, Buddha, it's been not only a fun game, but a pleasure to broadcast this one. So, is that
Kepler gives this one a ride.
Center?
And Robert over there, nothing doing. That'll be out number 2. Arias holds at second base.
I thought he might try to run and take that base, but you don't want to make the third out at third. So that brings up Polanco with a runner on second. Polanco is 1 for 4 with a single and a grounded into a double play his last at bat.
You see there just a couple of hits this series. He came in to this weekend's contest batting very well. Let me look here. He was batting .326. He's now down to that .318 coming into this afternoon. He fouls away a cutter there, down 0-2 with 2 down.
Bummer with an opportunity to get out of this inning with the tie score. And it's fouled back by Polanco.
Just got a piece there.
Yep. Sticking with the 0-2 count.
See what pitch Bummer goes with here as it's outside either way, 1-2. The sinker couldn't find it. And foul down the third base line.
One, 2 count. On the 24th pitch of Bummer. Punched into right field.
There's hit number 2 on the day for Jorge Polanco. They're not going to send Urias, so a 2-out base hit, but no fruit.
So much for scoring position, right? As Mitch Garver comes up, the owner of a 2 for 4 day with a single and a double. And a chance to make this more interesting. As Southpaw is doing a karate chop over on the first base dugout.
Mitch facing a lefty here. Not sure that's the matchup Renteria wanted, but starts out Garver with ball 1 here.
Well, Garver did plenty of damage against right-handed pitchers earlier in the game, so...
We got more White Sox fans on their feet. The 1-0 pitch is grounded to third base. They'll get the easy out at second. Mitch Garver ends things as Aaron Bummer puts the 0 on the board despite a few little speed bumps. We got a good one here on the south side as we head to the bottom of 8. Encarnacion, Grandal, and Abreu looking to break this tie.
Quite the exciting game here on the south side as these two AL Central Titans face off. I'm sure there's people all around the league in the NL West, maybe the NL East, saying that, their divisions are the best. But you look at the top 3 teams in the AL Central, and I think we have as good a baseball here as any place in the league. So it's exciting to see these two excellent teams face off against one another.
Again, it's not your AL Central lineups of past. There is a ton of power through basically the first 7 slots of both or among Minnesota, Chicago, and Cleveland. Indians just have a bunch of big poppers as well, and man, it's been really fun to watch these AL Central matchups so far this season, and as I said earlier, it's going to be a heck of a race down the stretch here in ML Bot Ball. Is those teams now within 5 games of each other, within 4 games of each other. So we're going to keep at least both of us are going to keep a very close eye on this Central race. Even in June, which seems odd to say, but anything can happen.
Yes, as Encarnacion works a full count. We still have Tyler Duffy pitching for the Twins.
Payoff pitch gets him. Encarnacion swings at the slider, and Tyler Duffy gets out number 1 here in the bottom of the 8th.
Now we have Yasmani Grandal up, who I think has one official at bat on the day, having walked and hit a sacrifice fly, so he should be 0 for 1. Yep.
1-0.
It is always funny at first. I'm still not used to it. You're going down the 0 for 3, 2 for 4s, 1 for 5s, and then all of a sudden you see like an 0 for 1 and like a yesterday's game, and you got to be like, oh, what the hell happened there?
Yeah. How many times did he get hit by a pitch?
Taking dives in front of home plate. Jeez.
Yep.
Hi, kid. It's a 2-1 count here now to Yaz as Tyler Duffy's going to throw pitch number 20 of his afternoon. Fouled away, 2-2.
As Grandal looks down the third base line for the sign from his coach. I doubt he's going to bunt here at 2-2.
Pops it up straight up the elevator shaft. Mitch Garver calling everybody off. That's out number 2.
As he sheds the tools of ignorance to catch that ball.
Now batting, the first baseman, Jose.
We have Jose Abreu up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th.
I wonder how much trouble a catcher would get in if he started taking off his knee savers and shin pads and all that before he made the catch. I'd love to see that.
Ball 1, no strike.
Something that you might see out of like a Naked Gun movie or something like that.
Yeah, that's today's ML Bot Ball shower
21.
thought. Jose Abreu 1-1 count here against Duffy. And lifts this one high and deep to center field, but Byron Buxton ranges over. That's out number 3. We'll head to the 9th. Tied up 5-5. Another AL Central matchup between these two teams coming down to the wire.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And just like the people who invented the game thought, we have the numbers 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up for the Twins here with Cruz, Donaldson, and Rosario against Evan Marshall. Good Lord. Evan is a great pitcher for the 6th inning when teams are maybe not really competitive, but here we go with a tie game in the top of the 9th against the heart of the Twins lineup, and we have Evan Marshall. Okay.
Well, this happened in last weekend's series at Target Field. Marshall was brought in, and Nelson walked him off. The Twins won 2-1. Marshall then struck him out later in that series to get a little bit of revenge and has him down 0-2 to start. So maybe that walk-off dinger was a fluke.
Well, Marshall did pitch the 9th inning on Friday night's game to get the win.
Got him here as Nelson Cruz goes down looking.
The third base.
For his 3rd strikeout in 3 at-bats.
Yeah, did have a couple RBI today, but not the finish maybe Nelson Cruz would have imagined, as Evan Marshall's pumping strikes in here, not afraid of these big twin sluggers. Josh Donaldson down 0-1 start.
Tossing that changeup a little high in the zone for my comfort, but it is a strike.
And just misses there, 1-1. Fans are up and loud here at Guaranteed Rate Field, trying to will their team on to another victory in the sweep.
Yes, Kelvin Herrera and Jace Fry warming up double barrel action in the White Sox bullpen. As Donaldson bounces that one foul to the first base side. Let's see, does the ball boy make a play, or does he just run? He's just running, I guess.
He was just out for a little afternoon jog.
Well, apparently.
Here at little south side jog on a beautiful Sunday. We see the sun peeking through the clouds a little more now here as Donaldson has a 2-2 count. Evan Marshall gets him swinging. Oh boy, the curveball gets Josh Donaldson. That's his 2nd punch out of the inning, and he's going to look out to strike out the side against Eddie Rosario,
who has been spectacular today. Yes, he did strike out in his first at-bat, but he has 2 doubles, a run scored, an RBI, and a walk. So he has been hot today, so we got to be careful with this batter.
Yeah, Eddie may be looking to salvage his series with today's game, and a big hit here would definitely make you forget about the other 8 at-bats. A lot of strikeouts in there, but Ed down 0-1 here to Marshall. He lays off that one, 1-1.
That was a nice take, as that changeup was just under the zone.
And another one laid off by Rosario. I bet Marshall can't believe it, as Eddie normally swings through those.
And those were pretty good pitches, too. So after that, it's now a 2-1 count with the left-handed Rosario facing the right-handed Evan Marshall.
Eddie taps the 2-1 pitch foul. It'll be 2-2 now, 2 down. Twins possibly down to their last strike here if Eloy Jimenez is at bat in the next half inning. Eddie will give this one a ride. It's going down the left field line. It's not going to be caught. They had a shift on, so Eddie Rosario will record another double today.
His 3rd double of the afternoon.
The patented, trademarked triple-double here in ML Bot Ball.
Yes. Plenty of total bases today for Mr. Rosario. And that brings up Miguel Sano, the owner of 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. And the pitch pours in for a strike.
Curveball spins in there for strike 1, and Miguel Sano, you see, he doesn't have a hit this series. He did have his average up to about 270, 280 at one point, but Miggy has fallen off and gone into a little slump here once more. He almost gets hit there. He backs off the plate, 1-1.
Now, for the White Sox relievers, if you're going to get hit by anybody, I think it is Marshall that you want to have peg here. But he did swing through that pitch on the outside half for a 1-2 count now. So Marshall with his back against the wall, needing to get this out to get out of the inning and to keep the score tied. He's got to get Sano here.
2-2, a base hit will score Eddie Rosario. There's 2 down. We're in the top of the 9th of this drama-filled series so far, and bringing some more drama here is Sano's going to strike out for out number 3. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th. White Sox looking to walk off the Twins once again.
Marshall strikes out the side as we're due up with Robert Mazzara and Yuri Garcia. So bottom of the 9th action on the south side as these 2 teams have really put on a show today. And we have Tyler Clippard up, pitching for the Twins. So we're having double-barreled Tyler action today.
The tale of two Tylers and a Taylor, as Luis Robert steps in here. He has a single.
And a run scored.
Yep. And swings through that one from Tyler Clippard to start out his at-bat. Clippard started him out with a changeup.
Eloy is up 6th this inning. That's bounced to the right side and played nice by Urias for the first out of the inning. Now
Clippard
we
comes
have.
in.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say Clippard comes in, gets the first out on just 2 pitches, so we'll see what he can do against Mazzara, who tied it up for us in the bottom of the 7th.
He's the current hero, having tied the game, as was said in the top or the bottom of the 7th. He takes that first strike on the low part of the zone.
See Sergio Romo warming up now with Taylor Rogers. Romo gave up the first walk-off to Jimenez on Friday night. And this one is grounded foul down that first base line. It's an 0-2 count now to Nomar Mazzara.
Took that ball nicely. Now 1-2 count against the right fielder.
Fouled away, 1-2. Clippard probably brought in here as he's, I believe he has reverse splits, if I'm not mistaken, as the righty throwing to lefties, but has been pretty solid all around so far for the Twins this season, and he has been for a lot of teams over his career. As we have second out here.
3 unassisted, I think. Couldn't see in the shadows.
Yori Garcia, double, couple of singles. He's 3 for 4 on the afternoon. Looking to keep this one alive for the White Sox with 2 down here against Tyler Clippard. And Clippard gets one in there for a strike in the top of the zone.
That's a nice, generous call on the guy who is 3 hits in his last 3 at-bats. So see if Garcia can extend this inning for Anderson, Makata, and Jimenez. Takes that curveball nicely.
That one was too low, too much inside. Clippard with the 2-1 pitch here, and that one is fouled away. 2-2 now.
Last strike for the Sox in this half of the inning. Will they continue it, or will we have free baseball today?
Down to potentially our final strike of paid baseball. And it is. Tyler Clippard gets him looking with the splitter on the top of the zone.
I knew there was a reason that when I drew out my score sheet today, I took it to 11 innings. So we go into the 10th on the south side, 5-5, Twins and White Sox.
Your attention, please.
Free baseball, and we're going to have Kelvin Herrera leading things off on the bump for the White Sox.
We may see every reliever for the White Sox today. As Herrera comes in, the owner of a fantastic season, 32 innings, 19 hits, a whip of .78. So can he solve Luis Urias? Because nobody else in the Sox has really been able to today. As he pops it out down the left field or right field line, but it is foul.
Just foul. Urias was all over the first pitch there from Herrera. The 0-1 pitch is outside to even it up, and yeah, Urias has had a very fine afternoon. It is 6 doubles, driven in a couple, and looking to set the table for a potential win here in the 10th and get us out of here so we can get on to our next game of ML Bot Ball. We hope you stick around for all the games this evening. We've got plenty more here for you, but this one, we're in extras here now, and Herrera misses inside 3-1.
Buxton is on deck. He's 0 for 4 today with 2 strikeouts. So can Herrera get Urias? One would hope so. You want to get the leadoff guy.
3-1 pitch. Fans coming to their feet, and Urias fouls it off. That'll fill the count. If you're just joining us looking for Atlanta and Seattle with Brother Beard and P. Mister, that'll be coming up right after this one, folks, so stick around. But a leadoff walk, not what you want if you're Kelvin Herrera. Twins will have the leading run on first base.
They will, with Byron Buxton up. And again, Urias is a mystery that the White Sox cannot seem to solve today. So,
Urias,
I'll go ahead.
Oh, yeah, Urias a heck of an afternoon for the Twins. He's done a good job getting on base and driving them in, as a terrible bunt here from Byron Buxton will basically do absolutely nothing except record an out.
Well,
as
it puts
the
the
leadoff runner.
First, maybe.
Yeah, I guess. Can you tell how much I love bunting?
Yes.
Never bunt, hit dingers. That's our little motto up here, at least the smart ones. But anyway, Max Kepler at the dish now in the top of the 10th. Twins have the leading run at first once again. We'll have a throw over to first base as Buxton's going to be tried and held in check here by Kelvin Herrera. Low 1-0.
We now have Jace Fry, who's pitched in both games of series, and Steve Cishek warming up for the White Sox, a lefty and a right-hander. As Kelvin Herrera faces Kepler.
And there's a strike.
Slider in.
Kepler a quiet 2 for 5 this afternoon, and
not too
this
quiet.
one will get under the glove. This one will get under the glove of Abreu. And that's another base runner on here for the Twins, as there's just one down. Herrera needs to figure some things out.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the team leader in hits up, I believe, if I remember the notes correctly, in Jorge Polanco. And again, a very high leverage situation as he serves that out to left field. Jimenez gets the ball, throws it in, but that will not be in time. The Twins score the first run of extras with Buxton coming in, who got the base via the bunt. So RBI by Jorge Polanco.
Yeah, Jorge just doinks that one into left field, and maybe Buxton's strategy paid off. I don't know. Maybe Urias would have slowed him up there, and maybe they wouldn't have got a run home. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a dumb broadcaster, as Mitch Garver double single here this afternoon, and he's down 0-1 against Kelvin Herrera, trying to limit this to just one run given up. Garver grounds to Moncada at third. This will be a tailor-made double play, but Twins take the lead at 6-5. We'll see if the White Sox can equalize and keep their chances for a sweep intact. Twins have 17 hits this afternoon.
They do. That started with 8 hits in the first 3 innings, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So we have up this inning against Taylor Rogers, the closer for the Twins. We've got Tim Anderson, Yohan Moncada, and Eloy Jimenez. Can this crew do what they're paid to do today? We'll see. Jimenez, who's up third, has 3 strikeouts today. So can he get out of this little mini one-day slump and make a difference? We'll see. Here's Tim Anderson.
Probably the best leadoff hitter maybe you could ask for to start things out in the bottom of the 10th, down 1 run. Tim Anderson 1 for 4 this afternoon, and whoa, look out. Taylor Rogers getting a little squirrely there on that slider. Two-0 pitch now. He's swung on, 2-1. That's sinker in at 93 for Taylor. He's the only lefty in the Twins bullpen, and they're just fine with that. We alluded to Clippard having those reverse splits, and Twins have made it work. They're telling their relievers, we really don't care anymore. You should be able to get guys out if they're righties or lefties, and it's worked out for guys like Clippard and Trevor May, and Taylor Rogers usually doesn't have problems with either side of the plate either, as he has a full count here to Tim Anderson. Payoff
Obviously-
pitch. Outside, leadoff walk. Uh-oh.
Well, what happened last inning when your leadoff guy walked? Well, you scored a run. So we'll see if that can happen for the White Sox here as Tim Anderson does something that White Sox fans of the last half-decade would tell you rarely happens. He walks. He's walked quite a bit this year in bot ball, and I'm not going to complain about that too much. As we get Yoan Moncada up, who has a single today and is 1 for 4. Oh, my God. He lays down a bunch. Oh.
Hey, at least that bunt worked.
It's the number 3 hitter in my lineup.
Now batting, the left fielder,
Ricky Renteria getting some managerial advice from Ron Gardenhire, it appears.
And with a runner on second, down by 1.
Jesus.
It's Eloy Jimenez.
And he's 0 for 4 tonight, of course, so...
He was 0 for yesterday as well until the 9th inning. So, fans on their feet, the hero of the last 2 games up against the closer of the Twins as he takes ball 1. The shadows have come in between the plate and the pitching mound, so will that make this more difficult? We will see.
Can the Twins get out of the south side without being walked off 3 times by Eloy Jimenez? At least like walk him so it can be somebody else. I don't want to hate the guy, but you know, if he's going to walk off my club 3 times in a row, he might move up the list of Twins villains. Grounds this one here to Polanco, and Polanco booted it a bit, and enough time to make the throw for out number 2.
So no hero for Eloy Jimenez in the 10th inning.
Yeah, that's good. Good job.
Yes.
I don't have to hate you, Eloy.
Down to their last out in the 10th, down by 1 against the vaunted Minnesota Twins as Edwin Encarnacion is up, the owner of a 2 for 4 day with a single and a double, surrounded by 2 strikeouts.
And don't underestimate my PTSD. I had a flash before my eyes there of Edwin Encarnacion bomb as that one twists foul. And it's a 1-1 count here. Tim Anderson on second. That one's taken inside. 2-1, 2 down, bottom of the 10th here at Guaranteed Rate Field. This has been an excellent series and coming down to the wire once more, and now extras. As this has been a great series. We're glad you're sticking around with us for the conclusion of this one. It's a 3-1 count now to Edwin Encarnacion.
Bounced foul.
Fouled away.
Full count. Is the parrot in the house?
Fouled away again. That slider was just chopped foul there as Taylor Rogers is going to throw pitch number 18. Payoff pitch to Edwin, and it's in the dirt. They wanted nothing to do with him there. They'll send him down to first base, thankfully. So, hey, another Twins killer scratched off the list as a potential ender to this one here today. That brings up Yasmani Grandal. He's been known to hit a home run or 2 in his career.
Yes, he
9
has.
this season. Just needs a base hit here, though, to score Tim Anderson from second. Rogers pumps in a sinker in the top of the zone for strike number 1.
Interesting pitch selection, but again, effective as got the first strike.
Garver sets up inside. That one is floated high and inside, leaving it up.
Almost think that Grandal would have been happy to have that one clip his bicep.
Inside again, 2-1. Taylor Rogers to Yasmani Grandal.
Fans on their feet.
Swung on, 2-2. Taylor Rogers has Chicago on the edge of their final strike, and The 2-2 pitch is in there. Taylor
Strike
Rogers gets
three.
him swinging to end it. So the Twins avoid the sweep, but not before we went to extras. Minnesota gets out of here with a 6-5 win, but Chicago does pick up 2 games on the division leaders. They're still sitting in third place behind the Indians, but as we said multiple times through this one, it's going to be a 3-horse race, and a heck of a 3-horse race if this series was any indication. And these teams have been a fun watch here on ML Bot Ball the last couple of weekends.
Absolutely, Buddha. Well called. Did a great job today. And as difficult as it is to see the Twins beat the White Sox, it was a pleasure doing this game with you today and being able to see it as the Twins win 6-5 in 10. As you said, 17 hits today really set the pace for the Twins to be able to have the runners on base. And Eddie Rosario with those 3 doubles, clearly the player of the game today for the Twins. As, let's see here, did he didn't play any part of that winning run, but he did have quite the day at the plate. So win for Clippard, save for Rogers, and Kelvin Pereira does take the loss with that not terribly effective 10th inning pitch. So that's the story of the game.
Yeah. Good one here on the south side. We thank you for joining us, and I heard a little tickle in my ear. I think I smelled another beard once, as always.
Oh, Beardy, it's always good to see you, man. Although maybe I should wash my beard if you can smell it all the way.
Well, no. Oh no, you're a man of esteem. I know you use some fine beard oils.
So did you get a chance to watch the game there, Brother Beard?
I caught the last bit of it. It looks like you guys got some good free baseball in the end.
We did, and it was a blowout to start. The Twins scored 5 fairly early through the first 5 innings, and the Sox basically had the minimum through the first 4. But then the Sox got to Mr. Smeltzer late in his outing, and then were somewhat effective against the pen with Nomar Mazara hitting the 2-run bomb in the bottom of the 7th to extend it to extras. But yes, an excellent game between what I think is maybe the best team in baseball, the Minnesota Twins, against my Chicago White Sox.
Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. I gotta be honest, though, I am super, super excited to welcome King Felix back to Seattle for the first time since he has left these Mariners. But before we get into that, can I just say, P-Mister, welcome to the booth, my friend.
Oh, thank you, brother. It all hail the King today, as the King's going to be returning back to his provincial lands up in the Pacific Northwest.
Well, hey, gentlemen, we'll get out of your hair here in the booth. We appreciate everyone for sticking around. If you're a White Sox fan, if you're a Twins fan, be sure to check out our schedule and see if your teams are going to be on the schedule this week. But have a good one here, guys. Seattle and Atlanta. Interleague Bot Ball coming at you hot.
Enjoy and good luck, guys. Take care, and we'll see you on Discord. Take care.
Thank you, both of you, Frango and Beardy Buddha. Always good to see those guys. Well, we're going to get into this ball game here real quick as we head out to Seattle for this third game in the matchup between these Atlanta Braves. Of course, as you might see there on the Chiron, it's the return of the King to his once glorious court here in Seattle. Felix off to not a bad start for the Braves. He's sitting with a 5-3 record, a 3.4 ERA. You know what? After watching him fall off the table the last couple of years, those numbers do not look bad in the slightest.
Oh, they're definitely serviceable in the majors, and just kind of goes to show how sometimes a new field can give you a fresh breath of life here as King Felix is returning to his homelands, and maybe he'll put up one of those magical outings today.
It's good to see that portrait once again. Although it looks a little weird without an S on the hat. But we'll move past it as we're going to get into the ball game here. no less important, the other side of the matchup is going to be Seattle's ace, Marco Gonzales. He's sitting with a 5.4 record, a 3.72 ERA. He's been a rather soft spot. He's been a soft spot in the rotation, but he's been able to get some good innings. As you take a look at the numbers there, he's pitched almost 68 innings of work across 12 starts. So he's been able to get deeper into some ball games, not so deep into others. He's had some good outings, had some bad outings, and that reflects in that 5-4 record.
For Atlanta, the center fielder.
So we'll get into the top of the first here. Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to step in to lead off for the Braves.
1-0.
First pitch across the plate here at 4:34 here in the afternoon in Seattle. Take a look around the field at the Mariners defense here. Of course, a real bright spot for the Mariners defense has been Kyle Seager over at third. Acuna able to squeeze one through the shift here up the middle.
Batting second.
Yeah, he hits about the 6-inch hole that was there between the second baseman and the shortstop traditionally, as that one was just a single all the way there.
Yeah, had they been playing in a regular defensive position, it would have been a line out to Crawford right there. Nonetheless, he's on base to lead off the ballgame. We'll see Ozzie Albies dig in here. See there, he's having a bit more success on the road than at home.
A bit more success is an understatement. The ERA, batting average over 300 on the road versus 250 back in Turner. It's not Turner Field anymore. What is it down there? Sun Life?
I mean, I'm pretty sure it'll always be Ted Turner's field.
Very true. Ted Turner kind of owns that town in general.
Between Ted Turner and Coca-Cola, I think you're right. Taking a look over at the chat, Evie's got a question. If the Mariners lose, but it means Felix gets the win, would I be disappointed? I mean, I don't think I'm going to be disappointed at all in this ball game because we'll see a steal attempt here from Acuna. He's going to make it in there safely. This one coming on a pitch out. So Murphy able to make the throw down in time, but it's a little off target. I don't think there's really any way for me to be disappointed with this ball game because my favorite pitcher is on the mound, and yes, he is my absolute favorite. I've watched this guy throughout his entire career. If I lived closer to Seattle during the time, I would have been at more Felix games, but you know, life is life. And to see him back in Seattle, I can't express exactly how excited I have been since the moment I woke up today, knowing that Felix was going to be taking the mound in Seattle once again.
Oh yeah, no doubt. It's kind of like Red Sox fan is taking a Red Sox example. It's kind of like when Pedro kind of came back with the Mets, I believe once or twice. You didn't care how the end result was. You just wanted to see Pedro pitching again because he was an absolute legend in Boston all those years.
We'll see a ground ball over to Crawford in the shortstop position. The runner's going to stay at first, so they'll be one away here at the top of the first. Marco Gonzales inducing that ground ball. To at least get the outs ticking up, he'll face off against Freddie Freeman here. Freeman, of course, leading these Braves in hitting, 3.29 ERA.
Yeah, walking around the park. Walking around the park.
Not ERA.
I mean, it could be ERA. I think he might have an inning or two pitch. It's the National League, so anything can happen over there. Yeah, just walking around the park earlier. I'm surprised I don't see more of those yellow King Felix shirts kicking around here. I thought a few more fans would have had them on hand.
Well, you can tell that they're out in full force today. Everybody wants to see the King on the mound once more, but you're right. I would have expected quite a few yellow shirts, even if and I'm still not convinced that the Mariners wouldn't have a welcome back Felix Day. Even so shortly after. Evan White's going to take this one to first himself on a little dribbler out in front of first base. So Freddie Freeman with the sacrifice ground ball there moves the runner over to third, and with 2 away, we'll see Marcell Ozuna step in, trying to drag that runner in from third to get them on the board here to lead off the first.
Yeah, definitely not a huge fan of being on the road. Only hitting 280 versus above 330 at home, so he still can hit when he's on the road, but typically much better back at his home park.
You say only as if that's not as if that's a bad baseball number.
No, trust me.
I would kill for a range of 280 to 330.
I think most people would kill for that type of range. Those are borderline Mike Trout numbers almost.
Indeed. EB, that last appearance by Felix was way too much. Kyle Lewis with a little bit of flubbing here out in the outfield. I think they'll score that an error in left. Nonetheless, Atlanta puts one on the board. This one driving in the run from third. Ozuna is going to get the RBI here.
Yeah, not sure if he visited the fish market before the game here, because it seemed like he had a little bit of something on his hands there trying to corral that ball.
You know, I'm surprised it took 2 months to get to Pike Place in a Mariners broadcast. I haven't brought it up once.
I am sorry. I ruined that. I apologize.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's quintessentially Seattle, so it's only fair. I suppose it has to appear in every sports imagery ever associated with Seattle. This one's going to be lifted out to right field, and that's going to do it for the top of the first. Atlanta put ones on the board here, as they do not count that an error, so that's a 1 run on 2 hits here for the Braves. We'll see Felix take the mound, face off against the 1-2-3 for these Mariners. And there he is, making his 12th start of the season. A 3.41 ERA across 60 2/3 innings of work, giving us about 1 hit per inning. Only walking 18 and striking out 51. I gotta say, I would expect more strikeouts from Felix, but I will perpetually think of Felix peak Cy Young pursuit.
Yeah, Felix really kind of got handed to the short end sometimes in some of the playoff runs here in Seattle. Almost a generational talent up there in Seattle, just couldn't really make much of a playoff run.
Oh, there's no almost about it. This guy is... It was absolutely dominant from the moment. Like, he signed in Seattle at 16. He spent 2 years in the minor league system, made his debut at 18. How many major league pitchers make their debut at 18 years old? And not only that, but continue to stay at the major league level without being sent down for performance reasons. He's made some trips down for injury reasons and rehab stuff. But the guy was an absolute stud.
Yeah,
for way too long.
Yeah, no doubt he was definitely one of the main backbones out in Seattle for, I argue, almost close to a decade as far as that bullpen is concerned out there.
Well, the 2-2 pitch from Felix is going to get Malix to foul this one off, so we'll see another 2-2 here. Of course, Felix feeling very comfortable out on that mound where he has spent the majority of his career. Working right along here. Malix extending this at bat here. This will be the 7th pitch. This one's going to be in the dirt, and it's going to get away. So a full count here.
Yeah, maybe taking the first couple of batters here to kind of get a feel for the mound once again, as Felix seems to be a little bit questionable in some of the locations of his pitches.
Well, that one's going to induce a ground ball, and that's exactly what he wants to do with that sinker, change-up, splitter, whatever they want to call it this year in the games.
Breaking ball.
Yeah. His his stuff has definitely fallen off a little bit, but he has always had the control. He's always had some sort of a first inning jitter. Every so often, he'll get out and have a slow start the first couple of innings, but then he'll just be absolutely locked in. As you see here, missing with that sinker below the zone. Of course, that's right where he wants it. Well, maybe not that one, as that's just a bit outside.
Yeah, he doesn't want to leave him high because Seattle can take advantage of some of the speed they have in the front half of the lineup to potentially get a couple runs on the board.
Well, he's going to continue to hit the bottom of that zone against Kyle Lewis here. 3-1 the count. Take a look. We got the roof closed here in Seattle. Looks like some rain clouds out there. So we'll have a nice dry evening of baseball. 3-2 count. And got him looking. So Felix Hernandez with his first K back in Seattle.
Yeah, just a really good spot there. Maybe getting a little help from the umpire there. It's a 50-50 call on the side, but nonetheless, 2 out here.
So you'll see Mitch Haniger step in here. You see the difference in his splits. Smashing lefties, not so much against the righties.
It's almost night and day, hitting below 220 against righties, but against lefties near 340. So it should be an interesting one today with Felix being a righty here.
Without going too far into plate appearances against lefties and righties, Haniger's going to ground out to the second baseman there to end the inning. So nothing doing for the Mariners here. Felix with a flawless first. We'll go back to the top where Atlanta leads 1-0.
Leading off for the Braves, the catcher.
We'll see the catcher, Travis d'Arnaud. He's hitting 147 on the season so far. Obviously, the veteran presence behind the plate is crucial for this Atlanta team.
Yeah, but at the same time, hitting below 150, manager might want to consider shuffling it around for a couple games, see if someone else can get a bit hotter bat up there.
Here's the 0-1 pitch from Marco. He'll rip this one down the third baseline. That's going to get into the seats. Foul. 0-2 is the count here to d'Arnaud. Right 3 as he chases a ball that was not even in the same zip code as the strike zone. Marco Gonzales is going to record his first out.
Yeah, that one might have been in King County, but definitely not in the zip code of the ballpark there, as that one was way out there. Obviously guessing at the pitch.
Well, the first pitch to Austin Riley is going to miss below 1-0.
And I feel like that batting average is on limited numbers because I highly doubt there's someone hitting a 474 over the course of the first 2 months here.
Yeah, I gotta believe that's the case. 474. Is this guy leading the MVP vote right now, or is he getting an all-star bid somewhere? I don't know.
I don't know. We'll have to talk to our janitors about that.
Yes, of course, we'll start seeing some standings for all-star voting across ball games as we come into the month of June and work up to that all-star break in July. Stay tuned, folks. I think we're going to be working on something special here for all of that. 2-2 pitch from Marco is going to miss inside, ball 3.
Yeah, and Bob Ball just reminding fans to do not leave the stadium due to the curfew in the city. So please just sit right here and enjoy the game.
Of course, Seattle pretty prolific for their protests and riots. We won't say much more because we just want to keep this about baseball, but Seattle does have that history. This one's going to get out into right field for a base hit. Runner on here with one away.
Yeah, again with the shift on, just hit the gap there. Nearly made a play on from the first baseman, but EV making a point that maybe he's a pinch hitter coming in off the bench mostly because the NL doesn't have a DH spot.
Well, we'll see Dansby Swanson step in here. God, that's a great name, isn't it? Dansby Swanson.
Yeah,
just kind of rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, sounds like something out of Anchorman there.
He's going to check his swing here. 2-0 is the count now to Swanson. I wonder if he's related to Ron.
I don't know. I think someone might have to go back through the databases to find that out.
Well, judging by his lack of solid mustache, I would say probably not.
No, but he does have the nice flow in the back end, so that might help balance out. And yeah. Whoa.
Oh, that was. I don't even know what to say to that one. That ball four, I guess.
Yeah, it seems like the shenanigans are starting early behind the plate here. Is that one? I was almost certain was a strike there.
So runners on at first and second, one away here. First pitch gets over for strike one. Indeed, we may have one Joe West behind the plate. It's very possible. I'm guessing there were some shenanigans in that game as well.
Yes, Cowboy Joe West.
This one's going to get lifted up to right field. Haniger is ranging back. He's there in time. Runners are going to stay at first and second. They're not going to offer, though he was tagged up out there at second. So with two away, we'll go back to the top of the order. Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to step in. He singled and came around to score in the first. First pitch, low, ball one, 1-0.
Yeah, Gonzales has good movement on his pitches so far in the game. It's just he's not able to spot them correctly. He's a little bit too low in general.
1-0 pitch is going to get in there. Got swinging, 1-1. He'll try and get him to chase the ball out of the zone. 2-1 here.
Yeah, already up around 40 pitches, so he's definitely run into a little bit of trouble so far, so he might get a quick hook today, depending on how the manager's feeling.
2-1 pitch. He connects with this one, but he's a bit early, and that's going to help foul. Here's a 2-2 from Marco. This is going to be a ground ball up the middle. There's Crawford. He'll take it over to second, the short play for the third out. Granted, a couple here for the Braves on one hit. We'll see Seattle making a go at it here, looking for their first hits of the ball game. Of course, Daniel Vogelbach stepping in here to face off against his former teammate. Of course, Mariner fans going to have to get out there and show Vogie some love. Get him some more votes in the AL as he's sitting in ninth place over at the first base position there.
Yeah, definitely need a little bit of help there, but overall, if his play improved a little bit, you might get a couple more of the national votes, which can be so crucial in these situations sometimes.
1-1 pitch from the King. They'll try and get him to chase it low, ball two. Of course, Felix knows just how dangerous Vogelbach is here as he induces the ground ball up the middle into the shift. The not second baseman, shortstop Dansby Swanson is going to corral that one for the first out. And from one teammate to another, These two going back a long ways. Kyle Seeger stepping in. First pitch to him is going to miss outside. Kyle's looking for his 1,255th hit here against his former teammate. He'll leave him a curveball there. Strike one.
Yeah, not much he could do with that one, as that one was a breaker inside on the hands.
And he turns on this fastball, left a little high. We'll see a 1-2 count here from Felix. Did he go? No, says the third base umpire.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen any catcher in any game ask for a check down for third.
It's always come on down to first base, huh?
I was going to say, it's usually either first or third, but I think that's the first time I've seen anyone ever check for a swing there.
3-2 pitch to Seager. He'll foul it off. We'll see another full count.
Yeah, Seager doing yeoman's work right now as he's just trying to run up the count right now. Maybe he can get a hit out of it.
The 27th pitch, he fouls off out into the former Kings court. Three-two pitch. And he loses him here. Ball four.
The first baseman.
Will be the first walk that Felix gives up today. He'll face off against the first baseman, Evan White.
Not sure if it's just me, but it looks like the Moose might need a shave there. It seems like he's getting a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow there.
First pitch to him is going to be on the inside corner, says the umpire, 0-1.
Yeah, Evan White absolutely ripping it up lately. 5 for 12 for a 4.12 batting average, so hopefully he can continue the hot streak today.
He'll foul the second pitch off, 0-2. Felix already up to 30 pitches here through the second, and with only one away here. The 0-2 pitch. This one's ripped down the first baseline, out of the reach of the first baseman, and fouled. The 0-2 pitch. This one's fouled off on the first base side, really making Felix work here today.
Yeah, just think the Seattle batters just trying to even out the pitch counts a little bit. There's guys struggling a little bit, so trying to even it off with King Felix here.
Well, a swing and a miss here on that always nasty curveball of his. Evan White on the receiving end of yet another Felix Hernandez strikeout here in Seattle.
Well, that was just someone might want to check that pitch to make sure it's legal, because that seemed like it had way too much break on it.
It was breaking in and out of the zone.
In and out of the zone. Maybe caught a flight out to Boston on the way and back.
Hit a grand slam once it was in Boston and then came back.
Exactly. Actually won Boston the World Series.
Just that curveball right there.
Yep.
1-0 pitch is going to be grounded over to third base. He's going to take it over to short for the third out. Nothing doing here for the Mariners as they strand the one. Still nothing out of the Mariners. Atlanta leads 1-0.
Carson Nuts is asking why on the betting website says Dodgers versus Brave and why they're facing Seattle. I believe this is a randomly generated schedule, if I remember correctly. I'd have to talk.
No. This is the MLB schedule that they use in the game. I don't know why. This is kind of the funny thing that I feel about that. I don't know why you would use a betting site to get your bot ball schedule, because we have the schedule available. As a matter of fact, there's a wonderful command for the Twitch chat that will tell you exactly what games we're broadcasting today, tomorrow, the schedule. Yeah. I guess the Braves are going to be heading down to LA to face the Dodgers since they're out here on the West Coast after this series.
Yeah.
So I suppose that would make a little more sense.
Yeah, maybe just got the dates wrong.
Well, Kyle Lewis trying to lay out for this catch, but he's not able to come up with it. So that's going to be a hit for him. Couple of bobbled balls out in left field, and Kyle Lewis still hasn't recorded an error on those.
Yeah, 2 tough plays there, but he might want to change out his glove in the next half there because there might be an issue with the glove on start before his play.
So we'll see Ozuna going to be stepping in here. He was 1 for 1 on the day with a single. He drove in their only run. This 1-0 pitch is going to be lifted out into left center field. Lewis is ranging back, and he's able to come down with this one. Perhaps getting a little excited on that throw as he kind of throws himself out of balance. Runner's going to stay at first, and there are 2 away.
Probably just happy he made the catch, and he had an easy one to take care of this time.
First pitch to Nick Markakis is in there for strike 1. Marco up to 48 pitches here through 3 2/3.
Yeah, definitely not the most efficient today, but seems to be doing okay so far with only the 1 run given up.
He hits the zone here, strike 2, 1-2 to Markakis now. This one's a weakly dribbled ground ball up in front of the plate. Tom Murphy's going to take it himself over to first to end the inning. Atlanta puts another hit on the board, but they can't bring them around to score. So the score remains 1-0 as we take a look at the Seattle skyline there. Of course, the big story today, Felix Hernandez coming back to Seattle, getting an opportunity to pitch in his home ballpark, what I'm sure he still considers his home ballpark, here today against his old team. So far, doing well against these Mariners hitters. Will face the 8-9-1 hitters in this 3rd inning.
Potentially stupid question here. You think they'll retire Felix's number?
I could see it happening. I could totally see that happening. I could also see Felix signing like a 1-day contract to retire a Mariner. Who am I kidding? I could see them signing Felix to a year-long contract so that he could just play his last season as a Mariner. Maybe that's just wishful thinking as he racks up his 3rd strikeout of the ball game here against his former battery number, Tom Murphy.
If anything, I think Seattle front office will sign him to the year long just so that way people can get the last nostalgia run for those tickets.
It worked when Griffey did it. It worked when Ichiro did it. What says it wouldn't work when Felix does it? The only reason I would not want to see that, and it's really just because he wouldn't fit into the idea that they're trying to build for the future. Right. Obviously, they've seen Felix decline over the last couple of years. He's kind of leveled out here and seems to have maintained a level right around the 3.5 ERA mark, where before he was, hurling sub-3 ERAs on a consistent basis. You know, he's become less of an ace of the rotation and more of a solid 4 or 5 in a rotation on a team that doesn't mind having an aging pitcher.
Right, and you think he might be pretty good to give a lot of the young arms out in the bullpen there a little boost of confidence heading into the year.
I mean, who wouldn't want to sit under the learning tree of Felix Hernandez? That guy's got a lot of stories to tell, I'm sure. So, Shed Long working the count full here against the King. We'll see a full count pitch here. He'll foul it away.
Now, can you jog my memory for a sec? Was it a no-hit or a perfect game he threw in Seattle? Because I know he only threw one. I just can't remember what it was.
He threw the most recent perfect game.
Okay, yeah, it was about 3-4 years ago, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I forget exactly. I forget the day because I'm terrible with days, but I do distinctly remember it.
Big guy would probably know in his vast database of baseball facts over there.
I was going to say, matter of fact, why don't we just kick off the trivia tonight with name the date of Felix's perfect game. That should kick off the trivia.
Yep. Another
no
one.
No Googling allowed.
Yes. And another one for the crowd. Who's the only MLB umpire to record a music album?
Count 1-0.
Oh, God. Would it be Angel Hernandez?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, no, that's right. It was Macho Man, Randy Savage.
Oh, yeah, brother. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize to all the wrestling fans out there.
So Malix is going to foul off this one here. That takes the count to 1-2. Jogo with the guess of Country Joe West.
And that is correct. Joe West has 2 country albums, one back in '86 and then another one in '08.
Wow. Okay.
There's a reason why he's a legend in Major League Baseball, and that is one of the reasons.
It's just so perfect that his name is Joe West, and he plays country, I'm guessing, because otherwise, why would you call him Country Joe West?
Yes, it is. It is country.
Oh, that's good. Full count pitch here to Malix. This one's going to be a grounder over to first base. Felix is there in time to cover the throw from Freddie Freeman to end the inning. Still nothing doing here for the Mariners. Felix right back in his groove. Braves still lead this one 1-0.
Be suggesting that once Joe West gets the most games umpired record in the majors, he's going to focus on his music career. I feel like his music career is done and buried, I would feel like.
If he was able to record music before the before the prevalence of the internet, I feel like it would be that much it's so easy to record and well, I say this as somebody who doesn't record and produce their own music, but it's so easy compared to how it used to be.
Yeah, you don't need the $50,000 studio anymore. In theory,
exactly.
You only need a couple $100 worth of tech.
Right. Exactly. And you don't even need that. There are plenty of free programs that you can easily record your music into. But that's getting on to a whole other topic here. Travis d'Arnaud. Yeah, not so good for the dugout.
That's a ball. One ball.
Marco tries to get him to chase one out of the zone here, 1-2.
This Antares gave the Joe West stock an uptick, so alright, +1 there. I think that's the first +1 I've seen so far.
Oh, this is going to be a ground ball over to Cal Seeger at third. He'll take it across the diamond for the first out.
For Atlanta, the designated hitter.
So Marco, despite giving up that one run, has had a rather solid outing here, setting down pretty much everybody. Not getting into too terrible situations. I say as he.
That's you.
I'm gonna just. Why did I open my mouth? Why do you let me do these things, P-Mister?
I'm just here for the show. You're the one driving the boat. But yeah, just making enough contact on that one to get over the wall. If there maybe been a little bit of a wind blowing in and the roof was open, that one might have stayed in the park, but just enough to get out of there. Nice line drive home run.
The batter.
Oh. Actually, I'm pretty sure if we suspend video game belief here and think about the way that the wind actually blows through Safeco, that one would have actually been helped by a breeze coming off the water there, because the weather systems tend to come in out of that gap in the left field side, which basically faces the water, and that's facing west, where all of the wind comes through in this part of the country. This is going to be a ground ball up the middle to Marco. He's going to take it himself. The throw over is just in time to get the second out. Anthony Swanson not able to beat that one out. So we'll see a Denny Arrieta. He's 0 for 1 today. He's first pitch swinging. That's going to be a base hit up the middle. Smith is there to corral it. He'll throw it in, and that's a base hit. We'll go to the top of the order here for these Braves.
And again, just a good job putting back the ball there, just finding the gap in the outfield to put it again there for a base hit.
So Acuna Jr. is 1 for 2 on the day. He singled and came around to score in the first. He'll look to do a little bit more damage here with a runner on. One 0 pitch from Marco. He'll miss low and inside, ball 2. Two 0 pitch. One's ripped down the first baseline. Evan White tries to make a fantastic defensive play, but no dice. Haniger is going to corral it at the wall. So that's going to be a stand-up double, and we'll get a visit from the pitching coach here from Marco.
That might be it, depending on how the next couple at-bats going to go. Probably giving him his last warnings and motivational pep talk, we'll call it.
Well, that is going to get a couple of arms up out in the bullpen here in the top of the fourth. Of course, we'll look for Marco to go a bit further here as he gets the third out, inducing that ground ball to end the inning. Braves put up another one here on this big fly. They now lead this game 2-0 here in the fourth. Kyle Lewis is going to step in here to lead off the inning. He's 0 for 1 on the day. First pitch from Felix. Drops a sinker in. Nope, that was a curveball. Drops a curveball in there for strike 1.
Sinker, curveball, knuckleball. It's all kind of the same.
I'm going to pretend you didn't say that.
Sinker and curve, yes. Knuckleball, heck no.
The 0-2 pitch to Lewis is going to induce a ground ball up the middle. Easy play to get the first out here. We'll see Mitch Haniger step in now. First pitch from Felix in there for strike 1. Seems to be relying on that curveball a bit more than I'm used to seeing. as his fastball has fallen off a little bit. This one gets lifted out into deep center field. There to make the catch is Acuna, and that's two-away here in the fourth.
And King Felix only at 60 pitches right now, so a little bit more efficient, but still has shown some cracks so far in the game so far. Not nearly as dominant as the old days.
First pitch to Vogel's going to miss for ball one. He's really tempting him because he knows how much Daniel likes to hit those middle in pitches to the lefty. As he lays a curveball in there for strike one. The 1-1 pitch is going to get fouled off. This sinker running in on the hands. 1-2 pitch from Felix. And it's going to be a dribbler up the middle. Throw over is going to be just in time to get Vogelbach, and that's going to be the third out. Still no score from the Mariners. Mariners also still hitless here through 4. Atlanta leads this 2-0.
Tacoma, we might have an issue here if this continues on much longer here.
Well, Felix, of course, having a very Felix quality start so far. He'll need to go about 3 more innings to get that qualification. But with nothing doing and a couple of runs in run support, he should be able to do it. This one's going to be grounded over to third base. Kyle Seager in the shift there, plays it cleanly and gets the first out.
Yeah, I'm not going to be too worried about King Felix's pitch count there, as earlier in the week Clayton Kershaw, I think, went 130 pitches almost in his outing for over 8 innings, so I expect pitchers are going to be a bit more free here to start and get out of their own jams.
Well, and especially somebody like Felix, who has a long history of going complete games. This one's going to get popped up into foul territory. Evan White's going to range over next to the first base coach to make that catch. 2 away here for the Braves. We'll see Nick Markakis step in. He is 0 for the series at the plate so far. I gotta say, I'm a little surprised by that. Especially when that first game, these Braves were able to put up 15 runs.
Yeah, but sometimes that's how the dice rolls, is you have a bad game or two and it just kind of keeps rolling. And especially in these series where you see roughly the same pitches over the couple games, you would think you might be able to get a bullpen hit or two.
Well, Marco's going to play this one, as that's a dribbler right back up the middle. He's going to take it to first to end the inning. So while he's not getting any run support, Marco Gonzales has been successful at limiting these Braves' success. Of course, it took a full inning of small ball to get that first run, and just the 1 home run to get the second.
Yeah, he hasn't given up too many bad pitches, but has definitely been tagged on the bad pitches he has thrown. And this is the last half inning, folks, for your guesses on today's trivia question on when was King Felix's last perfect game.
I would like to think that he'll throw another one, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be his only perfect game.
Yeah, I would feel like that. Again, with the way the commentator's cursive is marking today, we could very well get.
You know what? I'm just gonna not speculate.
Yeah, just.
I'm gonna not speculate because that would just be too much fun.
Yeah.
First pitch to Kyle Seager here misses. 1-0 from Felix. This one's gonna get lifted out to center field. Ranging over is Acuna. He's there to make the catch. 1 away here in the 5th.
The first baseman, number 12.
I did say no Googling, EB.
White.
If you Google it, that kind of takes the fun out of guessing trivia.
Exactly.
I know that's what you want to do. I know that's what you do if you want to win. But there's nothing to win.
There is pride and satisfaction of knowing you're the first one to guess it correctly.
Okay, you're right. You can win my admiration. For like 5 seconds. Evan White looks at the 0-1 pitch here for strike 2. Random guess, yeah, sure, ED. It'll be 2 away here in the 5th. Felix on an absolute roll here through 5. So Crawford's going to step in here and face off the King.
Nope, outside.
First pitch to him misses outside.
Whoa, that's down.
This one misses again, 2-0 here. Well, the month and the year are right. The date is not.
Yeah,
this one's going to be ripped down the right field line.
I was going to say, there's going to be some type of witchcraft or wizardry in there, because he got 2 out of the 3 right first time. I'm like,
without looking it up myself, I knew it was going to be August 2012 because it is what it is.
Right.
The date, it just isn't right. So if anybody can guess the date before this next strikeout, then you win. JP Crawford's going to lift it out into left field. This one's ranging back all the way to the track, to the wall. That one is going to be a ground rule double.
What?
So Marcel Ozuna not able to track this one down enough as it goes over his head, trying to make the running catch there on the warning track. And it was just close enough to bounce up over the wall. And yes, the no-hitter is now kaput. We will not be seeing a perfecto here from the King.
Although I feel like that's almost as cheap as getting a bunt for a hit in the no-hitter bid. Because that one's not really on you, as the fielder was there, you just misplayed it.
Well, it's the nature of a perfect game is you got to get them all. Felix, however, gives up 1 here on that ground rule double to Crawford. That's 4 2/3 innings setting down. Of course, he had the 1 walk in there as well. We'll see the Braves take another crack at it here in the top of the 6th. Leading off 6, 7, 8. Travis d'Arnaud stepping in.
And the answer to the trivia question, August 15th, 2012.
I would like to extend the trivia to how many times has a perfect game been thrown? This one's going to be grounded up the middle. Crawford's there to corral it and make the throw in time.
The batter, the designated hitter, Austin Riley.
And again, no Googling. I'll probably cut that one at the end of the 6th here. As we see the flyer ball from earlier, just barely getting out of the park here.
So the first pitch to Austin Riley is going to get ripped over to Kyle Seager at third. He'll corral it and take his time with the throw in time for the second out here in the 6th. Both of these pitchers pitching rather successfully here. Of course, couple of missed balls from Marco has been the difference here.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately the tight margins you get in the major leagues sometimes. 2 or 3 bad pitches can sink your entire day.
Watson looks at this one, ball 1.
Ball, that's off the plate.
Well, ball 2 says the umpire will say that didn't catch the corner. 2-0 pitch from Marco.
Count is 2 and 1.
Swing and a miss, strike 1. So this one's going to get lifted out into right field. Haniger is going to range over, and that's going to be the 3rd out. Nothing doing here for these Braves. We'll see 9, 1, and 2 out of the Mariners. Shed Long going to lead it off. Of course, a couple of guesses in the Twitch chat, neither of them being right, but good guesses.
Yeah, one of them's fairly close, the other one's a little bit farther off.
Shed Long grounded out back in the 3rd. Of course, he has not been very successful at the plate this season since stepping up to fill second base spot for D. Gordon.
That's outside.
Felix missing here, ball 1. Counts even at 1 now.
Ball 2.
1 missing, low and away, ball 2. Pitch number 80 from Felix Hernandez here in the 6th is strike 2 to Shed Long.
Yeah, umpire might be a little bit generous there with that call.
Just a bit. 2-2 pitch, that's going to be swung on and fouled behind. The throw is going to be in time. So some bad luck there and some terrible decision making all around, as that's a very weird play. But somehow still a strikeout.
Did that get rolled to drop 3rd strike off a foul ball?
Yep. Or a swing and a miss, strike 3, that went through the legs. Either way, it's really funky.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I definitely would have felt like New York might have gotten a call on that play. It's like 6 things happened there that I don't think have ever happened all at the same time.
Well, Felix showing a bit of that glove out there on the mound as he stops this one and takes it. Flips it easily over to first for the out. Oh, look at that. He's still rocking the Mariner colored glove. Oh, he does miss us.
Yes, he does.
Oh, 2 away here. Kyle Lewis rips one out into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. So the 2nd hit of the ball game here, given up by the King.
And being up here on the 12th floor here in T-Mobile Field, I thought that one might be gone off the bat, but of course my eyes are starting to fool me now.
There's some small monitors we got working with here.
Yeah, might need to talk to Garrett and some tech boys about getting bigger monitors here.
I'm going to pray to the ghost of Dave Niehaus that we can get some solid broadcasting equipment here. That would be wonderful.
Yeah,
in all seriousness, though, we are all doing this out of the kindness of our heart. Trying to raise money for Meals on Wheels. If you are enjoying the content, please, there are a couple of ways you can support us. Share with your friends all over social media. Let them know when your favorite team is playing. As you see, my favorite pitcher racking up a strikeout against my team to end the 6th here. Felix feeling pretty good through 6 innings. course, now that we've reached the end of the sixth, it's time to reveal. Of course, there have been 23 perfect games pitched throughout the history of Major League Baseball.
Leading off for Atlanta, the third baseman,
the other way that you can show support here for Botball is to click that donate button and donate to Meals on Wheels. Everything that we collect here is going to go directly to them. That includes the other way that you can support ML Botball, and that's subscribing. If you sub on Twitch, that helps us as well. And everything that we collect from that is going to be donated to Meals on Wheels as well. This one's going to get lifted out into right field. Nestor Cortez coming in to pitch the 7th inning here in relief for Marco Gonzales, able to induce a fly ball out to get the first.
I am 999-1000. Mistake correctly pointing out that both of them were 6 off. I misread it as 32 at first on the quick search I did to confirm, so I apologize about that.
I didn't look up the right numbers, man.
Listen, I just did a 3-second Google search and I saw 32, and I'm like, that looks about right.
That same Google search took me to the right info, but nonetheless.
I guess that's the difference between Seattle and Boston internet.
I'm pretty sure we both have Comcast, right?
Everyone has Comcast here. Hello, boys.
Hi, Shark. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing all right. Enjoying this game. Been entertaining so far.
No, Comcast, I did not try restarting my modem.
Yes, in case people want to troll, we do have a Comcast bot in the Twitch chat now, in case you want to do some trolling around.
Oh, that's going to be a liner to the first baseman, Evan White, in a shift there.
The batter, number 1.
To be fair, nothing they can do will be more than Comcast actually trolling us with their connectivity issues.
Yes, for long-time viewers of the stream, we have had issues in the past with connectivity issues, but hopefully it's been pretty stable today, so hopefully that'll continue.
We thank our janitor for putting up with all of those issues, and all of us, really, because none of us would be here without our wonderful janitor and his wonderful assistants, all the mods in Twitch, all the mods on the Discord, everybody in the Discord. We thank you for being a part of this. This has been a lot of fun. So Ozzy Albies looking at an 0-2 pitch here from Nestor Cortez Jr. He's going to lift this one out into right field. Haniger's going to be there in time for the third out.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the traditional.
I think that'll be the stretch.
That was a good stretch there. There we go.
Big stretch. Anyway, hope you boys have a great rest of your call.
Thank you, Shark Shavery. It's always fun to have those stretches here. I can see the King rather enjoyed it as he gets back to a 1-1 count here against Daniel Vogelbach.
Yep, and doing things he usually did, backing him up from the plate a little bit to try to get a bit wider strike zone.
Swing and a miss at this big curveball. He'll foul this changeup off. Count remains 1-2.
Yes, and I am again coming in with the good quip of, did you try stretching out your modem to fix the internet?
See, I figured breaking it would probably be a bad idea. Though
Yeah,
I do know those feels. If they wouldn't charge me for breaking it, I probably would.
Maybe we should just all head to, I think it's Wells Fargo that has a destruction room where you pay $20 and get like 3 minutes to just smash whatever you want.
Well, Felix inducing another ground ball here as Daniel Vogelbach doesn't even try to hustle down the line. It'll be one away here in the 7th. Felix getting up there, 95 pitches here so far. I don't expect the hook anytime soon unless these guys can put something together to put a run on the board. First pitch to Seager, he tries to squeak a grounder through the shift. He will not get down the line in time. And they're 2 away here for the Mariners.
Yeah, the King Felix can get this next guy out on 2 or 3 pitches. He has a really good shot at going the complete game here.
White. He'll pop this one up, so we'll probably see one more inning out of Felix. Here is that will end the 7th inning. Still no score out of the Mariners. These Braves lead it 2-0.
Leading off for Atlanta, the first baseman, Freddie Freeman.
He's going to step in here. He'll face off against the lefty Cortez. Swing and a miss. Swing and a foul at the first pitch. So to end the ball game here, I've got one more trivia question for you folks. We're going to stay with the perfect game theme. Of the last 7 perfect games, there are 2 players that have played in a Mariners uniform. Can you name them?
Well, one obviously being King Felix.
I will say, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I can only think of King Felix. I guess the only guy only played in Seattle for a couple years.
Well, he played for more than a couple of years. Burley, Philip Umber never played in Seattle. Not in a Mariners uniform, anyways. But they are 2 of the guys that pitched one of the last 6 perfect games.
Yeah, I think Burley did it when he was on the White Sox in 04, 05, somewhere in that ballpark.
No, Jamie Moyer never did throw a perfect game. Felix is the only one to throw a perfect game in a Mariners uniform, I should say. Yes, Stuggo, it is Randy Johnson. I was wondering when the Snakes were going to show up and realized that I was talking about our mutual friend. So Cortez getting ahead here on Marquez. Of course, he gives up the base runner. The 0-1 pitch. This one missing outside. Ball 1. 1-1. And just for funsies, can you guys name the rest of the pitchers who pitched a perfect game in that time frame I was talking about? Because it starts with Randy Johnson and it ends with King Felix.
And then we have Burhall and who was the other guy they were guessing? Phil Punter. So that's 4 out of the 6.
Well, I mean, I don't know who Burhell is, but Mark Burley, yes, indeed. Mark Burley, Matt Cain, Philip Umber, yes. All yes.
Can I throw... Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say Chris Sale, but I'm pretty sure that's dead wrong.
No, Chris Sale has not thrown a perfect game. This one's going to be a blooper hit out to left field. Kyle Lewis not able to come down with this one. So runners on first and second. Duggo has got the right answer with Roy Halladay. And I believe we're missing one name here.
But this Chris Sale is an immaculate inning, so that's more rare than a perfect game. I'll take that any day of the week.
I forget, how do you classify an immaculate inning?
9 pitches and 3 strikeouts.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really tricky to pull off.
Well, I mean, no to Scherzer. Galarraga should count, but he's not on the list.
Yes, because the umpire is being a dum-dum that day.
Yeah, that was rather dumb. So Cortez going to stick it out here. Travis Darno fouling this one off. We'll see another 0-2 count.
Yeah, the thing that kind of ticked me off about that one was the fact that the umpires didn't even confer. They just went with the decision.
Well, that's going to be the second out here, as that's going to ground ball over to the shortstop. He just goes to first for the 1 out. Was Scherzer close to a perfect game? I don't remember.
I feel like he definitely got through at least 8, but I think he blew 1 or 2 in the 9th inning.
Yeah, there we go. So we're still looking for one name. He was an AL West foe of the Seattle Mariners.
I was going to throw a low choice and say Dennis Eckerly, but that was before Randy Johnson. Besides, I think it was a closer anyways.
Eckersley doesn't have a perfect game. Well, this one's going to be hit over to second base. They'll take it to first for the 3rd out, so they're able to stop the score from coming in from 3rd. Atlanta still leads this one 2-0. We reach the middle of the 8th inning. Let's see. I saw it. EB's got the correct guess. It was Dallas Braden.
JP Crawford.
So Dallas Braden with the last one. If you want them in order, it's Randy Johnson, Mark Burley, Dallas Braden, Roy Halladay, Philip Humber, Matt Cain, and Felix Hernandez.
Do you think in the shortened season this year there might be a chance at a perfect game? Or is the hang just going to be too good?
Time that somebody goes out and takes the mound, there's a chance for a perfect game. Do I think it's reasonable? Sure, why not? It could. There's only been 23 of them in the entire history of baseball. Do I think it's likely that there's going to be a perfect game? Probably not.
I got to count 2-2.
So Felix up over the 100 pitches here. 2-2 pitch to Daniel Vogelbach, and that is exactly what he wanted to avoid. As finally, not Daniel Vogelbach, JP Crawford unloads on this one. I see the lefty up there and hitting a home run, and I just assumed, without actually looking, JP Crawford hit his 2nd home run of the season, cuts this Braves lead in half. And that's probably going to do it for Felix here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, can't imagine the manager leaving him in after giving up that shot. Just you have so many arms in the bullpen ready to go. Why let him stretch it out farther?
And we will see the manager come out to get the king. Fans on their feet here in Seattle, giving Felix another round of passionate love as they did in his last send-off. It'll be quite some time before we see him again.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention.
Why am I hearing Regal fanfare music in the stands? They don't normally play that, do they?
He's the king.
Sorry, I'll go back to that corner.
King Felix.
The catcher number 2.
So we'll see Darren O'Day is going to come in and take the 8th inning from Felix. Would you call that submarine or sidearm delivery out of Darren O'Day?
Oh, that's definitely a sidearm. A submarine, he'd be basically touching the dirt with his motion.
Okay.
Yeah, trust me. If you ever see a submarine pitcher in real life,
I have seen a submarine pitcher in real life. It's weird.
Yeah, it's really.
It's almost like the same sort of like looking at it from the batter's box, the same sort of angle that you would expect a softball pitcher to pitch with, which is rather interesting to see that out of a major league pitcher. But yeah, I would say that's even a little bit under a sidearm too.
Yeah, it's definitely not a true sidearm where it's like a 90-degree from your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more sidearm than a submarine. But yeah, I used to work for a minor league baseball team and seeing a lot of those weird arms and motions because it was single-A short season, so it was a lot of the kids they just drafted for the heck of it.
3-2 pitch to Murphy is going to miss outside. Full count here to the catcher, 3-2. We'll see a walk drawn here by Tom Murphy. So not a great way to start your relief appearance for the righty Darren O'Day. Gives up the walk to the catcher. We'll see the number 9 hitter Shed Long step in here. He's 0 for on the day.
And there's probably plenty of money being traded on how he's going to get out here, whether it's strike or fly out.
Shed Long trying to put a bit of juice into this one. Not quite enough, as that's going to be some warning track power out in the right field for the first out.
The center fielder, number 00.
I can hear several audible groans up here as that one's falling out there.
Top of the order now, Malik Smith, 0 for 3 on the day. Still looking for his first hit of the ball game.
Yep, that ball went out.
First pitch misses outside, ball 1.
And one of the more... Oh, sorry.
1-0 pitch. One's going to be fouled off. How can you call that a sinker if it's rising in the zone? Right?
Yeah,
right?
No, I get your point.
This one's going to be sliced out to left field. There to make the catch is Ozuna.
The left fielder, number 1.
Space is relative, man. So is distance and time.
I don't know if that one stats earlier. Seattle has the second most steals in the majors, so I'm a little surprised I'm not trying to send the guy from first over to try to get him in scoring position here.
Well, you know why they have that, right? Because of Malik Smith leading the American League in stolen bases, having his own little feud with Trey Turner for the Major League lead. Of course, in that most recent series against the Nationals, we had a little steal off, and that was fun to watch.
Yeah, pitchers were constantly checking over the first when those two were on, just making sure they're staying put.
It certainly makes the games go a bit longer, but the chess match is always fun, at least for me. Obviously, everybody has their own opinion. The 1-2 pitch, one's going to be ripped down the first baseline. That stays fair. It's going to roll all the way to the wall. Rounding first, heading to second and third. Going to be a stand-up double here. And Kyle Lewis with his 17th double, extending his hit total here. Just a beautifully hit ball down the line there.
Yeah, just found enough room in fair territory to get that one in there. Mitch Haniger is going to be stepping in.
With runners on at second and third, he has a chance to put the Mariners in the lead here in the bottom of the eighth. Of course, getting the king out of the ball game being crucial to these Mariners coming back. First pitch to Haniger. Swung on, and that's going to be a base hit out in the right field. 1 run will score, and the Mariners have tied this ball game. Mitch Haniger celebrating with his dugout there over at first. Just taking the first pitch as it was out over the plate and hitting it into the hole there. Indeed, no decision for King Felix here today, as he was unsuccessful in maintaining the lead. That's what that means.
Yes, and unfortunately, I'm 100% blaming it on O'Day here for that no decision on King Felix here. He has been extremely shaky since the go here.
Yeah, obviously it all started with that big fly from J.P. Crawford off of King Felix to chase him out of the ball game. But Darren O'Day coming into this ball game, immediately walking the first batter, and having gotten the 2 outs here so far, but allowed another run to score. Vogelbach looking to follow suit with a home run out to right field, and he takes a big cut at that one.
Yeah, trying to put the nail in the coffin there with that swing as he's putting it over the wall.
1-1 pitch from O'Day. Working the inside, but that's misses high. Ball 2-1.
Yeah, you want to work the inside if you're just trying not to give up a home run here, since they have less time to extend their hands and build up bat speed.
One pitch. Ooh, that would have been a good one if he could have caught it. At 87-mile-an-hour fastball had him a little bit out in front. So the count's even at 2 now. Vogelbach will ground out to the third baseman. Will take it to second for the third out. So the Mariners tie the ball game here in the 8th on a couple of big hits. Stranded a couple on the bases. This ball game is tied as we head to the top of the 9th inning. Nestor Cortez is going to stay here in the 9th. Here, tie ball game. He'll look to get these 3 outs and give the Mariners a chance to walk it off.
Yeah, and manager's probably thinking this game's going to go into extras 10, 11, 12, so don't want to bring in a separate closer just yet.
Of course, those bullpen arms getting a lot of work this season. Any chance they can to get those guys some rest is much needed.
Exactly. And with the way the starting pitching was today, they might get that rest day, as they may only need 2 or 3 pitches here to get the job done.
Well, he gets the first out on a ground out there. They'll look to get another one here against Denny Hechavarria. Hank Azaria.
I've heard Hechevaria before, but I think there might be a couple of linguistics experts somewhere in the Twitch chat or Discord that might be able to help us out there.
Yesterday, and then Devo corrected me, so we'll see. This one's going to get lifted deep into right field. That one is over the wall. Hechevaria with a heck of a home run. This one putting the Braves up 3-2.
Okay, so we're getting it right, Hechevaria, but yeah, just that one barely getting out of here. That might even clip the retaining fence on top of the wall there.
You guys, that mispronouncing things is my thing. Hechevaria connecting with this one and driving it the other way. Crucial home run here for these Braves if they want to pull out the win.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
That will do it for Cortez. We'll bring in Eric Swanson, making his 29th appearance on the season. 5-0 record across 40 and 2/3 innings of work. A 4.87 ERA, so not the greatest, but he's definitely gotten plenty of outs and innings of work that have been satisfactory to this Mariners pitching staff.
Yeah, definitely an interesting stat line there. 5-0, but an ERA very close to 5. And I believe Riza hitting around 320 against him, so you can definitely tell he's a reliever just because the numbers are all over the place. And oh my lord.
Well, one run wasn't enough here in the 9th as Ronald Acuna Jr. decides this one needs to go into the upper deck out in left field.
Upper deck, that might be in the Puget Sound with the way that one got out of here.
I think if nothing else, that one is going to end up on some cream cheese and onion dogs outside the stadium. Somebody's going to have a souvenir out there on Edgar Martinez Drive tonight. Yeah, just like I thought, that one getting out into the upper deck in left field.
Listen, Frago, agreeing with my sentiment, cream cheese and onions on a hot dog is a very unique combo.
If you have never tried it, you go try that shit before you come talk to me about how weird it is. Caramelized onions, cream cheese, and whatever else you want to put on it, delicious. I'm telling you, especially if you ever go to a Mariners game in Seattle, there are plenty of hot dog stands outside the stadiums there between T-Mobile and CenturyLink Field. Along that drive there's plenty of hot dog stands there. They'll all do it Seattle style, which is, I guess that's what you can call that.
Yeah, definitely. Frago warring a side to cyanide with that order also apparently, but just the high fastball blown by in there for the swing and strike.
And that's a big strikeout here for Swanson, trying to limit the damage here by these Braves. Freddie Freeman stepping in, looking to put just one more on the board.
I'm trying to think. Family doesn't have anything really too special, except maybe the New England clam chowder. That's the only thing I can think of that might be unique to the Red Sox place.
I mean, when you think about it, of the food offered in the stadiums here in Seattle, cream cheese on a hot dog is not that weird. We serve sushi, bro.
Oh, rolls out there?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
You guys are still doing sushi rolls out there?
Oh yeah.
I thought that would have been.
You have no idea how big the Japanese market is. Not to mention, it's just delicious fresh food. JP Crawford's gonna record an error here on that throw. They'll extend Atlanta. Extend Atlanta's batting here in the 9th. This one's going to get lifted out to center field, and that will do it. Atlanta puts 2 on the board here in the top of the 9th, extending their score 4-2, puts them out in front. Mariners trying to come back here in the bottom of the 9th. They got to score a couple.
Now pitching for Atlanta. Number
I'm sorry,
51.
I'm reading chat too much, and someone thought about grinding up grasshoppers and making a sausage out of them. I'm like, I don't think that'll work.
Man, you would be surprised what you can put in a sausage. Let me tell you. Or maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you actually know how they make hot dogs and would not be surprised. Exactly, Shark. Anything can sausage.
Yeah.
Meat in tube form is always going to be meat in tube form. I don't care what it is.
Yes, and the reason I wasn't mentioning too much earlier is because apparently people can't seem to get it out there because it's gone by the 30 minutes before our first pitch usually. I remember.
Oh, the grasshoppers on a stick. I got to be honest. I've never seen that, so I couldn't tell you. I couldn't say anything about that.
I just know when they first introduced it, they were having real supply problems as far as getting them into the stadium.
Sure, because not exactly what you would think. Trying to bring that street food vibe into the stadium is probably sounds really good. Doesn't really work out so well. Well, here in the bottom of the 9th, Cal Seeger is going to try and rip one down the line. That one is long enough, but it hooks foul. Sad Kyle Seeger with a missed opportunity here. Two pitch to Seeger is going to miss outside. So we'll see a 3-2 pitch here from Big Willie style.
What's it the other way?
This one comes down just fair. That's going to hit fair and go over the fence. A ground rule double for Kyle Seeger. Wow. Take a look here. That looks like that hit just on the line. I would be surprised if we don't see a replay here. Evan White, excuse me, he's going to come and set up in the batter's box. He's 0 for 3 on the day.
And for any golf fans out there, that was borderline Phil Mickelson magic there. Just so much side spin on that one.
You're so right. So with Seeger out at second off of that ground rule double, Evan White looking for his first base hit today. Scott Servius is not happy with that strike ball. And I gotta say, looking at the replay on that one, I tend to agree. Right 2 called here on Evan White.
Yeah, he might be looking something to pull there if he brings that breaking ball back inside.
0-2 pitch. He was looking to pull it. And go foul. We'll see another 0-2.
Yeah, in general, all the breaking balls are going to be coming into him, so anything breaking, he's going to try to pull it.
Swing and a miss. Evan White strikes out swinging here in the 9th. A crucial first out here by Will Smith. I wonder if he's got any of that wonderful late 90s, early aughts Will Smith music for his intro or walk up or whatever. I feel like that's just too good to pass up.
Yeah, no, definitely. Maybe some Men in Black theme song kicking back in if they're able to get the rights.
Right. Well, we'll get a foul ball here off of Crawford. Crawford 2 for 3 today with that big home run to put them on the board and chase the king. We'll look at a ball outside. 2-1 here. Smith takes a look at the runner out at second and delivers a 2-1. He'll swing and a miss. 2-2 now to Crawford.
Yeah, definitely trying to slap that one down the third baseline with that swing. Just nice, quick, compact.
So a full count here to Crawford. Smith getting up close to 20 pitches already here in the ninth. Mariners need another runner. Three-two pitch. Ball 4, so we'll get the winning run to the plate. Crawford representing the tying run over at first.
And Tom Murphy, one of the most Irish names I've heard in a while, coming in with a chance to give the Mariners the win.
We'll see Tim Lopes coming in to pinch run because he will represent the tying run over at first. Tom Murphy's going to step in here and look to drive him in.
Nope. Ball 1.
Gets it. Ball 1. Fans here in Seattle on their feet. They know exactly how important this AB is with 2 runners on and a man at the dish. They know that Tom Murphy has a chance to walk it off right here. Tom Murphy with a liner out into the gap in left field. That's going to score 1. Runners over diving into third. The throw is offline, so Mariners able to score a run on this RBI single from Murphy. And we have runners at first and third.
Chet, you have a 120 average for the year. But if there's any time you need to get a hit, it's right now. Chance to potentially win the game here with a long fly ball.
Shed Long's going to drop down a bunt, and they were not ready for it as that's going to be a sacrifice bunt that scores the run, and we have a tie ball game here. So Shed Long, probably the most productive non-hit out that he can make, as that advances the runner to second. So we still have a runner in scoring position. I have no idea, Duggo, why they love to squeeze so much, but it certainly worked here. And as terrible as Shed Long has been, I will take a squeeze bunt.
Yes, and the Twitch chat approves of that with his stance going up too.
So top of the order for the Mariners, Malik Smith with a chance to walk it off here. Of course, he's got one longest of sheds out there at second, come flying around third. Not exactly the fastest guy on the team. That guy is hitting right now.
Yes, and apparently some of the Mariners fans are a bit too happy in the background here, as they're already starting to blow off celebratory fireworks, but this game is long from over.
The 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. That changeup from Chris Martin got him fooled. wasting no time here. He comes back with a fastball, 1-2. That one high and out of the zone. With a 97-mile-an-hour fastball there and about in the mid-80s changeup, it'll be hard to keep that in front of you. Nonetheless, Malix is going to try and get a base hit to the outfield. He'll strike out here to end the ninth. Folks, you know what to do in the chat. It's free baseball. We're going to the 10th. Mariners tie it up here in the bottom of the ninth. We'll see Tim Lopes come in to play third base for Kyle Seager.
Tim Lopes. Leading off to the Braves.
Eric Swanson's going to stick around. He'll face off against Nick Markakis at least here in the 10th. Markakis rounding to shed long over at second easily with the throw for the first out.
Now batting. Catcher.
Free baseball indeed, folks, as we get into the top of the 10th here. Put this one deep in right field. Haniger's there at the track to make the catch. Two-away here in the top of the 10th.
Now batting. Designated hitter.
Folks, stay tuned after this one. I know we got free baseball here, but we've also got more baseball coming up after this. Them baseball kitties going to be down in the desert facing off against the Snakes. That game is going to be coming to you here on ML Bot Ball next, as soon as we wrap this one up.
Yes, whenever we wrap this one up, because with Arizona following us, I'm getting odd feelings about a potential marathon game here, but that could just be me.
Here's the 1-1 pitch from Swanson. This one's hit deep into right field. Haniger was playing the shift there, and that one's going to hop over the wall for a ground rule double, perhaps to the benefit of the Mariners, as Austin Riley with a big fly here probably could have legged out a triple there. That one was getting into the corner.
Yeah, definitely. But Sharky, to answer the question, no, our marathon record is 19 innings by one dugout.
Well, we'll see the bottom of the 10th here, as this one's going to fly out to Haniger out in right field for the third out. Mariners, another shot to walk it off here in the bottom of the 10th. This ball game is still tied at 4.
Leading up for the Mariners, the left fielder, Kyle Lewis.
First pitch to Lewis is going to be inside. Ball 1. 1-0 pitch. Kyle tries to put a lot into this one, but it ends up going foul.
A lot of that one. He was trying to end this game early and send everyone home.
Well, Kyle Lewis with a dribbler over to the third baseman. He'll try to beat it out. No luck here. That's one away for the Mariners.
Right fielder, Mitch Haniger.
We'll see Mitch Haniger step in here. He's always a threat to hit a home run. And as we get into the heart of this order, that will be the case.
Yep, 9 home runs in the year, so he's definitely liable for power, but not having the best day so far, only 1 for 4 so far.
For Martin missing with that cutter, 2-0 here in Haniger.
But then at this point in the game, one swing of the bat could end it right here.
Haniger is not going to end it here, as that's going to be a ground ball out to second for the second out here in the bottom of the 10th. We'll see big Daniel Vogelbach step in. This guy is always a threat.
Always a threat, but not having the best day or the best year for that matter. Only hitting 204.
0-1's the count.
Yeah, that 204 average coming with a lot of extra base hits and dingers, as opposed to much else.
So let's put it this way: if he makes contact, we have a chance to go home here.
Don't worry, I will properly freak out.
Let's be honest, you'll probably freak out if any of these guys hit a homer to win it.
You're not wrong.
As Vogelbach puts a charge into that one, foul down the first base line.
He'll step in and look to put a drive into this 0-2. And he'll throw this one outside. There's a good eye there.
Listen, I apologize to all the fans out there if the neighborhood's getting a bit too rowdy with these fireworks thinking Seattle was won yet. We're still playing here, folks. Put those away for now.
Two-two pitch to Vogelbach. He puts a drive into this one, but it doesn't look like it's got enough. That's going to go deep into the right field corner, and he will track it down to end the inning. We'll go another into the top of the 11th. Game still tied at 4 here in Seattle.
If that had been a straight wall instead of the little cutout there, that might have gotten into the seats.
Leading off to the plate.
Nonetheless,
The third baseman, number 24.
Ichiro corner exists.
Yes, with many a spot where you would gun guys down at second.
That's the ball.
You mean third?
I think he got a couple at second also. But
I mean,
yes.
well, yeah, but that's much easier than throwing him out at third. I will never forget back in 2001 when Eric Chavez decided to test Ichiro's arm from second, and it just put the league on notice with one throw. You don't try and advance on Ichiro.
Let's put it this way: you do it at your own peril, and that peril is very high.
So Swanson in a hole here, 3-0. As he's dancing around the zone here, he'll put a runner on first with nobody away.
Ronald Acuna Jr.
Of course, the city of Seattle being under curfew here after the events of the last couple of days. I will say this, though. The first thing I saw this morning were pictures and live streams of people in Seattle cleaning up, which I have been seeing has been very relieving to me to see that happening all over the country as well.
Yeah, definitely after the destruction and chaos, it's nice to see people just come in and clean up and try to set the stuff back to normal after the fact.
Oh, this one's going to be lifted out into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Haniger's not able to track it down in time. So we have 2 on here in the top of the 11th.
Second baseman, Ozzie Albies.
Shark, you turn around and spit twice and go outside. 70 in. I'm going to tap Duggo in for that. So we'll see Matt McGill come in for his 36th appearance of the season. You say he's got a lot of work out of the bullpen. Ozzie Albies trying to lay down a bunt here just to move the runners over. They only need one to win it, and they'll try and get it the small way.
Well,
That's going to go foul.
They can't win it here, but they need one to take the lead.
You can't win it if you don't take the lead.
1-1.
That is true, but it's not a given because Seattle is, well, Seattle, and anything can happen up there.
Well, let me put it this way. Do you want to win the game?
I would
Or
like
do you not want to win the game? Because if you want to win the game, you're trying to win the game.
Exactly.
I'm just saying. 1-2 pitch, missing inside from McGill. See a 2-2 here. We'll look to roll him up. That pitch going to get fouled off. Count remains 2-2. Albies 0 for 5 on the day. Fouling off another 2-2. I've read The Art of War.
Is that actually a good book, or is it like a 10,000-page nightmare?
You know what? As a student of history, that is required reading for everybody. There's so much like. It's not a very long book. It's not a very hard book to read. It's just got so much wisdom, like things that you would think of as common sense. It's just learn, read. You know, if you enjoy reading at all, there's no reason to not pick that book up and spend an afternoon with it. Of course, the Braves able to successfully drive this run in here on this base hit up the middle. Ozzy Albies with that extremely long AB, driving in the runner from second. Still here with nobody away in the top of the 11th. We'll get another base hit to the outfield here, and that's going to score Acuna. The throw in, relays not in time. And so Atlanta up 2 runs over the Mariners here, 6-4.
And that might be all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. 2 runs in 1 inning is really tough to come from. And that lead may increase here as there's still runners on first and second with no one out.
And of course, that pinch running decision in the 9th coming back to bite the Mariners here. Of course, Tim Lopes playing third base here instead of the Gold Glover Kyle Seager, who possibly could have caught that ball. Nonetheless, nobody out here in the top of the 11th. Atlanta's still trying to pile them on. This ball flying deep into right field. Runner's going to move up from second to third. So we have runners at the corner, first and third here with 1 away. Nick Markakis stepping in for his 6th AB of the ball game. 1 for 5, he singled in the 8th.
You know, the way that last ball was flying, I thought for sure that was going to be a homer and be the final nail, but Seattle still has a shot here with only a 2-run deficit.
Pitch to Markakis in there for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch. Misses outside. Counts even at 1. 1-1 to Markakis. Misses low, ball 2, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch is going to get fouled off. Counts even here at 2. Markakis tries to square this one up, but he'll just foul it off. 2-2 pitch. Ring him up, says the umpire. Caught him looking at a fastball at the very tippy top of that strike zone. Take another look at it here. Just under the letters, says the umpire. Strike 3. Thank you very much. Travis Darno stepping in with 2 outs here in the top of the 11th.
Yeah, average is definitely not where you want it to be at 138, and being 0 for 5 today a little bit shocking he's still in, but then again, with the way the lineup's been today, anything can and will happen.
1-0 pitch. This one's going to get lifted out into center field. Smith is there in plenty of time to end the top half of the inning. Atlanta puts up 2 on a number of hits here in the 11th. We'll see 5, 6, and 7 due up for the Mariners. Tim Lopes getting his first plate appearance since being subbed in for Kyle Seager.
The third baseman, Tim Lopes.
First pitch to Lopes. He'll take a cut at that fastball up and out of the zone. Strike one.
Yep, and just a reminder for everyone coming up after this, the Kitties and the Detroit Tigers are heading to the giant litter box of Arizona to face the D-backs. That'll be following our game whenever that ends.
Shots fired. I'm pretty sure I just heard P-Mister step on a snake.
I mean, I will. Yes, I did step on a snake, and I will gladly take it to the ocean to have it drown.
I got to count 2 and 2.
Oh. 2-2 pitch to Lopes, missing high. Duggo is not happy with you.
I thought that might happen.
You're welcome.
Hey, just think of this. The Snakes are still in the fight for the playoffs. My Red Sox are completely out of it at this point.
3-2 pitch is going to get lifted into shallow right field. Ranging over is going to be Ozzy Albies to make the catch. Take a look at this pitch here on the inside half of the plate there. He's able to get his hands out in front of it, but not enough contact.
Yeah, just jamming him on the hands there with that pitch.
Evan White 0 for 4 on the day. Crucial base hit here would be really nice, young guy. These kids in their baseball. Strike one here to Evan White. 2-1 the count. Two-one pitch missing inside. 3-1. Of course, J.P. Crawford sitting in the on-deck circle here. He's already hit one long ball today. Evan White trying to put it right into this one, but it's not going to get far enough out into center field. That's going to be what we call a can of corn.
The batter, number 3, shortstop, J.P. Crawford. Your attention, please.
So we'll see a pitching change here. Mark Melanson is going to come in, making his 23rd appearance of the season. 21 and 2/3 innings of work. A 9.97 ERA, so maybe the Mariners have a chance to walk this one off.
Yeah, very questionable call here by the Atlanta management there. This is not the guy you want to have in. You want to have your closer in at this point. I'm sorry, but just my honest opinion is he should be riding the pine for most of the games and doing 2 or 3 innings if need be.
I mean, with an ERA like that, I'm surprised he doesn't get the option or the straight DFA. 1-0 pitch to Crawford. He'll foul this one off.
It's an Oracle making the joke that his ERA is the cost of a 4-piece at Popeyes. I've actually never had Popeyes, so I can't say anything about it.
Well, Crawford, with a ground ball up the middle here, he's not able to beat out the throw, and the ball game is over. Mariners losing this one in extras here. Felix not able to get the win here. No decision for Felix here in Seattle. What a surprise. But these Braves do pull out the win in extras on a couple of big hits in the 11th.
Yep, feels like just the old days here in Seattle. King Felix puts out an excellent start and still gets a no decision, and the Mariners somehow, some way, don't come up with a win.
Well, you see there, Atlanta scoring 6 runs on 15 hits, a couple in the 7th, a couple in the 9th to tie it up. Let's see, Chris Martin is going to get the win for the Braves. 2 innings pitched, 1 strikeout. Eric Swanson's going to take the loss, 1 2/3 innings. 3 hits, 1 strikeout, 3 earned runs, and 1 walk. Mark Melanson going to get the save on 1 out. Ronald Acuna Jr. 4 for 6 on the day with a home run and a double. And I imagine there's a couple of singles in there as well. Just an absolute beast at the plate today. All of these Braves very successful. As take a look there. The final score 6-4. Atlanta wins this one. They're going to be taking off and heading down the coast to a series with the Dodgers, I believe, next.
Yes, according to the sports books that we were looking at earlier, it is the Dodgers starting up tomorrow.
But before they get there, we're going to stick around here for the next game in the broadcast. Detroit and them baseball kitties heading out to the desert. We are joined in the booth now by one Mr. Duggo and one Special Effects. They're going to be calling that game. How you guys doing?
I was doing better until I heard those shots coming at me. You want to say that to my face?
I mean, the desert, it is kind of a giant litter box, to be completely honest.
I mean, you're not wrong, but like, put some respect on Arizona. We're out here just trying to drain the Colorado River along with the rest of everyone that decided to live in the Southwest, you know. As Mike Judge put it so succinctly on King of the Hill, Phoenix is just a monument to man's arrogance.
I mean, only man would think it would be a good idea to live where there's no water.
Dude, like, honestly, like, not without getting a whole lot of doomer and, like, extra political, it's kind of scary to think about, man, you know, with everything going on. And, oh, yeah, let's just live somewhere where there's no water and, you know, everything's getting hotter by the day. And it's like, you know, there's more triple-digit days every year. But that's why we build roofs on stadiums, right? Let's keep that cheery, right?
This is why I'm glad I live in the rainforest.
Oh man, I gotta try to keep it cheery, or else I'm just gonna like, I'm just gonna like dome myself, dude. There's too much negativity out there. I gotta try to find some positives.
Duggo, the relative salt factory here. These last couple of days. Gotta say,
it's either salt or spice, man. Like, I don't know. Maybe Christopher Columbus was just trying to find me or something like that. I don't know.
Well, as fun as this has been, we will get out of your hair. You guys enjoy a wonderful game, and go kick them kitties' butts.
Exactly.
Hey, I'm still on the chat too.
That's all good. What is going on, Special Effects? I'm looking forward to this one with you.
I am looking forward to this one too. This is going to be a fun matchup. And Tigers, you know, I'd be surprised to say it, but they're looking for a series win against these Arizona Diamondbacks coming in today.
No, definitely. I'm looking forward to this one. This is going to be the rubber match for the weekend. Snakes were able to take game 1 in a walk-off win. The Tigers able to hold on for a 4-2 victory last night. So as we say, this is the rubber match here in this 3-game set. It's going to be Zach Gallen going for the Snakes and Jordan Zimmermann going for the Tigers. First pitch of the ball game is going to be a ball inside from Gallen to Cameron Maben.
Well, this is the rubber match. We're going to see if we get some rubber snakes or rubber kitty cats after this one. But Maben having a good start to the season in his 3rd stint with the Tigers. You know, he's on a 1-year contract. Maybe they're going to try and flip him at the deadline. and build up that farm system that's really been lacking.
Swings through that 1-1. I don't know. I think that's actually a really good point. I've had this discussion. I grew up in Michigan. My brother's still out there. This is something he's always wanted to see out of these rebuilding teams, especially his Tigers. You pick up some of these vets on these one-year deals. Good deal, for any team. But you let them go out there, take the playing time. You're going to lose the games anyway. But they compile the stats and look good enough that at the deadline you can flip it for somebody to maybe help retool that, as Zach Gallen wasting no time getting strikeout number 1 of his day.
Yeah, just going to depend on if the Tigers can bring in some front office guys that can actually make some good deals at the trade deadline. But Cameron Maven getting fooled on that curveball, just reaching out of the zone, and a good start for Gallen. 1 up and 1 down.
Like to see that. It's going to be Victor Reyes here. He wore the hat trick yesterday in that one. Did have that RBI single, though, back in that big 5th inning for the Tigers.
Reyes, he's definitely quieted down since his hot start to the season. Still very respectable numbers, though, especially in the extra base department. Among the top on the team, 10 doubles and 1 triple.
Always interesting to see the difference in these AL and NL teams when it comes to things like triples. Everybody, it's just such different roster construction as he tries to lay one down, but way below the zone, so that'll be looked at for strike 2.
Yeah, Tigers probably one of the few teams that can bump up those triples numbers in that cavern that we've got in the Motor City. Pretty much any ball out to right center field, if you've got more wheels than Miggy, you're getting to third.
That was, I think that was one of the biggest problems with having Castellanos out there, is that's number 2. Victor Reyes starts with probably going to be another strikeout parade for himself here. Strikeout number 2, back-to-back for Gallen.
Fairly simple, operating procedure that I've seen so far. Hard stuff early, soft stuff late, and Tigers aren't able to catch up on it just yet.
There we go. Austin Romine gets ahead of Gallen here on a big curveball. It'll be 1-0. Romine, solid day yesterday. 2 for 5. Couple singles.
2-0.
So these Tigers coming into play. Just 1 game under 500 on the road could even that up, as they are going to head to Oakland after this for a 3-game set. As that's ball 3 from Gallen.
Yeah, Tigers going against the trend, playing a lot better on the road, away from home. Maybe you can get some more fans in the ballpark, doesn't matter which fans, and you'll start to play better.
As 4 pitches, all outside. Austin Romine aboard on a 4-pitch walk from Zach Gallen.
Yeah, the 4-pitch walk is one of the worst things you can do, especially after those first 2 strikeouts. You're in the zone, ready to finish 1, 2, 3, and then all of a sudden you got to face that number 4 hitter.
And Jonathan Scope has been nothing to scoff at either. He's probably been the biggest bat in this lineup, maybe outside of Harold Castro or CJ Crone.
Yeah, and Scope definitely getting the most playing time out of all those guys. Once again, Tigers have 4 of these guys in their starting lineup on the 1-year deals, and I'm expecting a very busy July 31st this season for the Tigers.
1-1 is whiffed at, now 1-2. As we really haven't gone down that rabbit hole as far as how we're going to deal with the deadline here on Bump Ball. I know we've said there's a moratorium on free agent ads for the moment, trying to keep it as realistic as possible, but trades is not something we've really delved down the rabbit hole. So I'm kind of excited as that gets closer, and Gallen strikes out the side. Strong start here for Zach Gallen. So 1 walk, no hits, as we now head to the bottom of the first, see what Arizona's got up their sleeves.
We're going to take a look at Jordan Zimmermann's stats. 2 wins on the year, and somehow that is better than last season. It's embarrassing how bad Jordan Zimmermann has been on the season for the Tigers, and really in his whole career with the Tigers. The first month of his contract was looking amazing, 4-0, sub-1 ERA, and then he got injured and hasn't looked the same since.
I was about to say, like, that was a huge deal when they signed him away from the Nationals on that 5-year, $110 million deal. And yet, so far, so 16 through 19, the first 4 years of that deal, he has put up a combined 1.2 WAR.
I'm surprised that it's positive at this point, you know. This one's grounded back up in the middle.
Starling Marte, he starts it off with a nice single here. And Snakes fan knows what that means. Jordan Zimmermann's going to be on his heels with one Marte on first and another at the plate. As first pitch swinging there is Ketel Marte, but that is a tailor-made double play. Nice job by Scope to grab that at second as the toss from Goodrum was a little bit offline. Looked pretty, though, I can tell you that.
Yeah, tailor-made as far as, you know, the pitch location and where the ground ball went, but I'd like to see a better effort from Nico Goodrum out of there at second. You don't have to rush your throw, you know. Ketel Marte is still pretty fast, but when it's hit right at you like that, you're almost guaranteed to turn two.
So that is another twin killing here in this series for the Snakes. They've fallen prey to a handful of those. Eduardo Escobar now has the bases empty, 2 away, and looking at a first pitch strike from Zimmermann.
Yeah, limited sample size, but he has had some early success against them in his career at bats. 3 hits and 7 trips to the plate.
Actually surprised it's that low, seeing as how, you know, he spent the first couple years of his career there in Minnesota. And that one's another one on the ground. Going to be a tough play for whoever gets it. Zimmermann makes the throw not in time. So Eduardo Escobar has been looking for any excuse to get on board. He's been ice cold all week. And good to see him get a single here to start off his day today.
That's the beauty of baseball, you know. Ketel Marte hitting a rocket out to shortstop. He turns into a double play. And then Eduardo Escobar, you know, barely nicks it and ends up on first base with a single.
So now David Peralta, the hottest hitter in the National League by far, stands at the plate behind 0-1. Swings through that 0-2.
Yeah,
Peralta yesterday, single and a double, but was unable to get anything really going, as that is going to be the first strikeout here of the day for Zimmermann. The Diamondbacks strand 1. 2 hits, no runs. As we are through 1, we now head to that top of the second.
Leading off for the Tigers.
So you see Harold Castro stepping in. Those splits are not favorable for him today. He's been much more productive at home, you know, in front of whatever crowd comes out to Comerica Park on a given day.
Such a shame, because like that's what I think is such a gorgeous ballpark out there. Like that's such a beautiful, you know, section of the city that they've got going over there. You know, Comerica right there, Ford Field across the street.
Yeah, and I love the skyline in the outfield. You know, it's nothing spectacular. It's not like the PNC Park with the Allegheny River out there, but it's still a nice sight to see.
Oh, it's definitely gorgeous over there, man. I've never actually made it to a game over there. I've been over to Ford Field a few times, you know, growing up in Michigan and all, but no dice getting over to Comerica, as it's now 3-1 to start off this inning to Harold Castro.
Yeah, Comerica definitely having to up their promotion game of late, you know, not having the best team to come into the ballpark, but you've actually seen some of the food prices lower. You got some happy hours going on, so good incentives for people to come and try out some of the food options and go see the Tigers ultimately lose the game.
As you know, I think somebody dropped that in the chat yesterday. You know, basically in baseball, you're guaranteed about 60 wins and 60 losses. It's what you do with those other 40 games that matters. Is that swung on and missed? So Gallen has already struck out 4 in 4 outs.
It almost makes you wonder what was his problem against Austin Romine. You know, 4-pitch walk and then 4 strikeouts to the other guys.
Yeah, no, that's bonkers, man. I'm excited to see really if this keeps up, Diamondbacks fans know we're likely in for polar pops if we continue with this rate. 10 strikeouts, nets you a nice Circle K polar pop ticket as you're leaving Chase Field. I think we're due for a fat trick too, folks. Let's hedge our bets on that one. I'd love to see that.
Well, it's way too early to be calling for something like this, but I know just a couple years ago, Max Scherzer racked up 20 strikeouts against a very similar Tigers team, and they actually had the likes of J.D. Martinez and a respectable Miguel Cabrera in their lineup. So who knows?
Fair.
Always possible.
Fair enough. It would have been fun to see it with Robbie Ray on the mound yesterday, former Tiger himself. Man, that is another 4-pitch walk, this time to Jamer Candelario.
Batting 7, the first baseman.
Almost seems like a random number generator at this point, either getting the punch out or walking on 4 pitches.
Just, you got a D20 and you got, 1 through 3 is a walk, and is a 4-pitch walk, and 4 through 20 is a strikeout?
Something along those lines, but I'm sure Diamondbacks fans are going to take it if they get the win.
Oh, honestly, I will take this all day as long as we can eke this out, because the problem for these Diamondbacks, they've looked good all year. Some people have said I bellyache too much for a team that's currently sitting at 32-26. But all throughout April, this team was on fire. Single-digit losses, looking great. Soon as May hit, it's just been a roller coaster. They hit a 7-game skid right at the same time as the Los Angeles Dodgers decided to go on a 10-game tear. So they were handily sitting up on top of the West until that big reversal of fortune has just put them, I think the closest they've come now is about 2 games back of those Dodgers, and that's been for weeks now.
Yeah, I mean, they're already back down to, I think it's 5.5 back after their loss last night, and it's just rough to see. It's actually 6 back now, but it's rough to see your team go through stretches like that, especially sitting this good on the season, well above 500, but not in a postseason spot. National League's been very competitive on both sides, all the divisions, so I can understand your frustration.
CJ Crone here, he's got a 3-1 count against Gallen as he swings at what could have put him on base. Instead, that's going to ring it full. So one out in the inning, a man on first.
Gallen's not allowed to walk him unless it's 4 pitches, so he's got to help him out there.
See, as that one's going to be clobbered a mile high. Probably hit the roof if it was closed today. Ahmed camps under that for the 2nd out. Speaking of, I'm really confused as to why the roof is open here on a late May game. Let me... Granted, we're seeing the sun out, so that had to be earlier in the day. I think we hit $110 today.
Yeah, we had a nice, cool, 80-something degrees here in Detroit. So I am also a little surprised to see the roof open, but, that's bot ball. Not everything's going to be quite up to par, and we're just here to enjoy some baseball.
Here's the thing, though. What's your humidity at up there? That is one of the things I do not miss moving from up north to down here.
In general, it's been terrible, but today was actually pretty nice. I was outside mowing the lawn today and hardly broke a sweat, even though it was in the 80-degree mark.
2-1 here to Goodrum. His big curveball in the dirt. Detroit looking not to strand another runner here.
Yeah, this is already a bit more consistent than we saw from them last night out. Last night they kind of had that surge in the 5th inning. Not doing much on either side of that, but today they're at least getting guys on base. No one's gotten a hit yet, but 2 walks and Goodrum set up for another one, 3-1.
3-1 here to Goodrum. Candelario on first. Pitch comes in. Outside. So it's been strikeouts and walks here for Zach Gallen. What is this, a Robbie Ray start? That was yesterday. 3rd walk of the day for Gallen. Came into today with just 21 in 41 innings pitched. as it'll now bring up the pitcher, Jordan Zimmermann. No stranger to swinging the bat. Been in his first 7 years with the Washington Nationals, as he takes that for strike one.
Yeah, he was definitely a forgotten arm in that rotation in Washington, D.C. You know, you had Steven Strasburg. Max Scherzer was there at the same time with him for just a little bit. And you really forget how good he was compared to how bad he's been with the Tigers. It's almost like you're comparing, you know, Nolan Ryan to Armando Galarraga or something like that.
0-2 to Zimmermann. Just outside. Zach Gallen trying to play cute. Changeup just misses. The 1-2 pitch in the zone, but fouled off.
And I do want to point out, you know, I mentioned the humidity wasn't being bad. I don't represent the entire state of Michigan. It's a big state, so Shark Shavery pointed out that it was very humid out on his end of the state.
Over there in lovely Kalamazoo. 2-2 now to Zimmermann. 2 men on. Oh God, don't. Just don't. That's strikeout number 5. Fine, you want to say it? Can you nail the quote there from Matt? Can you nail that Matty V quote?
There's 2 on, 2 out, and of course, here in inning number 2.
Thank you. We now head to the bottom of the second. Detroit strands 2. Still nothing. 5, 6, 7 due up for the Snakes.
Yeah, Walker's been a nice surprise this season, especially those splits like we've been mentioning. Not following the norm, as he's doing a lot better against righties than he is against lefties. But some good power production, you know, 11 home runs on the season.
Now, Christian's been this is what we wanted to see. We saw him struggle a lot with strikeouts early on in April. He's turned it around a little bit, especially once we realized that him and lefties didn't get along. There was a long time he was sub 100 versus lefties and 300 plus against righties, as that's now 2-1 here to start the inning. You know, but the problem is there's not really a better option to hit lefties that can play first base, as that one's hit hard, hit long, but hit foul.
Yeah, lots of lefties on the bench. Even though you can play first base, you don't usually see the lefty on lefty, because that's a lot harder to, you know, make up for than the righty on righty disadvantage.
And that one's a long ball, but there will be Victor Reyes making a long run to get there. Great job. For out number 1.
Reyes has underrated speed. He loves playing out there in Comerica Park. Big acres to run into. And similar thing out here in Chase Field, you know, lots of space. Able to get to that one in time.
Bring up Nick Ahmed, number 1 on the field with the glove. And number 1 in my heart, says he swings through that on the number 1 pitch. Popped up to Candyman at third for the second out. So Zimmerman's cruising right now. Only 15 pitches so far in this one.
Well, first of all, if Tim LeCastro is listening to this broadcast, I want to apologize on Douglas' behalf. Clearly, he didn't mean that, you know, Nick Ahmed is above Tim LeCastro, but yeah, Zimmerman's having a great start so far, and, you know, I'm going to jinx it right now, as we're going to see Andy Young hitting a home run in this at-bat. I'm just calling it right now.
Dude, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me, man. This kid is just nuts with the bat. You know, he started out strong. He made his debut against the Cardinals about a week and a half ago. Went 2 for 4 with a single in his first at-bat and a home run in plate appearance number 3. As 1-1's fouled off, now 1-2.
I mean, slash line at 294, 333, 500. Those sound like MVP type numbers. It has been a small sample size, but if he can even put up half that production, I'm sure the Snakes are going to be happy here.
That one's jammed, and that will be Austin Romine able to grab that for out number 3. So that is now through 2 innings and less than 20 pitches out of Jordan Zimmermann. I would not have expected anything like that coming into this one. We now head to the 3rd inning, folks. Still donuts all around.
Leading off for the Tigers, the right fielder, number 4, Cameron Maybin.
Lineup's going to flip over here for Detroit. Cameron Maben getting his second plate appearance of the day.
Yeah, and the Tigers would love him to get on, not the Austin Romines or the Miguel Cabreras or anyone else in this lineup, but he's been doing a great job stealing bases, getting into scoring position, and it was just disappointing to see him strike out his first time up.
1-1 here to Maben. As that's on the ground, good stop over there by Ed. Toss over to Walker is just in time for the first out.
And as cliche as this saying is, that is the hot corner. You gotta be on your toes over there at third base. Escobar was on his toes, then he left him for a quick second to snag that one easy throw over to first to get the out.
How was he ever a Tigers killer with his time in the AL Central? Do you remember?
I tried not to, hurt myself too much watching the Tigers games. If it ever got bad, I wasn't taking names because I knew that they were going to beat us up no matter what.
That's fair.
But I'm sure he probably contributed on that Bomba squad of last season.
No, he's been down here for, what, it's been a year and a half, coming up on 2 years now, coming up on the deadline. Came over at the deadline in 2018. Signed an extension in the offseason to stay here. 2-2 now to Victor Reyes. Struck out in his first plate appearance. Another one in the zone. Another foul ball hard over to that Snakes dugout on the third base side. Kelly sets up outside. Pitch is outside, but no swing and a miss out of Reyes, so it'll go full.
Yeah, that was a good pitch right there, just trying to break it back to that outside corner. Not able to nip it, and, Reyes having enough discipline to lay it off.
See what happens here. Payoff pitch is on the ground. Walker doing a good job of getting there. Takes it to the bag. 3 unassisted for the second out of the inning.
You got to keep in mind, too, take a look at the bottom right-hand corner. Zach Gallen already at 56 pitches through 2 2/3, and he's getting the outs without allowing any runs, but not pitching very efficiently so far.
No, it's not been great. We've seen this this team having to go to their long men in each of these games so far in the series. Nope, never mind. I read that wrong. Unfortunately, this Diamondbacks team does not get a day off tomorrow. They go straight into a 3-game set versus division rivals Colorado. Monday through Wednesday, 3 games and 3 games here broadcast on the Bop Ball Network. Every game will be Bop Ball after dark, Monday through Wednesday. 2-1 here to Austin Romine. It'll be flared out. First base side diving, and not coming up with it is Walker.
Yeah, just a week or two, you would have had that Rockies Diamondbacks series circled on your calendar, but Rockies hitting a very rough patch of late, and they've fallen out of the division race so far this season.
No, it was looking real close, man. April was fun to watch. Everybody kind of clustered up there. Diamondbacks kind of running away with it. Oh my God, Austin Romine took a 4-pitch walk, but looks at strike 3. Set himself down. Number 6 on the day for Gallen. So we are still looking at a whole lot of nothing out of both these teams. Heading now to the bottom of the third.
Going to take a look at these numbers. Arizona Diamondbacks crushing anyone that comes their way, whether that's at home or away. They're one of the best teams in the major leagues in offense, runs per game, average, OBP, you name it, and they're topping it. Like I said before, it's disappointing to see that they're not even in a playoff spot this season.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you look at those numbers, you see the offense is there, and it's almost like they'll decide to go out there and win 11-0 one game, and then they'll lose one 2-0 the next day. It's so streaky when they do it. It's so frustrating. If you just had some semblance of consistency game to game, you weren't leaving, 10 runners on in a game. You weren't having 6 double play balls in a series.
Yeah, and you'll definitely know this more than I will, but I personally, what I've seen lately is
Carson Kelly, though, gives that one a ride. Sorry to cut you off, but Carson Kelly puts one into seats to start off the bottom of the third here. Solo shot number 5 for Kelly on the air. Good to see some offense coming back into that dead quiet catching position here for the Snakes.
Yep, I called the home run just one batter too early, but Carson Kelly, one of the bottom hitters in this lineup, only batting below that Mendoza line. Taking Jordan Zimmermann deep. We're going to take a look at this swing, getting out in front of that pitch, right down the middle, and it's a fairly easy shot out to the left field seats.
Fans getting excited about that. We haven't seen a nice fly like that in a while, it feels like. Pretty sure there was one yesterday that I'm totally forgetting about now that I say that. But
I remember a couple days ago it had I think it was also Carson Kelly, the 3-run shot, or am I mistaking that for someone else?
that was Carson Kelly, that 3-run shot that did tie it up at 6-6, which eventually ended up helping take it at least to that bottom of the 9th opportunity where David Peralta was able to walk it off. So Zach Gallen now steps up to the plate, hitting well for the Diamondbacks this year.
No, that's down.
Takes ball 2.
5 hits in 13 trips. He's also driven in a run. 4 Ks, so not swinging the bat perfectly, but...
Oh, my God.
Right,
could we see something fun? Zach Gallen sends one out. Oh, my God. That misses out on a pitcher home run by feet. No. I just got robbed.
I'll be honest,
my God.
I'm a Tigers fan. I wanted that one just as much as you did. You rarely ever see pitchers showing the bat, and Zach Gallen just turning around on a Jordan Zimmermann pitch. He looks like he knows what he's doing at the plate, maybe getting some lessons from his teammate Madison Bumgarner, and this lineup is turning over, and they got to be fired up.
Oh, my God. That was a beautiful double by Zach Gallen, but, just like a millisecond earlier, and you got that shallower fence there. Just ding it off the pole, man. Oh, my God. That was beautiful, but just foot away from being something incredible.
Yeah, would that have been a bop ball first, a pitcher home run in Major League Bop Ball?
At least for me, man. I haven't seen one. Oh my God, another hard hit ball out there to left field. Instead, it's going to move along. Gallen to third. Pitcher tags from second and advances on a long fly by Starling Marte for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, Zimmermann, the good thing that he was doing early on is he was limiting that soft contact, locating these pitches towards the corners of the strike zone. But now we're seeing stuff more over the plate. Guys are able to get around on it, see it better, and driving them onto left field.
Ketel Marte wastes no time. He's going to drive in Zach Gallen. Going to increase their lead now to 2-0. An RBI single here by Ketel Marte.
We're going to see Rick Anderson, Tigers pitching coach, coming out to talk to Zimmermann because, like we said, it's just come out of nowhere. This offensive attack from the Diamondbacks today worked a very solid and very efficient first 2 innings, but third inning not having the same success.
Like third time through the order, but third inning through the order here for Jordan Zimmermann. You ever like, I don't know, I think I was having this discussion with somebody, I think it might have been Cookie last night, or my brother last night, excuse me. Sometimes just like, it feels like somebody's playing out of their minds until they remember, oh wait, no, I'm not supposed to be doing this well, and all of a sudden the switch just flips off as Ed rips that one, and that will be foul into the Tigers bullpen.
Yeah, it can almost work as kind of reverse psychology type thing of, I'm doing so well, I better not mess this up, and you're putting too much pressure on yourself. Whereas, starting out the game, you didn't have as much pressure. You're just pitching out there like you know what you're doing.
2-2 now to Ed. I think that was us, Cookie. Yeah, no, I remember having that discussion. We're like, why do the Tigers look so competent? Like, what happened? And then all of a sudden, 4 runs. Like, they just like dropped that at the drop of a hat as Ed swings through that one. So maybe Zimmermann calms down a little bit, gets strikeout number 2.
Yeah, I will say part of that 4-run uppers, in my opinion, was due to Drunkardi. You know, bringing out Buck Farmer would not have been my move. I would have gone either for Gregory Soto or probably more aptly, you know, Alex Wilson. Even though he gave up the 3-run home run, I think if he had a clean inning to work with, he would have done a lot better, and we might have not had that walk-off.
Ooh. Peralta wastes no time getting the bat on the ball, but good job of Goodrum stopping that. So the Diamondbacks strand one, but push two across. Big home run by Carson Kelly, followed by a big double by Zach Gallen. Ketel Marte drives him in. It is now 2-0. Diamondbacks on top of the Motor City Kitties.
Jonathan, go.
Tigers are going to bring up 4, 5, and 6. This is the spot of the lineup where if they're going to get anything going to retaliate, I would see it starting from here.
See what happens. Jonathan Scope immediately takes the first pitch and grounds it out to Christian Walker over there at first.
Seen a lot of first pitch swings of late. We're going to take a look at the Diamondbacks farm system. I think that's the Reno Aces, if I'm not mistaken. They lost to the Aviators 5-7. And I don't know who the Generals are, but they beat the Barons 7-6. So some good farm system behind the Diamondbacks, and they're going to be looking to contend for quite a few seasons, as I feel their window is just starting to open.
The Jackson Generals down there in Double-A. But no, like, honestly, talking about the farm system here for the Diamondbacks, Mike Hazen has been doing a great job as general manager, as that one's put on the ground by Castro. Hard play over there at first. Ahmed makes it because he's a Gold Glover. But no, Mike Hazen's done a great job of making sure that the farm system stays stocked and plenished. You know, like moving Greinke at the deadline, retaining just enough money to get up what I thought was a huge haul from, out of the Astros, getting 4 big guys: Seth Beard, JB Buskauskas, Josh Rojas we just saw there, and Corbin Martin. You know, so like you give up Greinke, you get rid of that money, and basically with the signing of Bumgarner, I kind of saw it as like a 1-for-1 type thing. With the retained money, you're in about the same spot as you were with Greinke, but now you've got 4 really key guys for your team moving forward.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, I wish the Tigers were able to pull off those kinds of trades. As you know, granted, we don't have as valuable pieces as a Zach Greinke, one of the aces in the league, but still, I think we could have gotten more out of the Atlanta Braves for Shane Green, than Travis Demerit and low-level pitching prospect. But, it comes to supply and demand at that point, and demand wasn't there for the Tigers closer.
3-2 now to Candelario. 2 quick outs in the inning. Gallen looking to get out of it. Instead, that is walk number 4.
It's been a very head-scratcher of a start for Gallen. Like you said, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts, and, knock on wood, but no hits given up just yet. And it's very inconsistent, but I keep saying it. If it gets you the win, you don't care how you do it.
Just waiting for that Edwin Jackson style no-hitter, right? Give up like 8-9 walks or whatever, hit a batter, throw 149 pitches. That was something, man. That Edwin Jackson no-hitter. 1-0 here to CJ Cron, man on first. Looks at strike 1. Cron popped out to Ahmed at short back in the 2nd inning.
One of the few guys not sticking to the 3 true outcomes for the Tigers lineup today.
That one's hit hard, but that'll be hit foul. It'll be 1-2. So it's your boy Cookie ringing up the trivia here for today. We'll get into that, I guess. In the inning transition, is the 1-2 pitch is outside 2-2. What did I cut you off there?
I was just, talking about the Cron foul. I think he just saw that one late because that was a good pitch to hit down in the zone, middle of the plate. See
where Gallen goes with this one. 2-2. gets him. They will call that strike 3. Crone doesn't look too happy about it. But blue is the only one that matters. That is now 7 strikeouts for Zach Gallen. Horrifically inefficient day, but still has a 0 in the hit column. 5, 6, 7 due up again here for the Snakes.
You said Cookie coming in with the trivia question, so we'll read that out for you guys. So there are 4 players, 2 in the American League and 2 in the National League, that were All-Stars both in 2018 and 2019. And they hit 79-plus home runs between 2018 and 2019. So who were they? One of these players is a former Tiger, one is a former Diamondback. I'm going to go for an answer that was actually former Tiger and former Diamondback, J.D. Martinez, my guess.
Good guess. As 0-2 to Walker. Fouled off. One guess, I'm not sure about the All-Star thing. Jorge Soler. As 0-2 runs outside 1-2.
I wouldn't be surprised about Soler just because, you know, being on the Kansas City Royals, you got to send someone there, so.
As that one's foul. Keep doing it here. Good job of Walker to work on racking up that pitch count. We've seen a lot of aggressive hitters from the Diamondbacks come out swinging at first pitch, making contact. You know, it's worked out fairly well, but, you know, maybe you'd like to see Zimmermann knocked around a little bit more and go to that bullpen for the Tigers. That one's hit hard, hit long, but just hooks foul.
Yeah, that's the key to beating, you know, Jordan Zimmermann. He's not going to throw quality pitches all the time, so if you keep going after that first one, he can start taking advantage of that one. That one's ripped down the left field line towards the corner, and he's just going to hold that first.
Surprised not seeing the big turn out of Christian Walker. Can't really blame him, though, not the quickest guy in the world. Settles for a nice leadoff single. Nick Ahmed popped out to Candelario in foul territory back in his first at-bat. Like to see something a little bit different here. He's got a man on first, no outs. Comfortable 2-run lead that these Diamondbacks are working with here.
Maybe that's something different. Could be a ground ball right to somebody, but, you know, I'm sure you're thinking more of a 2-run bomb out of the number 6 hitter.
Hey, man, whatever works. That one's hit hard, but that will be just flared off the inside of the bat. That'll drop for a single, so back-to-back singles here to start off the 4th inning.
Up next to the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, Zimmermann having a tough time getting that put-away pitch. Even if he does throw a good pitch like that, hitters are getting good enough eyes and swinging at it, getting some good wood on it, driving it into the outfield.
Back-to-back singles. Bring up Andy Young to the plate as he gives that one a ride, but looks like that'll be easily camped under by Harold Castro. 1 away.
Yeah, just getting under that one. Big swing, but baseball is one of the most technically hard sports to play. You know, you got a round ball, trying to hit it with a round bat, and literally a centimeter difference is a fly ball like that versus 500-foot home run.
All right, so no Soler, yes to JD. So we've got 1 in the American League and 2 in the National League. Let's see. Yelich and Bellinger are always solid guesses, but I also want to throw out the maybe a shot at Eugenio Suarez as well. 1-1 to Kelly. Men on first and second here for the Snakes. They'd like to capitalize here, not leave any more. One, 2 to Carson Kelly. Is inside 2-2. So give me your thoughts on what you would do with Zimmermann here. Low pitch count, but he has looked shaky all game. Do you just let him ride this out like James Shields style? Or at least like modern-day James Shields style, and just eat the innings and just accept that you're likely going to lose as he gets Kelly to swing and miss there for the 3rd strikeout of the day.
I mean, I don't think it's, you know, necessarily a given that you're going to lose if you let him roll with it. He's only given up the 2 runs so far, and we've seen last night Tigers can string a good hitting inning together even if they're struggling to start out the ball game. But yeah, it is something where I, kind of get that phone call to the bullpen, not get anyone up, but just, get up off the bench and start shaking your legs around.
Zach Gallen missed that home run by inches in his first plate appearance. 0-1 here to start this at-bat. So Diamondbacks able to get 2 men on with no outs. And have gone down quickly after that. And it's up to the pitcher, Zach Gallen, to keep this inning alive.
And we did get confirmation Christian Yelich is among that list.
And Zach Gallen goes down looking. So, man, that is a big wasted opportunity here for the Snakes. They leave 2 more, unable to plate anymore. As we now head to the 5th inning, score unchanged. Arizona still on top, 2-0.
In the lovely view out there in left field of Chase Field. One of the ballparks I've always been fascinated by, if, a little childish, but I was always interested in that pool out in right center field, watching the baseballs flash in there.
It's a fun little spot out there, man. I remember somebody came in with Clutch with how much it cost to rent out. I don't remember off the top of my head, even with my discount, my season ticket discount. I can't remember exactly what it costs to rent that out, but it's not cheap.
Yeah, hey, I might be completely misremembering this, but I did look it up a few years ago when the Tigers were going to Arizona, because at 13 years old, you're expecting your parents are going to fly you out to Arizona for a Tigers game, but, if I'm remembering correctly, I thought it was like somewhere around the $3K range, and you get like 15 people can come in.
0-2 to Goodrum. Get the answer for you in a second as that one's hit foul over towards my personal seats over here at Chase Field. So this is saying it's about 5 to 8 grand, and you get about 30 tickets, 35 tickets.
Oh, that pitch is out.
Okay, so I was, right on the ratio, just got to double it pretty much. But.
It'll be 1-2 here to Goodrum. Way high. Goodrum able to work one of these 4 walks that Gallen has given up today. That's low, 3-2. So he gets ahead early, but quickly falls back behind, rings it full.
Well, I think the thing that's most disappointing about his start today is that the pitches out of the zone aren't really even tempting these Tigers hitters.
As that one's long run in there by Marte in center. Gets the glove on it for the first out of the inning.
Now batting, the pitcher, Jordan.
Interesting to see Marte back out there in center. Diamondbacks made the move to get Starling Marte to keep Cattell back in the infield, his more natural position. But the way Andy Young is playing, it's hard to do anything else. It's easy to just move Cattell back out there, as that one's going to be into no man's land, but Nick Ahmed able to get there. Gets the glove on it for the second out. Very quick here.
The right fielder, Cameron.
Yeah, and you think Zimmermann would have gotten the scouting report, so far this game to take a couple pitches. Gallen's been a bit wild. I don't think he's necessarily going to walk the pitcher, but you can already see that pitch count is up at 84. You don't need to help him, and if you're the Tigers, you're probably going to want to bring in that bullpen.
Instead, swinging at this first pitch is Cameron Maben, and he flies out. So very quick inning for Zach Gallen. Heading now to the bottom of the 5th. Lineup's going to flip over for the Snakes. Marte Escobar.
Leading up for the Diamondbacks.
So, folks, just going to use this time to shout all of you out and thank you for listening. Remind you all that everything we've done since we started this project back in March, it's all been for Meals on Wheels, and it's all been to bring you guys baseball. We all knew that we were a bunch of nerds that really just missed baseball and wanted to bring you the closest thing that we could to a real season. That's why we've been dedicated every day since March 30th to try to bring you a full slate of baseball every day and do it for a good cause. Everything we get from your donations, as that's going to be out number 1 in the inning, and everything we get from your subscriptions here on Twitch and in Discord. It all goes directly to Meals on Wheels. So thank you for listening. It makes my job more easy and more fun. You know, my hobby, I guess you could call it. It's not a job. But, you know, it's all for a great cause, and we appreciate every one of you that's stuck with us.
Whoa, that's down.
Tel Marte takes a first pitch ball here with one away.
Yeah, it's surprising, you know, with those 7 hits that Zimmermann's given up, he's only at 62 pitches. And, you know, if it weren't for him looking so shaky, you know, just based on pitch count alone, he could be working 7 innings if he keeps pitching this efficiently at least.
1-1. Swinging early on that. Going to be off the hands and playable out there for Maben for the second out.
And that's Zimmermann's problem is swings like that. You know, he didn't get all of that one, but you saw his eyes light up, getting jumpy on that swing, pulling that down the right field line. And, you know, it's not going to be too much longer before some of these start going out of the park. We already saw it with Carson Kelly.
Be Eduardo Escobar now with 2 away here in the inning. Try to extend it. Looks at a strike. 0-1. Swings at that one. Behind now 0-2. So Zimmermann could get through this one quickly as well.
Looking for, I believe, his first 1-2-3 inning of the game. Not on that pitch, though.
He did get a 1-2-3 inning in the second there. Christian Walker, Nick Ahmed, Andy Young.
That's true, that's true.
That's low now, 2-2. Ooh. Still missing that 1 AL and 1 L. They both played in the AL West and NL West for their entire career. 2-2. In the dirt, 3-2. Peralta could get on for his, Escobar could get on for the second time today.
Yeah, Zimmermann's still looking for that put-away pitch. He had it last inning, but not finding it this inning.
And he walks him. So that is the first walk that he's issued all day. That is the first walk he's issued all day.
It's just been a lot of first pitch swinging and good contact to get these Diamondbacks their 2 runs. But, you know, give Zimmermann credit for at least staying around the strike zone, just giving up his first walk right there.
So David Peralta so far is 0 for 2 and has ended both the first and third innings. Curious to see if he can actually keep an inning alive here. First pitch in from Zimmermann. Going to be low, rule the ball, 1-0. Second pitch, runs outside. So Peralta's in a good spot to see something juicy. He could turn on it. He's been a dangerous hitter. Came in today hitting .357, slugging .621. That's a strike, 2-1.
One on top of all those numbers, probably the most summative stat that you can say. He's the NL leader in WAR for batters. You know, got 3.7 coming into the season. We could see double-digit WAR total for David Peralta if he can continue this kind of pace.
I would love to see that, man. See Peralta or Escobar up there with 9-10 WAR on the year. Ooh, gives me shivers. 3-1 is low, so Peralta does get a board here, keeps an inning alive as Zimmermann offers up back-to-back walks for the first time today. So the other one that we haven't guessed is Mike Trout is the second AL answer to that trivia question. We're waiting on somebody who spent their career in the National League West now. He isn't Bellinger.
I believe Cookie said it was a former Diamondback, although that might have counted for J.D. Martinez.
I think J.D. Martinez was the tricky one. I think it was the equivalent of you got 30 cents in your pocket and one of them isn't a quarter. I think it was that. One and one. Pipes it to him and swinging just too early there as Christian Walker could have been a big shot.
You know what? I'm going to throw out my last guess before Cook reveals his answer, but I'm going to go Nolan Arenado.
On the ground, and that could be trouble. They're going to send the runner from second as the throw is going to be just offline. Big ballsy move by Escobar to break for home on that one. Man, you love to see these Diamondbacks getting back aggressive. Woo.
Well, maybe you love that. Not so much for me as a Tigers fan. Maybe not known for the best arm, but still a really good throw right there, just a little bit offline. And that allows Escobar to sneak in under the tag. Now 3-0.
The Diamondbacks able to push one more across. Great diving stop by Goodrum. Toss over to second. Gets the man at the bag. Woo. Back-to-back slick plays. One on offense, one on defense. Arizona strands two. As we are now through 5. Diamondbacks able to push one more across. Now sitting on top. 3-0.
Leading off for the Tigers, the center fielder, Victor Reyes.
Man, there's just so much going on. This game is actually a lot more competitive, I feel like, than anything says. You know, we've seen some good answers, you know, on defense. We've seen the Tigers able to at least hold themselves in it a lot more than anything on paper would say.
Yeah, taking good swings and laying off some good pitches, so.
That one is going to be playable. Andy Young to Walker for the first out of the inning.
Now batting.
But if you're the Tigers, you do need to start jamming up these base paths. You know, even if you don't tie this ball game up all in the same inning, you want to start getting 1 run, 2 runs back because, you know, obviously you can't win if you don't score, but it's easier to score those runs in patches than it is to overload an inning.
Bring up Austin Romine. Walked and struck out today, which by the law of Adam Dunn means he's due for a home run, right?
I'm going to hope so. You know, I haven't seen too many long balls from Romine since I've been here.
Can't really blame you. He's only had 4 so far on the year.
And most of them were coming back in April, having a very tough stretch in the month of May.
Well, that's
outside, 2-1 here to Romine. And it still screws me up. I've said it every game, but it still screws me up that it's not his brother. You know, like, spends so much time in that Tigers uniform, and then you bring a new Romine onto the team, and it's not the one folks are familiar with. That's a shot into the gap, but Peralta is there. Get the glove on that for the second out.
Yeah, I can imagine it's probably something along the lines of, you know, when Ken Griffey Sr. and Ken Griffey Jr. both playing on the same team. It's like, well, which one was it? But, you know, Tigers are, you know, huge fans of the Romines. They play the game the right way. They put in hard work. Even if the numbers aren't going to be there, they're going to be a solid bat in the lineup, solid presence on defense.
So Scope takes strike 1 here from Gallen. Gallen creeping up now to 100 pitches. Number 94 is going to come in, swung on, now 0-2.
That was
Scope
a good
did
changeup
strike
right
out.
there.
No, Zach Gallen has finally settled down now. As that one's hit hard. Perfect timing, Doug. No Giants on the stop. As it hops that fence out there in right for a ground rule double.
Tigers
Paid on
getting-
cue, man.
Yeah, Tigers getting their first hit of the day. Thank you there, Duggo, for breaking up your team's no-hitter. But
Oh my God! I didn't even realize. How did I not even realize that? That was 5 2/3 innings, a no-hit ball. Oh my God!
Because, you know, unlike some other Salty fans, I'm in it for the history, so I'm not going to be trying to jinx it up here in the booth. You know, I'm not going to remind you that there's a no-hitter until it gets broken up. And don't blame me, Diamondbacks fans.
It's fine, man. Like I understand just how superstitious baseball is, and like I subscribe to a lot of it as a fan. But like at a certain point, like reality does have to kick in and realize that, especially here, it's one thing if I'm at the stadium, you know, and I say something and there's like the pitcher has realistic ears, is that's back-to-back hits given up by Gallen, and that's going to be the first run of the ball game. That got spicy real quick.
Yeah,
Is that a double or is that a single advance, like stretched into a double? I can't.
My guess would be single advance to a double. You know, it looked like he was probably going to stay at first, but he knew the throw was coming home, and that's going to be it for Zach Gallen. You know, he's not going to have any chance to get the loss. You know, the best he can get is a no decision, or the worst he can get, is a no decision if the Diamondbacks blow this lead. But great work, you know, just not consistent enough to finish off his 6th inning of work.
Number 34.
Bring in John Duplantier here. Trying to get that last out here in the 6th inning. Which is weird that you go to your long guy, even though that pitcher spot is due up 3rd in the next inning, next half inning. Looking to get Jamer Candelario here, representing the tying run. You see Zach Gallen still responsible for that man on second, so no official end to the line here for Zach Gallen yet.
Yeah, don't let Candelario's numbers fool you. He's had a very hot stretch of late. 3 home runs coming in the last week and a half. If longtime viewers that watch me and Cookie, I called his amazing output against the Seattle Mariners where he hit 2 home runs in a game, but he started off the season, you know, batting around 150. He's brought it all the way back up to 207. He's still a dangerous bat.
Inside there, 2-1 from Duplantier. So right now, Zach Gallen's sitting at a line of 5 2/3 innings. Just those 2 hits on back-to-back batters at the end of his day. 7 strikeouts, 4 walks. We're waiting to see what happens with Harold Castro now at second before we close the book on earned runs. 3-1 here to the Candyman. Duplantier comes in the zone and fouled off, so we'll see what happens. Full count, 2 outs, man at second base. Comes set, pitch comes in. That's roped. Oh my God, and Mighty Mouse with a great job getting the leaping stop, man. Whew. He has looked great there on defense at the hot corner.
Escobar trying out for the NBA with that kind of hops, but Tigers able to push one across.
So that will close the book there on Zach Gallen. 1 earned run on his day. As to not be impressed with a bullpen change, Tigers going to make one of their own, going to Xiaoqing Chang.
Yeah, Chang, not one of the names you hear about all too often in the Tigers system, but he had a great start to the season down in AAA, and Tigers don't want to start the major league clocks after guys like Casey Mize or Matt Manning, so Chang has definitely been a good bullpen piece to bring back up.
As that one could have been tasty for Andy Young. Instead, he's going to look at that for strike 1 here to start this inning.
Nope, ball 1.
Now 1-1. Andy Young looking for his first hit today. As it has now become a battle of the bullpens. Both these starters done. I'll tally up Zimmermann's numbers here for you.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Now 2-2. Andy Young gets a piece of that one, but that's more out or high than out. Deep at second base is Jonathan Scope. Puts that away for the first out.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Scope called for that one. Usually when it's out that far, you give deference to your outfielders running in. That's going to be a much easier play to make. But Scope ends up closing the glove on it as we take a look at the hero of the game so far, Carson Kelly.
God, that was just a beautiful thing off the bat. Didn't go too far, but don't need it to go. All you needed to do is pass that yellow line out there. Earned us here in the Valley Jumbo Jacks tomorrow with the purchase of a large drink at your participating Arizona Jack in the Box. See Buck Farmer and Greg Soto getting out there for the Tigers in the bullpen.
Yeah, Farmer's warming up probably more as a damage control kind of guy, and Soto is one of the setup men that the Tigers feature in their bullpen. So preparing for two different outcomes as we sit here in a tight ball game.
Soto was the one who earned the save last night as things got a little bit too hairy for Hernandez in the ninth. Decided to give it to Soto to get the last out. He did so successfully in that 4-2 win last night.
Yeah, Joe Jimenez, apparently not a big fan of mine. You know, he was perfect on saves in the year before coming here, and then I watch him give up, you know, 2 walk-offs and then, you know, a 9th inning lone save against the Mariners at home. So he's still a great pitcher. You know, he's just going through a rough patch. But it's definitely shaky times for Joe Jimenez, and you might see some of those other guys starting to finish out ball games while he tries to settle himself.
3-1 is looked at now, 3-2. Carson Kelly deciding to hold off. See what he does here with the payoff pitch coming in from Chung. Swung on foul. So Zimmermann's final line going to be looking at 5 innings pitched, 8 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, and 3 earned runs. Currently in line for the loss, as that is a walk here to Carson Kelly.
Now batting, the pitcher.
Yeah, and that's a loss that, you know, somewhat tough luck, but then you look deeper into the stats, you know, not really, you can understand why, but only giving up 3 runs most of the time. You'd like to see your offense put up at least about 5 in a game, but then you see he's given up those 8 hits and walked a couple of guys, so not having the best start, but still good for him in his standards.
First lefty off the bench is going to be Stephen Vogt. Pinch hitting here for Duplantier. So like I said, weird choice to go to the long man for just 1 out. Whatever, he did so successfully.
An even weirder choice to go to your backup catcher off the bench, but we might be seeing a double switch as, you know, Carson Kelly just finished his at-bat, so might want to move that pitcher's spot.
You see, that would make sense, though, and it never works out like that. It just never does. So it'll be Vogt up here at the plate. 2-1 here from Chung. Kelly standing at first. That's low, 3-1. And Starling Marte stands on deck. Arizona could try to push this out of a safe situation and bury these kitties. 3-1 to Vogt. Swung on and missed. 3-2.
Not often you see guys going after that fastball low. You know, it doesn't have any break to it. You can see where it's going, but Vogt a little bit eager to show his worth off the bench.
That's swung on hard. No one's going to get there. Over into section 109. Excuse me, that's 110.
Maybe a fan out in Tucson grabbing that one.
No, screw Tucson is just boneless Phoenix. As that's going to be back-to-back walks issued by Chung.
Up next for the Diamondbacks.
Looks like we're getting a bonus question in the Twitch chat from Cookie. And it's going to be, since the save statistic became official in 1969, only one position player has ever entered a game in a save situation. And the hint is he played for one of these teams, so take a couple guesses at that.
0-1 here. To start off, Starling Marte. I know it's not right, but like I still just want to guess it on the way off chance that it's Mark Grace. 0-1 is going to be in the dirt. Runners scramble back. So both the catchers here for the Diamondbacks stand on base, as that's going to be fouled off. Now 1-2.
I'm going to throw out a name that if you're not as Tigers fan, you're going to say who, but I'm going to guess Danny Worth, position player coming out for a save opportunity.
1-2 goes outside. 2-2. Is Matt Davidson ever, did he ever play for anybody other than the White Sox?
I'm not sure. No, I don't know if this is a recent guy or...
Ooh, actually, he was a former Diamondback. That's a really good guess, as that one's going to be a really good hit. Possibly that's going to drop in. Starling Marte runners are going to advance. One crosses the plate. Offline throw comes in. as it is now 4-1. Diamondbacks on top of the field.
Number 4.
That's all you got to do. Just put the bat on the ball and, let it work its magic. You don't have to hit it hard. You just got to hit it where they ain't.
So 0-1 here to Ketel Marte. Runners on the corners. And Diamondbacks just keeping this game exciting. 0-1. Look over to Starling Marte at first. Be a solid Marte Parte if they keep this up. 0-1 goes outside, 1-1.
Finding the gaps his last few games, as you saw there on the screen.
2-1 now.
Now, this is a good count for a hit and run. I don't know if that's what the Diamondbacks are going to go for, already up by 3 in a dangerous spot, but you got a guy at the plate who can put the ball in play, and you got a guy on the base paths who can steal second if needed.
Be a good move here. Good, nice National League baseball. That's fair, Frango. The Marte Parte may be cool, but it's not as cool as the 3 Garcia outfield the White Sox had a couple years ago, as that one's in the gap. And this game has solidly gotten out of control at the hands of Chang. Another one crosses the plate. That is RBI double number 21 for Ketel Marte on the season.
Yeah, Chang kind of fallen back to where we thought he would be out of the bullpen. He was having a stellar year, but giving up a couple runs here in this inning, lots of hard contact, and even some soft contact that's finding holes, and I wouldn't be surprised to not see him last too much longer.
So Escobar comes up. He's got men at second and third. Has 2 straight walks and 2 straight hits. Have made it tough here for Detroit. It was a big 5th inning out of Detroit yesterday that sealed up the win for them, and could be a big 6th inning here for the Diamondbacks to put this one away. 1-1 swung on, 1-2. Still just the 1 out in the inning.
Going to be looking for a pitch up in the zone, try and get that pop out.
Instead, low and inside, misses, 2-2.
But, 4-run deficit, you're still in slam range. But if you give up even a single, all of a sudden 6-run deficit with only 3 innings of offense left, that's not very likely for anyone, much less these Tigers.
As that swung on and missed, Escobar goes down on strikes again here today.
Now batting.
Not the best of sliders right there. What I like to call a cement mixer, just doing a lot of spinning and hanging right up there in the zone, but Escobar a little too eager. And it helped it was on the outer half of the plate, as you're going to need to wait back on that, and he just couldn't wait.
So 2 outs now. Men at second and third for David Peralta, still looking for his first hit of the ballgame. Was able to get on base via the walk in the 5th.
And what a big hit it would be if he could get it here. Just a single probably puts this one away.
That's outside 2-0, and a good spot to do something. He did start off that last at-bat very similar, so maybe it's a walk out of Chang, but we'll see if he wants to get that over the plate. Instead, it'll miss inside, 3-0.
And I say this on every broadcast that I'm on, it seems like, but you can't be afraid to pitch to guys. Even a David Peralta, if you're nibbling at the corners, you're always going to put guys on base and give yourself even more trouble.
And there it is, man. He's going to make it an issue for Christian Walker. As 2 outs, now the bases juiced for the hard-hitting Christian Walker, already 2 for 3 today with an RBI. This is a juicy spot here for the Diamondbacks. Chang, just the 1 inning of work, already 39 pitches, and he'll eventually get out of it here. Popped up to Scope at second. So Diamondbacks leave 3 on, but get 2 more across. It is now 5-1, Arizona on top as we now head to the 7th inning.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Diamondbacks.
So Kevin Ginkel comes in.
Kevin.
We know this game is out of hand if he comes into this game sporting that 8.22 ERA.
Leading off for the Tigers.
Well, as the old saying goes, a stop clock is right twice a day, not once a day. So I forgot how often, time goes by, but
Military time.
yeah, military time, we'll go with that. But, Ginkel might find his groove here with the Tigers, and I don't want to say he's going to start off a, reliever of the year finish, but he could see his ERA to start to slip down after pitching to these terrible Tigers.
A stop clock is right twice a day, and a messed up aphorism is once right a day, or right once a day. As that one's hit into center field. Yeah, no, the fact that I totally botched that too, that's great. CJ Crone gets his first hit of the day.
Now batting, shortstop, Nico.
Yep, hitting coach going to love this one. Just drive it right back up the middle. You don't need to hit the long ball in this situation. You're down by 4. 1 run's not going to do anything for you. But, Tigers happy to get the leadoff man on as this one's going to miss high for ball 1. Ginkel's going to float a changeup in there for strike 1. And Goodrum's just trying to keep the train rolling. Get the top of the lineup back up. Because Tigers have not put together any offense, really.
Now, 2-1.
He takes that one low and in. 2 balls, 1 strike. Good count now. With the pitcher spot on deck, you got to figure Chang's coming out. Ginkel ready, and the 2-1, whiffing on that pitch. And honestly, I think he would have been early on a fastball with that swing. He was just way too anxious. Count evens up at 2-2. Taking his lead off of first. As Ginkel checks him, and the 2-2 broken bat pop-up on the infield. Ahmed going to make the catches. The bat nearly misses Ginkel out on the mound. That's out number 1.
Now batting, the pitcher.
And we'll have to wait and see who the Tigers come to out of their bullpen. My guess is going to be Miguel Cabrera, and yes, it will be the big man, number 24, future Hall of Famer, that is not living up to his standards this season.
We did see him get some rare playing time out in the field here in National League Ballpark yesterday. That's going to be outside now, 1-0 to Miguel Cabrera, the living legend.
And if I'm not mistaken, he did get a couple innings on Friday night ball game on the double switch.
He did. As that one's popped up. Long run in by Eduardo Escobar, so no heroics for Miguel Cabrera today. 2 away.
The right fielder, number 4. Cameron.
Yeah, there used to be days, Tigers fans, they're starting to forget it, but bringing in Miguel Cabrera was almost a death sentence for the other team. Now it's just an easy pop out to the middle of the diamond.
It's just like Pujols, man. Like, both those guys have aged so ungracefully. It's really just, it feels like it's almost tarnishing their legacies. It's hard to watch. Some of these kids come up watching the game. I'm going to point fingers at Cookie, who, most recently started watching, only just a couple of years ago. As that one's going to be hit foul, now 0-2. But, these guys never actually got to see, Pujols or Cabrera tear it up. They look at Cabrera and just see a corpse out there at first base and designated hitter. Not the guy that won the Triple Crown or anything. It's so sad.
Thank God for YouTube for that, though. So they can still see highlights. It's not like they don't have access, but I agree.
Oh, man. As that one's another loud foul ball, so we'll stay at 0-2.
Yeah, it's one thing, seeing the replay of it, what's going to happen. Miggy's going to hit one out of the yard, but it's another thing to be surprised, if you're watching Game 7 of the World Series, watching Howie Kendrick go deep down the line. You don't know what's going to happen, and so it's something that's kind of lost with these developments of the aging players so far.
0-2 now to Maben. 2 away here. And that's going to be ball 1.
At least, Maben's doing a good job not going down easily. Fouled off a lot of pitches, now taking a close one off the outer half.
See what he can do here to Maben. Nothing. As that's going to be inside now, 2-2. Kevin Ginkel has just barely managed to hold on to this roster spot for these Diamondbacks. Another foul ball.
Yeah, as good as the Diamondbacks farm system is, that no one's really major league ready yet. It's still kind of more of a long-term play.
2-2 is another foul ball. And I mean, there are arms in the Diamondbacks system, but nobody that's really that, next reliever up. There's, a handful of guys that are totally ready to start. Nobody that I'd really trust with that reliever spot. As this at-bat is finally going to come to a conclusion. Walker gloves it for the third out as we head to the stretch. Beautiful as always. Followed up by a beautifully inspired single by Nick Ahmed.
You love to see it. Although I'm confused because this matchup is confusing, but Kobe boys have a great call.
Always appreciate it. So newly entered in Ronnie Garcia immediately gives up a single to Nick Ahmed in the first pitch that he throws here in this game. Able to get back in it, throwing a strike here against Andy Young, still looking for his first hit of the ball game.
Yeah, hopefully for Young, having this early success in his career, if he ends up taking it over tonight, he doesn't linger with him. He's able to put it behind him, keep putting up those good numbers.
Popped out to the catcher on a rough bit, flew out to left field, and flew out to Gope in deep second, as that is going to be the first hit of the ball game for Andy Young. Right on time.
Yeah, Ronnie Garcia, another one of those struggling arms in the bullpen. Not quite at Kevin Ginkel level, but, like you said, Tigers also don't have too many guys that are ready to be that next guy in the bullpen. And he's given up some 2 solid singles, not fooling too many guys so far.
We'll bring up Carson Kelly. Had that big solo shot in the third inning. His team currently sitting now on a 4-run lead. 2 on, no out here in the bottom of the 7th. Back-to-back hits off of newly entered Ronnie Garcia. Is it Ronnie? Is it Roni? I feel like I've looked this up and I've never really gotten a good answer.
I'll be honest, I don't know. He's one of the newer guys on the club. haven't gotten a chance to talk to him, see what he prefers. But from what I've heard, I do believe it is Ronnie Garcia. I think there is supposed to be an accent over that O that doesn't pop up on our broadcast.
All right, I'll take your word for it. So Macaroni Garcia now gives up back-to-back hits to start off this 7th inning. It's another foul ball at Carson Kelly. And oh my God, I'm pissed neither of us remembered that. Did you see the answer there in chat on that trivia question?
I did see the answer, and I actually did remember, him playing all 9 positions. I just didn't think they put him in a safe situation.
Nope.
I wasn't expecting the answer to be Austin Romine. Another guy I was thinking about was Don Kelly. He's another one of those guys. Not all in the same game, but he has played all 9 positions for the Tigers. But yeah, a little disappointed to not get Andrew Romine as the correct guess.
I wonder if Will Ferrell, does he count as a position player in that crazy spring training he had a couple years back?
I mean, he probably counts as much as Michael Jordan did when he played with the White Sox. So.
As that one's going to be grounded. Tough play by Scope. Gets the turn at second and will not get Carson Kelly at first. Runner moves up to third, out at second. Runners on the corner now with one away here on the fielder's choice by Carson Kelly.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Scope didn't go for the tag there. You know, that's probably the easiest way to get the double play in that situation, just reach out, toss it on to first. But at the same time, you're in your routine, you just want to turn two, and that might not always be your first thought.
So that'll bring up Tim LaCastro. There we go. There's Mr. Number One in my hearts, as that one's going to be roped into right for an RBI single. Wasting no time here is Tim LaCastro, making it a 6-1 ball game. Diamondbacks still on top.
Yeah, just a good job driving that pitch on the outer half and kind of, you know, resembling a little bit of the early Miguel Cabrera, you know, taking pitches to all parts of the field, not really getting fooled by anything.
Ball one, no strike.
Going to be high there, 1-0. So LaCastro stands there at first. He's going to be hamstrung, unfortunately, by Carson Kelly as the lead runner at second. I'd love to see him go for a double steal. Instead, we're going to get a 5-4-3 double play. Starling Marte grounds into that one. That's number 2 on the day, but honestly can't complain that much. Arizona pushes another one across, and it is now 6-1 as we head to the top of the 8th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Diamondbacks.
I do want to apologize, Franco, pointing out an error that I made earlier today, but Michael Jordan actually did get very little major league time with the Chicago White Sox. So he's a bit more of a position player than Will Ferrell, but still, you know, I think my point stands that he's not known around the league for being a baseball player.
As Victor Reyes looks at the first pitch from newly entered Silvino Bracho out of the pen here. Bracho's looked all right in his time up with the Diamondbacks as a diving stop out in center will not be made. And Victor Reyes will be sliding into second to lead off the 8th with a double.
The catcher.
Yeah, that's good heads-up base running right there. And you're going to see that a lot, you know, at all levels of baseball. You want to take that wide turnaround first, as we see right here. And that's just in case something like that happens. You know, you have a bobble out in center field. You're in a good position to try and take second and get yourself into a better position.
Bring up Austin Romine, still looking for his first hit of the ballgame. Not to be confused with Andrew Romine that we had just talked about.
Yeah, and speaking of Austin Romine, I can't believe I haven't worked this into one of my calls yet, but you know, tension's got to be high in the Tigers bullpen. You know, it was just a few seasons ago that Andrew Romine was punching Miguel Cabrera in a all-out brawl, you know, happening at Comerica Park due to lots of hit-by pitches, you know, a couple unintentional, but I think, you know, 90% of them were on purpose.
That was such a beautiful game as that one's going to be playable out in center field for Marte. Puts that away for the first out of the inning. Oh my God, dude! I absolutely remember watching that game and telling everybody I knew that watched baseball, like, are you paying attention to this? This is ugly. Like, somewhere around the second brawl, I was like, all right, this could be fun. Oh, what was it 3 bench clearing brawls in that one?
Yeah, something around that, but at the same time, you know, sometimes they were warranted. This one's ripped foul, but Dylan Betances, probably the biggest memory that stuck out to me. I think not once but twice during the season series, you know, he plunked one of the Tigers guys in the helmet. And you know, he's not, I don't think anyone's that wild, but also consistent enough. You know, the only 2 guys who hit in the head happen to be on the same team. So who knows, it could be an anomaly, but we'll just leave it right there.
1-1 to Scope. Swings through it, now 1-2.
Challenge him with a fastball, power on power, and Bracho able to win that battle.
Bracho, a hard thrower. Gets that one on the ground. Ahmed to Walker for the second out of the inning. Good job keeping that on the left side of the infield. The runner is not going to advance on that.
Harold Castro.
Yeah, and that's honestly on Scope. You know, you can maybe give Bracho the credit if that pitch were on the inner half, but he pulls that one off the outside part of the plate. You know, he's just serving it up to you. Hit it the other way, you know, at least get your guy over to third base, even with 2 outs. Wild pitch can bring you 1 run closer.
So 2 outs, man on second. Harold Castro is going to hit it in the same exact spot. Ahmed tosses over to Walker, and that will do it for the 8th inning, or at least the top of the 8th. We're going to head now to the bottom of the 8th. It'll be the Black Ink boys due up. Marte, Escobar, Peralta.
Leading up for the Diamondbacks, the center fielder, Patel.
It's been good to see a little bit of a return to form out of some of these guys. You know, I feel like I haven't seen a good game where all 3 of these guys really produce.
Nope.
And, you know, well, we see Peralta 0 for 2 with 2 walks. You know, I'll give him production on that. You know, Escobar able to get a hit again here. You know, 1 for 3 game. But Ketel Marte has been the most productive, at least on paper. 2 RBIs, a single, and a double.
Well, and that's why the Tigers are here. You know, we're here to help everybody raise those batting averages, you know, lower those ERAs. We're just trying to help everybody out, and that's why we're losing all these games. You know, it's all intentional.
Honestly, though, like looking at what the Tigers have done, it's not the pitching that's been the problem. It's just been really light bats. You know, they've held their own as far as runs scored, you know, especially being in the American League. But it's just noodles of bats up there. You know, you're not going to win many games with a team batting average down in the 230s. As that's a strikeout here for Ketel Marte. Garcia out for his 2nd inning of work. Looking better this time around.
Yeah, and you mentioned Tigers very cold with the bats. They're last in the major leagues in terms of runs scored. Only 175 coming in tonight. And they're not going to improve that total much, only adding 1 to the ledger so far.
So Escobar here takes a slider for ball 1. Right now, the Diamondbacks in line to get a fat trick. We saw the Jumbo Jack home run from Carson Kelly. We see those 5 runs coming across for your Taco Bell promotion. You know, Arizona Diamondbacks fans know that 5 runs in a game means 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink from your participating Arizona Taco Bell.
Oh, that's inside.
Between the hours of 4 and 6. Thank you for that. It's 4 and 6. Yeah. Get out of here. I love you.
We're joining the booth.
3-0 pitch. Escobar swinging hard, but able to get out there as Maben in deep right field for the 2nd out of the inning.
Yeah, why not put the green light on 3-0? You're already up by 5. And just have a little fun out there. You know, take a big swing. He got a good pitch to hit. Not quite got enough behind it.
So that'll bring up David Peralta, still looking for his first hit of the ball game. 2 walks are good enough to at least keep that on-base percentage up there. Currently sitting at 4th in the National League. Coming into play today with a .409 on-base percentage. As that one could be trouble. But no, Harold Castro is going to be out there to make the play. Diamondbacks go down 1-2-3 in the toughest part of their lineup. We are through 8. Diamondbacks still clutching a 5-run lead, 6-1 here, coming into the 9th.
Yeah, even though this is not a save situation, we're going to still see the D-backs closer, Archie Bradley. He's had some tough times with the ERA department, but still perfect in save situations on the year. You'll see a pretty weak part of this Tigers lineup, 6, 7, 8.
Archie Bradley is yet to blow a save, even though that ERA is up there closer to 5. He's generally going to give up some hard contact, walk a guy, and make it exciting for you, but has been able to convert successfully every time this year. Torrey knows better, though, as Andrew Chafin and Yohan Lopez both getting loose out there in the pen. And he's behind Candelario here 2-0. Just 3 more outs here for the Tigers to get 5 runs across.
Yeah, and you talk about Bradley, you know, putting a lot of guys on, but still ended up getting the saves. Brings to mind a former Tiger and former pretty much everything else in the league, Fernando Rodney. You know, he was one of the best guys in terms of, you know, getting the job done. It's just a little unorthodox in his ways. You know, I remember as a Tigers fan, he'd load the bases and strike out the side time after time, but Tigers are getting a good start to the inning.
As we said, he's good for a walk or a hit or something. Starts it off with a walk here to Jamer Candelario. That is now his 3rd walk today. But yeah, no, the Fernando Rodney experience is something that everyone should get the pleasure of experiencing at least once in their life. Formerly spent time with the Diamondbacks there. Spent the year of 2017 up with the team. Appeared in 61 games, finished 53, 39 saves, 6 blown saves.
Of course, he did pitch for those Washington Nationals last season. You know, not a big part in the championship run, but a part nonetheless.
1-1 here to CJ Cron. As that's a big whiff and a big knuckle curve by Bradley. 1-2. Low and away. 2-2.
Good location on that pitch, breaking low out of zone, but Cron getting a good eye on it and spitting on that pitch.
Before I let it get too far away, yeah, Frango, Taco Bells in Arizona are basically just traps to find people who don't know good Mexican food out here in Arizona. But the issue is there are so many transplants that come here. They really don't understand what good Mexican food can be. 2-2 to Cron. Swing and a miss. Bradley gets his first strikeout of the inning here. Running out of outs now.
Now batting.
Yeah, I wonder if you're going to see Will Myers at one of those Taco Bells. You know, he loves his East Coast Mexican food. As lots of Padres fans and just fans of food have pointed out.
That was such a gross quote. I remember when he said that, I'm like, what are you going on about? Like, are you kidding me? Like, you're offending everybody that's a fan of your team right now.
Honestly, I've never been to the West Coast. I'm still not, you know, trusting the people that are the farthest away from Mexico to make yourself a good taco.
Good job of getting that one on a line as Christian Walker could have turned 2 if he just would have thrown the tag on there. But instead will do it at least one more time.
Ladies and gentlemen,
as it'll be the pitcher spot due up here. Who is that? That is Jordy Mercer. Going to be coming on to pinch hit the last out of the ballgame.
Longtime Pittsburgh Pirate coming over to Detroit last season on a 1-year deal, but they signed him back, you know, liked his bat, and he's not going to do too well today.
He quickly grounds out to Ahmed, quick flip over to second, and that's the ball game, folks. Arizona takes the series from the Detroit Tigers. Final score today, Arizona 6, Detroit 1.
Yeah, with that win, Diamondbacks slowly creeping back into that NL West race. You know, they're 5.5 back of the Dodgers, who've yet to play. I believe they're going to be simulated today's ball. Or, did they play? I think they did play against the Mets.
They did. Final score in that one was 6-1. Dodgers on top. So the Diamondbacks at least hold on, don't fall any further back in the standings today. Zach Gallen gets the win. Jordan Zimmermann, to no one's surprise, gets the loss, falls to 2-8 on the year.
Yeah, I still think he's got to take some positives out of this game, though. Yes, he did give up the 8 hits, but he was working around some trouble, getting himself out of tough spots, only allowing those 3 runs in the 5 innings of work.
No, honestly, that was pretty good outing for Jordan Zimmermann, all things considered. The line looks uglier than it was. See Zach Gallen there getting the win. 2 hits on his line coming on the last 2 batters he faced. He took that no-hitter 5 2/3 inning before giving up the first hit of the ballgame, a loud double off the bat by Jonathan Scope. Followed up by a double by Harold Castro to bring him in to ruin both that no-hitter and the shutout. So good job of Gallen in this one. They give player of the game to Zach Gallen. I gotta give it a little bit more thought before I give that one away. You got any thoughts on player of the game?
I mean, I don't mind Gallen. You know, he was pitching wonderfully, maybe a little bit iffy with the walks, but, you know, as in terms of offensively, no one stood out. Offense was pretty well spread around, so I don't know if Gallen's my first choice, but I'm definitely not disappointed with that.
I looking back at the scorecard, I hands down have to give it to Zach Gallen because there's that very important thing called he almost hit a dinger. And oh boy, do I love when pitchers break.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a couple days ago. We didn't talk about it, but it was mentioned a couple days ago. Daniel Norris hit some hard pitches himself, unfortunately, not able to get the win for the Tigers, but always love to see guys who aren't paid to swing the bat still finding success in the box.
Well, I think that'll just about do it for us. We're going to toss it over to Mike and Tardis here for the Phillies game tonight. Heading over to that ballpark in Philadelphia hosting the Washington Nationals. What's going on, guys?
How's it going, Doggo? Good to be back.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Diamondbacks get the series. Don't drop any further back to the to the Dodgers.
Yeah, good day there for the Snakes. A little bit different situation here for the Phils. They've been above 500 for most of the year. However, it's the defending world champions in the Washington Nationals that have been the clear front runner in the NL East for most of the season. They're trying to pull away again, and so far in this series, they've had their way with the Phils. So with the Phillies trying to avoid the sweep, the Braves, who are in second place, already on the board with the W tonight. It's the Phillies trying to just tread water here, try to remain in striking distance here in the first third of the season.
Well, guys, we've already taken up too much of your time. We're running late. We'll let you get to it. So for special effects, I'm Duggo. Thanks for tuning in to that Snake Cast, and hopefully you stick around here for this lovely Bot Ball After Dark. Have a wonderful one, guys.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, Duggo. Thank you, special